Well, hello and welcome to the 2025 Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships right here on beautiful North Kirra Beach of the Gold Coast. It was a slow start yesterday for day one with inclement weather, but we are back. And it is Super Sunday for that of the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Australian Nipper and Youth Championships. It's Ty Dowker here in the commentary team, and join me is professional Ironwoman and 2022 Coolangatta Gold champ and an under-6 nipper from Cronulla, Carla Papak. A big welcome. One of these beautiful scenes here of the Gold Coast.
Yeah, it's so good to be here, and it is so good to see us back racing for the junior titles. We had an unfortunate day yesterday. That is surf, and that is a bit of a common thing, but we are back, and we've got the under-15 board race lining up on the line for the first race of the day, and we're just so excited to see the kids get out in the water. It is a nerve-wracking day. They didn't get to race yesterday.
It'll be plenty of excitement for the athletes because they are racing. Let's have a look now of this schedule for today. It's a revised program. We'll start off with the under-15 board race of males and females. They'll roll from heats right through to that of semi-finals. We then go to the 14s and the 13s. So we'll see a great array of age groups and also genders. Surf races and irons running from heats to that of semi-finals. And then we roll to the grand finale. This is what it's all about. That of the Aussie Championships. And if time permits later on today, we will have the under-14 Cameron Relay. Let's get now that of a surf safety report from the National Sports Manager, and what a great job he's been doing with his team as well, Wayne Drury.
Thanks, guys. Here we are back on North Kirra Beach, and what a difference the day makes. 24 hours, the sun's out, the wind has dropped to a slight breeze. We've got a 2 to 3 foot wave. All our assessments are being done at the moment. We hope to be underway by 8:30 with our water events. Our beach events will kick off at 7:30. We've got life-saving continuing at Balinga. It's going to be a great day. Day 2 of the Nutri-Grain Youth and Nipper Championships here in North Kirra on the beautiful Gold Coast. It's great to be here. The action's going to be exciting. Let's get underway, and best of luck to all the competitors and the clubs.
Oh, here we are. We're up and about, and straight away we can see this is the under-15 female board race heats. And Carla, plenty of excitement was on the beach this morning, but also plenty of nerves as I walked on the shoreline as these athletes are warming up. Yeah,
for sure. I think the girls and the boys are so happy to be out there, but there is definitely swell on, and that is tricky for a lot of those events and a lot of those girls and boys today. What can we see out there right now, Ty?
Yeah, with the shore break, you see Caitlin Palmer there from Burleigh Hedge Bay Park. She's a real very good beach sprinter. You can probably see the transfer of that running speed to board paddling. That's her down the bottom at the moment. She does have a club mate, Layla Wiper, in there as well. We can just see the bit of glare. It looks like to be Burleigh 1-2. Oh, look at that, Layla Wiper up and about on the pink craft at the moment. It looks like a Burleigh 1-2 punch. They're a very strong age group, the Burleigh girls, led by that of Jess Conrad as well. We expect a big showing from those girls, and already here we can see that's a 1-2 punch. But also the sweep here. You see the movement from the right to left? That's going to play an important part today.
Yeah, and those girls are having to pop a wave after wave. We've just seen one of the Burleigh girls quickly sneak out. It's going to be so crucial working through this gutter, trying to get out the back as quick as possible. And you can see here, if you get to sneak out, you get a prime choice of all the waves on offer.
Young Caitlin Palmer, I tell you what, there's a position you want to be. It is where Caitlin Palmer is now, right in the green water. We'll have a look in terms of the direction. At the moment, it looks like they're going the standard direction of left to right around the cans, but it just shows how critical this shore break is. And plenty of resistance rolling in from the outside swell as well. They've got to negotiate that shore break. They've got to be aggressive. And I said to a lot of athletes this morning, you've got to own that shore break. And you see Caitlin Palmer at the moment owning that and looking very comfortable to qualify. This is the danger. We'll get an update of numbers qualifying. Normally we look at 8 going through with the revised program. It may be shortened up to a few smaller numbers. So number crunch, numbers are critical in this race.
For sure. You are normally looking to get the top 8 through, and you can just see how far they are having to paddle back to that first board can. So it's just telling you how strong that sweep is today over to the north. And those girls are still in the break zone while we have Katie Palmer already out at the cans. And you have to just remember that anyone is still in the race. You know, Katie has secured her spot into the next round, but that next 2 through to 8, it's an open book here. They're spread out all across the ocean, and some girls are really getting pushed into that other area.
This is really interesting, actually, because obviously we had no race in the day. We've got plenty of swell again this morning. It is a decreasing swell throughout the day, but I know all the athletes will be watching this first race. how critical, and as a professional iron woman as well, Carla, how critical is it to watch and learn? You see Katie, I'll come back in a second. Katie's pulled up the hammers, and the reason she done this, the set is coming.
She's turned back around.
Because she knows how it's like a guillotine that's breaking on that shore break at the moment, and she doesn't want to risk losing her craft in the heat of a board here.
For sure. She's definitely playing it safe, and I think that's the right thing to do, especially in the heat. You know, in the finals, if we saw her pulling it out. And we've got number 2 on the screen here. That's Layla Wiper. She's done a really good job to get herself out. So right now we have Burley 1 and 2. They still have to negotiate coming in, though.
Katie Palmer, top right of screen, is actually, we've just seen that nosedive, that wave going in. You see her scampering now to qualify. And I tell you what, nerves will be through the roof at the moment for Katie Palmer. Family's from South Africa. Mum and Dad are South African born as well. They made the way out. I had the opportunity to coach her as a young nipper. And credit to credit due. She's done a wonderful job here in qualifying through. You can see probably more relief.
For sure. I think it's just showing to you how tricky the conditions are. You know, she got out first. She was the fastest paddler out the back, but she did still nosedive on the way in. It is so tricky out there. We're just going to see Layla coming onto a wave now. The girls are really going to have to choose their way in, choose their way out, and I think Katie's just so happy to have that first spot secured into the next round.
Layla Wiper, wave building, might be third place. Over. We might try and pick that up there on a slight replay coming through.
Hopefully she's held onto her board. I think she's come off it. Wow, this is tricky, and hopefully she gets to her board before the next wave breaks. She'll just grab onto it.
Yeah, top 8 will be going through for this at the moment. So the nerves at the moment, and we just spoke about earlier, the importance, Carla. We've got 3 now. That's like young Ava coming through. Well done. A phenomenal effort too. That's another Burley coming through.
So we've got Burley 1, 2, 3.
They've done some work with their coach Johnny Andrews down here early in the I should say the week as well to negotiate. So we're just getting an update there at the moment.
Yeah, one thing about Burley is that they're always training out in the surf. I'm a Burley girl too. I see them always training out next to me, staying out the back, catching waves. And we just got our 3rd competitor here. I think she's actually just gone past Layla on the way in. I'm not too sure of her club here, but she's done a phenomenal effort here to come in unscathed.
Yeah, we might have a mixture of Heat 1 and Heat 2 here at the moment. It was Ava Parker from Burley. I think she's in Heat 2 coming through. So we'll go back to that of Ocean Grove now coming through. Very, very strong club in board paddling, Ocean Grove. We go back to the retiree of Harriet Brown, professional iron woman, and what a great surf sports. Grew up in Ocean Grove as a young nipper, and I know Sonia does a wonderful job there as coach with these young males and females coming through. And you can see left to right at the moment. But we'll go back, Carla, the importance of watching races for these athletes coming up is super critical.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's hard to get a gauge of what the surf is doing in the warm-up, especially if you're not in the right area, but I think once you find out what area you are in, you are frantically watching the race before you, seeing who got out clean, seeing who didn't, seeing even on the way in which was the best line, and you're using that to really set the precedent for your race. And it seems like, those girls in that Heat 1 were a little bit of a disadvantage. They didn't get to watch any races before them, but now they'll get to use their experience of this heat. Hopefully they've made it through to the next round.
Oh, how good is this? It's the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Australian Nipper and Youth Championships, and we are up and about on Super Sunday individual races from board, swim to iron. And if time permits, we will go to that of Cameron Relays as well. And for those joining us on live stream and YouTube, a big hello, and give us a shout out in the comments as well. Heat number 2's just finished as well, and it was Coogin Headland that come out on top of that one to Mary Thompson and Jess Conrad. And we talk about Mary Thompson, Jess Conrad, and obviously Coogin there as well under Scotty McCartney. They're big clubs and big names we expect to see later on today as well. Yeah,
for sure. I think we'll definitely be seeing a lot of appearances from those girls. That actually was quite a tough heat, but those girls came to the forefront, and I think it's really going to be important, the surf skills on offer today. It's not just who's the fastest, but it's actually who is going to be the most skillful and who's going to make the right decisions when it comes to the point.
Yeah, I think you're on point there, because myself looking at surf races, when it's flat conditions, it's a lot about raw speed and fitness in the elements today, and I love these conditions. It's the element of skill, 50%, fitness, and raw speed as well. So, a smart racer in these conditions will always beat a fast racer, compared to someone in flat conditions. Big shout out to Heat 2 winner, Isabella Argros there from Coogin Headland.
And we've got 8th place coming through here. I believe we'll find her name.
Yeah, it looks like Jara Onley probably from Coogin coming through as well, and a bit of relief there. You can see the high tide approximately half an hour ago as well, so the tide will start to run out. For those that are not strong sprinters and runners, they'll probably pay a little advantage at the moment, but as that tide runs out, we'll see some more of the runners come to the fore.
Yeah, and we can already see that there is quite a long run over that bank already. So when we see that tide start to go out and turn into low tide, that run is going to get longer and longer. It also means that shore break and those waves are going to turn a little bit more dumpier, making it even more difficult for the girls to negotiate that shore break and out the back.
Well, the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Youth and Nipper Aussies is all about being united, inspired and iconic, and three great words that typify the Australian Championships. United being together, inspiration and being inspired, and iconic. You talk about the Aussies and the histories of Aussies. As an athlete as well, Carla, you know, you race in the professional Shore Partners Iron Series. We go around in the other events as well with the World Ocean Series, but the Aussies is something special, isn't it? You want to put your name in the history books.
Yeah, it's the pinnacle of surf sports, really. You know, when I was younger, coming up through the ranks, we didn't have a lot of those World Ocean Series events. I actually didn't get to race any of the Queensland clubs. I was a New South Wales nipper. I didn't get to race any of those Queensland clubs until Aussies. So really, you had no idea where you stood. And when it got to Aussies, you know, I was full of nerves. I was like, where am I sitting? And you had this opportunity to really have a go, to really see where you stood against everyone in the country, and sometimes even, you know, overseas as well. We have some New Zealand competitors coming over. So it really is this amazing chance to put everything on the line. Last race of the season, you don't have to save yourself for anything else. And it really just has this prestigious name to it. If you win an Aussie title, that stays with you forever.
I couldn't agree more, and I love seeing the coloured caps, but also the international flavours. You know, we go back yesterday, we had obviously the beach flags and Kaito, the young man from South Africa, just finished on top of the tree there in terms of the beach flags. It was that of Fen Turner that actually wins the Aussie gold medal, but Kyton coming across. You mentioned about New Zealand as well. And we can see the next heat looks like heat 3 here, that the under 15 female girls lining up, and the array of colours, and isn't it great to see the quality of colours, but also the numbers lining up here at the Aussies.
Yeah, for sure. It is so great to see that the girls are sticking in the sport. I think 14s, 15s, all the way through to 17s is when you start to see a few numbers dropping off. Just going to cut to you, Ty.
Yeah, if we go fourth from the left-hand side, it's the blue cap with the yellow stripe. Look out for this young lady. She's a current Australian board champion from Redhead. She took out the event last year at Maroochydore at the Aussies, Alana Dimmick, and she's in red-hot form. She won the New South Wales Championships only about 3 weeks ago as well. Coming into this will be a little bit of oozing, a little bit of confidence, knowing she's done on the big stage last year. She's won the state championship. There's also probably a little bit of pressure for lining up today as well.
Yeah, for sure. Again, she didn't get to race yesterday. She didn't get to shake out those nerves. And she does have that target on her head. You know, we didn't get to have a Queensland state. So right now she is our top dog. And I don't know what they're doing over at Redhead, because they are producing some phenomenal board paddlers. We know that Isaac Costello there is leading the charge as head coach. And he himself was a phenomenal board paddler. You've got the likes of Dan Collins coming out of Redhead. So we know that they are creating some great athletes over there.
Yeah, current Australian Ironman champion Dan O'Collins for another 7 days. Can he do it again next week?
Oh, I wouldn't put it past that man. He is a phenomenal athlete. I've had the pleasure of going on Australian teams with him. He is such a lovely guy. He has time for everyone on the beach, and you'll always see him having a smile on his face regardless of the position that he comes in as.
I think you hit the nail once again, talking about a phenomenal athlete, but also a human being. And that's with all the surf sports athletes. A big shout out to the Redhead crew, and also to Jess Collins and the family as well. Great family, heavily invested like many families. And just want to say the health at the moment of surf sports. So I know we've got the 13s, 14s and 15s here. It's a 9 days of competition we have lining up from 13-year-olds up to 80-year-olds. Over 400 events taking place in these nine days. 220 clubs. And we talk about being united, inspired and iconic. It's the place to be. And the good news is conditions look good, tapering on this week into next week as well. And we can see experienced Gold Coast. I'm fortunate enough, and you're fortunate enough to live here on the Gold Coast as well. And, you know, we've got the water in our front yard. We can see that the beautiful coast and the golden beaches in our front yard, and the hinterland in our backyard as well. It's the place to be here on the Gold Coast. Experience the Gold Coast.
For sure. I've loved every moment of living in the Gold Coast. It's been coming up to a year now that I've been representing Burleigh, living just across the road from Burleigh Beach. And we've got the girls picking up their boards now. They're ready. Oh, they're actually picking up the boards because the tide is coming in. They're really battling to work against the beaches. We did just get hit by Cyclone Alfred. That did affect a lot of the beaches. Fortunately, Kirra Beach is such a big beach. It wasn't too affected, but we are seeing that there are some bank changes across the beaches all across the Queensland coast.
And I think competing in these conditions as well, you know, typifies what surf life saving. Like, ideally, we train swim, board, iron to be lifesavers to patrol, the vigilance service of patrolling our beaches. And we talk about the heroes, wearing that of the yellow and red, patrolling our beaches. And the heroes today as well are those wearing white. So the officials that are there, obviously, to make this event happen. A big shout out to obviously the referees and the surf sports team, led under that of Wayne Drury as sports manager for Surf Life Saving Australia. And look at the crowd building as well. The atmosphere's here. It's up and about. It's North Kirra. The sun is shining, and we're away.
Yeah, and I think the great thing, the silver lining of this just turning into a one-day event is that everyone is down here. No one has been knocked out. Everyone's competing today. All the parents are eager to come down. The sun is out. No one is standing in the rain. And I think just the vibes are overall really high today. Everyone's really excited, and the nerves are up as the girls pick up their board and they go into their first heat of the day, when I can actually see a few girls standing back from the line. So if anyone who hasn't seen what these girls are doing before, they're planning to run further south down the beach to try and counteract that sweep that we've been seeing in those earlier races. We're seeing Trig Island, one of the girls, she's run straight out. That's Dana Warrid. She's gone straight out. We'll see how that will go, and this is really crucial for the girls in the next few heats to see. Did it work to run further south, or are they going to watch this Trig girl, Dana, see how she goes, just going straight out?
Well, a few back shooters we can see there as well. And it's the opportunity to sit down with their coaches as well. We've got some phenomenal coaches right around Australia, but also internationally as well in surf sports with international lifesaving. So that's Trig, really strong in terms, and they're entering. Got some great coaching taken by Mozzie, Andrew Mazzell doing a wonderful job over in Trig Island and in Western Australia in general. And we can see it looks like Anglesey there as well. So we spoke about negotiating this shore break. It's about maintaining board speed, but it's making good decisions.
For sure. And at the moment, we're seeing this north side getting out a little bit cleaner. We saw that in Heat 1 where the girls on the north side did seem to sneak out that little bit more. But we do have one of the competitors on the south side currently in line with the competitor on the north. Equal place right now. She's just snuck forward a little bit more. So it really is luck of the draw. They really are spread out. And right now, there doesn't really look like there's an advantage to either side at the moment.
We can see Anglesey there negotiating the shore break, a little bit of a sit and pop, and a great representation from all clubs here at the moment. We have 8 heats at the female under 15 board race, 8 going through. So we go from 8 heats, 64 being the magic number. It's all about qualifying. We see them at the moment. But the other thing telling factoring is seeing these phenomenal shots from the Big Voice crew here as well is the length of the shore break. Normally we look at 20 to 30 metres. We're looking at approximately 100 metres here of negotiating this shore break. It will get shorter as the tide runs out during the day.
For sure. And these girls are still popping, I think. Oh! And one of the girls over on the south side who did run down to the south, she was doing so well. She did just get hit by one of those waves. They look so heavy. And here we go on the north. She's had to roll. If the girls are having to roll, this is telling you that it is heavy out there.
This is big, isn't it? And it's the opportunity. And there'll be a lot of nerves, these young ladies at the moment.
And here we go. The north side is sneaking out now, which is what we saw in that first race.
Yeah, we've got 1-2 sneaking out. Could be Bonnie Wrigglesworth there from that of Rilla Barrack Point. And what a phenomenal club. But that's an orange with a grey with a white. We'll try and pick up with a bit of glare there as well coming through. Some phenomenal athletes. I want to shout out to the coaching fraternity down there at Rilla Barrack Point as well. You look at Ali Day has come through that system as well with Whitey and Ben Carberry. But let's get down the beach. Plenty of action down the beach. Let's get down there now with Harold Marshall.
Tell you what, guys, keep that energy coming in the commentary box because it is sounding unreal. But down here, it looks really, really heavy and tough. Yesterday was a bit somber, but today it is on. Legends here from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. Katie, Layla, they navigated that pretty easily, I'm going to say. Talk to us of the conditions out there, please, Katie.
Yeah, it's quite tough off the little bank in the middle there. It's quite dumpy and pretty decent waves.
And the line you went out, I was asking, did you go left or right? And then you said?
Straight.
Because?
Well, that's what my coach said, John, and then we just went straight and there was a little bit of a lull. Not a lull, just got over the waves quickly.
I think you're just too good. Now, Layla, you've had some really nice results over the summer. What are you expecting to do today? It's going to be a heavy day. Any expectations?
Hopefully make all the finals.
All the finals, that'd be nice. Now, United, iconic, and what was the last word I said? Anyway, there's a new slogan on there. We'll check it out. But what is iconic about Surf Life Saving in your eyes?
Whenever we race, we get to have a sleep in and miss the hard training sessions.
That's on record now. People can actually see that. All right, and last one, Katie. What is the best cereal in the world?
Kelloggs Nutri-Grain.
Yeah, it is. Kelloggs Nutri-Grain. Back to you guys in the studio. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you, Harold, and thank you, Katie Palmer and Layla Wiper. Layla Wiper's pretty lucky to be here. She's actually come back from a serious ankle injury only a matter of a few weeks ago. But it's all about being united, inspired, and iconic. As we can see the qualifiers, Anglesey now coming through in Heat 3. You see still some girls trying to get out here, Carla.
Yeah, this is actually quite a great shot here. We've got girls coming in and girls going out. Not sure if they're in two different water areas. It's hard to tell at the moment with the sweep. But it's just showing to you how tricky these conditions are. And, you know, some of these girls are thriving in these conditions and some of these girls are really struggling to get out the back.
Once again, a big shout out to those who are joining us for that at the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Aussie titles on that of YouTube and also that of live stream. Big shout out to Stewie Harrison. I see you're with us, and he's international overseas at the moment and watching and looking forward to watching his young boy in the under 13s lineup. And a big thank you in beautiful conditions here. We are up and racing. It is Ty Dowker here with that of Carla Papak. And how good is this? Individual racing, gold medals up for grabs. It is the Aussies, and it's what everyone wants to achieve.
For sure. Again, we are back on the beach after a tricky day yesterday. You know, the officials having to make tricky decisions about whether or not we race. We didn't get to race any water events yesterday. So if you're tuning in today, we are back on. We have a little bit more of a condensed program. We have had to cut down a few team events, which is always a shame, but we are starting with the board. We're going to go into the swim, the iron, and finishing off with the Cameron.
So heat number 3 now just finalising. You've got 3 heats of 8 of the females. You see the girls racing there because positions are at a premium. You've got to be in that top 8. You want to make that top 8 to move to that of quarterfinals. And we saw it was a great little paddle from that of Bonnie Wrigglesworth from Rillibally Point. We also see that Daniel Warrard from Trigg, I think, qualified through. Anglesey seemed to qualify through quite comfortably. And our top 2 sort of leaders of Heat 1 and Heat 2. In Heat number 2, we had Isabella Argros from that of Coochon Headland, Mary Thompson, Jess Conrad in 3rd. 3 big names we expect to see later on today. And as we saw then with Harold's interview, we had Katie Palmer, Layla Wiper. And from Ocean Grove in Victoria, well done to Olivia Clark, which is great to see. So it's all about qualifying. It's a big program as well. I think, Carla, in terms of the athletes lining up today, we swim, the board, the iron, from heats right through the finals, along with the Cameron, potentially 12 times going around the cans. Now, as an athlete, how do you prepare for that? Not only mentally, but also in terms of nutrition and hydration.
Yeah, for sure. I think your coaches are trying to prepare you for all these events as well with all the other carnivals that you do throughout the season. You kind of use those as practice runs for today. You practice your nutrition, you practice your recovery. My biggest advice to the girls today, and I guess in my experience, is making sure that you're doing a cool down after every event, regardless of how quick the next event is going to come around, and making sure that you're going back to the tent, or if your parents there on the sidelines, you're having a quick swig of water, energy drinks, and just making sure that you're getting some nutrition in, because it is going to be a long day.
You see girls still negotiating. This is probably back to that of still in Heat 3 going out. And coming up very shortly, we'll have Heat 5, and this will be good. It's a good array of clubs from Western Australia, North Cottesloe, Tugun. We've got Samson Pacific, actually 2 from Pacific, and it's a small, sleepy club that is batting well above its averages. I love Pacific. It's here on the Gold Coast as well. It's a club that's stuck in between your bigger clubs of your Burleigh and your Tallabudgera down to that of your Currumbin in that southern Gold Coast region. Great to see Pacific. Sky Campbell from Coogin, but look out for this young girl from Newport, Lisa Durs. The Newport crew, in terms of the fraternity of female athletes coming through, obviously looking at to Gemma Smith and your Lizzie Wellborns, they're sort of up the top of the tree coming through. It's a great community in terms of female athletes, that being at Newport.
Yeah, for sure. And we have our Heat 4 results in here. So we've got Bronte Kipax from Blackhead, Evie Van Hooven from Mermaid, and Ava Goodham. That rounds out your top 3 for our Heat 4. Those girls are all through. And we got Macy Johansson from Trigg Island. That's actually, Trigg Island is a club that I had the pleasure of doing a nipper clinic for. Macy, I actually met her family, and they're a lovely family. It's good to see that they've made the journey from WA to the sunny Gold Coast.
And I mentioned earlier as well, a big shout out to the Surf Sports program over there. I know, in particular with the clubs there, Alf Trigg of Andrew Moselli was nominated as coach, the WA Coach of the Year, that went to the National Surf Life Saving Awards. And he's a past professional athlete as well. Professional Ironman, was a part of the Ironman series for a number of years, representing that of WA. But so many great coaches over there. We can mention so many clubs, but also the beach results we saw yesterday as well, from all the clubs as well, doing a wonderful job there in the West, but also doing a wonderful job right around Australia, whether it's Western Australia, South Australia, Victoria, Victoria, Tasmania, New South Wales, but also the Northern Territory have one competitor. And this is a great little story. It's a Masters competitor who'll be racing this weekend representing that of the Northern Territory. He's in the 35 to 39 age group. Adam Traugott from the Mindle Beach. And if you've ever been to the Sunset up there in Darwin on Mindle Beach and the Mindle Markets, put it on your bucket list to do before your time comes up, because it's a great place to be. But isn't it great to see all the clubs right around Australia, as we meant international as well?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's a great thing about Aussies, is you are attracting all clubs from all over Australia. When I was coming through the Nippers, we didn't have the junior Aussies. So it's so great to see that these junior Aussies are able to fight it out against everyone else in the country. And we're seeing that it is attracting competitors from all over, including Northern Territory, which is so great to see. And we hope to see a few more competitors, including in the juniors, in the next coming years.
Yeah, great to see the depth. He's got more, as you said, 8 heats. Isn't it great to see? We see bottom of screen, and what a great job the Big Voice are doing in terms of the titles down the bottom as well. Shows who's coming up in this heat. Very similar caps. The Burley Cup we just saw there in Scarborough come up as well. So there's a lot of similar caps that can get confused, and we'll negotiate our way through that as well. This is Heat 5 now lining up, and you went back to Heat 4, and some big names have gone through. Blackhead in particular, Kippax, Bronte Kippax, and a shout out to that of Blackhead in New South Wales. It is a production line of some phenomenal board paddlers and iron men and women coming through, in particular the girls in this age group. They medalled last year in the board relay. I think it was the first medal they've had in many, many years, if ever in the history of Blackhead. Evie Van Hooven from Mermaid finished second under the guidance of none other than Kai Hurst. You talk about surf schools, no better to have your coach there. Ava Gooder in there as well from the Sunshine Beach, finished third in that of heat number 4. Trains under that of Wesberg as well. So we talk about so many great athletes giving back, male and female. Mia Finlay, Davies, and Macy Johansson you spoke about as well. So heat number 5 now lining up. Plenty of nerves for the girls, we can see, and a big shout out to the officials as well, really stucking these events up, because we want to get through this program. It's a massive program. We've got border coming up now. We have 5 arenas that are running from 13s, 14s and 15s, and then they'll go to surf races and irons. And the irons will basically take around 2 hours in terms of qualifying. So for those on live stream and YouTube, it's all about survival at the moment. It's qualifying through with the big finals of Super Sunday. I'd probably say around 2 o'clock likely to tick off. But so much action still, and a little bit of luck needed for all the athletes.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just thinking about these girls and their massive program today. And, you know, they've started off with the board, which you would say is maybe not as taxing as the swim. But then if we look at this, well, we can see that some of these races are going for quite some time. Some of these girls are getting caught in the shore break. They might feel like, I might be able to, have a little bit of an easier semi, and then they might get caught in the shore break, and now all of a sudden they're paddling for that 7th or 8th spot and making that race really, really tough. And we seem to be just getting through these heats one after the other, which is really great to see, since we do have a busy program. But it does mean that the girls are going to be racing quite a lot with not much rest in between.
And it's the ability to conserve your legs as well. This tide's going to run out, which means you're going to need your legs, and they all want to make the final. And then when you make that final, the cream really comes to the fore. But it's doing the little things as a professional athlete as well. You spoke about your nutrition, you spoke about your hydration, but in between races is getting off those legs and conserving as much as you can. Because low tide this afternoon, you've got to run, you've got to wade, and you've got to bring your legs in, driving on the board, and that of swimming as well. How critical are legs in terms of being an athlete in surf sports?
Yeah, for sure. I've had my fair few experiences where my legs give out on me, and you can just tell my coach Kingy, Michael King, he's commented a few times that he can tell that when my legs go, that's my race over. So hopefully these girls, I think it will come down to what running training they've also done in their training, how much their coaches have prioritized running, because you can see here, you might not think that the running is super important in a surf sports program, but it actually is a huge leg, and it's almost its own leg in these races, especially when the transitions and the run into the water is this long. So we'll be seeing it a little bit more in the iron when you've got those transitions from the swim into the board and then into those run finishes. Who's got the leg, who's done the most running training, and who's been recovering, like you said, in between those races, so that their legs still have the energy to carry them across the line.
Yeah, most definitely. I cannot agree more. People talk about being a youth iron being that of just swim and board, but it's that third element. Same with you guys as the fourth element as well. As the under-15s just looks like they're negotiating the course at the moment, the officials. But a big shout out to Kamalo, I think it is there from South Africa, who's joining us on that of our Facebook live stream as well. And a big shout out to all those. Give us make a comment where you're watching, who you're supporting, and we'll jump on the bandwagons as well, because it is the Aussies. It's the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Aussie titles. It is day 2 of 9 days, and it's all about being united, inspired, and iconic.
Yeah, and it's so good to see that we have this live stream on today. We've got representation of 314 clubs, 7,000 plus athletes over the whole course of the 9 days. So it's a huge showing. I don't think there's many other events where they have the juniors all the way through to the Masters happening in the one event. So it's a huge event for Surf Life Saving Australia to run. They do a great job of it every single year, and I think every year it's getting better and better and better with the live stream, with the broadcast, hopefully with the commentators. And I think also with the quality of the competitors, I think is getting better every single year as we see the people coming through the ranks. We see the girls, some of the girls are racing up in open events, racing up in the Iron Series qualifications and trials, and actually even making the series at very young ages now.
Yeah, this event doesn't go ahead without the great support. Obviously, it is the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain. We spoke about Nipper and Youth, to all the national partners as well. We can see them along the bottom of the live stream broadcast as well. There'll be pitched there to thank these supporters, because if you haven't got the sponsorship, as you can see, the fins coming through there on the bottom right, as well of all the other great DHL, Westpac, all the great supporters. If you don't have the great supporters that financially back these events, it's hard to get up and running. And this event being the Aussies, the 9 days, it's actually, compared to the Commonwealth Games, just falls short of how many competitors compete at that of the Commonwealth Games as well. So the enormity we spoke about of that of the Aussie titles, it's iconic. I've been involved for many, many years. I was inspired. There's the word inspired. I was inspired by my father and my grandfather as well, that went through and was a part of going away for. I think they weren't as competitive back in those days. My dad and my grandfather were about going away and having good trips. Over 7,000 competitors, 480 events. It is the Aussies, and it's heat number 5 of the under-15 female board race coming up very shortly.
Yeah, for sure. And we can just see that the girls are relaxed here. They look like they're having a little bit of fun, having a chat. They've probably been told by the officials, you can sit tight. We are having a little reassess of the conditions. However, this is sometimes a little bit more nerve-wracking, because now you are waiting. You're thinking, am I going to race? Am I not going to race? Are they going to change the course? And big shout out to all those officials who are having to make these really, really tricky decisions. And I know that we're here on the screen. So hello to everyone watching. My name is Carla, and I'm sitting here with the prestigious Ty Darker, who you've probably heard his voice many, many times. He does a great job at this gig, and I'm his apprentice today.
I think it's great to live stream on YouTube to see the setup, so to give you a bit of indication. We're tucked out the back near the surf club, a little donk was set up, and doing a wonderful job. And this is the face of Carla Papak, a professional ironwoman. I think finished 11th in the Shaw & Partners Iron Series. Give us a bit of an insight to you raced a couple of years ago as well. You've won the Coolangatta Gold, which is phenomenal. We can talk about that as well. But the professional series this year went to another level, didn't it, in terms of the format, the structure, but also the racing?
Yeah, for sure. Normally there's 20 athletes in the professional series. This year they pushed it out to 28. So that first race where we had 28 on the line, you felt it. You felt the extra competitors. The pace was on, and it was busy. You know, it was rough around the cans. You're thinking, gosh, where are all these girls coming from? But the other thing that they added to it was this eliminator format. So after every weekend of round 1 and 2, we had girls eliminated, which just made the pressure. It felt like every race was like you were racing to win, and knowing that you could be eliminated was really, really tough. I'm so happy to have made it through to the last round. To me, it was such a great experience, and I can't wait to go around next year. And we're going to cut down to the beach. We've got Howard on the beach with one of the competitors who's waiting to go out on the line. We'll cut to Howard whenever he's ready.
I'm as ready as I've ever been, and guess who I'm here with? This is Vivi from East End in New Zealand. Let's give a big kia ora.
Kia ora.
So, we had a quick chat earlier. Tell us about East End, where it is, and what led you to, I guess, spending all mum and dad's money to come here and compete against the best in Australia.
Yeah. So East End's in Taranaki, New Plymouth, and I really wanted to come here just for the experience. I think it's really good racing different girls.
Nippers Surf Sports over there, what is the program like? How many's in your squad, and how cold is it over there?
I think in my squad, in my age group at East End, we have about 5 of us, and it's freezing at the moment, freezing in the water.
It's like 28 degrees out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's really nice.
What have you enjoyed so far? Is this your first Aussie titles?
Yeah, it's my first Aussies that I've been to.
Excellent. So how many in your squad came over and support crew?
I think I'm the only one in youth that's here.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Is that it? And a few days off school?
Yeah, a few days off school. It's nice.
Nice. All right, so this is Viv from East End. Check it out on Google. Have you got anything else you want to say to your friends back home that are now watching?
Cheer me on.
And can we get a chee-hoo? I love a chee-hoo. Come on, give us one. Chee-hoo! Let's go.
He's up and about. And once again, and they are a great club, and they follow surf sports so closely. I know when we looked at the World Ocean Series and the professional series, and even here with the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Aussie titles as well. Big shout out to the East End crew. And they've had a wonderful season over their racing as well. I think it's one of the most successful surf sports season they've had in the New Zealand Championships, that of East End, and a big shout out to the crew over there as well. As mentioned, they're a proud country. They're a fun, family-focused club as well, and they provide the lifeguarding service to the community of the East End Beach over there as well. So great to see United, inspired and iconic. And the officials hopefully are getting things up and organised, because we just know how critical time is today. Obviously, we want as much racing as we want to get these athletes up and about. I'm just going to go back to talk about the professional series, because I think it's good. A lot of these kids aspire, to get there later on in life as well. What did you learn this year, finishing 11th, or being a part of the series that's going to make you better for next year?
Yeah, for sure. I think what I learnt this year was that every training session, and I'm sure King is going to love this, my coach Michael King, the head coach of Burleigh Surf Club, that every training session I felt. There are moments, in the months leading up to the series where I didn't want to go to training. I felt tired. I would wake up, I'd send Kingy a message, Kingy, can I please have this training session off? He would say no. And one thing that he really pushed to me was building my mental toughness. And I think that's the biggest thing about surf sports, about the professional series, is you have to be so mentally tough when it gets really hard in those races, when honestly, it feels like you're fighting for your life. You can't breathe. There's girls going past you, or you're trying not to get eliminated, like we had this year where you could get eliminated, and that was it. That was the end of your series. So it was really who could be the most mentally tough, be the most physically tough, and I'm really excited to take that, I guess, that feeling, those lessons learned into my training next year, because I know how brutal and I know how tough it is. And I think these girls are learning that as they go ahead. They learn, if they didn't do maybe the best block of training, they can feel that in their races. And over time, I think they'll understand the importance of consistency, of toughness, of pushing through when it feels really, really hard. And I think that's the beauty of surf sports. It really brings out these gritty and determined athletes.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. When you see these beautiful shots of experience, Gold Coast, that's Tallabudger Creek. I get the opportunity to swim in there every Wednesday morning with a community group as well, and it's a beautiful place to be. And your surf club's not far from there as well. But let's go back down the beach with Harold. We've got some more cups. Maybe a Torquay Cup is there with that of Wanda.
Freo, Wanda, Sterling, Felix, Harold. Now, warm-up was a little while ago, boys. Are you a bit nervous, a bit anxious about what's going on at the moment?
Yeah, it looks pretty big out there. Just paddle out there. So
do your best. Surf similar to Wanda. Felix, talk us through your warm-up. How did it feel out there, sweeping left to right? What's going on?
Yeah, it's pretty big sweep. It's right to left, all the way down the beach. Just out the back a couple of times and practice getting over these little powerful shories.
Yeah, it looks pretty powerful out there. Now, let's talk about the Freo swell a little bit every now and then, but talk about your crew, how many's in there, and how many came across to hang out with us for the next week?
Not much came over. I think we had about 10, 12 competitors come over, maybe a bit less. But yeah, we're pretty small in the scheme of things.
Excellent. Now, Felix, your old man's running the Nippers at the moment. How many people are coming from Wanda? How many trailers come up? And what is your favourite meal?
We got 2 trailers. We got about 15 or so juniors and 30-odd seniors, I think.
And your favourite coach?
Oh, I don't think I'm allowed to say that.
Charlie Brown it is. Your favourite, who's the coaching crew over there at Freo?
Pedro, great coach. Everyone enjoys his company.
So good. All right. Anything else you want to say? Any shout-outs down the screen? Because this is going international now.
To my dad for helping me, coaching me through to under-13s youth. Yeah.
Oh, that was very wholesome. Nice one. You?
Just all the coaches helping us get all our competitors all the way out here and helping us get through these tricky waves.
Tricky waves. And his younger sister, Fleur, who's a legend. Check out her on the beach. All right, boys, rest up, get some coverage because this sun is beating down at the moment. stand by for some more action coming up here at the 2025 Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Australian Surf Life Saving Titles.
Thanks, Harold, and loving the wide zinc. It's the old late Andrew Simons looking like, I think, down there on the beach as well. And my apologies there. The Blues there very close to the talk there, but he's Freo, and not much surf they get over there as well, and Wanda doing a great job. And for those, a quick update, the 13s and 14s have been put on hold. I've just been given an update due to the surf conditions. The 15s will continue to run through, and those are on live stream with us. A big thank you. We've got even one just here at North Kirra. Obviously hasn't got out of bed yet, but a shout out to Kobe Dooley there. Kirk Gisingham, big welcome, mate. And go Cairns and Ellis Beach from far north Queensland. And that's Jemima Evans there as well. Clifton Beach, all the way that we see from, we've got 2 Clifton Beach. We had Clifton yesterday from South Africa, and also Clifton from that of Tassie. Good luck to all the kids from Clifton. Club kids all the way from Tassie, great to see. And a big thanks to Julie Wright there from Queensley. And the list goes on. West Bay Nippers as well joining us. A big shout out. This is our under 15s looking to reset and go out. The 13s and 14s due to conditions are, I'm confident we'll get racing with the 13s and 14s. The change in tide now will drop a little bit. And what that means is the shore break will not become, we spoke about being there it is there, the shore break we can see at the moment. It's like a guillotine for the kids to negotiate. A lot of energy, a lot of surging. As that tide drops out and the swell drop, it'll be better conditions for 13s and 14s. It'll be short, sharp, but fast racing coming up.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the tricky thing is the 13 and 14 are on those shorter boards. They are on those shorter fiberglass boards, which makes them naturally a little bit slower across the water. It also just makes it harder for them to pop over the waves and roll their boards. So we are just going to put them on hold to make sure that everyone can stay safe. But I really do think, like you said, that they are going to have a chance to race today. Hopefully they will. It is surf sports. We are battling the elements that are just completely out of our control, but we do have our boats out there. We have our rubber duckies who are all run by officials. So shout out again to all the volunteer officials who are out there keeping our competitors safe, having a look at the conditions and making sure that everyone out there is safe and accounted for. So it is a good sign when we see the boats going back out to sea. That means that the events are ready to start going again.
Yeah, so they started with the 13s and 14s and the female 13 board race. I think we had 4 heats that have gone through. And then obviously due to the time constraints and the struggle of a few athletes, they've put that on hold. With the under 14 male board race, you can jump on live heats and see these updated heats as well. They had the first 2 heats that went through, and now they're on hold as well. Plenty of beach action happening as well. We won't look to cover the beach at the moment. We had a lot of beach flags yesterday, but the beach sprints are in action at the moment, up and about. As we still have the under 15s, you can see the IRBs. He's negotiating that shore break as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the competitors have to negotiate the surf, and so do our IRBs and our safety team out there. But they do a good job of it. You sometimes see that they do get a little bit called out, but they do make it out there. And yeah, like Ty said, we do have the beach sprint events going on. If you do want to be updated with those results, check them out on live heats. Unfortunately, we won't be covering those in the live stream, but those results are all available on live stream. And we are going to cut back to Harold on the beach, who's with Jimmy Walker.
And we're going to be a while too, because we'll need a while with this man, because he's got a lot of stories. United, inspired, iconic is the motto for this 2025 championships. I did a lot of research coming up through until this event, and I got stuck in the vortex of YouTube, 98 through about 2005 board and ski finals, where you were prominent racing, but then also commentating from the ski at the back, which used to be a thing back in the day. What are some iconic moments of this amazing championship that stick out in your mind?
Oh, for me, being a ski paddler, and I just saw him walking on the beach, and I would say to every kid who's on the beach, you should know who it is, and Clint Robinson is here. You talk iconic, you talk ski paddling, you talk Clint Robinson, and to win in what we're doing now in 13 times in big surf, dead flat, I think that's iconic. And he's got a maroon and white umbrella. He's a big guy. Suss him out. He's even got his shirt with his name on it because he was that good.
Unbelievable. And even watching those races back, it seemed like a first grade, reserve grade type thing, because this guy was just insane.
Yeah, he was. He was a league in front. I mean, you don't win 13 national titles in any event. Doesn't matter if it's flags, beach sprint, board paddling, board rescue, boats, or ski paddling. To do it in one individual event at a time when I think ski paddling was at its absolute massive height. And it was a time, I'm not taking anything away from the paddlers of today. They're magnificent and they would compete in any of the eras. But the depth that was there, every Olympic kayaker was competing. Quarterfinals and on were where it was all at, and he did it 13 times. I tip my hat to him. I wish it was me, but it was him. and that's iconic. If the logo is iconic in my view, that is it. That guy, I was in his era, competed against him, fortunate or unfortunate for all that time, but that's iconic in my view.
Even talking about the numbers, I know that one of the events you said there was like over 300 registered for an open ski race.
No, mate, 550. 550, yeah. It was, and Peter, and you talk about iconic, I'll go flip over to the official side of things. Peter Connell, who's still an official to today, he ran that to perfection. He had us all in order, 550. Well done to him as well. That's iconic in my view.
Iconic moments, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy Walker, we'll see you on the beach all next 9 days. Thanks, brother.
Thanks, Harold.
Thanks, Harold. Thanks, Jimmy. I'll tell you what was iconic as well. We go back 2 years ago, and Jimmy Walker, as an over 50, finished fourth in the open ski race. As we are back and racing, it looks like that, of the under 15 females lining up. It might be heat number 5. I think it is heat number 5 lining up. And I'll come back to Jimmy Walker and North Bondi in a bit of downtime later on, because at the moment they are the premier club in New South Wales. So it is the under female board race up and about the moment, and the start list we've got there.
Yeah, we have heat 5 in the water right now. They waited patiently on the line. We didn't see too many tactics like we saw in the race before with girls running down south. They've all seemed to just headed a little bit further south, but no one making an extreme pivot to the south. We've a few different clubs in here today: Ulverstone, Pacific, North Cottesloe. One of the
Plenty
girls.
of drama. Sorry, Carla.
That's all right. Just had to pop and roll away. Glenelg, Northcliffe, Umina, Ayr, Cooks Hill, so Woolgoolga. So again, lots of people making the trip over to the Goldie.
You can see the speed at the moment. It's the ability to get that rating up and get that board speed sort of tip and tail at the moment. So the southern end might sneak out. There's a little bit of holes starting to open. I call about windows of opportunity. And you can see that in the middle of the screen at the moment. A little window could be Macy Mayfield from Alex. Might be just sneaking through there in that little window of opportunity. And we spoke about Lisa Durst from Newport. Look at her bottom right-hand side, making it as yellow with the 2 maroon stripes up on her knees. And that's a good sign of someone confident on their knees as an under 15.
For sure. Now, for those of you who don't know, it is the first year that the girls get to paddle, the second year, sorry, so you can tell how long I've been out of the juniors for. Second year that the girls are paddling mouse. So they're still fresh on the mouse. A lot of them are still a little bit small for these big boards, but they're doing amazing, and you won't see a lot of paddling on the knees. That is the skill that they have to practice and that they get used to. And those boards are so long. To put it into perspective, me, 175 centimetre tall, I struggle to reach that popping strap. So these girls, they're not fully grown, they're not fully developed, are barely getting to that popping strap, and they're having to pop around 7 to 8 times in these races. So it does take a lot of energy for them to have to be reaching forward to that popping strap. And the girls have had a great race here. We're actually seeing most of the field out the back, which is one of the best we've had so far.
Yeah, I think that's a sign of the slight drop in the swell as well in that tide. So it brings that racing a little bit closer as well. We spoke about Alex being up there. We spoke about Lisa Durst. Now, she's the current Australian surf race champion from last year as well. That Elise has done a wonderful job in that space as well. And look out as well, there's a young girl here from that of Umina, and that's Marley Hoyland. She finished second. A swell starting to build. This is good. Wave time.
Yeah, we haven't had 3 on a wave in many of the other races. We've got Umina, Newport, and just one other that we'll give you in a second.
It could be an Alex Cup, I think. It's just hard to see with the glare. And we just spoke about this young lady. That's Marley Hoyland from that of Umina. Finished second in the New South Wales Championships. That was taken out by Alana Dimmick from Redhead. And you can see the quality of the girls coming through. So it's the safety now there, the negotiate going out, got around the cans nice and clean, and they'll come through and qualify. Remember, 8 is the magic number.
Yeah, for sure. And these girls can relax. They know that they've made it through to the next round. You can see here, they're just trotting along the water. They don't need to expend any more energy. As that run is going to get longer and longer, we talked about it before, they are going to need to save their legs. And it doesn't really matter what you come across the line, first, second, or third, because it all comes to the luck of the draw and where you get positioned in the next race. We've got 4th and 5th coming through here.
Yeah, Pacific, that's an Alex there as well. We've got Poppy Mendes there as well from Alex. So I think we had, that's 5, 6, 7, potentially being our 8. Could be wrapping up that of our number 8. Could be Lucy Webber from Cooks Hill. That's the red, white and blue, the tricolours of Cooks Hill. Been very dominant over a number of years in terms of their Nipper program. But also look out for Lily Egan and the girls in the under-17s next weekend as well. Phenomenal young athletes coming through that of Cooks Hill.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, again, this was one of the nicer run-outs that the girls had, where we had most of the field around 10 get out pretty cleanly, and that's just how the surf goes. Some events you're going to see some upsets. You are going to see some of those top girls who you expected to see in the finals get knocked out in a really tricky heat, and that is tough, and that is surf racing. And then you see the next heat where everyone gets out, and you might be looking on the beach and you might be thinking, I wish I was in that race. But I guess that is surf racing. It's happened to me. It's happened to some of the best competitors where you've seen real big upsets. So I think we'll be seeing a lot of upsets today, lots of thrills and spills, but I'm really excited to see this finals package that will be happening later today, probably starting from around 2 p.m.
I love this event. Personally, the board event for myself is something. I was actually fortunate. I was under 15 Australian board champion back in the day.
Flex.
So going back a fair few years ago, I was at Burleigh, and the conditions we had yesterday was what it was like back in 1989. I'll give my age away, but it was massive and messy and windy. But for me, I love the board race. I love the iron. What's a pet event for you? If you were lining up today as under 13, 14, and 15, you had to swim, the board, the iron. We all love team events. What would be an event you would love?
Yeah, I love the board as well. We've got a replay now here on the screen of the start of that Heat 5. We are seeing a lot of the girls running further north and popping over. You can see the girls have to really reach to that popping strap. They're doing a really great job. And then you can see what Ty was talking about, these little pockets where you might have to readjust your line. You might have to shift your board to the right, and that's going to be the difference whether you get out first to the can and then you have first luck of the waves on the way in. So I'll just run you through the results here. We had Marley from Umina in first, Lisa Durst from Newport in second, Poppy Mendes, Alexandra Headlands in third, Bronte Finnick from Pacific, Macy Mayfield, Alexandra Headlands fifth, Holly Dimiv from Coogee in sixth, Sky Campbell in seventh from Coogee, and then we rounded out with Lucy Webber from Cooks Hill in eighth. We say goodbye to a few of the other competitors. We are having some DNS, which is just showing to you how tricky these conditions are, and it is just sometimes a little bit up to the officials. They might have to pull some of those girls that are taking a little bit longer, especially if they've seen that top 8 coming through. It is gnarly. I can say I've been pulled from a race before. I've done it.
It's not a good feeling.
It's not a good feeling, but it does happen.
But one thing surf sports teach you, and that's resilience, and its ability to reset, and more importantly, in an hour's time they line up and go back at the surf race as well. So heat number 5 is now going to be completed. We're obviously showing the odd number heats for those joining us on that of live stream and YouTube. 1, 3, 5, 7 coming up very shortly. But a quick shout out to the winner of heat 6, and that's Sophie Clues. Now, the younger sister of Olivia Clues, who this year was the Shaw & Partners Next Gen Iron Series winner, picks up an automatic contract for that of next year, which is very, very exciting. Evie Waller from Redhead as well. Hart from Currawong. Morgan from Anglesey. Blackhead once again. Mentone, great to see qualifying through. Luca Berg, great to see. You talk about Swansea Belmont and board paddling. Luca's dad was a past Australian Open board champion of Grahamberg from the Swansea Belmont Aussie titles. As heat number 7, he's up and about. And East End from New Zealand are in this one again. We'll keep an eye on her from Vivian Hale. We interviewed her earlier. She's now out and about. Yeah,
we just have Taylor Birch leading the charge out here on screen from Burleigh. I have the pleasure of teaching some of the Burleigh girls Pilates on a Wednesday night, and Taylor is one of my attendees, and she's done a really good job of negotiating this break. She has decided to go that little bit further south or running out straight. I'm liking the south side. I think it is the way to go. You're tending to see that the girls on that south side are sneaking out. They are having to paddle a long way back to the cans, but it doesn't matter because once you're out and you're out in the flat water, you can afford to spend a little bit more time paddling.
One thing I love about the Burleigh girls, and I had an opportunity to coach them as nippers as well, there's a nucleus of them. It's not 1 or 2. We're talking about 6 or 7. And when they turn up the training, it's game on. The competitiveness there, not only in the ocean, but also the pool, like many clubs as well. The other thing, too, is I love the rating. The rating of, you can see Taylor Birch down the bottom here as well in the skill set. So we've got, looks like 4 to be breaking away at the moment. We spoke about Hale from East End. We've got Correa there from North Cronulla, Simpson from Terrigal, North Bondi. And what a club, North Bondi, in the youth at the moment. They won the New South Wales Championships. And look out for this young lady in particular coming up later today. 14-year-old for North Bondi of Catherine Jordan. She took out the swim, the board and the iron at the New South Wales Championships. Phenomenal athlete coming through the ranks, and really looking forward to seeing her racing today. Along with that of Mia Hu in the under 13. She won the swim and the iron as well. They pride themselves on really good swimmers at North Bondi as well. And to the coaching fraternity there, I know Bart Cummity won the 13 board race. His dad coaches there. We see Taylor Birch come around the Cam 1. But this just shows the ability to own that shore break, doesn't it? You see Taylor Birch at the moment, and this is the place you want to be.
For sure, and you could see she ran out straight, she ran out strong and fast. She had first crack at the waves, and she managed to get over them pretty unscathed. And then it was that last little wave that she was able to just punch through while others got pushed back. So again, that's where you see the biggest gains. If you can get through a wave without being pushed back, that is going to get you meters. And then now she's out in the clean water. She's going to turn around. I wonder if we're going to see her pulling off any waves like her teammates did this morning. She's got a wave here. She might try and give it a crack. I think she will. I think Taylor's a bit of a charger.
She normally goes, Taylor Birch. And here we go. What a great angle here from the big voice. Around we go. She'll slide back, needs momentum, get down, up and over she goes. And Taylor Birch has lost the board. Drama aplenty here. She does have a very, very big lead. Very uncharacteristic by Taylor Birch. She's a very good swimmer as well. But I think where she's at the moment, she'll still come through, but it's panic stations for Taylor Birch.
For sure. She might even get this body wave. It is really tricky. Well, she did really well there. The tricky thing is that her board has actually gone all the way back to the beach. It hasn't stopped in the gutter. Luckily, she's managed to get all the way in nearly, and I think she'll pick up this body wave. Like you said, she is a great swimmer. But I think, again, this is just showing you the difficulty and the dumpiness of these waves. You know, the fact that she just nosedived just then is really showing that these waves are really pulling up high. And we've got second place here who is going to turn into first.
She's the current Australian Ironwoman champion, knows Taylor very, very well. That's probably why she's giving the smile, saying, I'd rather paddle my boarding. But Sadie Mag, she won the Australian Under-14 Ironwoman Championship. The IRB, oh my God, numbers are coming through now. I'm not sure if this is it is Taylor's heat. We're going to watch this very, very closely because drama unfolding here in Heat 7 for this of Taylor Birch at the moment. Currently sitting, I'll say, in 6th position. Remember, 8 is the magic number to go through. There's one there, Carla.
And we do need to get Taylor's board. It isn't an iron. You can't finish without your board. You need to finish with the board. I think I saw some of the officials telling her where her board was. That's 2, 3, 4, 5 through. So we have 3 more positions. That's 6 and 7.
We might stay here on this camera shot at the moment, the finish line, because I can see at the moment that's 5, that's 6 coming up now, which will leave 2 spots only. There's more on ways, but where is Taylor Birch?
Where is Taylor Birch? She's probably out there looking for her board. Has she
There's
found
7.
it yet?
She's finished. She's just qualified through, just out of screen at the moment, in position 7, I believe.
Yeah, okay, so it makes a little bit... Yeah, she has crossed the line. It makes a little bit more sense now that we saw those girls. It is hard to tell from the live stream exactly. I haven't been out there this morning. I think I might have to go do a test run myself. How dumpy those waves are. And I think we do have a run up the beach here for 7 and 8. You can just tell that the girls are maybe realizing they're running for that 8th position. You never know. You have to sprint to the line. And it looks like the girl on the pink board just got through. That was nerve-wracking.
When I say it's nerve-wracking for Taylor Birch, but it'll be more nerve-wracking for mum and dad. Danielle, Birchie, Big Brad, I'll tell you what. Mum gets nervous at the best of times, let alone seeing her daughter. Anyway, they've qualified through. That is heat number 7. The odds and evens have been done as well. All 8 heats have now been done. So heat number 8, you jump on that of live heats and check that as well. And once again, a big and massive hello to those joining us in what is the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Aussie Championships. And we can see the replay here. And look at this, Taylor Birch, and this is what you talk about owning this shore break section and negotiating. It was the cadence of running, the big sit and pop there, driving the board forward, maintain that board speed. Some deciding to go north, which I think was, and you mentioned as well, was a good opportunity to get those windows coming down now and so close. You just see the impact.
I don't think she could have done anything different there, really. That wave came down heavy. And we got Harold Marshall on the line here. He's with Taylor. So we will cross over to Harold, who is on the line here with Taylor.
Taylor. Smoked it perfect. Everything was really fun. And then?
I just decided to send a massive one in and nosedived and lost my board.
But everyone loved it. It was fun. How much panic were you going through when you lost it?
A lot, because I just wanted to have a good race. It didn't matter as well. I just had to get through, and I was having a good race up until then, so it was really disappointing to not have an actual good set out race.
But at least the air is done now. You can relax, get through the next round, do your best. Congratulations. We're going to move down one more to the left here. McKeely got through.
Yeah, it was pretty good, but it was a bit close.
Now, which club are you from and who are your coaches?
Bunbury, and my coach is Mrs. D, and my dad helps out sometimes too.
Nice. Can you go through another round, do you reckon?
Hopefully, but it'll be tricky.
Very tricky. All right, congratulations, McKeely. Big wave down the camera. Great work.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to see. Thanks, Harold. And great to see Bunbury as well. A very proud club over there in WA. And we sent a shout out from WA as well to Craig Ashworth joining us. A big thanks. And he says all the best to WA athletes who've made the trip over there. And you see the results there. Sadie Maggs. Now, obviously, you look at the professional Ironman series. Connor Maggs. This is younger sister of. From Newport. Look out for a brave showing today from Sadie Maggs, great young girl coming through. She calls herself the most talented Maggs in the family as well. Thorley there for Pacific, great to see. Mills as well from Coogin. Look out for Redhead. They produce. It is a production line for great board paddlers. Ruby Cregan there from North Bondi. Anglesea Birch sneaks in 7th, but you've only got to be there. And these from City of Bunbury as well. Great club just south of Perth over there. And a big thanks to those joining us on live stream, as we mentioned. Go Queensy from Team Wright, we said there as well. Go North Bondi. Go Billy Reid. And the list goes on to that. Best of luck to that of Southport. And a hello to Hayley Howe and Mel Langrigan, who are joining us on the live stream. Thanks for joining us. We had the under-15 female board race. We had heats 1 through to 7 shown on the live stream. I believe heat number 8 is done. Looks like we're heading over to the male under-15 male board race now. Plenty more action. The 13s and 14s are still on hold as we speak, but I'm super confident we will get some action as we see Experience the Gold Coast, the beautiful Golden Sands, and it is going to be an absolute gold rush on the beach today as we name Aussie champions to pick up an Aussie gold medal. What does it mean, Carla, for these young boys and girls, 13s, 14s and 15s, in approximately 6 to 8 hours' time, at home with their friends or getting around their team with that gold medal?
Yeah, I think it means the most to them. To win an Aussie title, like we spoke about before, is the epitome of surf sports. You walk away knowing that you were the best of that season. Everyone remembers your name, and then everyone remembers your name until all the way till the next year. So you get to keep that title for a year. I mean, you get to keep the title forever. I've had the pleasure of winning 1 Aussie title on my whole Ironwoman career, hoping to maybe add a few more next week when I race in the Open titles. But yeah, having that one Ironwoman title in the under-19s, it's really special. It's something I'll remember forever. From there, I got so many opportunities. I got to represent Australia in the Japan Sanyo Busan Cup. So, you know, the people are watching, the selectors are watching for these Australian teams. So if you are winning the Australian titles, you are putting yourself into the running for these Australian teams as well to represent your country, which is a huge honour.
And more importantly, you get to go here on live stream right across that for those joining us on Facebook and YouTube. The production of the Big Voice boys do a wonderful job. And we can see the titles down below as well. A big thanks to all our sponsors. But coming up is the under-15 mile. Now, this is a great race. Like all our races at Aussie Championships, a huge array of numbers and caps lining up. And it's all about being united, inspired and iconic. And if we go back 12 months ago, Kingston Lowe, who actually goes to my school from that of BMD Northcliffe, won this. It was a phenomenal race. It come down to a sprint up the beach with Kingston Lowe. But the man to beat, I believe, in this age group is the Sky Blue Cap of Manly. Look out for that of Henry Whitehead. New South Wales Championships. He won the swim, the board and iron throughout the whole summer. He has been the man to beat, that of Henry Whitehead from the Manly Club. So start list coming up, we can see at the moment. And we have Potter there from Wollongong City. Great to see Wollongong City. They did very well on the beach yesterday as well. North Bondi and Frosty from a very proud surfing family, along with Locke as well. Harrison from Sorrento, from Boothie, under the guidance of Boothie there as well. Now, Jacob Chalmers from Manly trains side by side with that of Whitehead day in, day out. Look out for him. Lonigan from there from Wanda, Moore from Fremantle, Burrows, Crawshaw from Tannum Sands. Tannin Sands, I'll tell you what, they're not used to having surf. They produce some great board paddlers. Pacheco for Northcliffe. Once again, another one there. Doherty Gardner there from Sorrento. The Sky Blue Cup of Jan Jack in Victoria. A big welcome and all the best to Archie. He's a great young board paddler coming through as well. Mulligan there from that of Richie Dorr. From celebrating 100 years of SP Love Surfers Paradise, Van Drunen and Redhead. We talk about a production line of great board paddlers. Look out for Jasper Graham. That's the big boys. It's the top age. It's the under 15s. And the big boys will come out to play.
For sure, and this is their last age group in the juniors. After this, they will graduate to the Open Aussies, which is really exciting, but obviously really nerve-wracking. When they go into the under-17s, they actually go into the 17s for 2 years. So it means that they are racing people a year older than them, a year more experienced. So for these guys, this is their last chance really to race against just their own age group in the 15s, just the boys, just the young'uns. And I think we're going to see, you've already talked about, we have a lot of potential crucial. We have a lot of emerging athletes in this under-15s. I think they're going to give those upper-age 17s a run for their money next year. But all eyes on the under-15s for this year, and we'll see who'll be crowned the board champion today.
Probably I think too is the conditions we have. We spoke about the consistency of the swell. Now with that you need a lot of strength as well to get through it. And this age of 14 and 15 is an age of growth and development, and we see different in body sizes, probably more dominant in the 14s and 15s compared to that of the older age groups. And we see the boys lining up, and he's a man mountain, the boy from Wollongong City. He's just right hand side there. That's the maroon with the 2 white stripes of Drew Potter. I spent a number of years going to university down in Wollongong as well, and they produce some really good board paddlers. Trent Lawrence in particular back in the day, and Louis there, and all the great board paddlers have come through, and the Jenner boys. Can't forget the Jenner boys down there as well. Production line of great board paddlers. North Burleigh, you talk about the depth. You can see the boys here starting now, heading south once again, looking to use or negotiate that bit of sweep to hit that can on cue.
Yeah, and that's interesting. They've all headed south. They would have been watching the girls beforehand. The girls got to go first, which is actually quite uncommon. And we got Tom Crawshaw from Tannum Sands, who's actually had a phenomenal start. He's down on that left-hand side at the bottom of the screen. He's leading them out, and he is the most north of the group here. So I'd be looking at him. Like I said, I've been backing the north side more consistently. I'd be looking at Tom, see who will get out first.
Yeah, and Tannum Sands, you go back to Taj Andrews, won an Australian board title for Tannum Sands a few years ago as well. And I said, negotiate the shore break. This is how critical it is. You can see a lot closer racing now. That tide's starting to run out. Plus, they're a little bit bigger and stronger as well. We can see the boys compared to the 13s and 14s. In the background, look at that wave building. And that's what looks like heat number 2 of the males coming in as well. Now, remember, I believe it's still 8 is the magic number. We'll get Harold to give us an update on that in a moment. But 8 being the magic number coming up. As it is heat number 1 of the under-15 boys making their way out of the first can.
For sure, and we've got Howard on the beach here, but we'll cut to him in a second. The boys are out. They're nearly out. They've just got one last little wave to negotiate. I think this one is actually going to stand up quite high, and
this is really interesting under 15. But what a moment it is, because we have the president, John Baker, ESM, and what a legend he is as well. He loves his helicopters in surf life saving. He's down the beach now at Harold Marshall.
Yeah, the cheese doesn't get any bigger than Big John Baker, president of Surf Life Saving Australia. Obviously, a little bit of angst yesterday. The weather come through, but today it's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, it's great to be back onto the Gold Coast, and I've got to say it's a real credit to the events team and all the volunteers. We had a challenging bump in, obviously, post the cyclone, but they did a great job in getting us all set up, and now it's for all systems go. But yesterday, it's the weather, what can you do? But today's fantastic, and I think we're looking forward to a really sort of good week in terms of weather conditions and competition, so it's great.
I think we can get all the season, so a bit of swell over the next few days, and then it's going to drop off for the Opens. Anything specific you're looking forward to?
I'm really looking forward to the adaptive events. It'll be the second year that we've had the adaptive events. We've got 37 competitors entered this year, so I'm looking forward to that. I love the youth. I do like watching sort of the Masters and some of my old fellow competitors competing in the Masters, but once we hit the weekend and the Opens, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, fantastic. Surf Life Saving is for everybody, and fantastic that we're able to encompass the events for everyone. So for the next week, you're here around. Will you be supporting the club, the state, everyone?
Oh, basically everyone. But, I've got my own club here in Brighton from South Australia, and they've got a good contingent, but I'm just really looking forward to seeing a great standard competition. It's one of the biggest Aussies that we've had recently, about 7,500 competitors. So it's the biggest event of its type in the world, and certainly the biggest sporting event of its type in Australia.
Perfect. Thank you, JB.
Before you go, Harold, can you ask him if he's going to do the open water 2K next Saturday? He guaranteed me last year he was going to do it.
I'll find out off air. I'm pretty sure he won't be.
Thanks. Thanks, mate. And the other 15 boys are once again boards getting thrown around as well. It shows the break. 8 is the magic number coming through. And there's Chalmers. We spoke about the Manly boys. Look out for them in this race, the under 15 board race. It's all about qualifying at the moment. It is heat number 1 we have, and Chalmers will go through comfortable. Great to see. Kobe Burrows as well, the young boy from Manly. 8 is the magic number. It is the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Aussie champs. Yesterday, obviously, the inclement weather put a hold. We did have the beach flags yesterday. What a phenomenal effort. A big shout out to all the beach flag winners as well. Hudson back home from Tullabudra. Charlie Ingham from out of Southport. We then went to South Baroobra to Carthra, I think it was. Oscar from Point Leo. What a race that was yesterday in the Beach Flags under 14 boys. Fen Turner from Alex, along with Kaito from South Africa, and Emily Green. But it is the boards at the moment. Still plenty of swell on offer. These great pictures from the beautiful Gold Coast, the golden sands, the blue skies. Does it get any better of experienced Gold Coast here in Queensland? More heats coming up. We'll get a rundown of how many heats. We're looking at potentially, we'll get an update of how many heats. We had 8 heats of the females that lined up. We have 10 heats of the males that are lining up as well. So I might just try and get an update from Harold. Are we still taking potentially 8 going through, or are we running a little bit more streamlined to run to quarterfinals? We'll get an update from Harold very shortly. We see heat number 3 now starting to line up at the under 15 male board race for the competitors. And as mentioned, we go back 12 months ago, Kingston Low. He's the current champion. And in out of the 15s, Neve Arthur from that of Sunshine under the guidance of Wes Berg was the 15 female board champion as well. We're united, we're inspired, and it's iconic. It's the Aussie champs. No place you'd rather be. As you look here at North Kirra. And a great spectacle is, once again, a big shout out to the officials who've done a wonderful job in this event. And there you have it, united, inspired, and iconic. For those on live stream of that of Facebook and YouTube, give us a shout out. And we just had confirmation, 8 going through. 8 going through from the males as well. So they'll go to 80. They may then look at another second round for that of we see Sorrento coming across the line. I want to have a shout out to Sorrento. It's a club in Western Australia, just sort of north side of Perth there as well. But to Michael Booth and the team there, you know, it doesn't happen. It's a village that put teams together. A big shout out, mate, to the effort you're doing over the Sorrento, and to DRP. Obviously, Triple M, they're sponsoring the Ocean Swim as well. The all right, in terms of that, and the Australian government, great support. But the event national partners for this event as well. DHL, Isuzu, Qantas, and Westpac, great supporters of life-saving in all aspects of life-saving as well. So heat number 1, Carla, is just finishing. We see Janja coming in there as well to finish. And John Baker mentioned as well, 314 clubs, 7,000 athletes, 400 plus events. We might just jump onto that of some comments that are flying around with us. And give us a shout out where you're from, who you're supporting.
And we have Harold on the beach here with one of the boys from Heat 1. We'll cut to Harold.
It was all about a segue. So we grabbed someone from Sorrento. Matt.
Yep.
Sick. Now, how many heats have we got for the board?
10.
How many going through?
8.
Coaching structure, who's in charge?
We got Michael Booth from Sorrento.
Obviously, because he's a coach.
Yeah. And then, that's it.
Nice. What do you love about surf lifesaving?
Just everything, like mainly the waves. We don't get much in WA, but it's good to have some here today.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Obviously, Sorrento don't get too many waves coming through. Does this get you excited?
Yeah. We excited to see from yesterday. Bit disappointed it cancelled yesterday, but today it's been good.
Will you take the board out at Snapper after tomorrow?
Yeah, hopefully.
And how many days off school have you got?
5.
Is that all?
Yeah, can't stay any longer than that.
Nice one. Anyone you want to give a shout out to back at home?
Just my parents for taking me over here. I know it cost a lot and a lot of work put in, so thanks.
All right, let's go, legend.
Thanks, Harold. Those kids are a cracker when they're talking on the beach. We've got the next heat lining up on the board. We're seeing some clubs from Allura, Wonder, great New South Wales representation here. You know, those Bay beaches, they do get a lot of swell, especially Wonder, Allura, North Cronulla. I myself am a nipper from Cronulla, and we used to paddle over to all 3 beaches during our sessions. Remember, we used to beg our coaches to take us to the beaches just so we could get some waves. Once again, we can see all their boards pointing towards the south. They are all going to run out south. They're probably all speaking to each other and saying, you running south, you running south. We are seeing more of those boys trying to run a lot more south. So I'm going to keep an eye on these boys on the north side to see how they go. We've got Sunshine Beach, one of the boys here, coached by Wes Berg here. I know that they've got a very family-orientated club over at Sunshine Beach. You know, Wes takes them out into the surf. Sunshine does get a lot of surf, so I'd be interested to see these Sunshine boys and how they handle the big surf. We can just see one of the Wonder boys just fell off his board. He'll get back on. He'll go back out. And they're really spread out here, and they're really spreading out quite quickly. We'll see that in these races today As the tide drops, we might see it get a little bit closer, but we're seeing that they're all really spread out. They're really just negotiating this shorey. It is very tricky tie here. We've got Heat 2 in the water, Sunshine Beach leading out the charge. And they're really getting stuck here in this shorey. We're not seeing a lot of movement. No one's really made a break for it. I think Sunshine is still in the lead, but he's still got a few more waves to tackle. And there is Sets rolling out the back. Wow, I think that was a great shot there. We just got there of how big the Sets are today.
Yeah, like the swell is expected to drop a little bit. You see Mermaid on the left-hand side there as well. That's a tricolours of Mermaid, but it's a consistency. So you can see the waves at the back, a little bit of wind and an offshore wind today compared to onshore yesterday. But tough conditions for these athletes.
For sure, and these boys are young, you know. They might not have a lot of experience. I'm sure a lot of them spend time playing after training sessions. I would say that's one of my biggest advice to the younger kids out there is do the training session, but then spend that extra 10 to 15 minutes playing in the surf, getting used to the waves. You know, when Aussies got announced at Kirra, they might have thought, oh, it's going to be flat. Who knows? Definitely not. As we can see here, Kirra does still get surf. It does take more of a specific swell direction, but it does get surf. And as we can see here, the boys are actually starting to paddle a little bit further out to sea to get over these waves instead of just going straight across to the other can.
Yeah, the leader there, Lachlan Walker, I think it was, or Maverick Harris there for Sunshine, was actually turning as if he was going around two cans. And it probably looks like a combination here of a number of competitors coming through for this. And a big shout out to those watching the live stream in the white tent. I just had to bolt outside and bolt back in. There's a big crowd out there as well. And the merch is there for sale. And the barbecue for the North Kirra. I tell you what, the bacon egg burgers, $6. You cannot leave the beach, or a $10 Works burger. Get involved for those that support the Nippers of North Kirra. Great battle here. 4 go round, 8 is the magic number. And you can see the urgency of these athletes. Some deciding to lie down, some kneeling up. What would you do, Carla?
It's tricky around the cans because it is always very tight. The boards are hitting each other. The last thing you want to do is be knocked off into the water and lose your ground. And we've just seen here one of the Swansea Belmont boys, I believe, get a little... no, not a Swansea Cup. Get a little bit of a runner on his own. Oh, Glenelg, Lachlan McGregor. He pushed down that little wave, and you can see here that those little advantages, those little waves, those little runners that you can pick up will pay dividends, as we see one of the boys just fall off his wave here. The swell is moving in crazy directions here. So Lachlan McGregor will get this wave on his own. A few others will come to join. His nose will just go under, but he will handle it fine. Now remember, we've got top 8 here, so these boys can relax. They know they've made it through. 3 on the front wave, 2 on the back. These boys are all sure that they've made it through to the next round.
Yeah, great to see. Glenelg from South Australia, and a very dominant club for many, many years in board paddling in particular. Looks like Lewis Williams there from the Mermaid. He's been performing exceptionally well in terms of Mermaid. So he trains on the guidance, as mentioned, of Kai Hurst, one of the great watermen coming through. Jack Cross from Coogin as well. The boys, and this is what it's all about. It's just about surviving through, getting through each cup, one race at a time. I've got my young boy racing today in under 14s, and this morning I spoke about to him. I said, obviously want to make that final. You know, he loves his board. I said, but it's like climbing a ladder. It's just one step at a time. Stick to your processes, and hopefully the outcome will be there for you at the end. More qualifiers coming through. That's like Lorne from Victoria. Very similar cup to Sawtell in New South Wales as well. And the City Relief, I think he might have just scraped in. There's the Sunshine boy as well, so I'm not sure if he had some drama going on. He was up there nice and early.
I think there's 2 Sunshine boys in here. So Sunshine with a good showing. One of the Sunshine boys already in, and I think the other one just coming through. We have Allura coming through. We spoke about the Bait Bay clubs, Blake Francis. They do get a lot of swell. Looks like he's maybe just missed out, maybe in that 9th position. Oh, the 9th man. It always hurts.
You really want them all to qualify here because you know how much it means. They've travelled a lot. They've committed a lot. I love this. This is probably the best sprint finish I've seen all day, and guaranteed as we get towards the pointy end of qualifying through. And that's the young boy from Wanda there coming through as well. So many great stories are taking place. This is Heat 3 of the under 15s at the moment. Heat 5 coming up very, very shortly. And you see the conditions from near and far as well. Big shout out to Scotty Unicum. Big shout out, and also to Jared there from Cairns all the way up north as well. A big shout out to you as well. And Sam Hess saying, go the Tassie crew. And watching from Bali, Lee Jones, a big welcome as we see the replay of heat number 3. And the guidance of Wesberg, the Sunshine boys decided to go straight but really attack. But it was a little bit of luck more towards the southern end. I think they snuck out nice and early. Impressed with the boy from Glenelg.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, it's tricky. It's changing. I'm actually looking at this course here. I think they actually have added an apex for these boys, whereas the girls only had the 2 cans. A few reasons why they might have done that. That back brake is breaking a little bit closer in now. That back brake can get tricky, especially if you're trying to paddle sideways to that next can. If you copper wave sideways, it will ruin your race. You will fall off your board. And we're going to cut to Harold on the beach here with one of the Seacliff boys.
Jordan Tucker from Seacliff snuck through to the next round, top 7. I want to know what you did yesterday, though.
I played Minecraft yesterday.
All day?
Yeah, all day.
Is that the secret to your success this morning?
Yeah. It was just trying to relax yesterday. I feel good for today.
Because the weather was putrid, much nicer today. Seacliff program, how many's in your squad?
There's not a lot of young people, but there's a lot of old boys, so it's good influence on the younger kids.
Have you got your bottom in a ski yet?
Nah.
Next year, you'll be pumped up for that, though?
Yeah, next year.
Awesome. So you've got swim, board and iron. Any team events?
Nah, I'm the only one from my age group, so no team events.
Nice. All right, tell us one good thing about Seacliff.
The community is really good there. All the older boys are really encouraging to everyone. So
easy. Thanks, JT. See you, legend.
Yeah, great job, Hart. I'll tell you some good things about Seacliff. Because I had the opportunity, I travelled to Australia with my family 3 years ago. We actually stayed in the caravan park right next for a week and train with them. They do a phenomenal job with their surf sports. And Tommy Gunn-May, if you listen here, Tommy, he actually led off the Coolangatta Gold 2-3 years ago off the ski leg and representing South Coast. He probably didn't have the swim or the board to match, but he's a great ski paddler, legend of a guy as well. And as a community, and I think the young boy mentioned it there as well, that it's just the people that make a club. And it's the people that make all our club. But more importantly, how healthy surf sports. You've been involved in a few clubs yourself. As we see the great experience Gold Coast coming up. We talk about the beautiful, Currumbin Alley. What about that? The Currumbin Rock. Some nice waves there as well. And whether you're family visiting, go down the beach and have a look at the Golden Sands and the beautiful days that we have here as well. That's what the Gold Coast is all about, leading tourism, not only Australia but also worldwide as well. But coming back, you can see all the tents of the surf clubs. Every surf club, it's just health, isn't it? And we love so much about the lifestyle.
Yeah, for sure. I think the really special thing about surf life saving and surf sports is, like we saw Jordan's mentioning before, the community that is made around these surf clubs. I myself have been fortunate to come from a few smaller clubs, just as we see the 15 boys round 5 going into the water right now, where we are boosting through these board races. The boys are that little bit faster cadence, a little bit faster stroke rate, and they're just getting up now, which is showing to us that it is getting lower. The tide is getting lower. The boys are able to get up off their boards, get back on, and once again, quite spread out with that northern side leading the charge a bit more.
Yeah, they're spread out, but they're a bit congested. I think they're too close. To me, I talk about give yourself room as well. You see the scramble going on and the urgency, and this is really good to see. You can see Jake Ball there from Sunshine, but what about Ollie P from Wakatane from New Zealand? Just want to say that and get that out there. How good's that? Tyler Ritchie's as well had a really good start there from Diggy Beach, and McMurdy there from that of Manly. So you can see the urgency, and we mentioned earlier, you've got to own this shore break. It's all about rating, it's all about board speed, but it's also about making good decisions and executing those decisions.
Yeah, for sure. And just seeing before, they all just got swept by that wave there. They are really tricky to pop. And even as you said before, with how congested it is, you don't want to be popping behind someone, because if they get hit and they go sideways, you're the one who's going to cop their board potentially on your face. It can be dangerous, but it can also push you back. Potentially you lose your board. So I think one of the biggest things is trying not to be behind someone, finding those spaces, even if it means that you have to kind of sit back, go around someone. Oh, that is heavy.
And this is the drop-in tide. The drop-in tide might lose a little bit of energy in terms of size of wave, but what it does is it causes the waves to become plunging waves. That's your dumping waves. You can see at the moment, and that's Manly, I think, being up and over at the moment. We have a huge array of clubs represented here, but also a huge array of talent lining up here as well. That was Thomas McMurdy, I think it was. Oh, up again. You can see at the moment to sneak through. Potentially Swansea Belmont Chalmers may have snuck through that. Tommy Chalmers, he's a twin of the Chalmers boy. Dad was a phenomenal ski paddler. Maddie, and a shout out to Dad there as well. But look at him go at the moment. Opportunity, you've got to get through this shore break. You've got to get to that green water. That's going to be the difference.
For sure. And you can see a lot of these boys having to roll their boards, going sideways. The waves don't look huge, but as you can see, they are lifting up and then slamming down onto the bake, which is very tricky to pop or roll on these boards. And these boys are 15s. Like we said before, they're growing, they're developing, and they are really struggling with these waves. So it is tricky conditions, but these boys are doing a great job.
There's going to be a few dinner plates out there as well watching these waves roll through for these young boys. But 3 are up and about, and the waves at the back. So these swell building at the back and breaking at the back. We'll get more waves breaking as that tide comes as well. But it gives them a good indication of what's happening as they get towards the shore break as well. We can see him coming at the moment. Looks like Chalmers, I think he's leading that in at the moment. We spoke about the board punting fraternity, and they do a wonderful job there, the Swansea Belmont crew. I love their footage they share on the socials as well in the channel there.
So we got Mitch and Tom in this race right now. These are the twins that you're talking about from Swansea. That's always tricky, racing against your brother. So it'll be cool to see where they come in
at the dinner table tonight as well.
See who gets bragging rights. And as they come in here, we see that they have to negotiate those dumping waves. This one didn't look too bad compared to the other ones we've been seeing before.
And this typifies what's happened throughout the whole summer. Manly with Swansea and Swansea. In terms of the competition we're seeing in this age group, the dominant clubs come in the fore, once again executing. Oh, as we say, the commentator's curse. Hang in there, son. He's lost his board, his body serving. One of the Chalmers twins has decided, you know what, I might just take it a little bit harder coming in, but we'll maintain that. But it looks like McMurdy there from that of Manly will come through in one. Chalmers.
He actually held on to one strap and body served with his other hand, which was actually really impressive. It looked like he lost it, but he still had one hand connected.
We'll take a gamble. Maybe Tom coming in there as well with that of Manly. So remember, 8 is the magic number. It's about qualifying through at the moment. Also an opportunity to, they've had their warm-up. They've had a bit of activation in there as well. They've had a chat to their coach. The tide's moving, but the opportunity is to get in there and race, and then at race pace get an understanding. They'll relax a little bit now knowing what the conditions are like, and they can settle into going out there and just putting their best foot forward.
Yeah, for sure. You just want to get that first race over and done with at the beginning of a carnival. You always feel a little bit off. You've had this big taper. You don't feel maybe as fresh as you should. A few doubts in your mind. So when you get to do that first race, we heard Taylor talking about it before, where she was a bit disappointed she didn't get to do that first good race. But one thing is, you can't get too in your head about how your first race went, because in the end it's only getting through. It's that top 8 that matters, and then you have to really just work on refreshing your mindset, reset, and get ready to go again for round 2, because every race is going to be different. You might be in a different water area, the conditions may change, you have different people in your heat. So that's what I love about this sport, is that every new race is a new opportunity for a different result and a different outcome and a different performance.
Yeah, most definitely. So 8 major number looks like is that Terrigal coming through, I think might be at the moment. It's Caden Rekatiri coming through. So we'll get an update. The good news is the 14s, I believe, are back racing as well. So those on live stream with us, the 14s are back in action. They're up around about probably heat 6 of their 10 heats at the moment. Jump on live heats as well. As we look at this beautiful Gold Coast, that's facing south down towards the Kirra Point, Snapper Rocks as well. And it is the Nutri-Grain Australian Nipper and Youth Championship, inspired, iconic and united, as it's heat number 5, the under 15 male board race.
Yeah, and I don't think we mentioned before, but it looks like the cans are actually placed in before that back break. So the thing about Kirra, it's a really long break, but what happens is you get this shore break, you get a gutter, and then you get another round of waves into that back break. So that's quite unique to Kirra. So we just got some results in, and Ty's son has just made it through his heat.
Just finished heat number 7.
But yes, as I was saying, this is quite a unique type of break and beach layout to Kirra. It's what Kirra's known for. And we're going to cut to Harold, who's on the beach with one of our 15 boys.
It's Blue, it's Terrigal, it's Caden Rekatiri. Got through a round. Tough conditions. How do these conditions differ to what you get at Terrigal?
Oh, Terrigal, you don't really get much swell anymore. I don't know, maybe when the cyclone comes through we got a bit, but it's pretty messy. Have to roll, and just when you have a break, go for it.
Originally from Womberall, this is more like Wombi, heavy on the bank, closing out. Talk to us about, I guess, having such a long exposure to heavy surf. Does it make you more comfortable out there?
Oh, definitely. Grew up in big surf. Spent my whole life in it. Almost drowned a couple of times.
Not technically.
Oh, not technically. Always find a way to get out of it. But yeah, no, it's pretty good.
Nice. And what are you most looking forward to?
Whatever's next. Probably board final.
Oh, let's go. He's called it. Caden Rigateri is the most supreme Rigateri and the most confident of the family. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
Get it through one more.
Pardon?
Get it through one more round.
Yeah, hopefully.
Heard it first.
Yeah, great job, Harold. And go Terrigal. And just got a couple of questions coming through on live stream. Guys, I understand you're looking to show the other age groups. At the moment, the 13s and 14s have been on hold. So we've only had the 15 age group in the water. And we are showing those. We've just had the girl heats, now the male heats coming up for the boys. The 13s are still on hold at the moment. The 14s have just gone back into the water. So we will look to show some of those age groups coming up very shortly. We'll just round up the last few heats of the under 15 male board race. Trust me or assure me that they're doing everything they possibly can. From the officials you see in the white down there to try and get as much racing as possible. But safety never takes a holiday, and it's priority number one for all our athletes, in particular here at the Nutri-Grain, I should say Nipper and Youth Aussie Championships. It's been a good start. Obviously, we'd love to see all 5 arenas up and rolling, but they're gradually getting back in. I'm confident as this tide rolls out, all 5 will be in action for more board races, swim into irons. And for me, by the end of today, we want to see those gold medals, the 13s, 14s, 15s, in the iconic, we call them Tier 1 events of your swim, your board and your iron. And if time permits at the end, then we'll look to have that wrapping up. That's Ollie Brown we just saw there as well, lining up. We'll see an update on the screen coming up here at the moment from round 1. So these are ones that have all qualified. Or this is, I should say, this is heat number 7 coming out. Look at this young boy in position 3, Ollie Brown. He's the current Australian surf race champion from last year. And a shout out to his mum and dad as well, because they've flown him over to the East Coast from West Australia for probably about 3 or 4 events throughout this year as well, a part of the World Ocean Series. So Drew Woods, awesome rep there from Scarborough. Henry there from Copacabana. That's Corey Fletcher's original club. South Australia there at Brighton as well. North Bondi, they're a proud club and they're up and about. Tolly there is Ocean Grove. We then go to Trenco there from North Fifth, Mansa from Avoca Beach. Shout out to Trevor G for the Avoca crew doing a wonderful job there as well. Along with that at Grange, that's Ringwood. Kai McIntyre, the boy from Burleigh. He's a great runner as well, good AFL player and can paddle the board exceptionally well. Diggy Beach and Rowland, Dresler there from Thirroul. And great to see Thirroul. That's the white cap with the one dark blue stripe down the middle. Synonymous with the great names of the Mercer boys, like Dean Mercer, Darren Mercer, and then Coyote Reese Drury as well. Phenomenal athletes come through that of the Thirroul. But here we have there, what about this? Action of playing experience at Gold Coast. Have you had the opportunity to do this? I've actually done it 3 times with this company. Phenomenal.
Really? I've skydived, but I haven't paraglided.
Yeah, so 10 of skydiver. My young daughter, Imi, who races next weekend, her 16th birthday 3 weeks ago, I actually bought her a ticket to skydive as well. But they land on the Golden Sands here. What a spectacle
right
of
there.
Kirra. And a shout out to Experience the Gold Coast. There's so much to do. What about yourself? You've moved here to the Gold Coast. What's your take in the last 12 months?
Oh, it's been great. I think the biggest thing is the weather during the winter. And I was just thinking about it before. If you have the opportunity as you get older into these older age groups, you might take that decision to move further north to those sunnier cities where you can train a little bit more comfortably through the off season. But what I love about these younger age groups is just the array spread out across all of Australia. You know, no one's making that move just yet. They're all still living at home. They're all still frothing out at their local clubs. And I really think it's important. I really think it is important to hold off on that move, because the grit, the determination, the loyalty you have to your club, the friendships that you make within that community, and also just the braveness and the toughness of training in the cold, especially for those colder clubs and those colder states in New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia, Tassie.
I was going to say, I'll go even a little bit further, Tassie. There's some phenomenal athletes. You look at Matt Bevilacqua, in terms, he grew up there in toughness, and you've got some phenomenal triathletes, and cyclists have come through, and cricketers have come through from Tasmania as well. Craig Walton, a phenomenal, triathlete as well. They do it tough. It's down there as well. The Victorians, your Warrnambool, you speak about that. Now, Mia Cook that's come down there, Casamento, they do it tough, and I shout out to those clubs. And WA coming up now of Ollie Brown, we'll see in this race coming up. There's some phenomenal surf sports coaches there as well. And Dan Collins typifies it as well. You don't need to move. To me, be a one-club person, show that loyalty as well, and hang tough, build the crowd. There's great support in all clubs, and that's why it's so healthy around Australia at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it all comes down to the support you have. You might not have the numbers, you might not have the huge names, but I think in the end, it's what works for you. Some people don't need it. You've got yourself a good coach, you've got a good lifestyle, you've got the support that you need, and sometimes that's more important than having 25 other, of the best competitors in the same club. That also comes with its own issues, its own rivalries. But yeah, like I said, I really think holding off from moving, sticking to your club, learning how to train in the cold. I've done quite a few Coolangatta Gold training off-season stints down in New South Wales, and it killed me. It was really tough, and I reflect back on that time, and it really makes training up here, or I did a couple of years in Noosa training for the Gold. It almost made it feel easy. But I'm really so happy that I spent those years down in New South Wales training in the cold. I mean, it's going to sound maybe like I'm going on about it to the Tasmanians. They're like, you don't know cold like we do. But it is really tough, and you just push through and you learn to just get the training sessions done. The boys are picking up their boards now. They're ready to go.
Yeah, most definitely. What a quality field we've got coming up. That's Penny closest. That's the green board you can see there with the Sky Cup of Manly. Once again deciding to go that of very south. Longman there from Alex. Look out for Ollie Brown from Trigg. He's a tall, stated young man as well. So many great Malula bars here. Elliot Head's in here as well. Scarborough, we spoke about. Kookaburra. I love the Cup of Brighton, South Australia. And a shout out to the young beach flagger from yesterday when she went so close to winning the beach flags yesterday. Northcliffe, North Bondi, Avoca, Grange, Dicky Beach and Thurrool are all in this lining up at the moment, and Ocean Grove have got off to a good start as well.
Yeah, and once again, we've seen that kind of division between the north and the south side. If you are going to run south and you are on the north side of the start line, it does just put you at that slight disadvantage because you are entering the water a little bit further behind. So if you are deciding to go behind the competitors and run around, you have to really pay it off with getting a little bit more of a lead when you're in the surf. Right now, we are seeing that north side getting out. Once again, like I said, I'm pretty team north side, but I understand the boys wanting to go south and take that risk, especially with that huge sweep. And we've got the likes of Northcliffe out in front, Avoca Beach out in front.
And Ocean Grove there in third as well. So three big clubs in terms of board paddling as well. You look at that of Northcliffe under the guidance of Gavin Hill there, does a wonderful job with their youth development. And they've got the world champion, ex-world champion of poor Spoon Doggy Dog, Wotherspoon there as well, running surf sports. Oh, the Avoca boy, he just snuck through that one up and about.
And that's what that's what you're seeing on that north side, is that the waves are just giving you that little window to sneak around the side. Whereas if we look up to the bottom of the screen,
window of opportunity, I like to call it.
Yeah, on that south side, they are still getting hit by waves after waves.
Kroenko goes around from Northcliffe in terms of that at the moment, and we can see at the moment tucked in there third is that of Avoca, and that's Tall Manson, and I've just been given wind as well that he's the quickest in the squad. And shout out to Trev G. He's done a wonderful job there. He was phenomenal. Trev G, one of the best board putters going around in his era as well. And I love how the athletes are giving back. The female athletes of the past, the male athletes of the past, giving back to this great sport. 4 go round now. That's half our qualifiers, and it's that of still Northcliffe in 1. Costa Kroenko from Northcliffe leads the way around. Great to see Ocean Grove up there as well. And they seem pretty comfortable at the moment, the boys going around. Ryan Tolley there as well. The big question is, and I spoke about this boy earlier, Ollie Brown from Trigg. Now, we know he's a current Australian surf race champion, but he's also a good Ironman. So we'll pick up where he is at the moment. I know we've got 4 that go round. We've got 5th going around the apex as we speak as well. There they are coming up now. That's our number 5.
Oh, and Costa just nearly got down that wave. Now, we haven't seen Northcliffe too much at the moment in these board races. I know we are still at the heat. Oh, and we got 2nd and 3rd coming down onto the wave. That looks like a steep one, but they're all going to handle it well. That wave does look like it's settling down a little bit, not as dumpy. But like I said with Northcliffe, when you get to the older age groups, you do start to see Northcliffe at the front of most of the races. So it is good to see some junior representation from Northcliffe. I know that they're working on their junior, building their junior team, not just their opens. But here we see 1, 2, 3 about to cross the line comfortably. They know they're through. They look across. There's only 3 on their wave, and they can get through and just feel relief and ready to go again.
I'll say relieved, but an air of confidence from the boy from Mansa, from Avoca there as well. And you want that first race to get done. And they've sat around for 2 hours to have that race as well. And he can come up now, and he's a big strapping lad from Avoca. He's been classed as the fastest paddler in the squad as well. Ocean Grove in the mix there as well will come through. Looks like Kai McIntyre is there coming through as well to qualify. So remember, 8 is the magic number. It's heat number 7. We have 10 heats for the under 15 male board race. in action. We're up to heat number 8 has also been done. Big shout out to Ashton O'Brien from Burley, Harry Lemahan there from Sorrento, James Down, Sydney Burns. They've all qualified through in heat 8. This is heat 7 as we're looking at the moment. And this is our Penny. He started in position 1 and decided to run a little bit to the south. Might have been better to stay a little bit north with those windows of opportunity we spoke about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the end, he still made it through. And what he's going to do, he's going to go back now, go see his coach, and they're going to chat about his performance. You know, did it pay to go down that further south? Actually, in the next race, let's maybe go a little bit more straight. And that's the beauty of these earlier heats, is really using them as a bit of a trial and error. You know, obviously making sure that there's not too many errors so that you do make it through to the next heat to have another opportunity. But I really think this is really pivotal and integral to the rest of today's events, to use these first events to get a hold of the condition, see what it feels like, and then use these first events to then take the next event and really assess the conditions in a different way.
So heat number 9 coming up in a moment, and I've got some good news. The 14s are up and about where they're racing as well. So the 14 males have almost finished their board heats, so you can check them on that of the live heats. The females are getting ready to get in action, and I do believe I'll get an update in a moment. If you can check in with us, Harold, as well. I think the 13s may be back in the water as well, which is it's a great sign here for the Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Aussies.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we want the representation against all the age groups. Like we said, we've got 13s, 14s, 15s here at the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Youth and Nipper Aussies. So we want to give them all a go. We want to crown an under-13 board Australian champ, you know. How cool is that? I never got that opportunity. We never got to race Aussies when we were on the under-13. So the fact that these 13-year-olds can race at this elite level against all the other competitors in Australia is really special, and we're just stoked that they're able to get into the water today.
We see the replay here of heat number 7, and deciding to go a little bit to the south, but it was those that stuck to the north side, and in particular that of Avoca. You see in there in that group of 5 was Northcliffe, Avoca and Ocean Grove. Decided to go more the northern end, and then they lead out around the cans as well. And we see the Avoca boy just sneaks through that wave as they go round. So 4 went round, nice little wave for the boys to come through, but really impressed with the backhand speed and the finish of Avoca and Mansa there too. Look out for that name later on today. And you spoke about the 13s as well, and they'll be in the water very shortly. But let's get on the beach now with Harold. Looks like a Northcliffe cap.
It's anonymous with the Open Carnival. We thought we'd check in with the younger boys. Kostya Kuravenko, legend, third going through. Like I said, everyone knows that Northcliffe dominates at that Open era. Talk to us about the youth program and how special it is.
Well, I think we're going to dominate the older years when we come back up. It's a good program with our Coach Gav. And our teams, I think more boys are going to come from Queensland, New South Wales and Western Australia, come to Northcliffe, so it'll go better.
And how long have you been with Northcliffe for?
I just moved this year, my first year. I was with Southport for 5 years, but I moved over this year.
Oh, was it just a family move, just to try a bit of a change?
Oh, yeah, just trying new things out, you know what I mean? So, yeah.
And that is a big thing too, so as long as you're enjoying it in the sport, new mates, new experiences, what have you loved most about the club in your first season there?
Honestly, I just love the vibe with everyone, with the older kids teaching me how to do new things, and just the new people just, make me feel better there and everything like that, so yeah.
Support is a big thing. Kostya Kuravenko from Northcliffe, let's check him out. Oh, go again.
Oh, he's got the guns.
Jeez.
The guns.
He loves it. He loves it a little bit too much.
No, you don't get biceps like that picking apples, I can tell you. As we see here, coming up now, there's the results from heat number 7. Man, so impressed with him. He's, tell you what, he's putting top of the pops in the qualifying rounds. Totally great to see Ocean Grove, Northcliffe, Burley, Trigg. Ollie Brown got through. Well done, mate. Current surf race champion, North Bondi. Manly, Digger Beach, Thirroul, just falling short. I've seen the Thirroul Cup there. Mooloolaba in 10th as well. The Egg and Spoon in 10th position. But a well done to that of all the 15 boys. Unfortunately, the following being eliminated: Longan, Woods, Ringwood, Ginn, Ray and Henry. But they can back up again for the surf race. Not far away as heat number 9 is now lined up and ready to go.
Yeah, and we've seen heat number 10 finish up. We got Archie Ray from Maroochydore rounding out heat number 10. Congratulations to him. Cohen Molditch from Southport, Kai, Hunter, Zane, Lachlan, Alexandra Marina from Mentone, and we have heat number 9 in the water. Our last heat of the day of this round 1 of the 15 boys board.
Yeah, another Northcliffe we have there of Sherwood, Arj Day from Elliot Heads, Graham from Noosa, John Juck of Gujillo, Ryan from Sawtell, that's the black and white quarter cap, very similar to the lawn cap as well. Brighton, South Australia of Taylor, Walsh for North Bondi, 2 from North Bondi, Bowler there as well. Then we go Chugan, and that's only just up the road, the beautiful Gold Coast here, Portis there as well. Audains from Crumman, Sorrento, it's Belmont, Seymour from Manly, Corbett from Warrnambool, and Steve Kerr, what a great coach he's down there at Warrnambool. And to that of Nate Robinson of Allura. This is will be the last heat because I think heat number 10's already done. So heat number 9, 10's been done, the last one. And you can see him at the moment in the back of the screen as well, that gutter and the movement of that gutter with the sweep really starting to come into play.
Yeah, for sure. And as that tide goes out, we might see that sweep start to get a little bit stronger. Again, it's really hard to tell what the surf is going to do as the tide changes. Shout out to Cronulla here. I haven't seen many of the Cronulla boys here, so shout out to Diego. That is my hometown
I was
club.
going to say, under 6, you joined as a nipper. What was it like? What's your memories as a nipper back in under 6s?
Honestly, just the best memories. I remember catching waves out the back after nippers and pretending not to see my mum waving frantically on the beach, telling me to come in. I'd just look away, and then she'd be saying, come on, Colin. I'd say one more. And yeah, like I said before, just having fun out there, spending as much time in the surf. Alrighty, we've got North Bondi going around.
So you were sending it as an under 6.
I was sending it as an under 6, and I really think it prepared me for the older years. We've got Isaac Ryan from Sawtell out in the lead right now. I believe that's North Bondi. In second, we've Noah Bowler. And the boys have done a great job of negotiating this break. We've got a top 2 now that's pulled away.
Yeah, this is good. You see Sawtell, obviously, you go back in the history of Sawtell, you go back to the Hancock sisters of Bonnie and Courtney. Big shout out to Courts as well.
Yeah, she's about to pop.
Mama Courts. And we see Sawtell comes round in just obviously located just south of Coffs Harbour there in New South Wales, but a large array of numbers out here at the moment. Remember, 8 is the magic number, all the colours at the moment, and all boys just trying to lie down, bar 1.
Yeah, for sure. Like we said before, do you get up on your knees? Do you get up on your tummy? Do you stay on your tummy when you're going around the cans? It's pure preference. Maybe if you've got a bit of momentum, you might get up on your knees if you've got some ground to cover. But I love that some of the boys are getting up on the knees. It means that they have the energy, that they're feeling fresh. We've got Sawtell pulled ahead on his own wave. That feels good. Feels really good when you get your own wave.
And the drop in tide here, we can see, Carl, it's really starting to draw out now. That draw, and it's a big tide. It's gone from about 1.8 metres, going to drop down to about a 0.1 metre, so 1.7 metre shift in 6 hours, which is a big change. So we're going to see a lot of movement of water, a lot of what we spoke about, little rip pockets as well. And it's the opportunity and that running like we can see here at the moment. So let's have a look now. There's 5. 5 will go through comfortable. And as we said, one of our great sponsors of Westpac flying in the background as well, one of our national partners, and been involved for, I will say, an eternity for so long. And I want to say a big thank you to Westpac. Great supporters of Surf Life Saving Australia in doing a wonderful job in protecting and saving lives on our beaches. There's our top 5 going through. You can see the relief for the boys and just relax as they come through, isn't it? Knowing I'm through the next round.
Yeah, for sure. Like we said, these boys have waited, one of the longest on the beach to race. They've got their first race out of the way now. It's going to be a little bit of a shorter turnaround now until their next race because there's a few less heats of the girls. They've got the girls' race to, again, use as a little bit of an example. The conditions have changed, so that's the thing. What you might have done in that first race might not work in the second race as the conditions change. So you have to keep watching the races before you, keep reassessing, especially as that tide comes out. And the boys are racing towards the line now, sprint finishing for those final positions.
A little bit of urgency there, I think, in terms of being in that top 8. You see the top 8 is in at the moment, we can see. So unfortunately, these boys at the tail end will be eliminated, but they'll be, when we talk about resilience, the opportunity to back up again in a matter of an hour or 2 in terms of surf race coming up. So that'll conclude now that at the under 15. So we had 10 heats, we had 8 going through. 80 now have qualified through to what I'd call round 2. I think going into quarterfinals, they may run up to 20. We'll see how they go in terms of that, or they may run 5 quarters, being a little bit cutthroat, being mindful of time now being 10:30 here in Queensland. Jan Jack coming. He's a big strapping lad. The boy. He's got the locks too. He's got the sullet, the mullet, and the frullet. The side, back, and front. The boy from Jan Jack.
Yeah, the mullet's becoming a bit of a popular haircut. I know my boyfriend loves his.
One of the great Ironmen back in the day, probably before your era, was Brett Tyack. He actually grew up. He was a part of the professional series back in the late 90s. He was from Jan Jack. Also moved from there up to Sydney. He's a fireman now, an electrician there in Sydney, doing a wonderful job. But there's the qualifiers. And this is the live heats as well. What a great job the officials do scanning in. But the technology and the efficiency is taken to a whole new level.
Yeah, it's definitely evolved over the years. I remember back in the days of just sitting on the beach for hours, getting manually marshalled. You got a replay of the boys here going back out through the break, and we can just see popping after popping after popping. Here we have a little bit of the under 14 Heat 10 male board race here. So your prayers have been answered. We do have a bit of coverage of the under 14s here on the screen here, and you can't even tell really that these boys are a little bit younger. They're doing such a great job of negotiating the surf. This is their first year on Mows now, so the fact that we're seeing so many of them up on their knees is such a great sign of the quality and the skill set that we're seeing coming through. They've all just snuck through, maybe bar one or two, as they start to get out to the back, negotiating that sweep. They're actually having to paddle a little bit more now to the north than before. Before we saw a lot of them paddling back over to the south.
Yeah, probably overcompensate a little bit, but that's the age too, knowing they're not as strong as the 15, so they'll go a little bit further. And big shout out to the coaches again, because to develop, and my boys in this age group as well, to go from a nipper board up to that of the knees, new development muscle groups and all back. This is Ocean Grove. This is a great, probably Grayson Hyde. Looks like Grayson Hyde from Ocean Grove will come round. Once again, he's got the salad and the mullet as well, and he looks across the scene and what's coming in terms of the wave. But 8 is the magic number, but look at the 14 boys there. They're spread from tip to toe at the moment, and the young boy Hyde knows he wants to be in that top 8.
Yeah, I love this transition from the smaller fiberglass to the Mows. I remember I was so keen to just get on the bigger board. I think I was a little bit too big for my board, not going to lie. I was seeing Ashton Bourne in Swansea, Kai Brown from Tally, both of these big names in the sport that we're going to look out for.
Yeah, Ashton Bourne, he's phenomenal, man. The New South Wales State Championships, he won the surf race and he won the iron. Ashton Bourne. So once again, we spoke about Trevor June, the work he's doing at Avoca. This is another boy that's coming through that system there at Avoca. We'll pick him up, but it's all Ashton Grove at the moment. And great to see. We spoke about the Victorians, and they've had a phenomenal summer. The Victorians and the surf sports. I'll say the surf sports program, but the pathway program they have down there. As we talk about Bone and whatever, there he is on cue with you, Carla. Geez, you're good.
Yeah, the boys are doing really great here. They just look so comfortable on the knees, and the boys are probably loving this transition to the Mows as they start to grow and develop. They're probably very happy to get off those small boys, and these boys are tall. You can see that they're definitely ready for the Mows, and they're just handling those big boards so well.
Yeah, it's great. Ocean Grove come through in one. Avoca there as well. We spoke about that of Bone coming through. So Hyde from Ocean Grove. Remember, 8 is the magic number. And as under 14, you want to be there. You want to make that next round, because coming up very shortly, when we look at the numbers they got with that, they will go to a quarterfinal, I've been told. So they'll be going to quarterfinals from that. A little bit more cutthroat. Here we go. Game is on. Leg speed. Speed to burn.
Yeah, and we're starting to see a few more run at the beaches now. As that tide goes out, I think the legs and the run at the beaches are going to become a little bit more decisive for that top 8. And now as we start to get a little bit more cutthroat with the heats, it's going to be even tougher now to make it through to those next rounds.
Yeah, we're qualifying through. Big shout out. We spoke about Hyde from Ocean Grove. We spoke about Ashton Bone as well from Avoca. But what about this? Roman from Coogee, New South Wales. Well done, mate. Oliver Putty. Well done, mate, as well. Ollie, North Burleigh, qualified throughs. Innes from Clifton Beach. Timmy Gunn, all the way from Clifton Beach in Tasmania. And a big shout out to those on live show. I know you're following us as well, guys. Well done. He's made it through to that of the quarterfinal coming up. Josh Lee from Torquay. Now, they've got some phenomenal board paddlers. I remember going back 2 years ago on the board relay as well, did exceptionally well. So well done, Josh Lee for Torquay. Henry Sanders for Rillabarrack Point, and Ashton Salter from that of North Burleigh. You are the top 8 in this of Heat 10 of the under-14 male board race to go through and qualify, as we now got the under-14 females lining up and getting ready to go.
Yeah, and it's great to see we're getting through the events, and we are getting through the events quite quickly. They did decide to put the cans in before that back break, so it means that we can churn through these events, which we need to do to get through to the finals, and then hopefully through to that Cameron Relay. I really hope they get this Cameron Relay done today. We got the females on the line here. I believe these are the under 14 females. They've been sitting around waiting patiently. How relieved do you think that they're going to be able to, or scared do you think that they are now that they get to go into the water?
And we've got some absolute superstars in this as well. So it's the Pink Arena now, they're lining up on the female board race. It is heat number 1 of 10 heats. Wessels from Coogin. Now, we talk about the fraternity of board paddlers down to Scotty McCartney. We've got Rose there, Tyler Rose there as well. Kenneth McKinnon from Mackay, great to see. Another one from Clifton Beach, but look out for Elka Raywood. She's lying down top of screen, second from the top at the moment. She's from Burleigh. Obviously, we spoke about that nucleus of female girls coming through in the 15s, but also 14s. But Elka's older. She's 3 or 4 children, I should say. She's ranked 4 of 4 being the youngest. Older sister Jasmine, part of the Australian kayaking team, Australian surf lifesaving team, professional Iron Woman with the Iron Serum Partners Iron Series qualifier as well. Bianca Raywood's just made the Australian kayaking team as well, and a younger brother or older brother has just made the Queensland team for swimming. So in terms of Elka, that's her top of the screen at the moment. She'll probably lie down, majority phenomenal swimmer, but also can match it at the board.
Yeah, for sure. I want to know what those Raywoods do for dinner every night because Catherine is really churning those kids out, and they're all phenomenal athletes. You can just tell that they're all very dedicated to their sport, and they spread out quite across a few sports. So keep an eye out for Elka. She'll be coming in close by towards the front of the screen, and we're going to cut to Harold for a bit of a conditions update to update us on what's going down at the beach.
So we've just moved north to the Pink Arena, and the thing we've noticed here, there's still a little bit more water moving, so the bank's not as prominent yet as it was literally just 100 metres down the bank. So girls are making their way straight through, heading out, but there's that sweep going from left to right. So I believe they're going to be working in that figure 8 motion. So in on the right, out through the left, back around the cans through, and then a bit of glory into semi-finals and finals. So it's different, but it's still much of the same, and it's heating up down here, guys. It's exciting stuff. It is heating up, and Carla and I will be down there very shortly. We're going to swap over in terms of the commentary team very shortly, but it's the under 14 female board race heat number 1 in action. Super quality field. Like we spoke about Elka Raywood, and there she goes around now in 1, but also Sienna Picton from Talabudra is in here as well. Carly Williams as well from Swansea Belmont, a very good paddler from there. But Sienna Picton from Talabudra, just up the road here on the Gold Coast. That's her probably going around there in second, I think, as we speak this moment. None of the guidance of Courtney Hancock, Matt Poole, Carly Nerthen, colour of athletes and coaches there, second to none.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a superstar coaching team. They're all ex-athletes, all amazing athletes in their own right. You know, Carly Nerthen, World Ironwoman champion, Courtney Hancock, multiple Nutri-Grain and Coolangatta Gold champion, and Matt Poole as well, multiple Kelloggs Nutri-Grain champion. So, you know, if you're thinking what club to go to, you'd be looking at those coaches going, wow, what a range there. And we can see here that their nippers are really starting to come to the forefront.
I love the rating in second. Look at this, Sienna Picton trying to pick up that swell, but it's Elka Raywood out in 1. Now, this will be interesting, Elka, big decision time. And
it's lifting up. Oh, she'll be okay.
Spends a fair bit of time on a board, but in terms of getting out and playing, you know, probably could do a little bit more, but it's because she's involved in so many other sports. Phenomenal runner, phenomenal triathlete, phenomenal swimmer. And it's just trying to balance all the hours in the day. We see Picton there as well. Very impressive Mantone from Victoria as well.
Oh, boards on boards.
Cassia Lockwood, I think, was a Mantone. Look at this, the sideways, the Rodeo ride, the full 8 seconds at the moment. Swing it round.
Oh, she's done well.
Not there yet, now there. Might be Mentone coming through there as well. And could be Price. It looks like Price from Redhead. I think it is. So great representation from the girls, but it's all about Elka Raywood in heat number 1.
Yeah, and she's done well. We'll see that the Burleigh girls, they do get out in the surf. We've got a bit of Redhead in there. You know, we're seeing quite a representation of all different clubs. The girls are coming through. The surf is picking up. These girls are going to race up the beach. They're like, why not? I want that best spot. I want to claim that second or third or fourth spot. The official's on the line here. They're saying, you work around me, not the other way around. We got 5th and 6th coming through here. They'll be quite comfortable here, and then we'll wait to see 7th, 8th Ocean Grove once again. That Victorian representation.
Great representation. One Victoria, but also Ocean Grove as well. It's a nice, healthy club down there. Well located too, down in Bells Beach and Torquay as well. Sunshine Beach coming through the qualifier. I just love the colours. I just love the colours and the amount of different clubs that are lining up. You know, we have 16 roughly in each heat. And to be honest, you've probably got 14 to 12 different clubs lining up. It just shows how healthy surf sports is around Australia. Coogin coming through here now as well. I know we had a couple from Swansea Belmont and Dicky Beach in the mix as well. Very similar caps. It's the reds and the whites, I should say. The white and the yellow switched around with those two as well. And the other thing I've noticed as well, if you look in the background there, and the beautiful skyscrapers here of experienced Gold Coast of Queensland and that of Surfers Paradise. But you can see the younger age groups, the 13s are now in the water as well, which is great to see. Sorrento now coming in all the way from WA. Probably not used to these conditions, used to a bit of wind chop. And I did notice as well, looking in the background then as well, when we looked out towards Surfers Paradise, a bit of wind starting to come around. So we had offshore breeze this morning. And the Gold Coast is synonymous with that of an onshore breeze later on in the afternoon as well. So stay tuned because we'll get some little bit of wind assistance as well. We'll chop up a little bit of the ocean that we'll see. But that's heat number 1 and under 14. It is United, inspired and iconic. It is the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Aussie titles. Day 2 of 2 of a 9-day program. The Masters get underway tomorrow. Then we have the seniors starting for that as Wednesdays with boats, beach and plenty of action as heat number 3 of the under 14 girls just lining up ready to go.
Yeah, and it's so good to see the events going underway after a little bit of a hiccup. Yesterday, safety first, the conditions weren't great, the visibility was low, but we are back on, like we said, day 2 of 9. It is a huge surf sports program, and we have a little bit more Ocean Grove representation with Harold down on the boat, on the beach.
More all the Ocean Grove. So Ailey snuck through in 7th. That's pretty good. So we get through to the next round. What were your expectations this morning?
Just to make it through, power out to the back and then just make our way around the cans and don't lose my board on the way in.
The tide is starting to drop pretty quick. Has the conditions changed from your first race a couple of hours ago to where you are now?
Well, there was definitely a bigger drift this morning. I feel like we didn't get drifted as far, which is good, and it was easier to make it out.
And can you tell me 2 things that is awesome about Ocean Grove?
I just love the beach, and I love my friends that are there. It's a really good atmosphere, a really good club.
So good. Ailey, let's go, legend. One more. Let's get through it.
Yeah, great job, Harold, and great job, Ocean Grove. Shout out to Sonny, the coach there as well. I'm sure he's got a number of coaches involved. As heat number 3, the under 14 females are lined up and ready to fire. Lucy Irwin, what about this? I don't know, Dave was a phenomenal board paddle as well from the Black Swans and Richard Orkuji, Redhead. Stockton, so great to see that, the red and blue quarter cup of Stockton, situated just on the northern tip there of Newcastle as well, of the harbour. Ruby Knights from the Grange, Yamba, that's the yellow with the black stripe down the middle as well. Maloney from Pacific, Scarborough well represented. Another one as well, we saw Sienna Picton then do exceptionally well in heat number 1. Senna McCabe now lining up here as well. Chugan from Mannion. Hallie Thomas, look out for her. She picked up an R&R medal yesterday. Now lining up in the board. Well done, Hallie Thomas there. Clearing North Curl under guidance of Shawnee Davis there as well. McLeod there for Manly. Trig Island, Wollongong City of Stella Smith. They are up and about. There's that northern end. There's that window. There's that opportunity.
Yeah, here we go. Now, it'll be interesting. This is a different arena, so it'll be interesting to see, again, which side is the more consistent side, because that's what you're looking at. You will always see someone sneak out on maybe the other side, but we're looking for consistency here. All those younger girls' coaches are looking out to see, directing their girls in the right direction, and they're handling it, like I said, really well. These big boards, first year on these mouths. The girls are a little bit smaller than the boys, so it's a little bit harder for them to control and handle these boards, but they're doing so well. And I love seeing one of these Sunshine girls up on her knees. You know, she doesn't care that there's waves coming at her. She's up on her knees and she's really reaching through. These young girls are a little bit more mobile, so they can really get that range.
Oh, look at this. And that's that low tide as well. But Carla, what would you do as a professional Ironwoman in these conditions going in? Go back 14 years of age, lie down, kneel up. What would Carla Papak do?
I'd like to think that I was getting up on my knees, but, you know, the first, I would even say even now as an open competitor, first race of the day, the nerves are high. Sometimes you just have to play it safe. You stand on your tummy, you play it safe, you make sure you get out the back, you shake the nerves out, and then once you're feeling a bit more comfortable, you get out into the flat water, you get onto your knees. But yeah, it is scary, I would say. When the nerves are up, you feel off balance, and sometimes on your knees, even just a little bit of white water can tip you over. So, yeah, I mean, I'm so stoked for these girls that are on their knees, but even the ones on their tummy, you can see that their stroke rates are high. They're feeling nice and comfortable, and you'll see a lot of them now will start to pop up as they get into that flat water onto their knees. So the girls are heading out towards the can now. They're out in the flat water. The girls behind are still getting hit. Heat 4 are in the water. And we've got one of the girls, you can just see one of the girls back here. She's still in the shore, still struggling, but she's going to keep going because, like we saw before, anything can happen. And you want to, even at the front, may nosedive, may lose their boards.
Around they go. We saw a good start from, looks like a couple of green caps that were out in front, heading around there. This is heat number 4 as girls come round now. 8 is the magic number. We have a look at the moment. That's 5th coming up to the first can. Then we go back to a matter of 5 going for the final 3 places. So we're going to watch the tail of this one very, very closely. As our leaders now make their way out and around at the moment, we'll try and pick up that cap. It's just hard with the angle and the glare at the moment. We know that our young Dobby there from Glenelg had a very, very good start as well. And we expect to see Sam Issel from Alexander Headland very proud and be a very strong board paddler as well come through. So there's a Woolgoolga cap there. There's Zara Johnson there as Woolgoolga coming around there as well. Mixed up there, looks like a Glenelg cup in the mix there as well. Oh, little wave starting to build.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because we have seen the cans being placed before that back break. There is quite a lot of moving around those cans, so it actually makes it, you have to be cautious. You have to make sure that you clear that third can before you can turn your board in and start trying to go for those runners. So, Al, as we can see, she's just on top of the wave. That's Ali Armstrong, who's just gotten down that. She's done a great job there. She handled that like a pro, and then the girls behind it shouldn't have any issues getting onto the next little wave here. We have seen the waves have dropped.
Double up time. Looked like a Umina cap in front. It was hard to pick up. I think it was Ali Armstrong there as well, but great job. What about Tugan now coming through? That's great negotiation, I should say, of the break coming through as well. So this is good. It's all about qualifying for these young ladies at the moment, and we'll try and pick them up as they come through. Sunshine will come through. Still the same water area, I believe, here coming through, being that of Sunshine.
So the girls are coming in from all different directions.
Maybe heat 2. We may have the wrong heat here lined up at the moment, and I'll try and pick it up. That's Ava coming through now as well, Ava Spire. So it is heat 2 in the water, and that's Tallow Crouch there from Sunshine. So I do apologise for getting heat 4 and heat 2 mixed up for those who are viewing at the moment. And that's Tugan coming through. But it was Tallow Crouch from Sunshine that took that one out. Ava Spire, we just mentioned, from Burley, coming in second as well. We see Tugan up there in the mix as well, which is good to see. 8 is the magic number for these ladies. The Mighty Vikings. And I tell you what, they're a very proud club. And I want to have a shout out to their surf sports as well. They put an image up about the whole Aussies coming up and all the areas. Very strong in boats. They had beach, they had the junior youth, they had the senior champion lifesaver as well, which is really good to see. And they're spreading their wings right across all of that of the surf sports. 1 was Crouch from Sunshine, 2 was Spy here from Burley, Mannion from Tugan. Tell you what, that was a phenomenal board paddler too back in the day. Macmillan from Brighton, South Australia. I love the cap of Brighton, South Australia, the red and white stripe. Hall from Avoca. Ware, there we go. Ware from there for Currumbin. Glyn we spoke about from Umina as well. Evie Davis has snuck in position 8. I know Dad Sean, Coach Sean, will be super stoked with that. She probably didn't have the state title she wanted down in New South Wales. Manages to stay alive to get through the next round.
Yeah, and we have Maya from Dickey Beach just missing out. The 9th man, Emily Finlay from Glenelg and Ava Knight all missing out. But again, great races here. They'll move on to the swim. They've still got a swim race to go and then maybe even an iron.
We'll have a little replay here as well. And great to see Semaphore there as well. That's Sophia Zampati. And we spoke about this earlier, how the girls are going to north and south. Umina up and over.
Carnage.
Young girl from Umina did exceptionally well to dodge the stray board there coming through as well. But you can just see the impact of that low tide just drawing out. Now, we've still got another, 4 hours to low tide. It's around 2 o'clock or close to 3 hours coming up at the moment. That's Ava Spire there that led round from Burley. You can see tucked in behind there was the girls from Avoca in there as well. We spoke about Tugan as well. There's Tugan. Down she come under the guidance of Kelly Margetts, Linzo and Sunshine. Managed to come out on top. So plenty of colour, plenty of action and plenty of talent down to 14 females.
Yeah, and we're going to cut to Harold in a second. He's down here with one of the girls from Coogin.
Close. It's actually Umina. You're doing well. Anyway, so Sav Glynn, if you race perfectly in the right conditions, you would expect you to be one of the fastest in Australia. You snuck through in 7th then. Can you please tell me how nervous you were going out and then talk us through coming through that heavy bank because the sets were pretty heavy at the start?
Yeah, I just knew I had to paddle hard going out and try and get over those sets, and on the way coming in just to try and get a wave and run really fast up the finish line.
Did you know what number you were in when you were turning the back apex?
Yeah, I knew that I was in 7th or 8th, so I knew I had to run fast to get in.
Speaking of running fast, will you be doing a 1K this afternoon or 2K?
Maybe.
All right, we'll keep paddling fast. Anyone you want to give a shout out to at home, club, coaches, anything like that?
Yeah, thank you to all my coaches and family members supporting me.
Did you bring your dog?
Yeah.
Alfie, he's a little sausage dog, he's a legend.
Yeah, he's cute.
All right, that's it. Sav Glynn from Umina. Let's go. Thanks, legend.
Thanks, Harold. Thanks, legend. And big welcome to Jenny Parry in the commentary team up here. And big thanks to Carla Papak as well. And I think Riley Fitz is on his way as well to handball over to him. But Jen, you've been down the beach all morning. How's it been? What's happening?
I have, and I've just had a quick look at the vision from up here. We've got it playing on the big screen as well. It gives you such a different view of what's happening. These young competitors at the Aussies are having the time of their lives. Obviously, there's a lot of nerves, there's a lot of strategy out there, but all of the kids that we spoke to this morning, they're like, I'm having the best time. I just want to do more races.
We've got plenty on live stream, obviously, with Facebook and also that with YouTube as well. Then we had a bit of a hold on the 13s and 14s. I said the 14s are now in action. Are the 13s also back in action down there?
Yeah, the 13s are down in the orange arena, and I want to say it's probably one of the best arenas down there. There's an incredible rip just where they're starting those athletes, so they're getting a lovely ride out. Still a little bit of surf to contend with, but a lot of the competitors that we've been chatting with, even some of those from South Australia, from Tassie, from WA, when they say, look, I don't get to race in these conditions too often, but they're taking every opportunity that they can this morning.
Oh, so great to see. Looks like heat number 3 in the world. Looks like a Yamba Cup. And that's Zali Plunkett, who is looking to be leading this heat around at the moment. And it's a great, I love the coastal town of Yamba. You talk about Yamba, you talk about so many great clubs and families. The Doherty family in particular, Hugh Doe, past professional Ironman as well. But I love on a morning down there. They get their squad down there training. There's nippers. There's on the beach as well. They've got their masters. And then they've got the open water swimmers that jump in as well. So Yamba will lead this one around. That's the yellow with the black stripe. The cuttings up with the swell. But it looks like a little bit of wind starting to make its presence felt down there as well, Jen.
Yeah, it's definitely picking up down there. But the officials and the safety crew doing an incredible job monitoring the conditions, pausing when we need to, resetting the courses where we need to, and consolidating a few of the arenas as well. So all of the right decisions being made. And I just love seeing this view right now, the drones and those beach cameras just showing that broader view. And again, Yamba, welcome to the party.
Well, I'll say the big voice boys who have produced this production are on fire. But look at this wave as well as we pick up the visuals of Yamba coming through. It's all about being united, inspired and iconic. And the Aussies are iconic. It is the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain, as we spoke about, Nipper and Youth Aussie titles. Day 2 of 2, 9 days in total, over 400 events. What a platter, a smorgasbord of opportunity this week for all clubs and all athletes.
Absolutely. And have a look at the effort on screen right now. I love the stroke rate that the athletes are showing through here. They've been racing for a solid 8-9 minutes. You would not know with that stroke rate. I can't wait for the athletes to be able to watch some of these races back as well. Get the time on the big screen, get the good footage and say, look at me, remembering Aussies.
You know what? It's been bottled up.
Yes.
It's been bottled up for the last 24 hours. It's been bottled up for the last 7 days. It's been bottled up for 3 or 4 weeks in state championships. And now they can come and showcase what it's all about. And for those in the big white tent watching this on our live stream, a big hello and a big welcome. I hope you're enjoying this as well. But Yamba, what a moment. You talk about 15 minutes of fame. It was probably about 10 minutes for the under-14 females. But I think that is Zali Plunkett there from Yamba. Ocean Grove once again. Yeah, McIntyre, Indigo McIntyre, I think that might be Chelsea McIntyre's younger sister, or Georgia McIntyre's younger sister from Ocean Grove. Older sister Georgia, phenomenal board paddler. As we see some more come, Hallie Thomas will go through there as well. We can see now that of Trigg crossing the line as well. But it was Plunkett from Yamba in 1, McIntyre, Ocean Grove in 2, Hallie Thomas for Burleigh we spoke about in 3. Remember, 8 is the magic number. We'll pick up 4, 5 and 6 as they come through. That is Trigg there. That's Brigden from Trigg that went through. Cleary from North Curl. Once again, we spoke about Evie Davis from North Curl qualifying. Another club mate going through as well. Zara Cleary, well done, Zara. Zoe Doyle, well done from Scarborough in Western Australia. Similar cap to the Burleigh. Very, very similar cap. The only difference is actually the neck piece, the tie-up piece. There's one black and one white to determine the difference. 5 is in. Make that 6. Lucy Irwin from your club, the Black Swans. Richard, I know Clint, I think that's Clint's daughter, is that right?
Yes, it is.
He'll be up. And Clint, phenomenal. Had many a good battle with Clint back in the day. We spoke about Doyle there coming through from Scarborough. At least one spot, and one spot only, Jen. And the 8th spot to qualify through the next round is that of Senna McCabe. Well done from Talabudra. We spoke about Sienna Picton, clubmate, qualifying through just before under the guidance of Maddie Poole, Courtney Hancock, and Carly Nervin doing a wonderful job there at Tully. But there's the 8, the Super 8 qualifying through for next round.
And I love that we get to see these replays so quickly. And this is where we see the strategy. 3 of the ladies immediately paused, let everyone else go through because their race plan was all about heading right. And we see the girls negotiating the break now. And if you haven't been on a Mal before, if you're new to these, I can't believe the skills that our athletes are showing this early in their career. It's so exciting to see. They're really taking on the challenge of being part of the Aussies in these conditions. And great shots again. A huge congratulations. Zali Plunkett takes out Heat 3. Looks like we've got 10 heats in total here for the under-15 women's board. great racing. And I love these shots that we get across the beach just to really give you the scope of what the athletes are facing. It's so different looking at it on beach level, but then to take a step back and see the cameras here, we get to see the surf, we get to see the currents, and we get to see the water moving around. I really enjoyed hearing Carla's insights before, but for now, we're going to head back down to Harold on the beach.
Ella from Trig is who I'm here with. Got through. How were the conditions today
Really rough.
compared to Trig?
Well, they were kind of like the same, but a little bit bigger.
Is this your first Aussies, or were you here last year?
I was here last year.
So what's the thing you love about Aussies?
Kind of missing school.
Wow. Well, at least you're honest. Not the shopping, spending all mum and dad's cash.
That too.
Nice. What will you be doing post-racing today? How are you going to celebrate your Australian Surf Life Saving Championships campaign? You're not going to celebrate? You give me nothing. I'll move on. Haley, what have we got? Something more exciting here. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. You don't even really get a holiday because you have to go home tonight.
Yeah, I got school tomorrow as well. So
Sucks to be you. All right, tell us about the program. What's good about Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park at the moment?
probably just the friends, the coaches, and probably the energy.
Energy is a big thing because we've got to keep that coming, guys, because we're going to have more heats,
and Harold,
quarters, semis and finals.
Second in R&R yesterday. Young Hallie, have a chat about R&R yesterday.
Oh, like a life-saving lady you are. All right, so let's go. R&R. Second place yesterday.
How were conditions in the wet?
How uncomfortable was it with those conditions yesterday? Because it wasn't ideal.
It was pretty bad because like the rain, I had to lay there, and then all the blue bottles on the shore. Hopefully you don't stand on one. So yeah.
Excellent. Congratulations on your silver medal. I'm just going to hold your board, and if you can march out of the arena, that would be great, just to show everyone at home. There you go, underneath. And you can walk out that way. Quick march. Look at that. How good is that?
How good is
R&R,
that?
get into it. So good.
Great job, Hallie. Great job, Harold. As we've got another heat in the water. Looks like heat 4 down to 14 females. And it's all about qualifying, but how good is it, Jen? Blue skies, sunshine, waves, compared to yesterday.
I tell you what, I was heading into the Gold Coast this morning as we see a gorgeous wave on screen there for the Alex crew. We didn't quite know. I think we're all hoping for the best today, but waking up this morning, seeing those clear skies and as it started to dawn as well, the full sun, we knew that we were in for a scorcher, and then to see these waves that are greeted to us as well. Now, there's a few Alex in the water here. It could be Samantha Issel. It could, oh, no.
Barrel roll. Oh, yes, the full 360.
And one loss.
The scorecards come up. We need to give an award to that young lady on the left-hand side of the screen coming
impressive.
through. I want to pick up a replay of that in a moment as well. But the full barrel roll and recover as well. Boards are coming in, qualifying, but it's been a big 24 hours, hasn't it?
Massive 24 hours, and we think yesterday afternoon all we were able to do was host the Beach Flags event in some pretty atrocious conditions, but great racing all round. The fact that we are back in the water right now, we're determined to get through as much of the program as we can, and the fact that we're having sprint finishes for the qualifications through these early rounds of the boards, loving to see that, loving that these girls have been coached so well. They know you always run through the finish line.
Yeah, most definitely. And we just talk about, it's just the top 8 of these conditions. There's luck involved as well. And you just want that little bit of luck. When we go back, there's been, I know in terms of my club there as well, 40 weeks of training for all these athletes. So obviously, we've had the World Championships, which the older guys organised for. We're back in August. It's been one of the biggest summers, or I should say, one of the biggest seasons in surf sports to date as well. And we can see the girls looking to come to qualify through. And did they get through? It looks like Zara Dobie there as well. So we'll get an indication coming through. But I'm not sure we can pick up a replay of the barrel roll that we saw just a minute ago as well.
Ty has a special request on the replay.
So there's your Scarborough we spoke about. A little bit of difference between that ability. See the black strap around the neck? That's the difference. The telling factor. And a little bit of thickness, I'll probably say, of the colours as well. Very similar as well, but more craft coming in. And the other telling factor, look at the flags at the moment. With the wind, you can see pointing back towards the beach. That means the offshore wind has now abated. It's now onshore wind coming through. As we see some of the North girls coming. Could be Tori McDonald there, or Ivy Ridgway as well coming through. Plenty of action, 5 water areas. You can see the younger ones in action top of screen as well there, Jen.
Yeah, lots of board races all across the field. We're getting through as many rounds as possible. A huge congratulations. It was Lucy Smith who took out that heat from Alex. That was the yellow cap with the 3 black stripes. Alana Tooley was in there, Zara Johnson, Isla Jordan, Zara Dobie from Glenelg, Emily Gorman from Scarborough was 6th, Tori McDonald from North Burleigh. We are just waiting on who is that final qualifier, and it's another Alexandra Headlands gal in there. Samantha Issel, how good is that? You could see she wasn't too sure where she was when she crossed the line, but 2 Alex will progress to the next round.
Yeah, she's a great young competitor, Sam Issel, coming through, Alex, but also the calibre of athletes that Alex. We can talk about, from your strength of your swimming with your Lani Pallister there turning up as well. And shout out to Mia Cook and all the girls there as well. They've come through and qualified in the Swimming Partners Professional Line Series, which has been a great summer as well. More heats lining up. Looks like potentially that of Heat 6 now lining up for that of the girls. Heat 5 is also in the water as we speak. We're going to be an indication, but it's all about the magic number, the 8, and it's about making it through that next round.
Absolutely. I sat in on a few of the briefings where the officials, before every race, they tell the girls what is in store. But again, a shout out to our sponsors, Experience Gold Coast. Incredible to help us bring the caravan that is the Aussie Championships all the way down here, and we can see those gorgeous shots, the tents, the skyline there. This is what we think of when we think of Aussie Championships. This is what we're here for.
We talk about Experience Gold Coast. We talk a lot about the golden sands and the blue water, but it's the hinterland you can see here now at the moment, out there at the back of Mount Tambourine in the greenery, and it's some of the wonderful hikes and waterfalls you have out there. As I know, living on the Gold Coast, as a day outing, we head west instead of the beach. We spent a whole life on the beach here. As heat number 5 or 6 now lining up, we'll pick them up as they come through at the moment, and you can see the tide's really starting to run out, and the legs are going to play a huge part here, Jen.
Absolutely, and I'm so glad I get a little bit of time in the booth with you now, Ty. Something that I was really wanted to talk to you about when we talk about the running, when we talk about the speed, just how many big races this season have been determined by a sprint finish. If you're a nipper, if you have watched any of the big races, the big series this year, if you're not working on your run, you've got to start this off-season.
Yeah, I can't agree more. We spoke, kind of myself earlier, about it's not an iron's not swim and board, it's swim, board and run. And with the professional series, when we get the opportunity to travel around, it's been a phenomenal, and a shout out once again to Wayne Drew and all the team there of the Iron Series. But every race was at low time, and that's just the lay of the land of the date and the tides, which meant was more running for the athletes. As we see now the heat lining up, try and pick this up. Could be heat 5 in the water as they're heading out. We're just trying to get indications of some more caps.
I think that's
as they go.
Sunshine Beach, maybe? Elise Speed from Sunshine there.
Yeah, I think that is Eliza Speed there, and good representation of the youth. And that's a shout out to Wes Berg, as we said it, and Jay Berg as well. But look at this double up.
Oof.
And really shorten up. They're going to remember it's the first year on this craft, so they're not going to be as strong as the 15s, merely pure to the experience. Like, they could be just as fast, some of them, but in terms of the experience on the craft and to manage the craft in these conditions can be quite difficult.
It was really interesting talking to some of the athletes as they finished their races earlier today, confirming, yes, definitely Heat 5, and we think that could be the red cap of Elise Speed from Sunshine. And if I think of Sunshine Beach, it's a big open beach. The waves have a lot of heat in there as well. But here we go. We can see definitely advantage to the top of the screen there. And we're loving that the ladies are progressing through the racing now. This is the 15s. A lot of different caps in here. Loving to see Eloise Allport from Palm Beach is in the mix there. But it looks like we might be having a change of arena. I think we are starting to move through some of the progressions, Ty. It's down to the qualifications.
Yeah, it's the 15 girls there, Jen, lining up now. So we'll just get a quick little update. It looks like potentially with the 15 girls board race coming up, we start to get more towards the pointy end for the ladies at the moment, and we'll just pull up the draw as we can see at the moment. It looks like semi-final coming up. They've actually had their quarterfinal. The girls have gone through their quarterfinals in another arena. It is now the semi-finals lining up for that.
And Ty, I've got some exceptional news for you. One of the highlights of our last Australian Championships, our last state championships, was seeing the cap of Pacific back in action. It's a brown cap with blue and yellow stripes on there. Bronte Fennick, she's Heat 1, Lane 1. We just need to grab them here, and I think that is her on screen just now, just ducking her head under.
Yeah, plenty of action, because it's all about you want to make that final. You want to be in that top 16 on the big stage here of day 2 of the Nutri-Grain Youth and Nipper Aussie Championships, and a great start we can see at the moment. Looks like Alexander Headlands have got to a very good start. We spoke about Pacific down the bottom end as well, but we'll pick them up as they go out there at the moment. But it is semi-final number 1 of the under 15 females.
Yeah, I think that's either Poppy Mendes or Matilda Young of Newport. Fantastic start there, but you can definitely tell that the pace has picked up. This is under 15 girls. They're bigger, they're stronger, they're faster, and we're also at semi-final time. Loving the work. I think that could be one of our...
I'll say Blackhead.
Blackheads.
Yeah, and we spoke earlier about that's Pegram of Kippax. Now, Kippax won the heat earlier today. They were medalists last year in the board relay as well. And what a moment for the club. And they're stepping up again on the big stage. I love the inside running here. I'll probably say that's Bronte Kippax there. Takes on the inside to that of Alex. We'll try and pick up potentially your minor of Hoyland. Hoyland finished second at the New South Wales Championships. So we spoke about this at semi-final, and the cream is coming to the fore.
Oh, semi-finals are tough. And when I think about that New South Wales Championships, I think about Marley Hoyland there. It was actually an all-Newport Ironwoman final podium, and she was fourth. So tough age group across New South Wales, tough age group across Australia, but have a look at the gap that is forming and that chase pack coming hard.
They've turned in the Wrigglers at the moment. It's a breakaway of 3. They go around the apex cam. Looks like Kippax from Blackhead that will lead round. Alexander Headlands, I'd say, picking up that of Alexander. She's made the move from that of Maroochydore, and that is Edmondson tucked in there in second. Then we go back to third. It's trying to pick up that cap, whether it's a minor cap or a Burley cap. We can see Black in there, but look at the chase pack behind. 3 have broken away, 4th standing on their own, and then about 8 chasing that top 8 spot.
Oh, but only 8 through to the final. This is where it gets really, really nerve-wracking because we've got 2 on a wave out the front, so 2 are gone. There are now 6 spots available. The girls will not lose their boards from here. These are absolute class competitors.
And the best thing is relief for these ladies because they will be in the final in a matter of a couple of hours away of the Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Aussie champs. Oh, trying to come at the top. I think it's Kippax. There are 2 from Blackhead in here. Pegram in there as well. I do believe it might be Bronte Kippax there coming through as well. Great performance. We have Alexander Headlands. We've got Menzies in there as well as Edmondson. So I'm not sure which way they state at the moment. Could be potentially going through. I'll probably say Poppy could be from Alex coming through. Blackhead in the mix as well. 8 is the magic number.
So 2 are through for us. Okay, here we go. That is a Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park and a Northcott in the mix. We think that's Jessica Conrad and Sky McCaffrey through. Again, liveheats.com is where you can pick up the results. This could be the final 4.
There's your minor coming through now. So we talk about the 4 to 8. I believe that is our top 8. Looks like Kudjan of Onley now coming through. Obviously, older brother, Kai Onley, a great competitor as well. Another one from Blackhead. So I believe we'll have 2, Pegram and Kippax, into the final. What a moment for these young ladies, and it is quality. Let me tell you, if in terms of Jess Conrad, who's been an outstanding performer throughout the whole summer, coming in 4th or 5th, it is game on this afternoon.
Oh, we've seen her do some incredible things, not only at the Aussies, but I think of her in the Junior State Championships from a year or 2 back. Absolute quality competitor. So excited that we're at semi-final time already for this under 15 female board. A lot of nerves, but the girls really channeling it in the right way, and they made some really smart decisions, choosing their path out, choosing their path in. When do I get on my knees? When do I head back down? And you've just got to execute well because sometimes the nerves for a semi-final can be worse than when you're in the final. There's more at stake.
Yeah, that's right. And the program today, the revised program, we go from board. So now they've locked their spot in the final for this afternoon. They'll go back, they'll reset, they'll get ready for surf race coming up, heats and semi-finals, once again trying to lock in. And I know we talk about, Jess Conrad lining up there, along with, we spoke about of the Blackhead girls as well, and Menzies. They'll line up for surf race, want to book their spot in the final. As we see the replay here, Mermaid deciding to go that a little bit to the south. Once again, Pacific deciding to go straight. Did it pay dividends? Probably not so much. I think it was more the southern end of the Blackhead girls in terms of Kippax and also Pegram going through. So position 1 was Alexander Head, and we spoke. That was Edmondson. So she's made the change from that and Maroochydore, of the Black Swans and Maroochydore, over to Alex. To that finishing second was Kippax. Bronte Kippax was on that lead wave with her as well. Great showing from North Cottesloe, all the way from WA. A big shout out to McCaffrey there. Jess Conrad, the one to look out for my liking in the future as well, coming through. Onley, Pegram, Hoyland and Young, they've qualified, but down the beach with the Guru and Alex as well, our winner for semi-final number 2.
Jazz Edmondson, that was as close to perfect as we'll get. How much confidence have you got going through to this final?
Yeah, I have a lot of confidence, just got to back myself and back my training and, knowing that the coaches have put a lot of effort into all of us at Alex this year, just got to back myself and just got to trust the process. Whatever happens, happens, and it's meant for a reason.
I don't have another question because that's exactly what we need to hear. So you've done the work. Let's go and execute one more race. Alexandra Headlands, let's see you on the podium.
Yes, thank you.
I'm having the best day, legend. All the best. Thanks, guys.
Oh, thanks so much, Harold, and thanks so much, Jazz Edmondson from Alex, fantastic race, perfect interview as well. If she ever wants to join us up here in the commentary booth, we will have her absolutely anytime. Loving that we've got this footage here now, the semi-finals for the under-15 female board race. So we got to see all of semi-final number 1. We'll bring you the results of semi-final number 2 in just a moment. But for now, we say a big welcome. I'm going to actually spoil it. I'm going to leave you on a cliffhanger, and we are going to go to a little ad break. Well, we are back, and a big welcome. Riley Fitzsimmons, triple Olympian, has been to the Aussies many times as well. Riley, welcome to commentary.
Thanks for having me. Something different, and it's a bit of fun down on the beach. There's lots of waves.
I can tell that you're still sweating from being down there. I can't believe how different the conditions are today when we think back to yesterday, Arvo.
Yeah, crazy contrast. I mean, yesterday was a day for the Ducks, and today is a day for the Clubbies. It is a perler out there. So much entertainment, so many waves, sun's out. That wind's down, which is nice, so the 10s are surviving today. But yeah, we're heating up with some semi-finals, I hear.
Absolutely, and so good to see. The semi-finals just done now. Isabella Agres from Coogin, she is through. And of course, I couldn't say of course, but wonderful to see in that under-15 board, Alana Dimmick from a Redhead, the defending champion in this event. She is through in semi-final number 2. So we now have locked in that under-15 board race final for this afternoon. And Riley, it was great to do the flags yesterday, but as you said, weather for Ducks, we are back now and we're determined to get through as much of this program as possible. So it's all about the board races. We'll do the swims as well soon. But thinking about the chats that we were just having down on the beach with the athletes, they are determined to do as many races as possible.
Yeah, 100%. And I can't imagine what they were up to yesterday with no racing. I wonder if they got to Wet and Wild or saw the sights of the Gold Coast. I'm not sure what they were up to, but yeah, they would have been absolutely frothing to get out there today, I reckon.
Yep, and we can see the officials doing an incredible job. A shout out to the water safety and the powercraft as well, keeping everyone safe out there. So a really big program. Keep an eye on the SLSA media updates, because we're going to bring you all the updates of what is happening. Of course, we do want to get to the swims, to the irons, maybe some team events if we can. The beach sprints are running as well. When I think of Aussies, I think of the scale, and we get that shot now. There are so many arenas in action.
Yeah, and I think just the difficulty of trying to run it on one day today is just going to be immense. So I think all the competitors are up for it. They went in today knowing what the challenges were going to be like today with back-to-back racing, tight cuts, but you know, everyone's got a smile on their face, and as long as they're putting a foot on the line and having a go, that's the only thing we can ask for, really.
Oh, absolutely. I think I'm really enjoying the resilience of the athletes down there. They were saying we just want to do as much as we can. We just want to get in the water. But we've got a few of the highlights rolling through at the moment. I love the colour and the spectacle of the Aussies. And, we've got our club cap guides here, because I think I learn 1 or 2 new club caps every single year, the colours of the craft. And have a look at that. The crew's definitely getting earning their sandwiches today.
Yeah, 100%. It wasn't just the competitors today that were dealing with the difficult conditions. The IRBs as well. There was a couple of flips this morning, but I think they're back up right now. Wow, that one was solid. I had a quick chat with Matt Bevelakwa this morning, and it was unreal. He was chatting with his Clifton Beach, and it's so cool to see all the variety of club caps on the beach, and yeah, all the different coloured boards and caps. It is unreal.
I think one of my favourite social media posts of the past few years was when Matt did a throwback to his days in the the Tasmanian state team, and he was in like the Tassie jersey, and he hadn't quite grown into it just yet. It was a little bit loose, but just sort of showing there is a pathway, and such an important part of that is this. It's the Aussies, the Nipper Youth Championships, and there we go, Sorrento on beach at the moment. But for the athletes who are getting it done, really excited that we get to hand out some gold medals this afternoon. I'm sure you know exactly where your Aussie gold medals are at home. You don't throw them away. They are rare and they are precious.
100%. They're kept in a little safe box at home, but yeah, I mean, we all start somewhere, don't we? And it was, it's unreal to see footage of Bevy back in the day and see how far he's come, and now he's one of the icons of our sport. So, it really proves that anyone can do it.
Yeah,
you just got to have the belief and back yourself, the sacrifices, the commitment, the hard work. It's all there. have fun with your mates, drop down a few of these bombs here. Look
Look
at that.
See there's a barrel roll on the far left as well. I remember this race. See, there she is.
Wow.
She's back.
They are the skills we're going to be looking out for today.
Absolutely loving that. North Burleigh across the line there. Remembering liveheats.com is where you can grab the draw and the results for everything that we're seeing today. We're in the green and gold arena in just a moment. And a shout out to our event supporters, our national partners as well. When we bring the big caravan that is Aussies to the Gold Coast, it does take a village, and we're very excited that they are part of ours as well. But it looks like we are now heading down to the under 15 men's board race. There we go. Start list there. I'm getting nervous because, Riley, the nerves for a semi-final could be worse than for the final.
That's exactly right. Like, I mean, whenever I approach a semi-final, I treat it like the final. It's one of the hardest races to get through, and you got to get your name on that start list for the final. So you just want to nail everything in this semi-final. I hope these kids are going into this and treating it like a final. No mistakes here. Just got to make that top 8, I believe, to get through, and give yourself a shot at trying to win an Aussie medal.
And we saw Mitchell Chalmers was leading us off on that first page there. Watch out for him from Swansea. We've also got Mansa, Staffan, O'Brien, Woodrow and Kroenko from Northcliffe in the mix there. So the great thing about this, by the time you get to a semi-final, Riley, they've been out in the conditions. They've seen what the water's like. Hopefully they've been in this arena before, because that really gives you an advantage in terms of knowing where to head out and where to come back in.
Yeah, 100%. As long as they're getting a little bit of experience out there through the rounds, getting a feel for what the ocean's doing. I was down there this morning, and there's quite a huge drag, lots of big punchy shore breaks, so I'm sure the boys have been out there and talking with their coaches, going through it all. They've got a race plan set up for this semi-final for sure.
Here we go. And again, so many different caps in the mix here. Excited to see who is going to be in that top 8. We can see they're just getting their final instructions now, and that run leg to start with is getting a little bit longer. And if you've got a fast start, that's a real advantage.
Yeah, 100%. You probably can't win the race off your start today, but it definitely will help you. It'll go a long way to get to that back break first, and then you're able to pick your line out through the waves. That's going to be a key thing here.
I think that's Billy Reid from Lawn. That black and white quartered cap was on the far end there, and he kept his speed up incredibly, transferring that running speed to board speed just to skim over the top of those first few waves. You really need that to be able to push through this first part of the whitewater.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of aggression here just to punch through the waves. You can't let the waves sort of get the upper hand here and dominate you. So all about the aggression, trying to punch through these waves, a few headbutts into whitewater and sit and pop or pop over on your knees. Trying to keep that balance through the waves here. There's another big one through the shorey. The boys are dealing with that very, very well.
Up and over there. I think it could be Ryan Tolley or Harrison Carberry, the blue caps there of Ocean Grove and West Beach. Great starts there, and I just love the view that we get here, Riley. We've been down on the beach, so you get to see, straight out. But here there's so much more of the strategy and the way that the waves come into play, and sometimes a lucky end is the break that you need.
100%. And what we've seen in a lot of races this morning is that everyone's sort of running down to the south, trying to use that drag to get out. But it looked like the left-hand side here snuck out, and the right-hand side to the south, everyone that went that way is kind of being collected on that back break. But left side's gotten out clean, and we're going around the first sort of few cans, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than when you make a call and you're so determined, and then sometimes the ocean just isn't on your side. But fantastic start here from Ryan Tolley. Now, he's the Victorian champion as well, took out a big championships there from Ocean Grove. We've got a few state champs in the mix. Will Munro from Cooks Hill took the win last year. We'll check to see if he is through. We'll grab that in just a moment. But spoilers, lots of Manly coming in the second semi-final. Definitely some incredible competitors there. And this is the tough part right now, Riley. They're just about to... it looks like they're nearly home. It's so deceiving from this angle.
You can absolutely see that current is just ripping across the screen there. It's almost like paddling against a stationary sort of wave, I guess. But the boys are just getting back into the shore. They're struggling to get around that last can, aren't they?
And that just tells you how strong the sweep is out there. Mitch Chalmers did all the hard work on the way out there from Swansea Belmont. A fantastic start. Looks like he is going to be rewarded now, just falling down that one there. And have a look at the distance that he now has on the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's amazing. Once you pick up a wave, it just splits the field up. He's absolutely nailed that race. He's had that northern side off the start line. He snuck out. He's gotten around the cans nice and clean. Didn't have to deal with it. Yeah, had a little sneaky look back. He's going to be straight to the final. That'll give him a lot of confidence going into that final for sure.
And he'd be doing sums in his head. He knows that he's clear. He takes a look around and goes, yeah, I'm still going to finish strong. We're still going to get through. However, it's all about that top 8. So he is good. He is fine through now, but we need to look back. We need to find out who is next. And again, this is where Live Heats has absolutely changed my life. We will get to see who is through. So we go Ocean Grove is through. That is Ryan Tolley. Jack Woodrow from Newport is through. We can see a little bit of a chase back coming through. Just need to get that confirmed because we're about to find out who is through to one of our first Australian Championship finals from this water, I want to say Water Day Sunday, but it's such a different program. We do have the beach sprints, the beach relays happening a little further up the beach. We had R&R on yesterday. We'll recap those results in just a moment, but very
Pretty much
intrigued.
is a Super Sunday, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still
an absolute
Super
Sunday.
That would be Surfers Paradise there. It always catches us out there. It's the 100-year, the centenary celebrations for Surfers Paradise. They have a different cap. If you're used to seeing the pale blue with the yellow star, it is now blue with the 2 yellow stripes. And a big shout out. Welcome to Louis Van Druen from Surfers Paradise.
It's always throwing me out, the centenary cap. We saw it last year with Alex Headland. And I think it's a really cool sort of concept to go back to the heritage caps, and then they go back to obviously their modern day caps now. But it's super special for any club to get to 100 years of representation in surf life saving, and obviously a lot of history in both those clubs, Alex and Surfers.
Absolutely. We also give a big 100th birthday shout out to both City of Perth and Tugun, who celebrate their centenaries this year. So lots of celebrations up and down the beach, up and down the coastline. Here we go. It is now official. Mitchell Chalmers definitely through. He's first from Swansea Belmont. Anderson Towns from Alex. Harrison Carberry. Excited to watch him in some skis in the future. Ryan Tolley is through. Sydney Burns from Newport. Lachlan Walker from Sunshine is through. Tor Manza from Avoca. We'll talk more about Avoca in a second. Jake Bauer from Sunshine Beach is through as well. So great to see 2 from the Sunshine crew through.
Yeah, and I had a quick chat with Trevor G yesterday, and he said Tor Mansour is the one to sort of look out for in this age group. So it's good that he's got through to the final.
Yeah, always the relief, and we can see on screen at the moment just staying down nice and low, rewarded. But for now, Harold is down on the beach. We love having a chat. Harold, who have you got?
Harry, because he's got a sick name. So got through nice and comfortably third, only a wave behind that lead. How much more pace have you got for this final?
I reckon I can push it a bit harder off the start and just really rip in the final and see how I can go, yeah.
So you said earlier, made the iron final last year, board final this year. What is going to be, I guess, the plan of attack for you heading out there?
Just try and stay calm in the tricky conditions and try and make sure the skills are right, and then on the way in off the last can, just accelerate and try and go on the first wave.
The bank is so prominent, that sprint finish is going to be brutal. All the best, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Harry Carberry, what a name. What a legend.
Oh, fantastic work. Thanks, Harold, and thanks to Harry as well. There we go. Heat 2, the results are coming through now, and in very exciting news, we saw Mitchell Chalmers take out heat number 1, semi-final number 1, I should say, and Will Munro, teammate from Swansea Belmont, takes out semi-final number 2.
Wow. Yeah, the super strong club of Board Palace, Swansea Belmont. Also, that whole Newcastle area, Redhead, Swansea, Caves Beach, they've always had super strong representation in the board paddling. Something in the water there, I reckon. Something
pretty fast in the water. Absolutely. So, as we said, Will Munro took out that one. Lewis Williams from Mermaid, James Down from Warilla Barrack Point, Billy Hawkes from Trigg, Henry Whitehead, Jacob Chalmers, Mattias Martin, all from Manly. Fantastic to see so much Manly in there. And Jack Cross from Coogin rounds out the qualifiers there. Unfortunately, Tom Chalmers, we will say goodbye to him now. So, just thinking, Harrison Carberry as well from West Beach took out the South Australian champs. Anderson Towns from Alex actually took out the Tassie ones. Billy Hawkes, who we just saw there, now he's Trigg Island, and he's also the WA champion. So building in towards some big finals. Riley, thinking about, you've been part of some incredible Aussie finals. You've taken out the Open men's single ski before in a cracker race. What advice would you be giving the athletes who are maybe into their first Aussies finals this afternoon and the nerves are starting to build?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much nerves always with an Aussie final, but really these conditions are so tough and so challenging that it's there's a lot of luck involved today. So for me, I've been encouraging a lot of the young kids that I've seen this morning just to go out there, have fun, try your best to get through the big waves, no hesitation. But it's so much luck out there with that surf. It's so challenging. Anyone that puts a foot on the line today, like, kudos to them, because it is super difficult. Even if we had opens racing today, it would be really, really tough to get through everything. So, super excited to watch these finals. Been in plenty of these sort of junior board finals before, and was lucky enough to win an under-17s Australian title in the board, and placed in a second place in the under-15s board as well. So very cool, getting lots of flashbacks watching these races with the young kids going around, and board was always my strength growing up, and eventually made it to the skis when I went into opens.
Is there any chance of a little bit of board paddling in your future?
Maybe.
You're sounding quite wistful at the moment.
I mean, board paddling is so close to my heart. It's where I started out. I was never a swimmer. I always had mum swim around with me when I was Sunday nippers. I couldn't make it around the Cairns, and I was at Avoca. It's pretty commonly known you weren't allowed to do the board race unless you completed the surf race. So always had mum right next to me. She was water safety for me, and I used to always just hyperventilate, and you were just huffing and puffing trying to get through the surf. But I really wanted to always do the board race, so I knew I had to learn how to swim and be competent at that to be able to become a board paddler.
Well, shout out to Mrs. Fitzsimmons for looking after you so well.
Shout out to all the mums out there.
Yeah, I tell you what, I do love when we get to have a chat to a lot of the athletes, or you can see, they cross the line, and there's so many nervous parents in the background just doing the sums, handing over the water bottles, looking after them all. So a big thank you to the village that surrounds all of our athletes as we make it to the Aussies. And I love the language that we're using here, united, inspired and iconic. That is what we think of when we come here to the Australian Championships. 314 clubs, 7,000 athletes. I was actually having a chat with a few international clubby friends yesterday. We were talking about, they're like, I just want to get to an Aussies one day. And I was like, well, I think we had about 5,000 athletes at the Life Saving World Championships last year, also here on the wonderful Gold Coast. To have 7,000 at the Aussies, they just can't comprehend the scale of an event like this.
It's crazy. The size of it is just mind-boggling every year. And I mean, I saw footage the other night. Dua Lipa was at her concert. She asked a fan in the crowd what she should get to, and the fan said a Bulldogs rugby league game. And I reckon she should get to the Aussies, because this is where it's at.
Absolutely. Anyone who wants help with their itineraries, just get in touch with Riley, slide into the DMs, and we will get you to the Aussies, get you some VIP passes through here. But some great shots there, and we can see that the wind is still pretty strong down there on the beach. We always look to the flags, not only as markers to tell us where to come in, but just to keep an eye on the conditions.
Yeah, it looks like the wind's starting to whip up here now. We're getting into the afternoon, but a few more runs on the way in maybe.
Few more runs, that is what we want. Now that run leg is definitely getting a little bit longer. We can see we are now into the pink arena. If you are following the updated program, we're in the pink arena. This looks to be heat number 9 for the under 14 female board race. So many races to get through. So heat number 9, bring it up on live heats. And a big shout out to every athlete who has their club cap as their profile in live heats. It makes it so much easier for us to track everybody through, but lots of different club caps in the mix. And Muruai from New Zealand, a big welcome to Summer Rose Watson. Wonderful to see our international clubby friends from all around the world here at Aussies.
So good to see across the ditch all of our clubs coming over to the Aussies to represent New Zealand. How about the talent that has just come out of New Zealand? It's just unreal. Like, always seems to be stepping up every single year. There's someone new coming out of New Zealand, challenging the Aussies, and it's what we love to see, especially on that big stage for, the Shaw and Partners Iron Series. In that series now, it's just incredible. The likes of Olivia Corrin, Joe Collins, CT, the list goes on. And then, it was so good to see the other week Max Beattie getting up in the open men's iron. It's been a while between drinks, but so awesome to see our New Zealand brothers and sisters coming over the Aussies and representing.
Absolutely. We see that is a Newport doing an incredible job now, and that is actually very, very similar to Muruai there, but that could be Emily Jones making her way through. But yes, I do want to give Max Beattie some flowers. I think that's his 5th New Zealand Ironman Championship, but it's been a decade since the last one. So the level of persistence and resilience that he has showed to keep at it and to take a big title, when he crossed the line, you could see how much it meant to him. It was pretty inspiring stuff.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, surf life saving and resilience go hand in hand. It is just, it teaches you so many lessons, the surf. And resilience is one of the big ones because it definitely doesn't always go to plan.
Absolutely. We can see for a few of the ladies out there at the moment, some race plans not quite following the script they were hoping, but again, they will be back. They will jump on really, really quickly. We can see a few of the ladies just getting caught in that white water, and unfortunately, as you get caught, as you get knocked off, you just get swept further down the beach. And Riley, as I know now, as an ex-superstar board paddler, it's all about making the best decisions and minimising the distance that you need to paddle while working with the right conditions.
100%. The more waves you hit, the more stopping and starting, the energy is just going to get zapped out of you, and you're going to need it when you're paddling against that current out the back. We can see the girls here, they're rounding the apex. I think that's our leader rounding the last one. She might pick up this wave. Oh, it looks quite full in that gutter, but hopefully in a few more strokes she might pick up the one after it.
And this is where you just want to say paddle, paddle, paddle. We can see what's coming. Unfortunately, not as clear for them sometimes, but fantastic racing. And this is what we want to see. That's Miller Skian from Mornington, the green cap with the one white stripe on there as well. Looks like she's just going to fall over the back of that one, but we can see the waves out the back are pretty hectic. That is why we've set the cans where they are right now. But for Miller Skian from Mornington, what a paddle. I love it when they get some great screen time.
Yeah, so good. And here we go. Here's a little shory. Yeah, she's going to ride that back to the beach. And if people are wondering at home, why are some lying down? Why are some up on their knees? You know, it's a bit of rivalry in the surf lifesaving world if you're a knee paddler or you're a belly paddler. But I think a lot of people do the belly paddle. You know, if they're being brought up swimming, it's an easy to get on the board and just sort of swim it, I guess. Or with the wind picking up here, it might be better for balance out the back and getting around the cans. But yeah, here we go here. It's going to be a tight finish for the semi, but I think all these girls should know they're getting through safely.
Yeah, this should be our top 5. And Riley, it's always such a tough decision when you're paddling in, and especially when you've got the pressure of 4 other competitors very close to you. What's the rule that you would follow here? Is it touch the ground 1, 2, 3 times, knowing that it's a good depth there to jump off?
Yeah, it's about making the right judgment call about when to get off and how shallow and deep it is. Obviously, you get off too early and it's too deep, you're going to fall right over. And if you get off too shallow, then hopefully your fin doesn't dig into the sand. But trying to judge that right, you want to get those 3-4 strokes out in front of the wave so the whitewash isn't fiddling around with your board. So when you go to pick it up, you get a nice clean pick up and you can drag or carry your board up the beach.
It's all about figuring out what works best for you as well. Like, obviously we can watch the live stream, we can watch Matt Bevilacqua, but you've got to figure out what works for you, work to your strengths. And for Liesl Spinner, fantastic work. She's across the line first there. Miller Skian from Mornington, who we saw. Lucinda Gladstone from North Bondi is through. Zali Bruin from Tugun. Neve Kelly from Currumbin. Emily Jones from Newport. Andy Smith from Wanda. And Emma Winchin from North Curl. Fantastic finish to nab the final qualifying spot here. This is heat number 9.
How crazy is that?
So
9
many
heats. That is unbelievable. Great representation. So many numbers here at the Aussies.
It's why we come here. This is why we love Aussies. And when I think about the volume of competitors that we do see in some of the races, if we think about the open competition, the open men's single ski in particular, we can have 13, 14, 15 heats of that sometimes. So how do you approach that, knowing that this is the scale of the challenge ahead of you? Do you just have to focus on right now? Like, that's daunting.
It is. I mean, I had a look through on the live heats the other day, and there was
Don't look.
There was 459 people entered, which maybe come race day it might come down a little bit, but it is quite daunting. And I mean, that's what the Aussies do. It attracts the best of the best, and the prestige of winning an Aussies gold medal is what we all want to achieve. So that's why there's big numbers here. The prestige of winning an Aussies gold is immense.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. I saw Clint down on the beach today, Clint Robinson. I think about not only how many single ski titles that he's won, but some of the conditions that he's won in as well. The fact that you've had to do maybe a few rounds before you even get to quarterfinals, like, it's just...
That's exactly right.
Amazing.
You sent me the history of Aussies results the other day, and that was one I went and checked back, was the Aussie single ski. I mean, we champion Lachlan Thames 4 in a row from, the modern era. And then you don't have to look back too far where it's Robbo, where he's got 14 titles, which is ridiculous. But I also think it's a good thing to mention. It's so cool to see so many athletes that are giving back to the sport in coaching. We've got Stu Duff, we've got Robbo, there's Matt Poole down there, Courtney Hancock. They're all giving back to the sport and coaching these young nippers through. We've got the Bergs up on the sunny coast now. It's unreal.
And it's not only the coaching. I think what I love about the community that we are part of, this massive village of life-saving, you get to come back and be involved in whatever way suits you best. You can be age manager, you can be an official, you can jump back into commentary. And I think about the incredible people that we came through with who are now patrol captains, club captains, gear stewards. They volunteer an incredible amount of time, and without those sorts of people, clubs do not run and the red and yellow flags do not go up. So it's definitely been a little bit of not only the star spotting this morning, I saw Carla Gilbert, I was quite excited, but also just the reunions that you see
100%.
along the beach as well. It's pretty special.
Yeah, and I keep saying it again, it's that community that keeps bringing us back every single year. You want to catch up with your mates from all corners of this country and, sit down, tell some old war stories. It's certainly one of the best times of the year to be up here on the Gold Coast for the Aussies.
Now, just to check, if this is the female board race, this could be an Aussie final. Watch out. We are at the point here now. Let's just make sure we'll grab some views. We just want to make sure we are calling right. Yes, it is. Riley, we are here for the Aussie champs, and Harold is going to run us through the start line.
Ladies and gentlemen, strap in. It's time for the under-15 female board final of Australia. Jarrah Onley from Coogin, Bronte Kippax Blackhead, Matilda Young Newport, Jazz Edmondson from Alexandria Headlands, Taylor Birch Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Mary Thompson Maroochydore, Katie Palmer Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Alana Dimmick from Redhead, Evie Van Hooven Mermaid, Sadie Maggs from Newport, Sky McCaffrey North Cottesloe, Ash Pegram from Blackhead, Jess Conrad Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Izzy Ardros from Coogin Headlands, Evie Waller from Redhead, and rounding out our final, Marley Hoyland from Umina. Let's go.
Oh, Harold, thank you so much. How exciting is this? The Under-15 Female Board Race Championship of Australia. Riley, the girls have done so many races already today. They've been out there in conditions, but it all counts for right now. You've got to go.
Yeah, this is it. A year's worth of training and away we go. I'm sure it's running through all their heads what race plan they want to achieve here. And we're off to a fiery start. Looks like the middle few girls are just absolutely attacking this one.
Alana Dimmick from Redhead is the defending champion, so watch out for her. I feel like we have gone up another gear already. The semi-finals were good. The final is going to be absolutely spectacular. A lot of the girls out in front staying up on their knees, keeping that rating going. They are going to punch through this whitewater. Riley, it's like it didn't even make a difference. They are flying.
Yeah, I know. This is the one where you do not want to cross that finish line and have something left in the tank. You want to empty it all here. This is for an Aussie title. And look at it all in a line here. This is such tight racing.
We can see some of the girls on the top of the field. They're just having to deal with a little bit more whitewater, but Isabella from Coogin, a fantastic start, just gets over the top of that one, and that could be fantastic work. I think we might have a very, very slight breakaway of two competitors, and unfortunately half the field have been cleaned up by that set.
Yeah, it's just like those board semis before. It looked like that northern side was just sneaking out and they didn't need to run that far south. So looks like a few of the girls on the south have snuck out on that back bank and they're making their way to the first can.
Yeah, a little bit of drama in early, but have a look at this. This is the breakaway. It is Coogin I don't want to say well and clearly. Coogin has a board length lead and she is accelerating. Have a look at the speed. She is determined to leave nothing to chance here. She wants to get around that apex first. She wants first crack at these waves.
Yeah, you can see those legs moving as quick as possible and the head down, and she's just going for it right now, which is the best thing for her. She wants to get to that shore break before anyone else, pick up the runs and make her way back to the beach on her own wave.
We've also seen some really difficult conditions at this morning. If the swell starts to pick up, if a set comes through, we've seen a little bit of drama earlier, but I tell you what, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, I think that could be Jessica Conrad just tucked in behind. Have a look at that. It's still Isabella from Coogin out in front, but that top six all in the single file there, any of them could steal this victory from her. I can't believe we're about to hand out an Aussie gold medal. Have a look at the wave behind. Someone's going to pull down this one.
That was so close to making it down that first wave. You can see the girls just lying down here, just saving the legs. Are they going to get down that one? No. Maybe the next one. We might have a sprint finish here. All the girls have been lying down around the can, so they'll have nice fresh legs. This is going to be a brutal sprint finish.
1, 2, 3. Oh, it is only going to be 3. I thought it might be a race in 4. Unfortunately, that is either Ashley or Bronte from Blackhead. They are out. It looks to be that could be Marley Hoyland in the mix as well from Umina. 1, 2 and 3. Riley, I think these girls are going to get medals. What colour will it be?
Oh, who knows? I'm hoping for Umina, the Central Coast. Come on. It's going to be a tight finish. It looks like Who's that running up the beach?
I think that could be, oh my gosh, we can't see the cat from here. I think that's Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. I think it's Jessica Conrad, Marley
No
Hoyland
way.
in the mix as well. What a finish, what a race. You would not expect anything else. Oh, Isabella from Coogin.
Congratulations.
She did so much work early. It was all about the dismount. It was all about, do you drag, do you carry? Can you execute all of those skills that you have done a million times in training? I tell you what, it is going to pay off. I think our first Aussie gold medal of the day is going to go to Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, remembering that we do pay points down to 6. These girls are going to sprint across every finish line in a final.
Yeah, and how quickly did that race go?
Oh
that
my gosh.
just flew by. That was absolutely so fast. And I mean, these are tricky conditions today, so to get it done that fast, the girls were absolutely flying.
Off the start, I cannot believe the speed, and this is where we see how much work the girls are doing on their cardio, on their running, how many sprint finishes we've seen across the season in every single discipline when we go to those different races. Fantastic work. We are madly refreshing live heats to find out who has taken out the Australian Championship. We think it could be Jessica Conrad. However, Taylor Birch and Caitlin Palmer from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park also in that race, and that shows the strength of the club there as well, not only to have 3 in the final but to be taking out a big win as well. It is official. Jessica Conrad from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, congratulations, the under-15 champion. Marley Hoyland in 2 from Umina, Isabella from Coogin, but Harold, new Aussie champs.
Is there a sense of relief, Jess, knowing that everyone thought you should have taken this one out and you've actually just done it?
Yeah, there was a little bit of pressure, but I just did what I could this morning and then pulled something out today then.
So you are now the fastest under-15 lady in Australia. Who do you need to thank within your squad?
There's a lot. All the girls I train with push me every day, and of course my amazing coach John and my parents for getting me there every day.
Tell me what's special about the under-15 age group, because all there is just cuddles and kisses from all the girls. It seems like you're all best friends.
Yeah, there's a really good relationship within this age group, and it's really good to see.
All right, Jess Conrad, board champion. Will she be the swim champion? Will she be the iron champion? We'll soon find out. Great racing, mate.
Oh, thank you, Harold, and congratulations, Jessica Conrad. Yes, absolutely looking forward to seeing her in action, along with her Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park teammates in the swim, in the iron, and I don't know if we're going to get too many team races done this afternoon, but loving seeing the split screen there. She's being embraced by Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park on the left, and this was the wave that made the difference. 1, 2, 3. It was nearly 4, but Riley, this dismount made the difference.
Yeah, you can see here she's just sitting up relaxing, and then she went to pick up the board and just didn't even look back. She just literally had a clean pair of heels and just went straight for the finish line, and she dusted that finish.
Yeah, Marley Hoyland from Umina into Isabella Agras from Coogin Headland in 3. Matilda Young from Newport will be 4th. Alana Dimmick, last year's Australian champion, in 5. Bronte Kipax from Blackhead will round out the top 6. I can't believe how quickly that was, but Harold, finals.
All right, let's fire it up again, ladies and gentlemen. Under-15 male board final here for 2025 from Avoca Beach, Tor Mansour. Will Munro from Swansea Belmont. Harry Carberry from West Beach. Louis Williams from Mermaid Beach. Billy Hawkes from Trig Island. Jacob Chalmers from Manly. Mitchell Chalmers, no relation, from Swansea Belmont. Sid Burns from Newport. Ryan Tolley, Ocean Grove. Anderson Towns, Alexandria Headlands. Matthias Martin from Manly. Jake Bauer from Sunshine. Henry Whitehead from Manly. Jack Cross from Coogin. Lockie Walker from Sunshine. And rounding out our final is Jimmy Down from Warilla Break Point. Let's go.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, Harold. I love that we get to celebrate every single athlete who's qualified for this final, the under-15 men's board race. Riley, it's such an achievement just to say that you've made an Aussie board race final. They are rare, they are precious, and the pressure would be building down on the start line right now.
That's right. I'm sure all of these boys want to win a medal here, or just have the best race they can possibly. But a year's worth of training going into this. I'm sure they're thinking about all the hard work they've put into to get to this moment. Aussies final, they're pretty rare to make, so you're pretty grateful, I guess, to make any final. So all the best of these lads here. I'm sure they're going to be ripping in as well, as same as the girls before.
Absolutely. Now, if we look back to the semi-finals, Mitchell Chalmers from Swansea took out semi number 1. Will Munro from Swansea took out number 2 as well. So you've got to think Swansea. Imagine their board relay, just as an aside. You've got to think these boys will be out there to dominate. They know they need to go early. It is a clean start. That is Jamestown from Warilla Barrack Point, closest to us, dragging in their board. Have a look at how far these boys have to run now.
Yeah, that is a long run in on that low tide. And I mean, we saw it in the girls before, that Burley crew. That training environment must be so good. So I can imagine it'd be the exact same for the boys from Swansea Belmont here. They've got a strong group and they've all made the final. So, it's going to be a tough one out there. Is that Trig Island out in front?
That could be. And I tell you what, Trig Island, that's Billy Hawkes. He took out the WA State Championship earlier this season, so you know he is on form. They've had some incredible success in the beach flags already, now into these board races. But have a look at the whitewater they need to contend with.
Yeah, let's just see if this northern side gets out clean here again. The boy on the pink board there just popping one more. He's been pushed back. They've got lots of punch in these waves, don't they?
Absolutely. I think you and I are reeling with them each time a wave comes through. But they're just going to go over the top now. And a shout out to Manly. They've got Henry Whitehead, Matthias Martin and Jacob Chalmers all in the race now. So if you see a sky blue cat from Manly, it is going to be one of those three men. Again, I think of the strength of the club. I think of this incredible board relay that they might have. It's all about the big race right now, and it is going to be Manly the first to go around, one of three cans.
Yeah, they're certainly proving on the start list here that they're a strong board paddling squad, and they've got first and second sewn up here. Heading around the first can. Not sewn up, but they're locked in at the moment in this race, and Swansea Belmont is challenging. He's just sitting up on his knees there, conserving a bit of energy. Maybe he's going to explode on the way in.
And that's a really smart move there. He managed to get the inside line, pushing the other Manly competitor a little bit further out, meaning more work for Manly. He's pushing really hard now. He wants that inside line on the third and final can, and you can see the boys already looking out to sea.
Yeah, this is the key point here, getting around this last can and trying to pick up first runs.
This is where we saw the difference was made for the under-15 women. A little sneaky look back. Do not wait. And you've got to go now.
Look at him explode. The rating goes up, and here come the bumps. Oh, it's the other Manly guy coming through. Is he going to get down it?
He is.
Is that our winning wave?
That's an Australian championship right there, I think. But have a look at this. Look at the party wave behind. Oh, my gosh. We have got a race on our hands. We're going to go down to Harold in just a moment, but it's all about Manly. It might not be a gold medal wave. Harold, what are you seeing down on the beach?
It is Henry Whitehead getting it done once more. It was Jacob Chalmers' race for the winning, but then over the top, the big boy is still going to reign supreme. Comfortable win. Henry Whitehead, your champion, claiming it. But the sprint finishes on for second and third. It is up. It might be Swansea Belmont. There's a lot of bodies through there. Far side, it's going to be Coogin. Ocean Grove going to be in the money there as well. Ocean Grove 2, Coogin Headland in 3. Oh, Jen.
Harold, what a race. We could see that wave building. We knew there were 8 or 9 competitors on the line. Every single coach right now is saying this is why we train get-offs. This is why we train how to run. What a race from Henry Whitehead. A dominant performance. We love a claim as well. Winning Australian championships feels so, so good. You are allowed to put a finger in the air for that one. But Riley, my gosh, the race for the podium.
Yeah, the emotion was so good to see there. And that second wave, I can't believe how many boys were on that wave. That was incredible. But so smart from Henry. I think he was sitting around second around the cans there, sitting on the wash. As soon as he made that turn around the last can, he exploded onto his own runner and went straight past his teammate, collected the winning wave, and it was home and hose from there pretty much. He struggled a little bit on that shorey, but he showed his strength and pushed down the runs.
And you've got to love it when you can see it. That's a maturity of the athlete as well, saying, I've got a plan. I know when I'm going to go. I'm going to execute it. And when you see it play out, when you see that win happen, and you're just like, absolutely nailed it. 5 stars, no notes.
Yeah, 100%. The maturity of that race then was incredible. Just to stay composed. You don't always have to lead the race around the cans. And he stayed composed, got around that last can, and just he knew what he wanted to do.
Yeah, so good to see. I love that we are handing out Aussie gold medals already, that we get to bring you this incredible footage and some of the absolute best athletes, the rising stars of our sport as well. We can see that the arenas are starting to converge, but Harold, what an incredible race.
When we talk about pressure, I spoke earlier with Jess. She's the one that everyone's trying to chase. You've pretty much been everything but undefeated all season. You come into an under-15 board final, sitting in third around the apex. What happened then?
Yeah, I was pretty nervous going into the start. I actually jumped on my board and I fell off straight away. So I kind of wash-rode my way back and then rated really hard off the can, and I got a little wave.
So taking out the gold medal must be huge, but having the boys from the squad in that final as well, a little piece of that must be for them as well.
Yeah, it's so good having all the Manly boys in the final. So, yeah, it's a credit to all their training and the work we do.
Any special shout-outs to the crew that you're training with?
Yeah, shout out to Scotty Thompson, shout out to my parents, and Sean at Aquaculture for all the swimming.
Legend. All right, have you got a good swimming iron left in you?
I think so.
Yeah, he does. Let's go. Legend. On your H.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, Harold. And congratulations again, Henry. What a season. And to cap it off with an Aussie gold medal, that is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and as you mentioned there, Scotty Thompson, like, what a legend of the sport. And he was at North Bondi for a while. Now he's over at Manly coaching there. And you can just see in the talent that's coming through in these junior ranks at Manly. They're just so strong.
Yep, it's so impressive. The fact that they had 3 in the final as well, just to get there, is an incredible performance, and to take a big gold medal as well. I always start thinking forward now. We'll all have the club annual dinners in a few months' time, and a lot of them get to replay these races as well and celebrate and remember just how special it was to be down there on the beach, to watch the race, to be part of it. And I love the interviews at the end. They get to say, thank you so much to everyone who helped me get here. Like, there's one person on the podium, but a team of people behind them.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously that competitive environment they're in at the moment, they're just going to the next level. And I'm sure those boys will be ones to look out for the future when they move into that 17s and 19s age group. Hopefully we get to see some board relays, in the future, and I'm sure there'll be a really strong showing for them.
Absolutely. And we move arenas now. I think we are back in the pink arena for the under-14 men's board race. We can see 2 heats have already been done. We're about to do heat number 3, but a shout out, Ari Hamill from Surfers Paradise took out heat number 1. Harper Skelton, it was a Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park 1-2 with Fletcher Dutton. And here we are now. This is quarter-final time. Finn Borman, Archie Munday, Grayson Hyde, Archie Peters, Jake Schulz, Oliver Price, Josh Mercer, William Easton, Charlie DeCarl from Cooks Hill, Fraser Caldo, Alfie Marshall, Sage McLucas, Jad Werner, Tommy Truitt, Javier Norman, Liam Morrison, Oliver Stephen and Ben Burgess, all the way from Yamba. We've changed arenas, and it looks like we've changed conditions as well, Riley.
Yeah, I know. It's just always changing up and down this coastline, and it's so open here on the Gold Coast that we are just open to the elements every single day, and it's always changing. So what we'll see this whole week is just we'll come down the beach in the morning and it'll be completely different.
And you'd know this from not only your board paddling days but your ski paddling days now. Where you are on the line from left to right, you might be dealing with a different set of conditions than someone at the absolute other end of the line.
Yeah, 100%. It's always up to Mother Nature to decide whether you're going to make it out clean or not. And it looks like these boys have got one more to deal with. Looks like a couple have snuck through. They've ducked their heads under that lip.
And can we just talk about how there's nothing better in a race where you just duck under a wave and you just know that it's hitting everyone behind you. I know that's absolutely awful, but the relief sometimes of just getting that good start, that good position and getting out into that green water, it's so rewarding.
Yeah, honestly, there's nothing better than ducking your head under a lip and then looking back and seeing everyone lose their boards or punch up into the air, and just knowing that you're the only one to sneak through. Looks like they're just rounding this first can here.
They've actually got out there quite quickly. I think those few that managed to sneak out to duck their head under there, they are out, they are around. And have a look at the rating there as well. Wonderful to see so many different caps in action there. Jake Schulz from North Wollongong, and I think that is going to be either Archie Munday from Burnie. Oh no, it's 3. That's Finn Borman from Alexandra Headlands, the yellow cap with the 3 black stripes. And you can see, as you said earlier, Riley, just sometimes a little bit of difficulty getting around that final can because the sweep is going so strongly from north to south.
Yeah, it's certainly ripping through, and you can see them just trying to reach out as far as they can, bury their hands in the water and pull themselves forward. They're just sneaking around that last can now, and they'll be starting to look back, trying to find a wave, but it looks like out the back it is absolutely gone flat. Big lulls today, but when it does come through, it is punchy.
I know, it's something that you can't control too well, but we can see great work from Schultz of North Wollongong out in front, just paddling down that wave. Wonderful, and the relief of, let's face it, going under a wave on the way out, but the relief of getting a wave on the way in, you get that little bit extra rest, you take a moment, you get to have a look back, and we love the armchair ride back into the beach.
That's it. It's all about conserving energy now. The boys will be switching off, thinking about their next round and what they're going to achieve, and sort of learning from that experience of that heat, going through the waves and what worked well for them, and they certainly didn't hesitate, and they were aggressive through that shore break to punch through the waves and get under that lid to make it out the back.
Yeah, really great work there. Grayson Hyde from Ocean Grove. That is the dark blue, the light blue, and then the yellow stripe down there as well. Fantastic work for him, getting through nice and easily. And this 14 boys age group, I know I call every age group as a really, really tough one, but this 14 boys is really, really tough. So it was Kai Goldie from the Lakes who took out the New South Wales Championship. Kostya Rogoski from Sorrento took out the WA title. Grayson Hyde, who we just saw, the current Victorian champion, is in the mix. Archer Monday from Burnie was in that race as well, the Tasmanian champion. And Oliver Stephen from Somerton in South Australia. Hopefully he is in the mix here as well. So again, no easy age groups and no easy heats.
No, and it's big questions about the Queensland state, isn't it? Obviously, with the state titles cancelled, who is the best? We don't know. So we're going to find out at the Aussie titles, which is the exciting thing. But, you know, lots of rested boys and girls that weren't able to race the state titles, which was unfortunate due to the cyclone. But, you know, I'm sure they're frothing to get out there, finish off the season strong with the Aussie titles.
Yeah, and a shout out Oliver Stephen from Somerton in there. If you're not sure what that cap is, it's green, black and white. So we're just checking that finish line right now. It was Finn Borman from Alex in one. Jake Schulz from North Wollongong is through. Jason Hyde, Archie Monday, Josh Mercer, Tommy Truitt from Byron, Javier Norman and Charlie DeCarl. That is the top 8. We think they will qualify through to the semi-final, which probably isn't too far away. The officials doing a great job moving this around. And Riley, so excited that I get to do a shift with you because I'm really keen on what you spoke about just before, your take on missing the state championships, both the juniors and the seniors in Queensland. Is it an advantage in that we get a little bit more rest, or is it a disadvantage because we miss out on the quality racing?
I'll tell you who it's a disadvantage for. It's probably a disadvantage for all the club selectors on trying to pick teams. I reckon they've got the hardest job in the world trying to decide teams. After, you know, we've had a few carnivals this year, but, you know, really having state titles cancelled is a tough one. You know, not being able to race and see where you're at against the rest of the field certainly doesn't give you any clear indication on how you're sitting. But I guess as long as the guys and girls kept training through and, you know, staying on top of their fitness, you know, they'll probably be a little bit rested, I guess, for the Aussie titles and nice and fresh going into this. And there's no real pressure, I guess, in these waves. Like, it's all up to luck and just hoping you make it out clean and come in and get a wave.
Yeah, it's so tough. Definitely a tropical cyclone was not on anyone's bingo card for this end of the season, nor was the weather that we saw yesterday down here at North Kirra, which is why we're doing a slightly different program now. But for now, this is quarterfinal number 4. I think that could be Carter Cox from Blackhead on screen there. And a big shout out to Hamish Smallbane from Cairns is in the mix here. That's a black cap with the white and orange stripes as well. So a big shout out everyone who's made not only the trip to Aussies, but if you've trekked all the way from Cairns, from WA, from Tassie, it's a big trip, and we know it's going to be worth it if you're on a quarterfinal here at the Aussies.
Yeah, 100%, and especially after yesterday not being able to race. So good we can get out in the water, test our skills, have a race against our mates. You know, it was looking pretty bleak yesterday in the rain, so it's awesome to see the sun out, waves are still pumping, and we can get in the water and do some racing.
And one to watch in this race, we've got Tyler Johnson from Alex, the past Australian champion, the defending champion from, well, I should say, when they're in the past age group. So one to watch there. And if you're seeing that black cap, the blue cap there, that's Morty Alec, the blue, the white and the red. Just taking a look back. That'll be Caden Barrow just looking around. But have a look at the congestion in that sort of, probably in the zone of the cutoff in that top 8. That looks tough. I can see a Kurrawa cap in the mix. That'll be Xander Pine in there as well. Oh, wave off the can. How perfect.
Dialed. Huey has looked after these two boys here. But, yeah, super congested behind them. It was about 5 or 6 boys wide there. So just showing the desperation of these boys trying to make it to the next round.
And a big shout out, I think that's Jimmy Toivonen from Grange. Fantastic start there, the blue cap with the red and white square in the middle there.
And he's done unreal because Grange is not known for their waves, are they? So you can definitely probably guarantee with him that his fitness is up because he's probably been doing a lot of flat water work. So it's going to be real key today because obviously Super Sunday, they're going probably back-to-back races.
Oh, huge.
So their fitness is going to have to be top-notch. I mean, they're probably so young anyway. They're running off young gun energy, I reckon.
Yeah, Jimmy, what an absolute fantastic race. They're looking very comfortable, very confident coming through. And that is going to be Caden Barrow from Mordy Alex. So wonderful to see our interstate friends doing an incredible job here. And Riley, something that I hadn't picked up on earlier, it looks like that it's starting to get a little bit uneven on the sand there as well. A few potholes could make things difficult.
Yeah, might catch a few people out the sniper.
We've all rolled an ankle or two at
watch the
Kirra.
ankles through those potholes. Yeah, it's going to be interesting for those sprint finishes, especially if we get a real congested finish in these finals. That is a long sprint finish up to the two flags where the boys and girls are finishing, and it's going to make some exciting finishes because you definitely want to be saving your legs a little bit for those sprints.
Well, we were talking earlier about how tough it is to start a ski race when you've got 15 men all jostling for position, someone saying, oh, it's not fair down here, I've got my paddle in the air. Judging some of these finish lines would be even worse. Yeah,
hats off to the officials for sure. We've got the iPads out here, so it's lucky enough we've got technology helping us these days. The officials get it right all the time.
And we needed that yesterday. Some of those flags finishes were incredible. Some lost batons, some interesting things happening there. But a big shout out, Jimmy Toivonen from Grange, Caden Barrow from Mordy Alex, Samuel Weddy from Avoca, Tyler Johnson, the defending champ from Alex, Roman Sabo from Coogee, Finn Thompson from Tally, Marvin Conrick from Redhead, and Xander Pine from Kurrawa. That is your top 8, and they will progress through to the semi-finals. And it was a bit of a slower start earlier today, just as we got the conditions assessed and people in the right spots and the marshalling sorted. I feel as though we are flying through this program now.
Yeah, they're certainly turning over the races nice and quick now. It was a bit of a slow start this morning with that high tide, and now as it's gone low, lots of running involved, and nice, short, punchy races. But we're absolutely flying through the program at the moment.
I am just refreshing live heats because we are currently, I think it's the under 14 women that we would be back with now. 14 women's board race. Here we go. So we are through to quarterfinals here already. So a fantastic job by the officials, but also the team managers and the athletes using the live heat system. You know what race you're in now. You know what the draw is. So Riley, that's really revolutionised our sport. When you think about Aussies back in the day, you'd have printouts and you would have to all go to a certain arena and you try and find your name. It was just madness.
Yeah, it's certainly made everyone's lives a bit easier, live heats, and it's one click of a button and you can find your heat straight away and where you are on the line, so it's perfect.
And a big shout out to Chris Friend, the co-founder and CEO of Live Heats, a former Alexandra Headlands nipper. Loving seeing him do some incredible things, but also that Surf Life Saving Queensland was an early investor there, and across the board, all the different clubs and organisations are getting on board and leveraging the technology. I actually sat in on one of their webinars the other day, just because I'm a nosy person, and you might see now when you look at liveheats.com and you look for the Aussie Championships, you actually see now the sponsorship, the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain icon in there as well, making sure that our sponsors are recognised, and the fact that the platforms are helping to do that is pretty special. But Harold, you're making friends back down on the beach. Who have you got?
Jimmy Toinovan's who I've got. It's a hard name to say. From the Grange. No swell at all at the Grange, but you come out here today just absolutely dominate that heat number a million, it seemed like.
Yeah, thanks. Just stormies pretty much. Not much waves, no swell at all.
The Grange program, how many's in your group?
About 20 under 15s, and then a lot of older people.
Oh, nice. So there's a lot of support crew through there. What's one thing about the Grange Surf Club that most people wouldn't know about?
No, nothing much.
Nothing much at all. All right. What's the cafe like? What's your go-to at the cafe downstairs?
What do I go? Just a solo, some chips, pretty much.
Chocolate milk?
Nah. It's racing.
There you go. Jimmy Toinovan from Grange, Finland background. Exciting stuff, mate. We are diverse. We are surf life saving. We are united. We are inspired. We are iconic. Let's go.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Harold, for the chat. And a huge shout out to the team from Grange. Fantastic racing. Cannot wait to see more board paddlers like Jimmy in the mix. But on screen right now, we are back in action for the 14 women's board race, and tight on the can there, Riley, just to get around.
Yeah, very tight. Proving once again that Current is our biggest battler today. I tell you what, loving the zinc on Harold at the moment. It's got that real Andrew Simons look.
Yep. Tell you what, that is, as the one of the palest ladies on the beach, now is my duty to remind you, please everyone, reapply your sunscreen. Slip, slop, slide while you're down there. And a big shout out, Sienna Picton, a name that we know from Talabudra. She's having a fantastic paddle. She's in the maroon cap with the white stripe. And unfortunately, Riley, this is one of the worst things to do in surf. You have to stop, you have to wait, and you have to wait for the wave to bring the rest of the field to you.
Yep, the famous jag. It is iconic for surf lifesaving. But, I mean, how good is Talabudra doing? Like, and obviously led at the moment with Courtney Hancock and Matt Poole. They've absolutely turned the club into an absolute powerhouse through the nippers. So, super strong showing here.
And great to see. That's going to be either Catherine Jordan or Lillian Wemos from North Bondi in the mix. Wonderful to see them there. The girls taking a quick look around. Again, they're not walking up the beach, but it's probably not a sprint just now. They know that they're through. They know that they are safe. We are through to quarterfinals already in the 14 board. Oh, a little stumble on the line there. That could be Olivia Wilson on screen at the moment from North Kirra. That's the yellow cap with the 2 green on there. Another Sunshine Beach, Tallow Crouch in the mix. So congratulations, all of our ladies, as we do another thanks to our event partners, DRP, Fins and Kelloggs Nutri-Grain. I love saying Kelloggs Nutri-Grain again. They're obviously used to be in the Ironman series, but to have them here as part of the Youth and Nipper Championships is something very special.
Yeah, super special to have sponsors like that for the youth here. Yeah, such an iconic name, isn't it? And it's hand in hand again with surf life saving.
Yep, this is what we need down here. More of our ladies coming along. That could be Zala Bruin from Tugan in the mix. We also had Zara Cleary from North Kirra. She may have snuck through a little earlier, but it was Catherine Jordan from North Bondi first across the line. Sienna Picton, Savannah Glynn from Umina. We need to talk about Umina soon. They have been popping up in quite a few races. Lucinda Gladstone from North Bondi is through. Dakota Sutton from Alex. Tallow Crouch from Sunshine Beach. Blair Turkington from Swansea Belmont. Who is going to be number 8? It is Ella Baker from Noosa Heads. Wonderful to see more of the Noosa Caps in the mix. They were fantastic on the sand yesterday, picking up a few medals here and there as well. And I'm going to look that up because it was a fantastic finish. It was Mila Jones from Noosa. She was 3rd yesterday in the under 14 flags. Riley, I wish you were there. I wish you could have seen. They went from 4 down to 3. And it was like she'd won a gold medal. She was so excited to be on the podium and to get that bronze medal. Really, really special to see, because it's not just about who's winning or who's on the podium. I love the posts that we see from the clubs where they're like, little Jen made her first semi-final, or someone's through to the quarters, or I finished 26th in the flags. That's what it's about. Everyone's got an Aussie story or two.
Yeah, 100%. And they're memories you make, and they're things that you'll remember for the rest of your life. Those moments, those special moments that, you know, for those, like, for yourself, they're the ones you really remember. If you champion that, then that's the best thing you can do. Have a smile, have some fun with it. Yeah.
Here we go. That is heat number 2 on the line right now, because that is Liesl Spinner from Wanda, who is closest to us on screen. Next to her, Ayana Ware from Currumbin, Stella Delaporte from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park will be in there, Ivy Myson from Coogin, Soraya Glore from Tally, Maggie Mendez from Maroochydore, Zali Plunkett from Yamba, Neve Kelly of Currumbin, Zara Doby from Glenelg, Ella Bridgen. More of the Trig Island crew are here. Grace Bird from Ocean Grove, for Sandy Bruce from Byron Bay, Asher Wheeler from Kurrawa, Orla King from Manly, Liv Manser from Avoca, Eva Shaw from North Burleigh, Isabella McMillan from Brighton, and Hallie Thomas from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. I love how many different cats we have in this, and I love seeing Byron Bay back in the mix.
I know, it's so cool. Such a beautiful place in the
Yes.
world, for sure. And I also see on there Liv Manser. We saw her brother earlier tour in the men's 15s board final, I believe. So runs in the family here, genetics. So she's looking like she's lining up here. Hopefully she can get through, follow the footsteps of Big Bro.
Yep, fantastic. And I love these shots that we get just before the race starts, because everyone's got their own little rituals. Some are relaxed, some are a little bit nervous, some are chatty, others are quiet. Riley, what do you like when you're on the start line at an Aussie Championships?
I mean, I used to be really, really nervous. And I mean, nerves are good. Means you care about the race and everything like that. But I mean, now for me, I love coming down, having a chat with everyone, and maybe throwing a few jokes and banter out the start line and keeping
Jostling
it
for a better
lighthearted.
position on the start line.
Yeah.
Stewie, I'm not happy with where
I'm
I
not
am.
ready. My hands are always up on the start line for the ski. It's good fun now, and it's nice to always have a joke. And obviously, going to an Olympics or winning an Aussie ski medal, it's definitely fun to come back and give back to the sport now. That has given me so much. Without surf life saving and having that pathway to go to an Olympic Games, I would have never thought about going to an Olympics. So to achieve 3 visits to an Olympic Games is quite special.
Pretty special, and we're excited to have you here as well to get your insights, and love hearing about your board paddling days. I can't believe I didn't know more about that earlier. As we say, another big thanks to Experience Gold Coast. Now, you've been on the Gold Coast for quite a while now, Riley. I feel like I don't know how many years you need to be here to be considered a local, but I think you've made it.
Yeah, maybe now. I moved up here in 2021 full-time with Georgia, and we just absolutely love it here. We're based out of Miami and just absolutely love the area. Get on the e-bike, either down to Burleigh or up to Nobby's, go out for dinner. It's a beautiful spot to come visit.
Yeah, and before e-bikes, I remember I lived at... She lived in the same building as Crystal Smith for a while down there at Mermaid, and it was such the perfect spot. And I remember we had like these bikes that were worth about $10, and you'd be able to ride down to a cafe, and you'd have to stay left because all of the good cyclists were riding along edges there. But it's such a special part of the world. We love coming here for Aussies. It is. I mean, the Aussies is pretty great, but when you think about the Gold Coast as well, that is also united, inspired and iconic. Heat number 2, here we go. And love seeing the strategy here, Riley. We've got a bolter on the far right-hand side.
Yeah, this girl, she's going out on her own. She's going very far south, which we'll see if it pays off for her. But a lot of the girls going straight in and just attacking it head on, trying to pop through these waves nice and clean and keep that board speed up nice and high, and we got one that is just bolted away right on the right hand side there.
What a start. Fantastic work for the ladies here, and have a look at the sets out the back. There's a reason that we have changed the course a little bit. I'm sure for the Opens Riley, I'm sorry, you're probably going to have to go past that second break, but for the juniors right now, we've just set the cans in the gutter. It's still a fairly long course. I mean, some of those finals were absolutely flying, but the girls doing an incredible job here. That could be Stella Delaporte or Hallie Thomas from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. They've had a fantastic start. Zali Plunkett from Yamba is in the mix as well, but the girls absolutely in the middle of a set right now.
I know, and they're at that shorey break, and we just saw that set come through, and I reckon it's going to be pretty badly timed here. That set might be just coming through that shorey now, so they're going to want to move quick to get through this. Otherwise, they're going to be held up for another few minutes, I reckon.
And sometimes you just get that unfortunate timing as well. We can see the girls up and over it. So the choice is really you roll or you pop. Your roll is that you're under the water, you're holding the board close to your head with the straps there as well, or you might pop as well if you've got a little bit more time, a little bit more confidence. The girls, I don't think anyone is out yet.
We've got a couple out, but as you were saying, like you're either going to roll or you're going to pop, and it's all about sort of when you're sitting up on your board to pop and throwing that weight as far forward up the board, grabbing that front strap to get that body weight up and over that wave, and that's going to projectile you straight over the top of that whitewash and get you out. And obviously rolling is going to be last resort because you definitely don't want to be under the lip of one of these shoreys.
Oh, I think about, the days where I see skis start to roll. That's where it's going to be a terrible day at the office. But Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park out in front, and I think that could be Liv Mansa from Avoca Beach doing a pretty great job at making their way through. Just got a little message from Harold. Ask Riley about his board title. Harold, we have been covering that ground. We've talked about nothing else for the past few hours, Riley's board paddling. But again, how good is it to see Avoca Beach not only here participating, but they are pushing for some final spots?
Yeah, so good. And I think a lot of my, sort of upbringing on the board.
She's back on.
She's back on. I had some absolute icons at my surf club that were teaching me how to board paddle, and they're still coaching now. And back when I was coming through, they were racing, but it was the Chris Parker, Daniel Shade. And it's so great to see Parksy now giving back to the sport at Avoca. He's coaching there. His daughter is actually in this age group. We saw her in the heat before. Unfortunately, I don't think she made it through, but really strong age group here, and so good to see the Avoca cap getting around up the front again. So
and they've
good.
got some pretty great team merch this year. I was seeing Sky Marshall repping it earlier, and I was like, I really like those hoodies. I really like the caps. They've done a great job, and the girls you think you're in. I mean, they had some, I don't want to say bad luck on the way out, but they were really hit by a set on the way out, and they really had to work on the way home as well. This seems so unfair.
Yeah, I know. There was a lot of energy zapping waves on the way out, but nice little cruisy wave in here. They're just bunny hopping through all the potholes, as you mentioned before. They are really showing up now. On that live stream, you can actually see it sort of just bubbling on the shore there.
And you can also see how spread out the field is now. The girls would be doing the counts. They know they need to be in the top 8 if they want to get through to the semi-finals from here. So they'd be doing their counts as Liv Manser comes across now. But the pace is on. The girls know they need to stay on their feet. And those dismounts, we saw how important it was in that under-15 men's final earlier. But I think we could have a bit of a run on now. Go, girls, go!
Yeah, you never know when you're going to need that clean pop off the board to do the sprint finish, and it's always always good to practice it in these earlier rounds, because come that final, it's such tight racing, and as we saw before in those 15s finals, you never know, it's probably going to rear its head again today in this 14 female, that such tight racing, such short races, it's probably going to come down to a sprint finish.
And a huge congratulations. It's actually Zara Dobie from Glenelg who took the win in that quarter-final. Fantastic racing. 2 from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Hallie Thomas and Stella Delaporte in 2 and 3. Liv Manser is through. Ivy Myson from Coogin, Zali Plunkett. We saw her in that sprint just earlier. Soraya Galore from Talabudra and Ella Bridgen from Trigg. How good is it to see more Trigg moving through to the next round as well? I'm just going to check. And Zara Dobie from Glenelg, I shouldn't have been surprised. She's actually the current South Australian board champion. So could the South Australian champion progress through? Could we see her in the Aussie
Good
final?
On her. She's carrying that form all the way through. And it's such a, we've been to Glenelg plenty of times for world titles, and it's a great spot down there. But yeah, awesome. She's got the state title. She's carrying on that form at the Aussie titles here. So she's representing SA. Hopefully she can continue it all the way to the final.
And how's this? We are moving through already. But yes, congratulations, Ella Brigden from Trigg. We can see her on screen, loving the ticker tape that we get just to let us know how well the girls are doing. This is the next quarterfinal in action already, and we can see just how far everyone is spread from north to south here. Again, a lot of difficult conditions to get through. Mila Bennett from Dickey is in the mix. Sarah Johnson from Woolgoolga. Andy Smith from Wanda. Tori McDonald from North Burleigh. Ivy Jo Arts from Tally. Milla May Berg from Sunshine. Lola Richardson from Alex. Sienna Mannion from Tugan. Sina McCabe from Tally. Aria Flick from Mermaid. Lucy Owen from Maroochydore. Alexandra Hall from Avoca. Kyra Spence from North Burleigh. Elkie Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Miller Price in the mix as well from Redhead. Alex Oliphant from Alex. Indigo McIntyre from Ocean Grove. Amelia Gorman from Scarborough. That is the field. But Harold, what great racing. Who have you made friends with now?
Zara Dobie is here, who I'm about to have a chat with. You did say, Jen, online that she was the South Australian champion, and I said, I'm assuming you dominated that because that was pretty swift today, and your response very humbly was?
Yeah.
It was. All right, tell me what's great about Glenelg.
They've just got all the older role models to look up to, and great coaches, a mix of coaches. Yeah.
The thing I loved about having the chat with you just after you finished the race, you said one word that's so important about the surf lifesaving because it can get quite serious. You said fun. What's the thing you like the most about this movement?
I love that there's waves. You don't get that much waves back home, and it's always fun to have a crack in waves. Yeah.
So it was very swift. So Zara Dobie is how we pronounce it. Can we say your name in probably an hour's time, maybe?
Hopefully.
2 more rounds. Let's see you on the final, mate. All the best.
Thank you.
Oh, fantastic work, Harold. Thanks for bringing us these great interviews. We do love speaking to as many of the athletes as we possibly can. There's so many great stories, and under every single tent on the beach there's at least 3 or 4. But have a look at this. This is the third quarterfinal for the board race for the ladies, and it's Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park out in front. That could be Elkie Raywood. She's just come off some incredible triathlon results as well. Wonderful seeing her here repping Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park.
I believe her older sisters, Jasmine and Bianca,
Mm-hmm.
It just runs in the family. They are so talented, that whole family. And across all disciplines, all different types of sports. We've got the kayaking, the swimming, the triathlon, surf life saving. Super strong family.
Some kayakers running around as well. But have a look at this. The girls looking very strong, very confident at the moment. This could be the top 4, and that's 4 of 8 qualification spots available here for the quarterfinals. The girls up and running. I think that could be Andy Smith from Wanda at the top of the screen, doing a great job there, looking super, super comfortable. And if you are wondering what the bracelets or the wristbands are that the athletes are wearing, everyone who's racing has one of those. It's linked to the live heat system, and that's what allows us to record the results so quickly. You'll see each of the officials at the finish line have a little iPhone with the app on there, and they scan the athletes in as they go. So loving that and confirming. It's actually Aria Flick from Mermaid Beach. My apologies, Aria. What a race.
Yeah, super strong finish there. And then we've got Mila May Berg there as well, coming in second, and Sienna McKay rounding out the podium. But, we're looking at top 8 here. We assume to go through to the next round.
This is what we want to see. So,
Another
Alex,
Alex,
have a look at that. And again, as we start to see more and more caps come through, I don't know how many team events we will get through today, but I think about the board relays, the Camerons, the swim teams as well that we will see in time. So as many events as possible, that is our commitment to you. We will bring as many as possible on the live stream as well. I know we get a lot of feedback around, can you go to this race? Can you show me, little Riley? We will get to as many as possible. And of course, all the big finals. I can't believe we've done finals already.
I know. It's heating up for sure, and time is getting away from us. We're at lunch almost, so it's incredible that we've already had a few finals, and it's super exciting that we're going to get some more Lasavo, because that's what we want to do. We want to see the finals, we want to see the pointy end.
Absolutely. We want to crown ourselves some Australian champions here at the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Championships. And as the tide goes out, that shory is starting to get really, really heavy.
Yeah, it looks pretty violent out there on that shory. So best to try get through that and avoid as much, stopping in that shore break and getting stopped by one of those big ones and trying to get out clean. So, yeah.
And the girls sorry to interrupt, the girls are doing a great job. You can see as soon as they clear that white water, they get into the green, the sweep just takes them immediately. They get to run with the ocean. It's always nicer to go with the ocean. Do not fight it. You will lose every single time. However, they are getting swept back probably a little bit further than they would like, because they have to paddle back just to get to that first can.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously you want to limit as far as you're going to paddle. So trying to get there take the shortest line possible to that first can, and fighting against this current here. God, it looks so tough. I'm so happy we're sitting up here in this commentary box and not fighting that.
I am so good at giving advice all the way from up here, but I love that we have so many incredible competitors gathering here at North Kirra, showing us how it's done. And Riley, really interesting here. We can see the girls, the decision here. Do you stay down low? Do you maintain that balance? Or do you get up on the knees, try and drive for a little bit more power? It also means that you're up on your knees and ready to catch any waves that might be on offer at that final can. What was your strategy back when you were winning Aussie board titles?
We just saw one of the girls miss the last can, but she's gone back and gone around it. For me, I loved being on my knees. I felt like I was getting nice, strong, efficient strokes in. But definitely around the cans, I was lying down and preserving the legs so I had enough energy for a sprint finish. But you see one has just darted away after that last can, and she's going to pick up her own wave here, which is just running clinics out there.
That is so perfect, isn't it? We can see 3 sort of sets of waves coming through, and that'll probably bring nearly 8 ladies through. They could be our qualifiers that will go through to the semi-final, but I love these long shots here. It really shows you the advantage if you can get to those cans first, if you get around the apex, if you get around the final can. And as you said, heartbreak because we've all missed a can in our time. It's just the worst.
And it's so difficult with that current now just to get around that last can. And it's proving today, just if you get out clean through that shory, work really hard across the cans, and then it's only about 10 strokes off that last can, you're picking up waves. So if you can get to that wave break in front, or at least get the first picking of those waves, it's going to put you in really good stead coming in for that sprint finish, I guess.
And here we go, the girls coming across the line. We start doing the numbers, we start doing the calculations to see who will be going through to this semi-final. And Riley, while we've got you at the moment, we get to sit and watch all of the youth. Obviously, you've got a big week of racing coming ahead, 5 days of open competition. Looking at the conditions at the moment, what would be your race plan if we were racing right now?
For me, it's obviously really different to what the youth are doing today. So on the ski, we're just trying to get out clean through that shory, and then trying to make it to that back break with a lot of energy, so we can use it to get through that whitewash if there's any sets that come our way. But be super long races today, I reckon, with that double break. It's certainly not the easiest of beaches to race at, but proving a lot of difficulties today. But looking forward to getting on the surf ski this week and having a race. Obviously, the surf throws up a bit of a challenge, and after not racing at state this year, after it got called off, it's going to be super interesting to see what the rest of the country's up to and what level they're at. It's always challenging turning up to the Aussies and having a race against some of the strongest paddlers in the world, really. The amount of history that goes through surf ski paddling in Australia is incredible. The amount of talent from kayaking, Olympians, the surf ski world, it's just, you don't have to look back too far to see that it's an incredible field.
Now, Riley, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I think this actually could be a final. It is the under-13 female board race. Wowee, they are flying through the program. Have a look at this. This is an Aussie Championship final, the under-13 girls. And for our under-13 competitors, they are racing now at their first ever Australian Championships. An incredible effort for all of these ladies just to be in this final. And have a look at this. We've got a breakaway of 3 out in front.
Yeah, and I was watching these heats this morning. It looks super challenging on the small boards of the under-13s, and they're just punching through. We've got 3 out, but the rest of the field are copying that set on the head.
Wow, you've got to think for the 3 ladies that are out in front at the moment that the work that they did early, the sprint off the beach, the work in the whitewater, this could be the podium right now. We don't know what colours that could be. I know that's a big call to make so early, but that is how good these girls are. They are only under 13. They are only at their first Aussies, but they are showing us how it's done.
Yeah, they're incredibly strong.
Yep, they're going around the other way.
Okay, they're going around the other way, yeah. Jeez, oh my gosh, I was having a heart attack.
Our heart
there.
rates just spiked, but this is why we need to trust in the maturity and the athleticism of the under-13 girls. They are so good at what they do. They heard the briefing, they knew where they were going, they had a plan, they are executing. I love that there are 3 girls wide at the moment. No one is giving up the inside line. Everyone is happy to go a little bit further. They are paddling together, side by side, stroke by stroke. They want an Australian Championship.
Yeah, and they're not waiting around to sit on any wash. They are absolutely pinning it. And you can see by their legs, they're just kicking the water, using it for balance, and we're getting into the wave section here. They're going to pick this one up.
Oh my gosh, girls, go, go, go. This could be an Australian Championship on the line. It is just too deep for right now, but have a look at the advantage that they're getting. They know that if they keep their stroke rate going, if they keep those legs going as well, could this be the difference? And this is the danger zone right now. The girls just in that deeper water, and this is where, unfortunately, some of the rest of the field might come through. There's a challenger from out the back.
Oh, wow, and she's done an unreal job to pick up that runner. She's fallen off it. It's going to double up, though.
Oh, it's going to double up. 1, 2.
Our leader
go, 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 go.
has had a little hiccup there on that wave, and one of them is just working this runner and is down it.
Oh,
is that the gold medal?
That could be an Australian Championship right there. It is not over yet. These girls are absolute superstars. Have a look at the skills. Have a look at the strength. Have a look at the speed in the under-13 girls. We can't pick the caps right now. My gosh, I think she knows that she's nearly there, but this is tough. She's in the deeper water right now. She needs to keep that momentum, Riley. She needs to get off and run.
Oh, she did so well milking that through the gutter all the way to the beach. And she's so tall, isn't she?
My gosh, what a race. What a celebration. Have a look at the club mates down there as well. That could be Sophie Marley from South Maroubra, maybe. Just having a look at the caps from the distance, but have a look at the race. This is for the podium right now. That could be Lennox Hegg Alstonville. And maybe, I don't want to say just yet. What an incredible race. The under-13 female board final.
That is so good, and it's so good to see everyone sprinting up the beach for those points for the club. It's so important to some of these clubs, the point score at the end of the day. So awesome to see them all finishing off their race, sprinting up to the line.
Oh, that is incredible work, and the officials ploughing through the program. Such an incredible job. And Riley, if that doesn't show so clearly, you need a great start. You need to be quick off the line. You need to work through the whitewater. That breakaway of 3, I don't think it was quite the podium, but the advantage they had on the rest of the field was priceless.
Yeah, it was so key for them to get to those runners first. And how quick did they fly by, going reverse around, going right to left around the cans, and they just used that current, and they were just absolutely hooking with that current. And they got around that last can, and they just milked everything that came their way.
That is so good. You can see we're in one of the fire arenas for the 13 ladies there, and that was the final at the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Championship. We're pretty sure, I'd like to think it was Sophie Maley in there. I think there was a Lennox Head Alstonville, Amy Robertson, Milani Tai were both in that race. We just need to wait for liveheats.com to update. What an incredible race at your first ever Australian Championships. Riley, I wish we were that fast when we were in under 13.
I know. If that was Sophie, I mean, probably the delay with the live heat, she's probably getting photos, signing autographs
media
now.
swarming her as well.
That's probably the reason we're not seeing it just yet.
I like to think that Harold is just legging it down to that under 13 arena as well, determined to get the interview of the day, because we want to celebrate as many of our incredible athletes as we can. It's only day 2 of 9 big days down here at North Kirra Beach. The boats have been moved to North Kirra as well, so this is where the action is, and the live stream will be running from Wednesday through Sunday for the open competition. And big news as well that the boats will have their own separate live stream. I know we get feedback every year, show us the boats. They have their own live stream dedicated. Boats, everything you can hope for.
If you want rowboats, we've got it.
You want
we've
boats,
got the stream,
we've got boats.
We can show the boats.
And we can see the athletes just washing their boards at the moment. I'm wondering if this could be another final coming up soon.
And it's so cool to see that final before. That's their first Aussies, and medals given out. It would have been so special. And it was they are so far north up the beach. So good to see the crowd down there. I'm sure their friends and family and clubmates were getting around that final then. So special. First Aussies. Ones you never forget, really. And I think that could be the 13 men's board race final coming up next. They're on the smaller boards. We are up to the finals for the 13s as well. And we'll bring you that start list in just a moment. Do you remember what your first Aussies final was? Do you remember what your first Aussies medal was? I know it's a while ago now. It was a silver medal in the under 15s board race, and it was up at Kirra. It was big surf. It was huge. I was very nervous, so yeah. As
are some of these men now. EJ Slater from Northcliffe, Monty Cole from Mermaid, Jordan Prince from Wanda, Sam Cregan from North Bondi, Louis Hammersley. Got a story about him in just a second. Sunshine Beach, James Ruddy from the Gong, Jack Keogh from Byron, Bo Collis of Tugan, Jack Bustos from Queenscliff, and B. Davison from Redhead. We'll flick over the page. There you go. Blake Wyther, Dylan O'Connor, Bart Carmody, Jackson Swingler, Harrison Burrow, James Burgess, Spike Kruenko, and Braxton Smith, all the way from Torquay. They are your finalists. First Aussies, first big board final, and a huge shout out to Louis Hammersley. He's actually the youngest male competitor here racing at the Australian Championships. I think he's only qualifies for the age group by one day, the 29th of September.
Yeah, and we both saw Louis earlier today, and he was pumped for it, so it's so cool to see him in this final. And for some of these guys, it's their first time racing each other. They've never met each other, and I'm sure they're making good friends with them at the moment. But yeah, super exciting to race different people all the time.
Oh no.
Maybe a little false start there. Very eager to get going.
And Riley, the tough news here is that it is a one-start rule at the Aussie Championships for both the youth and the open competitors. So unfortunately, if someone has broken, they will be taken off the line, and that is race over. And that is a tough call, but the correct call, and our hearts go out. I think that could be maybe James Rutty, maybe looking at the cat, or is it Jack Keogh from Byron Bay? Oh, I think it might be Jack. That is tough news, but there is no
the race goes on.
Parry, get yourself together. Under 13 male board race final. Have a look at the distance north to south. These boys have seen something special a little further down. There was a nice rip running through this area earlier, but I love the change from the males down to the 13-year-old, because they're on the smaller boards, and you can see this is where it's all about the stroke rate and positioning yourself well on the board just to get the balance right.
Yeah, that's right. They just want to get the momentum going through this whitewash and get into clean green water. That's what they're looking for, but they're just approaching this shorey now. This is the difficult stage, and as we saw before, they want to get through this cleanly and get out to the cans as fast as possible.
And it's really tough when we talk about popping the boards. When you're on a smaller board like this, you can see there's not enough room to move. There's not enough real estate on that board sometimes to really move around. So the boys that are really popping, they've got to move the board so much. There's so much control involved here.
Yeah, 100%. And a smaller board, easier to manoeuvre, but not as fast as the bigger board. So you can see that some of these boys are really big 13-year-olds, and they're ready for the big board. So this board it's a little bit smaller, and they've just got to move their arms nice and quick, keep the board speed up, and they see a few getting into green water now. They've dealt with that shory really nicely.
That's really fantastic work. And a special shout out to the team from Mermaid Beach, Monty Cole. We've also got Dylan O'Connor and James Burgess, 3 Mermaid Beach competitors in this Australian final. A big shout out to Stu Duffy and the crew at Mermaid. Some quality coaching, some quality athletes could be paying off soon to the tune of an Aussie medal. But have a look at this. The pack is forming 1, 2 and 3. I want to say that's actually a top 6, looking really strong at the moment. And that could be James Ruddy from North Wollongong out in front at the moment.
And you can see they're all just lining up here. You can, if you're wondering why they're doing that, there's a really nice wash here, or a draft, as some people say, and they're just sitting there conserving some energy. But yeah, the leader has just skipped away off that can there and using the current really well. Is it North Bondi?
North Bondi it might be as well. My apologies if that is Bart Carmody as well. Again, very similar caps, but have a look at the difference that some of these nice little runners make. We can see the boys just heads down. The arms are going, the legs are going, pushing.
Oh my God, he's showing his determination here. He wants this Aussie gold more than anyone, I think.
And he's working.
He's almost into this wave section. Is he going to pick this one up?
Is this it? Go, 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 go. And it's so tough, Riley, when you're in these positions. You feel the wave take you. Keep the nose up.
That is incredible skills there. He has done so well.
That is impressive, as we see one of our competitors just been brought back in. That could be Braxton from Torquay. But what a race. And as you said, the determination to say, I am not giving up. I am getting on this wave. The way he moved and positioned the board so perfectly. This is the nerve. He's looking back around. He's going, I think I've won Aussies, but I've got to keep going.
You could just see as that wave built under his tail, he was reaching out as far as he could. He was wiggling his belly across that board, and he just pulled himself down that wave, and it's going to turn into an Aussie gold. Let's see if he claims it here.
Oh, I want him to so badly. Yes. He knows he's done enough. The arm goes up as well. You should. We want more claims in life-saving. Don't go too early, but for an Aussie gold medal, it is 100% worth it. And now we find out who is going to be on the podium with him.
Is that Sorrento?
No, I think that's Northcliffe. I think that could be Spike Kruenko from Northcliffe. Fantastic work there.
Too.
Wander in the mix. That could be Jordan Prince as well. I'm loving the drone shots right now. We can see the boys there finishing between the 2 orange flags. What a race, and a huge congratulations. It was Bart Carmody from North Bondi. Bart Carmody is your newest Australian champion here in the under-14 men's board race, and it was EJ Slater from Northcliffe into Jordan Prince from Wanda in 3. Bart, LJ, Jordan on the podium. How good is that? And I love that we do special medal presentations here at Aussies. They will be up in the big tent, the big backdrop as well, celebrating the under-13 men's board race champions of Australia.
So good. What a race there. Like, that was just such a clinic.
I'm going to need a nap after this before I go back down to the beach.
He didn't even look back after that last can. And that was a decent wave. Do you see the drop he took from the top of the top story right down to the flats, just to keep that nose out of the water and not nosedive?
That was so impressive.
Amazing skills.
And this is where we say, often just catching waves in the warm-up, in the warm-down, before and after training, that is where you get the great skills, and that is where it pays off right now, because that could have been a really difficult situation for a lot of other competitors. But wowee, Bart Carmody from North Bondi, a fantastic race, so strong the entire way through. LJ Slater from Northcliffe, Jordan Prince, we said, from Wanda. What have you seen, Riley, that you're liking right now?
I'm just trying to see what we've got on now. Got some long boards. Back into the big boards here.
Back into the big boards. Let's have a look. Let's bring up liveheats.com. I reckon this could be the... Thank you there. We have got the 15 boards. We think this could actually be the semi-finals for the ladies here. No, 15s are already done. This is going to be 14s. 14 female board race. This is semi-finals, the under-14 female board race. As we say goodbye to Riley Simmons and thank not only the triple Olympian, but the former Australian board race champion, doing some great stuff for us. And have a look at this. We have got 2 semi-finals lined up for the 14 board race. In number 1, we've got Ivy Myson, Tallow Crouch, Tori McDonald, Summer Murray, Hallie Thomas, Zara Doby, Stella Delaporte, Elkie Raywood, Olivia Wilson is in there, Soraya Glore and teammate Sienna Picton, Taylor Rose Kozlowski from Sunshine, Neve Kelly, Isla Jordan, Lucy Smith, Zali Plunkett, Evie Waters and Ellie Nivort in the mix there. And have a look at this. The tide is going out. The wind is picking up. It's getting a little bit messy down here at North Kirra, but we are just so happy to be racing after the conditions yesterday. The officials did an incredible job reworking the program and putting together a great day of events. We are determined to get through as many as possible, and the girls now doing an incredible job in the 14 female board race. We are up to semi-finals right now, and you can see the girls in the pink arena. That means that they finish between two pink flags on the beach, and there are the 3 cans out the back. We can see the girls just lining those up right now, coming around that final can. First go on the waves, and have a look at this. She just needs to make sure she gets through cleanly. As we say, a big welcome to Liam Ryan from North Burleigh. Liam, you've been down there on the beach. You get to sit up here now and have a different view of some incredible racing.
Yeah, that's right. I've been down the under-13s all morning, and I tell you what, those young kids have
so
been
good.
Killing it. Right, we started out with some really big conditions, really tricky, and they have excelled. So we've just probably seen the under-13 board race finals.
We did.
It's nice to come up here and see some of these other races, see some of the older kids on these bigger boards getting into it. But, wow, what a morning, and what a difference from yesterday.
Oh, we keep talking about this. It's been, night and day from there. I did love that we got to see so much of the flags action yesterday, but to be back down here on the beach and bringing you this incredible vision as the Gold Coast just looks absolutely perfect. We've got a few North Burleigh in this mix. It's Tori McDonald and Summer Murray, but Harold, fantastic conditions and even better racing.
So 8 is going to be that magic number.
Yeah, 8 through in this race. We can see the girls just having a sneaky little look round at the moment, and we'll see how they're going at the moment. But, Lynn, as you said, fantastic racing and a big morning racing as well. We had a few little stop and starts, a few little pauses, but it feels like now we are just go, go, go. Oh, and I think we are ready. Harold, down on the beach, how are the conditions looking?
So tight finishes down there. I believe it's just going to be Trig Island, just missing out on that one. So 8 is that magic number. The next semi-final ready to rock and roll, but there's the distance between sort of first and third to the rest of the pack is quite glaring at the moment. We'll see what transpires over that next semi-final. And I can scratch that, Jen. It's 9, so we've got a final of 19 or 18, because 2 times 9 is 18.
And that is maths. Good work, Harold. And I do love that we're letting, I don't want to say letting, we've got another incredible athlete that gets to qualify each time around. Cuts of 8 are tough. We love seeing 9, but Liam, thinking about some of the racing that we saw earlier today, because it is so tight, we've got such a massive program to get through. There were a few brutal cuts that were being discussed early.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, down the under-13 arena, we did see at the start of the day they were taking 8 and 9 through to the next round. But they got to the semis in their board race and it went straight to 6. So cutthroat moves down there in the under-13. So there's a few broken hearts down there, but it means one less race, one less time around the cans. It's good for our program. It means we can get through more events today, hand out more Aussie gold medals.
Oh, we do love handing out some Aussie gold medals. And in line for those now, we can see the first of the ladies making their qualifying through to the under-14 female board race final. Summer Murray from North Burleigh led the charge. Elkie Raywood from Burleigh Heads. Ivy Myson from Coogin. Zara Dobie from Glenelg. Hallie Thomas from Burleigh Heads. Tallow Crouch from Sunshine. Lucy Smith from Alex. Isla Jordan from Manly. And a big congratulations, Ellie Nearvort from Trig Island. 9th across the line means that she's in the final. Loving to see that as well. And Ellie, also the WA champion, still has a shot at becoming the Australian champion as well.
Yeah, that's right. And in conditions like this, anyone can win on the day. If you make that final, you're in with a chance. And Trig Island always produce really strong board paddlers. We expect to see them feature down a bit later in the Iron Woman and also in the swim, but wow, always can expect Trig Island to turn up and have paddlers in those finals. Oh, absolutely. And some tough conditions out there at the moment. We can see some of the girls on the northern end of the beach probably having a slightly better run there. We've got Blair Turkington from Swansea in the mix, Miller Price from Redhead as well.
And in that first semi-final, it was Summer Murray, who's actually the defending Australian champion in this race. So wonderful to see her through with the opportunity to maybe go a back-to-back there, but a lot of big racing here. And for the under-14 ladies, Liam, the first season on the big Mals as well, it's quite the transition. And for some people, it's actually really difficult. You've had the safety of these smaller boards that are easier to control, but the skill that we're seeing for the 14 girls, it's so impressive.
Yeah, that's right. It's a big jump up, right? And we still have that age demographic where we'll see some different heights. You can still have some of those under 14s who are still quite small, still quite short, and it's a lot of board to move around. So the skill we're seeing today in these tricky conditions is just phenomenal. We expect to see that as we get into that final, they don't miss a beat. Right? These girls are just killing it. These are tricky conditions, and we're just seeing them excel.
I love watching the girls go around that apex right now. A few of them are saying, no, I'm not giving up this inside line. The fact that they're staying on their knees around the apex as well, they're trusting in their skills and their balance. And we know it's so windy, not only on the beach, but out the back of the cans as well. The fact that they're making these decisions, and a gorgeous shot there, Alexandra Headlands. Now we've got Lola Richardson and Dakota Sutton in the mix there. It could be either of those, but how good is this Manly out the front? That could be Charlie Collins in the lead.
Yeah, wow. She's grabbed that runner from way out the back and all the way in. What a wave. That's what you want in your semi-final. She can sit up and rest. She can relax. It's no stress for her. So that was just phenomenal. That's what we love to see. Oh.
So good. What a finish, Charlie Collins. But there are still 8 more ladies yet to qualify. Harold, fantastic racing from the girls.
Yeah, the girls are working really hard down here at the moment. Just as that tide is dropping, it's getting a little bit more awkward is probably the word I'm going to use, because there's still a bit of water coming up from underneath. The girls are getting pushed to that left-hand side. 9 is the number at the moment. So 1 comfortable and clear at the moment there from Manly, and it's going to be an absolute log jam at the back there. Mansa from Avoca is going to be able to hold her feet through that gutter, and that's going to be a little bit more prominent as we see our way through. Sprint finish on for the rest of the placings. So Manly in 1. Avoca in 2. Turkington there from Swansea Belmont looking comfortable in 3. Alex needs to hold on. Redhead, far side, Currumbin, North Burleigh, North Bondi. It's going to be really tight, and I think it might just be on that Sunshine. And Burleigh heads for those last few spots. Jen, it's ultra tight. Everyone wants to make that final.
Oh, Harold, we are constantly impressed by what we're seeing from the ladies here, and just this is how tight it is just to make it through to that final. But the girls doing an incredible job. It was Summer Murray, Elkie Raywood and Ivy Myson who took out 1, 2 and 3 in semi-final 1. But yes, Charlie Collins from Manly, Liv Manser from Avoca, Blair Turkington from Swansea. That is a big 1, 2 and 3. Liam, you've got to think that these are the ladies that we're going to be seeing featuring in the final.
Yeah, that's right. We would expect that those podium getters in those semi-finals are going to be the ones that are going to be contending for those medals. But conditions like this could be anyone. We saw it earlier. I saw it down the under-13s. We had clear leader out in front. No waves came through. Paddler from back in 10th all the way in, take the win. So getting to that final is an achievement. We would obviously have eyes on those top 3s, but it's anyone's race in these conditions. North Kirra is throwing up some tricky stuff.
We thought they threw off some tricky stuff yesterday with the wind and the waves, but completely different day today. And I love that all of our competitors are getting as many races in as possible. As you said, some tricky conditions, but just consistently impressed with the quality and the skills of the 14 board race here. We're in the pink arena at the moment, and the fact that we're just waiting a little bit on the results makes me think that it could have been quite the run on the line there. The officials may have had to go back to the iPad, but for now this could be the 14 men's board. Let's jump on the liveheats.com and bring that one up. No rest at all. The officials determined to get through as many races as possible. And the 14 men's board race, here we go, waiting for that one to refresh. It's a final. How good is this? We are there already. Let's just make sure. Yes, I see Sorrento in the mix. Here we go, the under-14 men's semi-finals have been completed. We're just going to check what is happening. There's so many races down there at the moment. Loving that. Let me see. How much do we love live heats? Do you remember back in the day, Liam, we would have been trying to take photos over the shoulders of officials, seeing what is happening. We'd have someone's kids running the results up and down to us as well. Here we go. It's been confirmed. Thank you so much. The Under-14 Men's Board Race Championship of Australia. Huge congratulations to all of the finalists. We've got Callum Ardita, Billy McCarthy, Ashton Bone, Javier Norman, Jake Schulz, Archie Monday, Felix Forbes, Fletcher Dutton, Grayson Hyde, Costa Rogowski, Kai Goldie, Bradley Nitz, Ari Hamill, Harper Skelton, Darcy Stepanowski, Jagger Imrie, Samuel Weddy, Tyler Johnson. What a final. What quality we see in here as well. The Under-14 Men's Board Race. The defending champion is Tyler Johnson from Alex, expecting to see him fly, but I feel like we've just changed a gear, Liam. Have a look at the speed. Have a look at the strength of these boys as they punch through the white water.
Yeah, that's right. You can see those leaders are really putting in the hard strokes. He's pushing hard, getting out early. You can see that northern end of that start line has probably copped a couple of waves at the start, but this southern end is looking like there's a run on. Can't see who that is right down the bottom, but he's out the back here. He's out clean.
Is that green water already?
Green water already. So that's the speed these under-14 boys are getting off the beach in.
And I think that could be Tyler Johnson, the defending champion from Alexandra Headlands. They have a yellow cap with the 3 black stripes. I think that's what we saw earlier, but we can see that they are at the can already. So while it's safer for us to have the can set up here in the break, it does mean that it's a shorter course than normal. And when you've got people like Tyler in here, have a look at the speed and have a look. I love that behind him there are 3 men across. They are not going anywhere. They are not giving up the room at all. Have a look at the rating. This is impressive.
Yeah, you can see him on his belly. He's getting the rating up, but that's going to be a bit more stable as he makes that turn around that apex.
Having a little sneaky look.
Having a look back, but he's going to start chasing these runners now. We're running 3, 4 deep, 5 deep now around the apex. We look back into second place. That looks like it could be Wollongong City. There was a Sorrento cap there, so we're seeing some of those other states coming through. We've got state champions from all around the country in this final, not just our reigning Australian champion. We're seeing Kai Goldie from the Lakes and Costa from Sorrento. They're representing their state. Sorrento's sitting up in third there.
Have a look at Darcy.
Alex out in front.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. Oh, it could be Alex. Is this a wave? Could he pull down it right now? And if he doesn't, there is drama out the back. These boys will take absolutely anything. The orange board, that could be the one that has the momentum right now. Could this be the podium right now? 1, 2, and 3. They will all pull down the waves together. This could be it. An Ocean Grove cap in there. That's Grayson Hyde. Grayson Hyde, the current Victorian champion, is out to ruin the party. We would love to see a Victorian victory here, but have a look at this, boys. You've got to get off and run. Grayson Hyde looking great. Tyler Johnson in the middle. I think there's been a stumble. Harold, what's happening?
It's going to be Ocean Grove on that north end. They're trying to hold on. Johnson pushing hard. Stepanovski on the outside. It's going to be really tight on the line, and it's a little dip. Ocean Grove, I'm calling it. Get out of here. Let's go.
Oh my gosh, Harold, when all 3 boys pulled onto that final wave, absolute madness. And it just shows not only the strength and the speed that is needed in the paddling, but the skills to get off quickly and run.
Wow.
Have a look at this. You can see the boys just looking around, a little bit shell-shocked to be, I've just been in an Australian final. That is how fast it was. This is what it means to be united, inspired and iconic, to be part of the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Youth and Nipper Australian Championships. Wollongong City, oh my gosh, what a race from him. Darcy Stepanowski, what a race. But was it Ocean Grove? Was the Victorian champion, or could the Victorian champion now be an Australian champion in Grayson Hyde of Ocean Grove? What a race, what a spectacle. Liam, you have come in at the absolute perfect time. Welcome to Aussies, welcome to finals, welcome to the championships.
Yeah, what a day for that. And it goes to show, like we said earlier, that it's not over till it's over.
Yeah.
Right? We saw that Tyler Johnson had the lead the whole way around the cans, but those guys sitting in that next group, they pushed in hard, and you get the win. And now we've got potentially the Victorian state champ being a new Australian champion in this under-14 male board.
And Tyler Johnson worked so hard so early, did all of the good work there. Unfortunately, this is where he just was in that deeper water, and this is the champ on the right-hand side. We think the orange board there as someone is off out the back. It all came down to a foot race at the end. We have seen this in every major championship throughout the season, and we're seeing it now for the under-14 men's. We are refreshing live heats to see who is the Australian champion. It looked like it was very, very tight on the line. Harold called it for Grayson Hyde of Ocean Grove. But let's see what we have. And we get these gorgeous shots of the skyline, completely different to yesterday, but that's what we're here for. The Australian Championships doing an incredible job But have a look at the colour. 314 clubs, 7,000 athletes, 2,000 more from the World Championships that were held here on the Gold Coast just a few months back. But again, Liam, we're still waiting for the winner. We're still waiting to find out who got the nod.
Yeah, that's right. The suspense is building.
And that's
we just
just
want
you
to
and
know.
me.
And that's just us sitting in the booth. Imagine those boys down there waiting to get the feedback on who's got 1, 2 and 3. It's also nice to see that we've got 3 different states represented on that podium as well. So
we'll keep you posted, but it looks like we do have now the under-14 female board race final. Under-14 female board race. Liam, you've come in at the perfect time. Another big final right now. The semi-finals, Summer Murray and Charlie Collins, they took out their respective semis. We can see the girls just now getting their final briefings down on the line. And a huge congratulations, Ellie Nearvort from Trig, Zara Dobie from Glenelg, Camilla May Berg, Ivy Myson, Blair Turkington, Isla Jordan, Dakota Sutton, Ava Spire, Miller Price, Hallie Thomas, Kyra Spence, Liv Manser, Tallow Crouch, Lucy Smith, Summer Murray, Charlie Collins, Catherine Jordan and Elkie Raywood. They are your finalists. You can see them on screen right now with Mr. Swanson. Shout out. There we go. And do you want to share the great news?
yeah, so that's Grayson Hyde took out the
So
under-14 men's board race. We've had that come through on live heat. So congratulations to Grayson, another Australian champion here at the 2025 Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Youth and Nipper Australian titles.
That is absolutely huge. He did all the good work. Perfect race.
Yeah.
Set himself
Perfect
up
race.
well, you know, just came through. I cannot wait for him to rewatch that again and again to see just what that looked like. And he'll know those pivotal moments in the race as well. He'll see himself on that bright orange board just come down, perfectly positioned a little further down on the southern end as well. Gave him a nice run through and confirming that podium as well. Liam, who have we got?
So we've got Grayson Hyde there from Ocean Grove, takes out the gold medal. Tyler Johnson, Alex Heads in the silver medal position, and Darcy Stepanovsky from Wollongong City takes out the bronze. So it's great to see that, great to see the spread across the country in our medals. It's great to see these paddlers coming from 5th, 6th and getting onto the podium.
And they're coming from Victoria, Queensland and New South Wales on the podium as well. We do love the diversity of clubs, the club caps that we see here at the Australian Championships. Always so exciting, and it really brings the colour and the excitement to the big village, the big community that is the Aussies when we rock up to the Gold Coast, when we rock up to North Kirra Beach. But Harold, under-14 female board race championship of Australia.
Let's get it on. We're time for the under-14 Kelloggs Nutri-Grain board final from Trig Island. Ellie Norvert from Glenelg, Zara Dobie, Sunshines, Miller Mayberg, Ivy Myson from Coogin Headland, Blair Turkington from Swansea Belmont, Isla Jordan from Manly, Dakota Sutton from Alexandria Headlands, Ava Spire from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Miller Price from Redhead, Hallie Thomas from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Kyra Spence, North Burleigh, Liv Manser from Avoca Beach, Tallow Crouch from Sunshine, Lucy Smith from Alexandria Headlands, Summer Murray, North Burleigh, Charlie Collins from Manly, Catherine Jordan from North Bondi, and rounding out our final, Elkie Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park.
Oh, Harold, the excitement is building, and just such an achievement to be on the line right now. And here we go. The girls are away. What a race. This is what it is all about. They've been around the Cairns quite a few times already today. And the question is, can Summer Murray from North Burleigh, the defending champion, does she have what it takes? This is such a tough field. We can see the girls onto the mouths now. And already, Liam, they are starting to spread across the field. It's such a tricky depth there. You can see they're trying to convert the running speed into the board speed, and now we're away and paddling.
Yeah, that's right. And you're seeing the different options that people are taking. We had some of those athletes paddling across the bank. We've had some trying to wade. We've had some bunny hopping, and mixed results across the board. But we're seeing those centre alleys. We've got the top 3 looking like they're going to be making it out first, popping over this first one. Some of our tail markers have been pushed back already. So this race is already spreading out. We're looking through that start list. We've got the reigning Australian champion. We've got 3 state champions. It's a hot field. It is full of depth. It is anyone's race. But we've got one. One has made a huge break here. Who is that? We can't see that, but we've got second and third making their way out the back. Wave sitting up, which could separate them from the rest of the field. There's a gap.
There is a massive gap, and we've seen already how crucial these early breaks are. I think that is our leader right there, and it is North Burleigh. That could be Summer Murray, the defending champ. We've also got Kirra Spence from North Burleigh in the field as well. Have a look at the lead that the girls have at the moment. 1, 2 and 3, I would say, are well clear of the rest of the field. The advantage now is they get to stop. Well, they don't get to stop. They get to take a quick little look back and know where they are. The girls will go around those cans now, and they are able to choose their position and their line back to the beach. They have control over the race, which is just so impressive. The girls, they look focused, they look confident. Have a look at the lead they have right now. This is phenomenal for an Australian board race final.
Yeah, that's right. She's got to be happy with that lead she's got there. That's probably about a 5 board length lead heading around that apex can. I think it could be Summer Murray, our reigning champion. She's already on runners coming in. That is extended. She can see the benefit of being the first to that last can. Second place coming on. She's pushing. She's on.
That's an Australian medal right there. I should say that's an Australian championship as well. I think she knows that she's done it. She doesn't want to go too early. But Harold, what a lead. What a win.
Yeah, dominance is the word we're going to use here. Summer Murray just absolutely making a mockery of this final. That is the best win we'll see today. She'll be up and about. Minor placings are still going to be on, though, even through to 6 points, to the 6th spot, because all the points are vital for the overall points. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for this young lady coming through. We are witnessing something special. She's going to take this one out comfortably. We're just trying to pick up those caps for those minor placings there as well. Second place for Elkie Raywood. That's comfortable there for her. That's your 1 and 2. Same stretch of beach. 2 medals. Sprint finish coming on. We've got 5 on this last wave. 6 on there. 1 medal on offer. And it's going to have to be perfection. It's going to have to be fast. It's going to be all the power for these ladies to get up and about. Manly, the first one's up and about at the moment. Sunshine still got some work to do on that outside right. North Bondi needs to get that leg speed. Manly was the first one up, but the cavalry is coming. And it's going to be so tight on the finish. Can she hold on? Oh, I've got no idea. That was really, really tight. Was it North Burleigh again? Possibly Manly. That is going to be the most epic of tight finishes. Back to you guys up the top.
Oh, wowee, Harold. What a race. And as you said, absolute dominance from Summer Murray. How exciting would it be if Kirra Spence, her teammate from North Burleigh, also made it through to the final? That was Charlie Collins from Manly, who was pushing so hard. It looked as though she actually had the best alley there. She was on that far southern in there, Liam. I thought she had that sewn up.
Yeah, that's right. She got off the board first. She got through that gutter first, up on her feet. But wow, Kirra Spence put the burners on once she got up and running.
And we've seen nearly every major event so far this season determined by a sprint finish. I tell you what, every nipper is knowing that they need to be sprinting. They need to be running so hard. But it's definitely Summer Murray in one. Elkie Raywood, what an absolute superstar. The Raywood dynasty continues to build here from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. And you just know that the officials, they are waiting on the iPad at the moment. They're replaying that from every angle because we do need to make sure we get this right. Summer Murray, no doubting her dominance. It continues. The back-to-back Australian board race champion here from North Burleigh. There will be cheers all around. And my gosh, if we could get 2 North Burleigh on the podium, that would be something absolutely special. But Harold, the back-to-back champ, you've got her down on the beach.
Yeah, we might just hold off on the first and third because that was the tightest of finishes you'll see for that last medal. But what wasn't tight was how big that win was. That was insane. Talk us through, Summer, your dominance throughout the year. Like, you just keep training hard and keep getting better and better. How far can you go?
Hopefully as far as I can. I just went as hard as I could and hoped for the best.
Conditions are really tough. Yesterday you would have been really excited. So Friday at school, let's get rested, get ready for Saturday. Nothing on, sitting around at home. What was going through your mind last night to get you prepared for today? Because the target has been on your back the whole summer.
All I did was just pray, I guess.
Put the work in and then just execute?
Yeah.
Nice. Anyone else you need to thank at home?
My parents, my coach, Jeremy. It's so good. I love it.
Excellent. Swimming iron to go. All the best.
Oh, fantastic work, Harold. Thank you so much. And a huge congratulations to Summer, back-to-back Aussie champ. in the board race there. What a race. She led from start to finish. An incredible performance. Wonderful that we get to see athletes like her come through. And speaking of wonderful athletes, as we watch the replay, we've actually got a special guest up in commentary at the moment. We've got Bart Carmody, the champion from North Bondi. Took out the under-13 men's board race early today. We didn't get to talk to you on the beach, so Bart, thank you so much for coming up. Right down the camera there. Can you tell us, how does it feel to be an Australian champion?
Oh, amazing. It's just a dream come true.
And this is something that you must have been working so hard towards for a very long time.
Whole year, this is the aim. It's amazing to achieve the goal.
Now tell me, you've got a special connection with your coach as well. Who looks after you?
My brother Fred Carmody, he's just the best coach. He's been coaching the Nippers for 3 years, and he's won us so many medals. It's such a privilege to have him as my coach.
Now, what advice was he giving you as you went into your big Australian Championship race?
He gave me the advice on where to go, to hype up, just don't leave anything on the beach.
Your legs and your lungs must have been burning on the way home. You had to work so hard. Tell us, what were you thinking on the way home, knowing that an Australian Championship was at stake?
I knew that after I hit the can, I just had to get the first runner and then try and get the first wave in, and after that I was home.
And what were the celebrations like on the beach when you crossed that finish line?
Lots of hugs, lots of hugs.
Well, you've got to love celebrating with your crew, and you talked about your coach. Who else have you got here with Aussies? Who's part of the village supporting you?
The whole North Bondi crew. I've got my mum here. She's been with me all year, just supporting me through thick and thin. It's been amazing to have her.
She sounds pretty special. And what's the best thing about being in North Bondi?
The community. It's just amazing. Every Friday, Sunday, we all get together up in the club. It's just amazing to be in part of it. It's amazing.
Sounds like a pretty special club. Is there anyone else that you want to say hello or thank you to while we're here?
Thank you to my dad back in Sydney watching me, and thank you to the whole North Bondi crew for supporting me.
Well, they will be so proud of not only your performance, but the fact that we got to have a chat with you right now, celebrate this incredible Australian Championships with you as well. Congratulations. Bart Carmody, the under-13 men's board race champion of Australia. Cannot wait till we have those presentations later on today. You get to wear your medal, and the rule is that you have to wear it all the way home as well. You've got to keep the celebrations going.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, Bart, thank you so much. I tell you what, I'm going to get that headphone off you now. You can't take that one with you, but you do get an Australian medal for your troubles. Bart Carmody, absolute superstar. See you, champ. Something a little bit different. So excited, Liam, that we're able to celebrate these incredible athletes. And speaking of incredible athletes, there you go. It is official. It is North Burleigh in 1 and 3. Summer Murray, Elkie Raywood, Kirra Spence. Gold Coast, 1, 2, 3. Charlie Collins from Manly in 4th. Hallie Thomas and Miller Mayberg. What a race. What a finish. Liam, it's all happening here at the Aussies.
All happening. It's great to see that Burleigh stretch of beach is producing some serious paddlers, right? What is in the water in the 4220? But wow, what a finish. It's great to see that. It's great to hear from Bart. I've been down the under-13s all morning. He's gone through some tough conditions to get there, and he's pumped.
Oh, I love it. Why wouldn't you be?
He's an Australian champion, and his brother's the coach. That's phenomenal. Mum was in the other room. We were just watching the interview. It was special. So great work to Bart. I think we're going to be looking forward now into some surf races. This is what I've been looking forward to all day. This is, I think, one of the best things. We might see some new gold medalists a bit later. I think we're doing the under-15s at the moment in the swim. Under-13s will be going in the far end of the beach swimming as well.
Yeah, it's pretty great racing already. Much more to come as well. We're going to take a quick little break as we get ready for those surf races. And we are back down here at the gorgeous North Kirra Beach, and as we look at that beautiful skyline, we say a massive thank you to the North Kirra Surf Lifesaving Club for being such incredible hosts for this united, inspired and iconic event. You wouldn't know that this was where we were just yesterday. Wonderful that we got to run through the beach flags as we get these gorgeous shots of the Gold Coast. Liam, you're a local as well. I feel like you live in one of the best parts of the world.
I mean, when you look at those images, it's hard to go wrong.
It's hard to argue.
Look how stunning it is. And a day like today, it really sells the Gold Coast. Yesterday, that's a blip on the radar. We don't get that all the time. But those kids who did those beach flags, tough conditions, they got through it quite nicely in the end. But today is the day. We're looking forward to starting to get through a few more of these races. We're ticking off all the boards, coming into the swim. We're expecting fast racing again. But I'm thinking, what have we got here? We're looking at some results.
I wanted to make sure that we called out the results of all of the R&R competition that was on yesterday, as we get treated to some gorgeous shots of the big races today. Have a look at the waves out the back and watch the barrel roll on the far left. That was something very, very special. Purple board's gone, but have a look at that. She was still through. We had the R&R competition run yesterday as well in some pretty tough competitions, and a big congratulations. The under 13 to 15 mixed R&R 5-person was taken out by the North Cronulla Shells ahead of Coogee Macca's Blue Crew and the South Melbourne Sandies. In the 13 to 14 mixed R&R, the 2-person event there, Redcliffe, wonderful to see the Redcliffe crew getting an Aussie championship ahead of Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park and Picnic Bay. And in the 14-15 mixed 2-person, it was the team of Brighton ahead of Coogee and North Cronulla who took out the championships. And I've just been loving, I know Brighton in particular, they were celebrating that on their Instagram yesterday. They were saying, you know, we made it to Aussies, we took out this big win, and an Aussie championship is an Aussie championship. It's so wonderful to see. And have a look at this, the big shots. This is what we want to see. I love a few claims along the way as well.
Oh, it's always great to see the athletes, if they're confident enough to claim it, it looks good. The trick is when you do the early claim. That's always the risk in these conditions. So luckily we haven't seen that today. We've seen it in the past. But you look at the finish here. This is, I think, one of the races of today so far. Grayson from Ocean Grove picking it up from 6th place at the Cairns to come across the line in first. What an upset, but what a win from the Victorian champion.
Yeah, that was pretty special. We love seeing some interstate winners come through, coming up, spoiling the Queensland and New South Wales party. Now, it is a revised program that we are working towards today, a little different to what we've seen earlier. So we've done the boards, and a huge shout out to the athletes, the team managers and the officials really moving this program through. And as the conditions continue to change, the tide is still going out, I think, at the moment. So we've done the boards, having a look at what we've got coming up next. We're thinking surf races.
Should be in the surf races, I believe. We're coming up to low tide. So this tide's been dropping pretty much all morning. We're expecting that complete low around 2:20. So another hour and a half of this tide going out. You can see how far this water line has pushed out. This morning on the high tide, it was up at the tents. I saw people's bags go underwater with some of that swell. But you look how far it's dropped down. This is going to make the racing a bit shorter and sharper because the cans are set in that gutter. So it's really no holds barred. This swim comes down to a sprint. They're only going to be in the water for a few minutes. It is going to be fierce.
Absolutely. And I'm sure of some of our athletes, when they were thinking ahead to a North Kirra Aussies, they were thinking, some of our pool swimmers might be shining here if we have a nice flat day. We've definitely had some big long races here at North Kirra in the past, but this really starts to change it now. And thinking about some of the favourites who've been racing year on year, and I guess for some of the athletes as well, they actually haven't raced each other before, and I keep forgetting that for our 13s who are here at their first ever Australian Championships. It can be really overwhelming and really daunting when you land on the Gold Coast, when you land at Aussies for the first time.
Yeah, that's right. It's a big step up, right? And they're only younger, only the small boards, and for some of these kids, for a big chunk of them, our Queensland athletes didn't get to do their states. So they haven't had some of that real big race practice to prepare them for what's going to go on here. So it's a really steep learning curve. We expect to see that as they come back over the coming years, they get better and better and better. But we're looking on screen here, we've got the under 15 female surf race. This is in our green and gold arena. We've got the start line set up to allow for some sweep.
Yep.
As that tide's still going out, it is moving through that gutter.
And this is what I love. The officials are really making the best decisions based on the conditions that are in front of them, and they're updating those decisions as they have new information or new conditions as well. So we can see now we're up to semi-finals in the under-15 female surf race. So if you jump onto liveheats.com, what you want to do is search SLSA in the events, and that will bring you up the results and the draws for all of the events today. So just having a look at some of the caps there. This is going to be semi-final number 1. We can see Michelle Neves from City of Bunbury. That is the white cap with the 2 black stripes there. She is number 1 on the line. And it's often quite daunting when you look down the line. There's lots of ladies in the race, and especially, Liam, when it's such a short race as well, there are no friends at the first can. It could be really tight when you're all vying for that one position.
Yeah, that's right. I do not envy them one bit. That is going to be tight. There is going to be splash. There is going to be crash. It is going to be on. So it really comes down to if you can get out clean, get to that can first, get some clear water, it's really your race for the day. But 32 starters in this semi-final. It is a lot. You can look at them all there. Again, the final briefing from the starter, a couple of nervous faces, a few goggle washes, but we are looking ready to go for this first semi-final, our under-15 female surf race.
And just having a look at some of the competitors that we have here. Lisa Durst took out the New South Wales Championship. Neve Tierney from Northcote, the WA title. Summer Morgan from Anglesey, very excited to watch her as well. Jessica Osborne from the Glenelg took out the SA title. And Lily Beachley from Carlton Park. But it's Lisa Durst, the Newport champion, the New South Wales champion, I should say. She's actually the defending national champion, took out the under-14 race last year.
Yes, we expect to see a strong start from her. We expect to see some strong swimmers, some strong swim from a few of these other clubs. We've got a lot of depth in some of these clubs here. We see a lot of competitors from Mermaid Beach. Coogin Headland's got a few in there. Sunshine Beach, Kurrawa, big club at Newport, and we're off.
Here we go. And we had Riley Fitzsimmons, triple Olympian and ski paddler extraordinaire, in the booth earlier. And Liam, we were talking about the nerves in a semi-final. Even if you're a really strong swimmer, it is absolutely brutal because you know that the cutoffs can often be really, really tight. The pressure to be in that final is intense.
Yeah, that's right. I think for a lot of these athletes, this is going to be the hardest swim they'll do all day. Get to the final, you can relax, you can enjoy it a bit more, but this is the one where everyone wants it. Everyone is pushing hard. Some people, their goal for the season might just be to make that final. They get there, they're stoked, but this is going to be tight, and we can already see how tight that is. It is splash and bash.
Yeah, the girls doing an incredible job, and this is new for us as well. We haven't seen too many surf races, and we can already see as the tide goes out, as you said, still a little way to run as well. It gets quite shallow in that bank, so you've done a run, you've done a very quick little sprint swim, you are immediately up on your feet, you're trying to get your knees up, and that is so tough. Your heart rate is so high, but you can see the water really pushing the girls out as well, and very quickly they're back into the swim.
Yeah, that's right. That heart rate be through the roof. They will be breathing in the big ones right now. We can see a few of these girls already looking up and sighting. Burley Heads has seen something. She's pushing north, but the rest of the field doesn't seem to be following suit just yet. We can't see the cans on our screen, but the whole field is heading north. So,
and this is tough. This is where the girls, especially if they haven't had too many swims already across the day, they need to sight those cans. And where there's a big sweep, maybe if they've run down as well, this can be really disorienting. So tough racing out there as well, but we're trusting that the girls know where they're going. And as you said earlier, we saw a Burley Heads and Mowbray Park in the mix. We've also got quite a few from Newport in there. Sadie Maggs, Lisa Durst, Sophie Clues, Matilda Young. Quite a few ladies in there. I know Mary Thompson was on screen earlier, and it looks like they have reversed the course as well. So, Liam, that makes more sense now as we see the girls make their way around. So, still a very, very short course, but they are getting to swim in that break there. And a shout out as we see the two IRBs on screen as well. A big thanks to all of our officials and our water safety, keeping everyone safe out there.
yeah, that's right. And this is not the only thing that's different to the usual course for their surf race. We can see here normally they'd be swimming along that string of 9. Due to the conditions, we've only got the 2 turning cans. So you can see our leader here from Burley Heads has already made her way in. We've got Maroochydore sitting in second there. There's been a lot of carnage around that can. Maybe a Newport cat pushing in third. Mermaid Beach up on that southern side.
That could be Evie Van Hooven in the mix there. There's a few from Mermaid in there. And a special welcome, Meliana Craig from Mackay is in the mix as well. Wonderful to see some of our North Queensland clubs in the mix. Good luck, Meliana. We would love to see you in the final. But Burleigh Heads and Mowbray Park definitely in control and looking very calm and confident. That could be Sophie Windle. Also Layla Wiper in the mix in the black cap.
Yeah, that's right. And they're starting to have a look back now, these lead swimmers, hoping to get a bit of a wave. Those back markers are hoping they don't, can push their way through. Our lead swimmer, Burleigh, she's onto this. Great body surfing. Head down, big breath, lots of kick. Is she going to make it out? We're seeing an arm.
Yeah, she's done a really great
nice.
job there. And Liam, this is where it's so tough. You can see the girls are able to get up and stand a little bit of a run, a little bit of a bunny hop, and it feels like such a tease. It's like, oh, I get to take a break, I get to stand up. It's like, no, you've got to go even faster now. And then this final swim, the final sprint, 20-30 metres in deep water, it feels like you are going absolutely nowhere. It's so cruel.
It's like holding a plank. It goes forever.
Plank time is not the same as normal time.
It's not the same as normal time, and these girls are feeling it. You can see how bunched up it is in that main pack. We've got our leader out in front from Burleigh Heads. Maybe it's Layla Wiper, Sophie Windle also, but then we've got the depth.
Pack.
We got the pack, and we're taking half of that pack through.
Taking a look
here,
around, left, right. What?
I think that's Layla Wiper.
Yes.
That looks like Layla Wiper coming across the line. She'll be happy with that.
A fantastic race, a fantastic start, and obviously she put in a lot of effort early to make sure that she was in a great position, but also always wonderful when you get just to canter across the line. However, the sprint is building. There's Sadie Maggs from Newport in the mix. The girls doing an incredible job. I saw a Kurrawa cap in there. That'll be Claudia Hart. I think that lots in there. Redhead in the mix as well. I think that could be Sophie Hamilton. Looks like she's through. Big day of racing when you consider that the girls have done a few board races already, but when I think of how much racing they would do at every day, every weekend carnival, they are ready for the challenge.
Yeah, that's right. This age group really is used to backing it up. And we would normally expect them to be getting through more by now today, but these conditions have been so tough. It is taking a bit longer. So even though they're doing a lot of races back-to-back, they should be ready for it, particularly these big East Coast clubs. They race a lot. But we look across that line, we're starting to get a few more of the back end of that field come through. I think we've got our top end. We're waiting on those results to come through. We're seeing in that second line, North Cottesloe, Newport. We've got Sunshine Beach ready for a start. This looks like semi-final number 2.
Number 2, that is Madison Harper from Byron Bay, closest to us on screen. And I think that could be Mia Findlay a little further over from Northcliffe. She's actually decided to go hard right at the start here. We love seeing the different strategies, but definitely Mia Findlay is going her own direction. And I love seeing the confidence of some of these athletes. They've had a chat to their coaches. They said, this is what I think we're going to do. They make a plan and they stick to it, even if it's different to everyone else's.
That's right. You've got to be confident with your choices. You can't hesitate. You can't second-guess yourself. That's going to slow you down. So it's great to see her feeling confident in that decision to run south, jump in the gutter, jump in that rip. Hopefully she can get out the back pretty quick, but we're still seeing potentially this north side again being a little bit faster. Yeah, they've definitely got the advantage there. And in the mix here, we will see Summer Morgan from Anglesea. And a big shout out, one of our New Zealand friends is in here, Maya Symes from Amanu Beach, the New Zealand Club champions. Wonderful to see the red cap with the white star. Maya, welcome to the Aussies. So excited to have you here representing the New Zealand Champion Club. But lots of clubs and quite a few from Blackhead in the mix as well. We don't see too many of them in the Open Champs, but a big welcome, Ella Pegram, Ashley Pegram, and I saw another cap in there as well, Amaya Nancy Cross as well. But have a look at this, that Northcliffe cap still swimming out by herself on the bottom of the screen, just in shot. Has the decision paid off? It was a big call. Big call, and I feel like she's ended up a bit too far south. You look at that northern end, they're hoping they've lined up well with that can. She's got a long way to come back to that main bunch. It's not impossible, but we're hoping that she can pull some ground back. But you see that main field, they've all got out pretty clean now. There's a nice break in the swell. They're all in nice green water. We've got Burleigh Heads out in front again. This is 2 from 2 so far for Burleigh Heads. Great to see the swimming there. Big bunch. Doesn't look as chaotic as that first semi-final. It looks like the girls have really settled into their rhythm, moving well. We've got that nice tail out in front.
And that
Burley.
could be, sorry to interrupt, I think that could be Jessica Conrad out in front. She took out the board race earlier today, an incredible race. I know she's looking forward to both she's looking forward to the swim and the eye, but it's Leela Turner, Amber Sky Stevenson, Jessica Conrad, all from the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park team. And we can just see now that Northcliffe cap just coming around the cans now. So good on her for backing herself. 100% love that she made that decision. It may not have paid off, but we'll see her make her way through. Would love to see her in the final. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Riley down on the beach for an interview.
Yeah, just down here with Layla. She absolutely tore that semi-final apart. Now, Layla, we're going reverse order today. We're going right to left around the cans. How have you found it today?
Probably easier because the sweeper's taking me around the cans.
Yeah, and you were saying before, you're probably not the result you wanted in the board final today. What are you looking for in this swim final?
Hopefully top 10, top 5, the best I can do.
So good. And with yesterday's conditions being so wild, what did you get up to? Did you go to Wet and Wild, or what were you doing?
I just went to my friend's house and we played board games.
Yeah, perfect. So nice and relaxed down here. All the best to Layla in the swim final later on.
Oh, thank you so much, Riley. And Layla, you absolute superstar. And have a look at these great long shots now. We can see the athletes making their way back home. Again, this is the semi-final for the under-15 surf race. How good is that when you get to stop, wait? Unfortunately, the rest of the field may join you there, including another Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park clubmate as well. But fantastic racing. And have a look at this. Oh, the speed across the beach, across the bank. That is what we want to see. And there is the Omanu cap as well. The red cap with the white star. Our New Zealand friends, our New Zealand clubbies making their way across. And I reckon she's going to book herself a spot in the final. Come on, Maya Symes.
That's right. Makes the trip worthwhile to come across the ditch. We've got Burleigh Heads up here, 1 and 2. That could have been a South Maroubra cap on the northern end of that wave. But this is Jess Conrad coming across the line there. Like you said, did very well on the board earlier today, so she'll be happy to get through quite comfortably.
Yeah, lots of different caps in the mix now. Just keeping an eye on everyone there, trying to check some caps as we come through as well.
Definitely.
Clementine Saunders from South Maroubra, fantastic swim for her as well. And we can see it's getting... That run is getting longer and longer. Could that be Summer Morgan from Anglesey across the line as well? We see Warilla Barrack Point. That'll be Bonnie Wrigglesworth or Alani Sims in the mix as well. Potentially 2 from Warilla in the final that will be held later today. We will be running the live stream all the way until they tell us to turn things off, because we want to bring you as many races as possible. So good to see quite a few Byron Bay caps back in the mix.
Yeah, they've been really going quite well today. We've seen a lot down that under-13s as well. Byron Bay was being quite strong. It's also nice. We missed it on the start list, but Kirra Bell, she's representing the home club, North Kirra. So it's great to see Kirra getting around there in this semi-final number 2. We're seeing a few more athletes. That was a Sunshine Beach. Looks like behind her, that could be, was that a Lawn?
Might be Lawn. That's a North Cronulla right there. And the officials doing a great job, especially when those surf race finishes are tight and you have so many athletes, up to 40 in a race at times, coming across the line all together. They do a great job herding the cats all the way through, putting you into your lines, making sure that everyone gets the right result. And we're just refreshing live heats to see who will be joining Layla Wiper, Sophie Clues and Evie Van Hooven from that first semi-final in this next race. And again, the fact that we're up to a final already now for the female surf race, they'll probably only have a fairly short break before they come through to the next races. And it looks like the men are lining up already as we celebrate the best of the best here at the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Youth and Nipper Championships. 314 clubs, 7,000 athletes, 480 events, and so many memories, Liam.
So many good memories. And I mean, Jenny, I can't speak for yourself, but I'm sure I can, is that this is where you make so many lifelong friends.
Oh, hugely, yes.
Right, you come down here and it's a highlight of your year. You look forward to this. It's not just the racing, it's not just the chance to be an Australian champion, but you get to see all your friends you've made from interstate, from overseas, potentially some of our Kiwi athletes coming over as well. That's a big highlight for these athletes.
Yeah, it's been pretty special. And thinking of those international athletes as well, I feel like we need to do another shout out to Kaido Tui from Clifton in South Africa. Took out the 15 men's flags yesterday afternoon, and while he is an international competitor, that means that Fen Turner also receives a gold medal from Alexandra Headlands, Lincoln King, his teammate in 2, and Joby Keith from THNC. What a race that was to finish off the championships yesterday afternoon. Kaido Tui from Clifton in South Australia. Big day of racing in the beach flags.
Yeah, and he looked strong the whole way through. He was a step ahead across the sand last night. So it's great to see him coming out here and performing well. We've got on screen here, this is the semi-final of the under-15 male surf race. This looks like semi-final number 1 on the line. I'm just looking at the caps. I've got a few Sorrentos there. This is semi-final number 1. So we've got Zach Heffernan from Sunshine Beach on the start. Northcliffe, Noosa Head, Sawtell, Anglesea, Warilla Barrack Point, Manly, Lawn, Maroochydore, Wanda, North Burleigh, Anglesea, Sorrento again, Clifton Beach, Manly, Coogin Headland, Trigg Island, Burleigh Heads, Coogee, New South Wales, Scarborough, Newport, Clifton Beach, Mermaid, Manly, Sorrento again, North Burleigh again, the Fried Eggers of Southport, Riley McCartney, Alex Heads, Jordan Tucker from Seacliff, Elliot Heads, and Sorrento WA again. So we're seeing a few of these clubs start to have a bit of depth in these surf races.
Do love that. And a shout out Arj Day from Elliot Heads. Great to see that cap in the mix as well. Lots of caps represented, and some nervous boys down there on the line. They've seen how short these races are. They know that they need to make some really good decisions and show some speed off the start line. And now we get to go and wash our goggles.
That's the perfect way to calm the nerves. Wash the goggles, get yourself a little bit wet in the water, then get back on the line. It's also a nice way for these athletes to pick up where that gutter starts. We've seen in those races earlier, the girls are running in, wading, and then it gets deep pretty quick. So these boys are coming in, they're feeling out where they're going to start their dive, they're going to swim into that gutter. You can see how deep it gets. And I've got to say goodbye to Jen in the booth. Thank you, Jen. She's heading down to the beach. And I'm joined by Harold Marshall. Harold, welcome to the air conditioning. You've been down the beach. You've been doing some great coverage, some great post-race interviews. How's it been down there?
Energetic is the word I'm going to use. It was pretty full on down there. There's so much happening. The hard thing is that the amphitheatre is really hard to gauge what the energy levels are like, because probably from that really bottom tide we're at the moment, it's a solid nearly, it feels like it's 150 metres to where everyone's sitting under the tents. So it's really, really tough at the moment. So a lot of the guys and parents are so far up on the beach. Viewing's great, but what we've seen so far is that the cream has been rising to the top.
Yeah, that's right. Especially as we get towards the back end of today, we're getting into those finals. We're going to see that pointy end. It gets fast. We're going to see those state champions come through, the state podiums come through, previous Australian champions. That's who we're expecting to see to feature as we get into this afternoon. But like you said, that tide has been massive. Now, we have got a start here in these under-15 boys. What do you reckon the secret is for these surf races? We've been on the beach all morning. Conditions are changing fast. Harold, what do you reckon is the plan?
Well, this morning it was all about power. It was precision. It was trying to get through that race as hard as possible. 3.5 to 4.5 minutes for the board race. And now it's about the line. Are we taking the bank? Where is the sweep coming through? Noting that it's a semi-final, how much we need to put out there, counting around. And the really tough thing is, with the changing tide, the different alleys left and right through the middle have been changing. You just see here on screen that top right edge just getting slammed a couple of times, but noting the boys are now on the bank and they'll be up and running, which is synonymous with that dropping tide here at North Kirra.
Yeah, that's right. You saw this morning it was a paddle on the board races. Once you're in the water, you are paddling the whole way, but now swim through that deep gutter, get up, wade, dolphin across that bank, look for that green water. We're seeing the leaders here make their way into the green. They're going to start swimming, last couple of dolphins still, and they're off.
Yeah, they'll be up and away, just trying to find this place. Green water's going to be fast water. And even just look how much the boys are getting shoved back through there. This is the under-15s that are out there now. So they're the biggest, they're the fastest, and they're the strongest. And it looks like our little V's about to start to form at the top there.
That's right. And it looks like an Alex Heads cap maybe leading us out in front. I'm trying to make up caps behind. Maybe another South Maroubra. We've got Lawn. Maybe that could be Billy Reid from Lawn. Or it's a Sawtell. They are very close caps. We've got Lawn or Sawtell sitting there in second. A Newport. Could be a Coogin Headland in there.
There's a couple of guys in there really strong. So one we're going to watch out for coming a little bit later is going to be Thomas Ravel from Newport. Had a great season. But Riley, who have you got down there for us, mate?
Yeah, down here with Clementine on the beach. She just finished second in her semi-final. Really strong showing. Look, I've never been a swimmer in my life in the entire time of club. I've always done board and ski. So Clementine, how many times are you in the pool a week?
Well, I do water polo and swimming. Between them, I'm probably in there 7-8 times a week.
That is just incredible. I don't know how you do it. And with today, we're going reverse order around the cans, right to left. How have you found it so far?
Well, I was a bit nervous before they changed that it would be hard to swim against this world. So I'm really enjoying the course today. I think it's good. It's a good mixture of swimming and skill and all of that.
Yeah, perfect. And with the final coming up, I think it's going to be a short turnaround, probably coming up soon. What's the ideal result for you in this final?
Well, I mean, last year I got, I think, 10th, so anything top 10 would be great. But, I mean, obviously aiming for a medal always, so you'll see.
Yeah, perfect. That's all from here. Clementine should be one to watch in the final.
Thank you, Riley. Great work, Clementine. We look forward to seeing her shortly in that final. But we come back to this men's under-15 surf race. We've got 3 out front. They're making their way back in. It is getting tight.
But you can tell that it's still a semi-final, so the rate's not too heavy yet. Just pull in the water nicely. Get a bit of lactate out of those shoulders. Tiny little leg kick through there. This lead pack of 3 will know that they're about to peek behind. We've probably got 12 in screen at the moment. 15 to 16 is going to be the number.
Yeah, that's right. These guys will be getting a little bit nervous. We got to see a wave sitting up. These first couple, 2 down at 1. We got about 4 or 5 next wave to double up. They should be safe through. They hold this all the way in. They'll be easy. Across the line, top 4 on that one body surfing, way better than the others into the gutter. But then we see, looking back out to sea, Anglesea up and waiting. That's how shallow it's getting on that bank in between the waves. So Anglesea waiting. Looks like we've still got, that looks like a Cronulla cap maybe out in front.
Yeah, so
Alex
deceiving,
Heads.
isn't it? So deceiving with that little gutter through there as well. So the boys, like you said, up, working hard through that bank. Last little bit of effort through there. 2 4s, 7 on screen. And we're going to have a 32 in the final. So 16 is that confirmed number. But these guys will be able to shut that down and just cruise across the line there.
Yeah, a lot of relief for these guys. We're looking here at that. What do we have?
Oh, there we go. That's my little mate I was talking to on the beach earlier. Let's get in there.
Is that Arj Day from Elliot Heads?
Arj Day from Elliot Heads. Really, really nice,
What
polite
a
kid.
swim.
Yeah, he was really nice. We had a nice chat off screen just talking about, you know, how much he enjoys the surf life saving movement, what they're doing with their program at the moment, and you know, Elliot Heads, Far North, you know, they're doing their best. And I believe the Carnival referee also from the same club.
Let's not bring the Carnival referee into this. Let's keep the focus on Arj. What a swim. Oh, look at this tight run up the line. Trig Island, Sorrento, Seacliff, and maybe another Lawn. We're going to be tight there for the back end to make it through this final. We've got already the 2 lines formed.
Now, let's go back. Let's call out Isaac May from Trig Island with the double fist pump. He knew he was across the line, 16 sprint finish. He's made his way through, coming the whole way across. That's what you want to see, a bit of elation, a bit of excitement, and then everyone's been working hard. June, July, August, ramping up, and then as soon as we hit September, it's all systems go, and that's 7 months ago.
Yeah, it's a long season for these guys, and a lot of these blokes will be competing in also probably pool swimming on top of the surf life savings. They'll have surf life saving, they'll have pool swimming, they'll have school sport. They're busy. They train a lot. We think our elites are training 10, 12 sessions a week. These guys are doing just about the same. So we're looking here. If not more. They've got the energy, the young fellas. So we're looking here, heat number 2 on the line, in the starters' hands.
So again, embarrassment of riches. We'll go through. We've got another 16 spots open. Interesting. Left-hand side, we just had one shootout to the left there. Has someone seen something that no one else has? And then the boys are working hard through that bank. Solid 15 to 25 metres, so the heart rate's going to be up, the legs will be burning because they'll be trying to power through to find any sort of clean water to get up and about, hit that bank, and then we're waiting.
That's right, and that looked like Jacob Locke from North Burleigh, who's headed far north. He probably has been watching these last few swims. They've been getting out the back, but there's been a bit of a swim back onto that first turning can. So he's throwing the gauntlet down. He's saying, I'm going to go straight. I'm going to head a little bit further north maybe, and hopefully I can hit a better line when I get out there.
And that is the thing too. So if you haven't got that top end speed like your Henry Whiteheads, your Jimmy Downs from Real Break Point, even your Riley McCartney who led out that last semi-final, at some point the conversation needs to happen with your coach. Are we going to try and go with the pack, or are we just going to gamble and see what happens? And then this is perfect conditions for gambling.
Yeah, that's right. And particularly as we get towards that pointy end, right? We were saying earlier, the semi-final is often the most nervous you are in the whole day. This is where you want to get through. It's cutthroat. You make the final. We look at the North Burleigh swimmer. He's probably coming back out in the middle of the pack, but as they swim over towards him, it'll even out. But it looks like Trig Island out in front there, first place. Beau Waters maybe from Trig Island. There's only Billy Hawkes. Billy Hawkes, he's been flagged. He's going to be strong in that swim and iron. So Billy potentially leading the race there. We come back to him. He's got clear water out in front. Behind him, that looks like another North Burleigh cap, Manly Life Saving Club, sitting there in third on his feet. And then we've got the crowd.
But like you said, with that Trig Island, just look how long and loping and heavy that is. You love to see that out nice and early. North Burleigh just tucked in behind there. And so much water moving at the moment. Water safety doing a great job ensuring that everyone gets around the cans. But Trig Island, not synonymous with big surf, but obviously getting through it when it gets a little bit bumpy and a little bit windy, they know what to do with it.
Yeah, those WA clubs, it is a windy place, Perth. 90% of the time, that sea breeze is coming in. The Freo Doctor bangs straight in onto Trig Island there. So the windier it gets, the choppier it gets. These WA clubs are used to it. That's we see back further in the pack. We see the bright green of Sorrento, another WA club, but Trig Island looking strong. The boys are starting to pick their line here. We actually see the second Trig Island cap not far behind. So that looks like potentially a lawn out there.
No, that is Saul Eastman from Sawtell from New South Wales. He's been strong for the last few years, ready to turn it on. And they're just like these boys. They were small little boys. Now they're growing into their bodies. And at some stage, they get a little bit awkward and a little bit lanky. And then this is the result after it. You just stick through it, keep the training going, get the reps up, and then you can be in these semi-finals at a national level. And Trig Island still leading us out at the moment.
That's right, and not much help coming in on this bank. We've got the first leaders. They're standing up waiting for this. 2 Trig Island on that, Manly on the southern end, North Burleigh on the northern end. So there's lead 4 on that front wave. North Burleigh up in the bank. You can see how shallow it is. Look at that.
So the fact that the boys have been able to hold that through the bank is fantastic. So they'll just get through. They'll just cruise through that little hole there, and they'll be up and away. So Manly leading that one out at the moment. So that'll be Jacob Chalmers there from the Manly club. Solid squad there under Scotty at the moment. So they're doing really, really well. Trig Island 1 and 2 with Manly, comfortable. It's nearly just like a warm-up run for these guys for a semi-final.
Yeah, that's right. And you'll watch when they stand up and run up the beach. There won't be any urgency. It'll all be about preserving the legs. You can see Manly, he's nearly walking. He's confident. They're through. So it's going to be Trig Island in 1, North Burleigh in 2. That could be Cooper Cotter. Jeremy Cotter's leading the squad there now, so Cooper's looking after North Burleigh.
Elementary. 2 in the top 4. Great work, Trig.
Yeah, Trig killing it.
So Cronulla coming through there as well. Ocean Grove having a great carnival. Bit of a sprint panic. The sprint finish there for Allura. Relax, brother. You are through. Wanda, Sorrento. And then we'll just watch the official there. Getting closer and closer to that, flicking to the left and right. Was that last little body through there from Isaac Allen from Glenelg. It's going to be close.
I've just seen Eli Widmer from Met Caloundra across the line. So we're just going to wait and see where the numbers line up. We've still got a few athletes coming across the line now. The officials are going to try and split them up into those couple of lines, see who's going to go through. We're going to take that top 16 into the finals. So your athletes will be sitting there in that mid-pack and they're going to be desperately counting. Parents, you can see them peering over, doing the maths, seeing who's making it through. A little bit of a nervous wait for some of these athletes, but undoubtedly that lead 4, easy through. They're confident. They were able to sit up. They were able to recover, take their time. That's going to pay off when we've got such a run in and out for that final coming up.
So one thing we probably haven't spoke about enough. So yesterday rained out for all the water competitors, so they would have known the whole season. Saturday, individuals day. Fun day is going to be Sunday, teams day. Let's get into it. Let's get it going. But let's go down to Riley because it's now finals time for the under-15 ladies.
Yeah, I've got the under-15 surf race final here for the females. We're going to start from the south here. We've got Ava Goodham from Sunshine Beach, Sadie Maggs, Newport, India Davidson, Redhead, Quinn McFadden, Dickey Beach, Taylor Birch, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Layla Wiper from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Neve Teeny, North Cottesloe, Jacinta Perry, Mona Vale, Sophie Brown, Mermaid Beach, Caitlin Palmer, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Evie Van Hooven, Mermaid Beach, Michelle Neves, City of Bunbury, Maya Sims from Ormo Beach in New Zealand, Salome Woodland from City of Bunbury, Hayley Flint from Tugun, Dana Warrad from Trig Island, Kaylee Kimmins from Maroochydore, Clementine Saunders from South Maroubra, Alani Sims from Warilla Barrack Point, Isabel Aguirreos, Coogin Headland, Matilda Young from Newport, Jessica Conrad from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Jazz Edmund Stone from Alex Headland, Kirra Bell from North Kirra, Sophie Hamilton from Redhead, Amber Sky Stevenson from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Marley Hoyland from Umina, Ava Bamford from Ellis Beach, Summer Morgan from Anglesey, Sophie Clues from Newport, Mary Thompson from Maroochydore, and Claudia Hart from Kirra. That wraps up our under-15 female swim final. Good luck to all the girls.
32 on the line. Ladies are ready to go. Tide is low. Water is moving. We're going to have 6 minutes or so, I would say. And we're going to have a champion crowned. Conrad, dominant early on the board. Is that going to go through a little bit later on? Semi-finals, we saw Layla Wiper, Sophie Clues comfortable through there. Semi-final number 2, Conrad, Clementine Saunders, Taylor Birch. Last little adjustments here for our starters.
Yeah, that's right. Those first 2 semis, we saw that team from Burleigh Heads. We got 4 athletes in that top 3, top 5 from each heat. So Burleigh Heads is going to be the one to watch. Obviously, Jess Conrad, Layla Wiper, who took out their respective semis. But don't be surprised if we see some of these clubs from New South Wales, from WA, from Victoria, start to pull out a bit of an upset. We've seen it earlier in the day. We might see it again. We've got the reigning champions from other states. We've got girls like Neve Tierney from North Cottesloe. She's one to watch here in the women's swim. Not just these Queensland clubs. So the swim is often a big leveller. We can think on the craft. The clubs that don't get the exposure to the big surf, they might struggle a bit when it's up. But the swim is something that is a bit more even. And historically, we have seen winners come from some of those other states.
Yeah, most definitely. And if there's one thing that the other clubs love to do is absolutely smash Queensland. So it will be on that start line. The girls will be looking left and right. They'll know who their mates are, but it's going to get rough. It's going to get fast. It's going to be furious out there. 6.5 minutes or so, just a little bit more deliberation on the line. Just waiting for those final moments. But I tell you what, the officials have done an amazing job today. These races have been so hard to just reset the cans, reset the start lines, left to right.
Yeah, that's right. I do not envy them one bit. What a job to try and get an even start for 32 swimmers. You can see when we pan out to that bigger shot, you can see there's a bit of a drain on the beach there. That pushes water out. So if you have the start line smack bang on that drain, well, half of them are going to cop it and half will get on the bank. So that's not fair. You can see we've pushed a bit further south, get all the athletes towards that bank. They might have to angle back once they're in the water, but it's a fairer start.
Now let's do a bit of body language doctor work here. Who looks nervous? Who looks comfortable? Who looks relaxed? I think most of the ladies are just enjoying the comfort of their companions, just hanging out on that start line waiting for the surf race final.
Yeah, that's right. We can see some of the caps there. We can see some of the Burleigh girls, hands on hips, just focusing, dialing it in. We see a few other girls are getting a bit of a chit-chat going on. Sophie Clues from Newport, she looks relaxed.
She's always talking, no offence.
We had earlier on camera, we had Maya Sims from Amanu Beach, our Kiwi athlete. She looked relaxed. She looked quietly confident. So I think she's looking at these conditions and thinking this suits her. We go down the line right to the far end. India Davidson, she looks calm. She's there with Ava Goodenham from Sunshine Beach. Sadie Maggs from Newport. The Maggs family have been very dominant in surf lifesaving for the last few years. Her brothers have been absolutely going gangbusters.
Do you know what the story is at the moment? Down in New South Wales, it's the rise of Warilla Barrack Point.
Yeah, Warilla Barrack Point.
Yeah, squad is going really strong at the moment. They, from the nippers through until their 15s, 17s, 19s, going really good. And then they've still got the old boys, and what I mean old boys, 20 to 25, that are still thereabouts helping out with training and just, helping run that program and get it back up to be the country champions, which they were this year.
Well, that's right. And they've also produced a bunch of good athletes as well. We think back to the open field, and we've got Ali Day and Ben Carberry, both Warilla Barrack Point boys. So there's definitely a strong history there of being a dominant force in surf lifesaving. So it's great to see them getting back up in that pointy end. So we're still holding here, waiting to get the start going. We've got dog cam going. This is Leo. Look at him. He's having a blast. He's down here watching the excitement.
So Leo loves walks on the beach. He was actually a show dog from 2023. He was the Burleigh Heads region second place.
Second place. We can expect that. We look here. The girls are still waiting. We're back. We're off dog cam. We're back to the girls. Goggles are off, so we're not sure what the hold up is for, but We're waiting to see. No one looks stressed. Everyone's kind of relaxing.
We love to speculate, but these men and women do an amazing job. It was brutal out there today, so I've probably gone through 4 litres of water today just out in the sun, so that was tough stuff. And then these athletes, I know they're talking with the under-15 boys this morning. They were stuck in marshalling for a long, long while, but we are on and ready to go, and we are in the starters' hands. Ladies will now switch on, goggles on. It is time to execute. 7 months of work, down to this one moment for these surf specialists in the starters' hands.
Good start here by the field. We've seen not too many elect to change their line. We've maybe got a Newport cat that's come around the back of the field. She wants to head a bit further north. But there you see the run in, one dive and straight into swimming. It drops off pretty quick at this bank here at North Kirra. They'll swim through this gutter. The rating needs to be up. You want to be one of the first at the bank. We've got Maroochydore with an early lead. There's a Newport cap there. Anglesey is in that. That could be Summer Morgan, the Victorian champ from Anglesey. So she's had a good start here. Burley Heads also out there. Claudia Hart has had a good start from Karawa. She's right on the edge here, but we've got our first athlete, Maroochydore, up on the bank.
So Mary Thompson there, and what you love to see, especially for everyone watching at home, she was swimming through, hand hit the ground, she knew it was up in time to run, and she was up and away. Top of the screen, we've had some movement there, would have been the darker cap there of India Davidson from Redhead, working really strong at the moment. Mary Thompson leading us out through that bank, through the centre. But tucked in on the outside right as well is Ava Gooderum from Sunshine Beach. That's the 1 and 2 at the moment, but we'll see how that line transpires as they make their way into that green water and get into some sort of rhythm.
Yeah, that's right. Even though they've got out well on that southern end, they still have a bit further to swim back. So this northern end of that start line, but wow, they've actually made a good move there. That looks like...
That's the India Davidson on call.
Is that India Davidson?
It's close. It's really tight. So we've got Layla Wiper in this one there. It's another Burley Heads Mowbray Park. And the girl's going to come to a head here. So Thompson and Burley Heads Mowbray Park. Wiper possibly there. Burley Heads. That's the 1 and 2 at the moment. Tucked in behind is Ava Gooderum from Sunshine. And then just the pack has just been spread out so far at the moment. And what we've seen, you're talking about dropping off. The waves over the last hour and a half have dropped off quite considerably.
Yeah, that's right. And the pool swimmers will be very happy with that outcome. So they will be happy that there's not much surf. They can get in their rhythm, get their stroke going. It doesn't have to be as short and choppy as they would expect if there was a bit of waves. We see our leaders making their way around the first turning can. Maroochydore there. Burley Heads, I think, on the outside.
Yeah,
Burley
2, 3,
Heads,
4.
2, 3, 4. Wow, Sunshine Beach in 5. So the Burley Heads girls, as expected, have gone well. We're thinking that's going to be at least Jess Conrad and Layla Wiper. But we've also got Taylor Birch and Amber Sky Stevenson from Burley Heads. They've got 4 swimmers in this final, so we'll keep an eye on them. Burley comes to the lead around that last can. Maroochydore, Burley, Sunshine, and then a pack. Is that a North Cotters vote? Is that potentially our WA champ, Neve Turney? She could be sitting there. She could be sitting there in 6th.
Now look at this. The lines are different. So the far right-hand side, that's going to be Sadie Maggs for Newport. She's coming to that far right. Was there something that the coaches saw just to try and pull some sort of wave at the bottom of the screen? You can see a tiny little wave pulling through Fuller and closing out more on that bank there. But the left-hand side, Conrad leading us out. Thompson going stroke for stroke at the moment. So it's Burley Heads in 1 and 2 at the moment. And the pack is chasing so hard. This is to be so hard for everyone else behind to try and get into it. So Evie Van Hooven and Sophie Brown for Mermaid working really hard through the middle. Riley, what's happening down there? It's so tight.
Yeah, we're just coming into the wave zone here. It's going to be super tight finish. We've got a couple girls out in front. They're looking around, trying to find a wave here. Super tight.
Thanks, Riley. And it's going to be on because we've got a gold medal on offer at the moment. Conrad, first one up and running. Mag's trying to pick up a wave, but they've still got that massive gutter to work with. Last couple of strokes, diving through, and then it's a 6-beat kick, and then all the panic in the world.
Oh, yeah, she will be worried. We've seen an athlete come and get a nice wave into that gutter that's almost pushed her up, but Conrad milking every runner that's coming her way. So she's looking like she's going to cross the line first. We've got second place a bit clear, and then there's 3 aiming for that bronze medal. That is going to be tight. But as we look ahead, Jess Conrad, she's up. She's running. That's it. Jess Conrad in 1. It looks like Newport in 2. We're
Sadie
thinking
Maggs.
that could be Maggs. So
Yes,
Conrad 1.
Oh, from nowhere,
South Maroubra. We
Get
love
out
it.
of town.
Great work, South Maroubra.
Clementine Saunders. Oh, just on screen earlier, doing a great swim, just lurking in the background. And then it was Conrad in the 1, and then was it South Maroubra 2, Newport in 3.
That's what it looked like for us. Conrad clear win, South Maroubra 2, Newport 3, and then the pack. So that is a bit of an upset from earlier. We would have thought Burleigh Heads would have featured a bit more on that podium, but wow, what a swim from Jess Conrad. She did it easy. It was classy. It was effortless. She's been training hard all season, and the results have showed. But I'm blown away by Clementine Saunders from South Maroubra.
Well, it was 1 and 2 from semi-final number 2. So they've done their best, gone through, and that's what it's going to be. And then that third spot, Mags or Matilda Young. So we've got the 2 girls through there, both 12th and 13. We know that Matilda can turn it on, but just this start here, the girls just try to get out, getting those knees nice and high, getting those last couple of steps in, getting nice and deep, then into their stroke. This is a brutal start for the ladies. They played nice, they were calm, they were confident, and they executed with their skills. And this is where we thought it was Thompson just leading so strong through there, and then it was just Conrad coming through, and then this is where the dominance kicked in. She just stepped up that extra gear, and it's about getting the different levels of notches of pain. So all these girls are hurting, but Conrad can just keep going further and further and further, and that's why she was able to get this done today in the final.
And so we're going to throw down, we've got Riley on the beach now interviewing Jess Conrad. Riley, take it away.
Yeah, Jess, that was unreal. Under 15 female Australian champion for 2025. How does that sound?
That's pretty cool, and twice is really amazing too.
Yeah, so good. And from what I hear, you're in the pool most of the time. What's it like to come swim in the surf here?
Yeah, I've been swimming really good in the pool, so I was hoping I could transfer out here and get some good racing in.
And coming into this event, we know we didn't have the Queensland state titles. What was your expectation coming into the Australian titles here?
Yeah, it was kind of a bit weird. We hadn't raced for a while, but I just wanted to get in and get some fast racing going.
That's so awesome. Congratulations, Australian title. Well done.
Thank you.
Great work, Riley, and congratulations to Jess Conrad taking out the gold medal in our under 15 female surf race. We look on the screen, Clementine Saunders, South Maroubra, takes the silver. Sadie Maggs, our bronze medalist from Newport. Then we have Mary Thompson, Maroochydore in 4th. Taylor Birch, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park 5th. Evie Van Hooven, Mermaid. Summer Morgan, Anglesey. Daniel Warrow, Trigg Island. Layla Wiper, Burleigh Heads. Caitlin Palmer, Burleigh Heads. 4 Burleigh Heads athletes in that top 10. But wow, Jess Conrad, she did it good.
We said at the New South Wales state titles at nauseum that a rising tide lifts all ships. And then when you've got the best of the business in the under 15s and you get to train with that day in and day out, of course you're going to have 4 athletes. Or sorry, we're going to have 5 in the top 13. So Emma Sky Stevenson there as well. So unbelievable racing from these ladies. Tough swimming conditions. No waves from back to front. It
was tough. It's tough. They didn't really get the surf that was on offer. They had to swim. Those leaders really swam the majority of the way in. You know, you saw Jess Conrad. She had to stand up on that bank. She looked back. She thought, do I wait for this wave? But she had to wait. She probably was hoping she would get a body wave the whole way through into the gutter. But it just shows that surf, it's not always the way to go. But she took it in her own hands. She pushed ahead, and she got a nice win. And then with Clementine Saunders, South Maroubra 2nd, Sadie Maggs, Newport in 3rd. But wow, what a race we've just had here.
Ladies get it done now on the line to the gentlemen. So the best 32 in the nation are on the line. So Henry Whitehead, he's got the target on his back. He's going to be near impossible to beat. He's been so dominant all season. But Riley's going to go down through all 32 starters. Over to you, Riley.
Yeah, down here, starting from the south, we've got Felix Lone, Cody Stanford from Alex Headland, Isaac Ireland from Glenelg, Zach Heffernan from Sunshine Beach, Max Christenen from Wanda, Kaylin McGee from Ocean Grove, Isaac Ryan from Sawtell, Isaac May from Trigg Island, Finn Grant from Noosa Heads, Harrison Carberry from West Beach, James Down from Rilla Barry Point, Henry Whitehead from Manly Surf Life Safety Club, Ashton O'Brien from Burleigh Heads, Archie Maroochydore, Sol Easman from L, Jordan Tucker from Riley Cartney from Alex Headland, Billy Hawkes from Trigg Island, Billy Reid from Lawn, Oliver Brown from Trigg Island, Caden Good from North Burleigh, Thomas McCurtry from Manly, Cody Burrows from Manly, Harry Linehand from Sorrento, Lewis Williams from Mermaid Beach, Cooper Cotter from North Burleigh, Jacob Chalmers from Manly, Thomas Chiverill from Newport, Kyle McCartney from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Nate Robertson from Allura, Aj Day from Elliott Heads, Noah Chappell from Anglesea. Good luck to all the boys.
Thanks, Riley. Time to fire it up for the individual final for the under 15 males. We are going to be in the starters' hands very, very shortly. A couple of guys standing back in the second row on the bleachers there, ready for a run to that hard left-hand side. Has somebody seen something? We're now in the starters' hands.
Yeah, that's right, Harold. I think they've just watched that women's race. They saw that northern end of that start line seemed to be the choice way to get out. And they're off. When we just look at that, we've probably got 6-7 athletes that have elected to run, and probably a little bit further north than we've seen beforehand. So this will be interesting as we cross the bank. We've definitely got that main field in that southern end, but 2 down the bottom. This looks like a Mermaid and a Newport cap potentially.
Yeah, Lewis Williams is tucking in from behind, and that makes me a little bit worried because when you've got a coach like King Kai, has he seen something that no one else has? So he's sending down to that far south and try and get as close to the feet of the guys out in front. But the boys are already up and running, and we know it's always faster to run than it is to swim, but we'll see what transpires. Sometimes you need to make the gamble.
Yeah, that's right. And like we saw in the girls' race earlier, the only thing that might save these boys if they've gone too far back to get to the gutter is that those athletes in the southern end have to swim back onto that first turning camp. But if you look up ahead, that middle of the field, there has been a clear break there. We've got 6 athletes, 2 lines forming. Boys will just be tucking in, getting on the feet, sitting on the wash. Save a lot of energy there. They'll let someone else lead them out. And then hopefully when they hit that first turning camp, that might be their chance to make a move. But we're looking ahead, that could be a Trigg Island cap.
Yes, so Ollie Brown's working really strong through there. We talk about the cream rising to the top. There is no cream that has got more pure organic cream than there is of the man from Manly, which is Henry Whitehead. He is on fire at the moment, but Ollie Brown has said, hold the phone, young man. I'm here. I've made the whole way across the nation. I'm coming here to put my name on that trophy, and you can try and keep up if you can at the moment. It's going to be Ollie Brown and Billy Hawk's got the 2 guys in there. I'm calling Ollie at the moment because he's looking strong, making his way to that first can. He's going to have inside run at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. And Ollie Brown was our state champion from WA representing Trigg Island. Henry Whitehead was also the New South Wales state champion. So a couple of state champions here, but we see as they come across, there's probably 2 athletes just sitting next to each other. Trigg Island in the lead now.
So Trigg's in 1 and 3 at the moment.
That could be Billy Hawkes. He's been another one who's been swimming well from Trigg Island. But we've got Trigg make the turn first, 3 across. Who does that next to Trigg Island? Is that a...
Oh, that's going to be my mate there from...
Is that a Wanda cat?
No, it's not Wanda at the moment. It's going to be Aj Day from Elliott Heads.
Aj Day. But what a swim he had in that semi-final. Getting second in that first semi-final to Henry Whitehead. But you look at this. This is when the 6-beat kick's going to come up. The boys leave. Wave coming. Anyone getting on it? Just a run. So they're just going to get a bit of a push. It's going to tighten them up here.
So it's all about the light and shade here. So the boys will feel the lift underneath. Get that kick. Pull that little bit more water coming through. Runs everywhere. And this is great surf skills from the boys. There's no white water anywhere. So they're just going to have to eke every little inch and metre out of these little runs that are coming through. Now we spread up. Top left-hand side, Trigg trying to hold on at the moment. That's 1 and 2 on the inside. And then we've got the Manly boys at the bottom, which is going to be that of Whitehead and also Chalmers. That's your 1 and 2. Can Manly have a look through? Bit of a backstroke there from our leaders. And then we've got half a jag. We're calling it mini jag at the moment.
Wave on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 athletes. 6 athletes on this. It's really going to come down to one's off. If they can hold this into the gutter, get a bit of a head start on that swim, Aj Day, look at him go. He knows he wants this. They're rating, but up north, look at the southern end, Trigg Island. Where has he come from? He has a clear lead. Aj Day probably sitting second, but Trigg is up. Trigg is up.
Yeah, holding that wave that little bit longer through through the south end there, and that's going to be an unbelievable win there for Trigg Island.
Wow.
Oh,
body surfing championship. Aj, look at the claim. Second place, he is stoked. Trigg Island 1. Elliott Heads, Aj Day in 2. We've missed 3. It could have been Trigg again, so we might have a Trigg 1 and 3, and then Aj in the middle, and Elliott Head sandwich with Trigg Island. But we will wait and see. We're going to be refreshing live heats
This is the main field. The boys sprinting up the line. Points are on offer for that top 6, but wow, out of nowhere, we were watching that northern end of the beach. We are watching those 3 boys. Trig's pointing 3. So maybe we've got a 1 and 3 with Trig here. He looks confident.
It might be. Jeez, it's Trig Fest everywhere. The squad is building at the moment. I've got my hands through my hair at the moment. There's none there though, but wow, Aj Day as well, just having an absolute belter of a finals day here at the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Youth Championships. Unbelievable.
Yeah, what a swim. And you saw he wanted it. He got into that gutter on the way in and he had the highest rating, the highest kick rate going. He really dug deep at the end and it's paid off for him. But wow, Trig Island. We're going to wait and see who's who, because Trig had a couple of swimmers in there. But phenomenal race and the body surf skills on show. Kai Hurst, if he's on beach, he would be impressed with Trig, what he's just seen from the Trig boys.
Oh, unbelievable. So we'll be intrigued to watch that replay. We'll come back and watch it next time. But the guys got out nice and clean. A couple tucked in from behind, the Newport boys there as well. Mermaid saw that was the spot to go. Rest of the boys heading out straight and long, deep, straight into their stroke, firing through that gutter.
Yeah, and we look at those results, it's really seen the guys that went straight out, that didn't run up, it paid off for them. We see now, and in the replay, they've come out the back. We've had that clear line form. Turn the can, Trig is in front. But we look at that second place Trig. I wonder if that was him. But here it is. He's come and he's picked a different line. So we look at the screen. He's on the topmost. You see how he's actually angled himself a little bit further south. You can see double arm swim and the double up. That's how he's come through. He's picked the double up, held it in, and he's crossed the line. That's why we didn't see him. We lost him in the whitewash, and you see the claim for third. That's what I love to see. The boys would be pumped. Ollie Brown.
Aj Day and Billy Hawkes.
The WA champion, Ollie Brown, has now become the national champ, and I believe he may have been the under-14 national champ. And now we're going to pass to Riley. Riley's down with Ollie. Riley?
Yeah, guys, down here with Billy. 2025 Australian champion. Ollie, sorry. How does that feel, mate?
Oh, that one's good. That makes it 3, so I'm pretty happy with that one.
That's unreal. And what was going through your head when you pulled down that wave? What were you thinking?
I was just like, hold it, milk it as much as I can, find the bank, just run.
And through the rounds, what was the talk with your coaches coming into the final? What were you expecting today?
I was expecting a good race. I was just trying to go into race each time with a clear mind, learn the bank, learn the drift, just see what happens.
That's awesome. Well done, Ollie. Congratulations. Australian champion. You deserve it.
Thank you.
Riley, I don't know if you're still around. Can we ask you just your question if we can? Just want to see what's happening down at the beach.
Yeah, sure.
Have we got an update on the proceedings for the rest of the afternoon yet?
Yeah, we're not too sure what's sort of coming up next with the racing. I assume we're going to go straight into the Cameron relays, I think.
Excellent. So Cameron's up next. What are you, 6'5"? How big is that boy next to you?
Yeah, he's a big strapping lad, isn't he? He's probably eating his greens at home. What do you usually have for dinner?
Pasta.
Bit of pasta, hey?
Is he on a ski yet?
Yeah, do you reckon you get on a ski? I reckon being at Trig Island, he might end up on a ski, but he's certainly swimming well.
I'm going to try on a ski.
Yeah.
Thanks, big boy. Lovely Trig Island. And the biggest man on the beach, Riley Fitzsimmons. Cameron time.
Yeah, wow. Cameron is going to be good, but Ollie Brown, I don't know if you heard in his interview, 3-time national champion. He won the under-14s last year. He must have won the under-13s the year before. So
that makes it 3 then, right?
3 in a row. What a bit of a dynasty he is creating there. It's going to be great to see what happens next year. He jumps up to that under-17 age group. Bit of some older age groups. If he can start to put them all together, we are looking at potentially the next big name in male surf swimming.
Yeah, just enjoy it, Ollie. Keep your fun in there. Keep your training going. Hang out with your mates. Don't get too hung up on everything. But he seems like he's got a really nice head on his shoulders. Good energy. And he was humble enough in that dominant victory.
That's right, and a big pasta fan. So we're running through the results here from that under-15 male surf race. Ollie Brown in 1, Aj Day, Elliot Heads 2. Billy Hawkes, Trig Island, takes our bronze medal. Then we had Saul Eastman, Sawtell, Henry Whitehead, Manly, Jacob Chalmers from Manly, James Down, Warilla Barrack Point, Riley McCartney, Alex Head, Noah Chappell from Anglesea, he's the Victorian champ, and Archie Ray from Maroochydore wraps out our top 10. On screen, you've seen it come through. The results coming in here, down into 30s. We should tick over into 32nd, but we're seeing some big names in that back end of the field. It just shows you how difficult these conditions can be and how much a good start makes a difference.
All these 32 are under 15 males should take a bow, because to make an Aussie final is a huge accomplishment in itself. So that is great to see them on the biggest stage of the season. And look at this. We didn't see that yesterday, did we? But we're now into the pink area. So under 14 females, we're going to be up to some heats there. And then, and talking about chalk and cheese before, even though they're only 150 metres difference within the areas, just look how prominent this bank is there. There's no gutter. Let's get through a couple of little potholes. We're on our feet, and we're going to be not probably swimming until we get to about 80 to 90 metres.
Yeah, that's right. We just seen earlier the boys and girls in that under 15s had to dive in. They had to swim. These athletes pretty much been having to wade the whole way through. Maybe a few potholes here. We're starting to see a few stumbles, but essentially run in straight onto the bank. This is our under 14 female surf race. This looks like it's going to be our quarterfinals in this. We're waiting for live heats to update on that. We should have potentially nearly 200 starters in this. This is heat 2 of our under 14 female surf race.
So the surf race, we are going to take from quarterfinal to semi to a final. So we'll get to that 32. So we've got the 4 quarterfinals, hence the name. And then we're probably going to take about 16 from each to 2 semi-finals at 32. So the ladies will just go through the motions here. The sun is back out again. How it is still so hot is beyond me. But it's, I guess, the beauty of the Gold Coast Strip.
Yeah, that's right. And what a day it is. This is really what people want to see when they come to the Australian titles. We want this sort of weather. We want a bit of swell. It makes it exciting. And North Kirra, again, producing the goods as they have over the years. So we're starting to see a few of these athletes make a bit of a break. We've got one clear out the back. And we see it's a pretty spread field, Harold. You can see that this real southern end, they have ended up quite far down, and they're having to swim north. It's a big push.
Well, the interesting is, so with this under 14s area, it has probably been one of the most benign ones all day, but then 150 metres further down to the left of the screen is where the under 13s have been absolutely on fire down there. Tough conditions, heavy waves, and then to have your first Aussie titles in conditions like that, it's been nothing but spectacular to watch these under 13s go through, and it's exactly what we're seeing here with this next heat of our under 14 female surf race.
Yeah, that's right. Baptism of fire is what I would call those under 13s this morning. The surf, when we started out with those board heats, was just solid. And I don't think a lot of those kids have seen it before. But kudos to them. Anyone who put their foot on that line this morning in that under 13 age group really deserves a massive pat in the back. It was tough. I reckon if you put the opens out there, it would have been tough. There would have been carnage. So for these little 12 and 13-year-olds on their nipper boards to be going that well, it has just been great to see. But we're coming back here to our under 14 female surf race, quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, and the ladies working really strong through that little hole there. And a bit more wave action, but we love to see that. We haven't seen that too much today, so these ladies will be able to pick that up. They haven't picked up a broken wave, have they? Oh, a little stroke out in front, nice. Trying to hold on to it and pull down the front. So whoever that was at the front was unbelievable. Picked up that broken wave through the bank there, and then it's going to be a cap of...
I think that's a Chugan cap we saw was leading the race. I didn't see who came in the wave.
North Curly, it's so tricky. It's Evie Davis. Of course it was her. I should have known better. So Evie Davis just making her way out of the water comfortably. Her dad's a legend. She's probably better than he is, and Evie Davis is looking so comfortable. Look at this bank, so much water coming out.
But also look at the potholes. You can see how careful she's being as she's coming through. We can see that water pooling. Look at it now. That is Pothole City. Unfortunately, that might play a part as we get further. See, a little stumble. This is going to cost people races later on, especially as we're looking to get to that 14, 15, 16, 17. You can't afford to stumble if that's a run up the beach. So be prepared for a few stacks, a few people coming unstuck just on the run. And we see that now. Look at this bunch running.
16's the number, so we've got a packed there of 12 making their way through. You've got all the caps trying to find their way through. Wander there, tucked in at the back, getting those knees and eyes up and high. Lead with the heels so those toes don't get jammed up. And the girls are looking okay at the moment. It's that last little cap there from Mandy, we're going to call it. She's comfortable and through at the moment, so still only one line.
There's got to be a Sunshine Beach there. Ooh, we're cutting to a Newport Sunshine Torquay by the looks of it.
Ocean Grove there behind. So Emma mentioned your Minor Beach just tucked in behind there as well. So the ladies are still going to make their way through. And again, just that dropping tide. I know our starters in this area, Matt Egan, they're having to reset the start and the finish line at nauseam because with this tide just dropping out further, they've got to keep it roughly sort of 15 metres from that water's edge to ankle deep water. So obviously we don't want to have too much of a run through, but then when the waves are coming through, they are actually coming past that finish line as well. So fantastic job from our officials in the arena.
Yeah, it's great from them. And we've got some results come through from this race. So it was Evie Davis, North Curl taking out first place. Samantha Issel from Alex Headland, Chloe Hall from Avoca Beach. That was our top 3. Then we had Burleigh Heads, Manly, Coogin Headland, Wanda, Talabudra, Ocean Grove, Burleigh Heads, Scarborough, Wanda, Ocean Grove, Mentone, Emma Winsham, North Curl, 16th. She should be our final one getting through to our semi-final.
I just wanted to say Stella Delaporte. That's it.
Stella Delaporte.
It's fun to say.
It's a good name. Great work, Stella.
So semi-final number 3.
In the water.
In the water.
Look at that first
we rack 'em
can.
and stack 'em, all right? And this is what you want to see.
That was some carnage. And we definitely saw that a few of those girls probably drifted a little bit too far north. And so they've had to swim back onto it, and it condenses. And if you condense, if you're on top of someone, you're not moving fast. It slows everyone down. Crash and bash is not the fastest way around. So that's why the leaders, they extend. But we look at this, our leader, she's pushing, just off the back.
Just fattening up that little bit at the top there, but it's going to be enough for that next wave to come through. But no issues there. 16 again is that number. But the packers on the right-hand side of the screen, this is going to be absolutely frantic as we get closer and closer to that bank. And then, like you said, there's going to be snipers everywhere. Pothole City, which is, I'm assuming, what it's been like after the really bad weather up here the last few weeks.
Yeah, that's right. These last few weeks, ever since Cyclone Alfred, we copped a bit of a battering, and the beaches have been bouncing back. And it's great to see that we've been able to host this. Obviously, our Queensland State titles for senior and youth both got cancelled because of that. But it's great to be back here at North Kirra. We see athletes up and running. We've got 4, 5, 6 up and running now. High knees, pump the arms. You can see a little stumble. Those potholes are going to start to play. We've had one already had to have a dolphin dive.
That makes me nervous. But these are the best of the best in Australia, so they know what they're doing. And then it's North Bondi making their way through.
So going to scroll through that start.
Yeah, Lily went home. She's been really strong through the summer, so that'll be her along with the teammate not too far behind. So it's top 16. Cavalry's coming through. That's going to be 6 with Sunshine across the line. Mentone there as well.
Currumbin by the looks of it. Mermaid. Can't see that. It's hard to see when they've got a swim cup underneath. North Burleigh, Currumbin, Sunshine, Mermaid.
Swansea Belmont.
Great to see Swansea. Oh. You see another stumble right at the end. North Burleigh. And she's a bit sore. Oh, no.
Oh, same spot there as well.
Sorrento coming through.
Oh, another one.
These. What have we been saying? We're looking out, and this is going to cause some havoc. I hope these athletes, they're looking ahead. This one has done it well. That was Semaphore by the looks of it. She's come across the line quite nicely, negotiated the potholes. Strong finish here by our girls. A few more coming in. Oh, it makes my ankles hurt just watching.
Oh, tough stuff. Stella Smith from Wollongong City got absolutely annihilated before. I hope you're okay, young lady, because that was a brutal, brutal fall. Jeez, that was tough. Heat number 3. One more to go, and then we're into semi-final action for the under 14 ladies.
Sorry, I said Semaphore earlier. I think that was Woolgoolga. Great to see an athlete here from Woolgoolga heading down just near Coffs Harbour in New South Wales. It's great to see some athletes here from Whoopi. So great work, Zara Johnson from Woolgoolga.
I didn't know that was a thing. I never knew where Whoopi was.
Whoopi is Woolgoolga. So there you go, Harold. This is from your neck of the woods, New South Wales. But us Queenslanders will kind of claim them if they want to. We can take them.
How?
Oh, well, we'll do anything. It's like State of Origin. We take whoever we want. So we got all the athletes across the line there. We're waiting for results to come through. We're just refreshing live heats. But there was some tight racing. But those potholes, that's probably the story of Heat 3. And we're in the water now. So we've got Heat number 4 in the water. We've seen already these girls have been pushed a little bit too far north. They are swimming back onto it. That is an Alex Headcap. Looks like she's leading out there. One athlete behind. Looks like maybe she's lost her goggles already. But we've got Alex Head, Wanda, Sunshine, and then everyone. Yeah, look at the whitewash.
A lot of bodies through there as well. Like, it might have just been a bit of a follow the leader making their way out, but Sunshine going to be looking strong at the moment. So at the moment for this, for Alex, we've got Lucy Smith, Dakota Sutton, along with Amber Curry. So we've got the 3 ladies making their way through, and they'd love to get through to that next round. So we're just waiting for that setting sun through there as well. Look at the jam up at the pack there. The ladies are absolutely squashed through there, and that sweep from the right to left. You've got to get to that right-hand edge because, again, if you're stuck on the can or if you've got bodies in front of you, you're not swimming. All that is doing is just making that lead get further and further in front.
That's right. You might as well just stand still because we see these leaders have just blown away the back end of the field that got caught up. So we're just going to try and catch this cap here. I think it's still Alex Heads out in front. She's got a nice handy lead. Not much waves on offer, but a bit of a set coming out the back. So we're looking at this probably 10 to 15 bracket. Maybe they're going to get a bit of a push down. It's died off into the gutter. But that front leader, maybe one here. Can she push over to it? She's lifted. She's down. She's down. She's on it.
So the one thing I'm just noticing on this little bank there, all the waves are breaking first on that right-hand edge. So will we see a couple of people gamble and get to that right-hand edge so that we can get to that breaking water first? Because you want to be on the wave, you don't want to be swimming. Get to that bank as quick as possible and make your way up and out of the water. And it's going to be Alex Headland's first one up and out and comfortable.
That's right. That southern edge of that bank looks like it's the pick. The trick is you're going to come around that last turning can. You're going to aim south, but the current's going to push you north. So that's going to be some good tactics. We see our competitor here from Alex. She's negotiating those potholes well. She's watched that last heat. You can see she's picking her line, and she's through safe. Happy days. We've got some results come through from Heat 3. We had Gia Gregory from North Bondi take the win there. We had Emily Finlay from Glenelg come in second, and Fraser Wiley from Bribey Island. So some really good clubs represented in this women's swim. And then we're coming back to Heat number 4.
Numbers across there again.
Numbers. Coogin. Great to see Coogin. North Bondi. Sunshine.
North Curly there as well.
North Curly again. Great swimming by the North Curl girls. Redhead by the looks of it on that one. A North Burleigh coming across Manly. And this is where we're going to see these potholes start to play a bit of a part.
Dicky Beach, Avoca, Wanda. Dicky Beach there again. Manly.
So far so good in these potholes. Marucci, North Burleigh, Talabudgera. And we've got at the end there that red and blue cat. We missed that. Could that be potentially one of our Tassie clubs?
Was it Gerringong?
Gerringong, here it is, New South Wales, Gerringong. Great work, and we got the girls coming through here. That should be the back end of Heat 3.
Heat 4, that was. Lucy Smith from Alex took that one along with her teammate from Dakota Sutton. Lila Wessel from Coogin in 3. Catherine Jordan just cruising through that one. She won the gold here last year, was strong at the state titles. Grace Laurie from North Curl in 5. Tallow Crouch from Sunshine in 6. And then we had Redhead, North Burleigh, Manly, Avoca, Curry from Alex in 11. They're making their way to that top 16 to get to the next round. Macy McFadden, Amali Deegan, both from Dicky Beach, swimming together. Probably didn't talk out there, but had a bit of fun. Montana Smith from Wanda, Aria Flick from Mermaid, and Ruby Campbell from Coogee. That's our top 16 through to the next round.
Great work, girls. And we are on the line now. We are banging through these surf races. What we like to see is the semi-final of the under-14 male swim. We'll take top 16 through. We can see the second semi-final queued up behind the boys. They've got the luck. They can watch this first semi-final and see who makes the right decision. We're going to quickly run through just the clubs representing this start list. Anglesea, Maroochydore, Sawtell, Wollongong City, Kurrawa, Alex Head, Mermaid, Avoca, Sunshine Beach, Rullabarrack Point, Alex Headland, Noosa, Sunshine, Joel Rod, Burleigh Heads, Moray Park, Jake Schultz, North Wollongong, Newport, Ruben Tapanya. That's probably an important name to watch as we get later in the week, that last name. Mermaid Beach, Manly, North Burleigh, Dickey, Elliot Heads again. Great to see Elliot Heads in the hands of the starter. And they're off. Sorrento, Mornington, Cairns, Hamish, Smallbane. Great to see Cairns represented as well.
Black Cat?
Black Cat, white with an orange stripe. We've already seen an athlete, look at this, come quite far south. North Burleigh, Avoca, North Wollongong, Alex Head, Point, Leo, Byron, Avoca, Burnie, Tasmania represented, Alex Head, Glenelg, and the Lakes. What a spread of clubs we've got here in semi-final number 1, this under-14 male swim.
Commentator's nightmare with having Swansea, Belmont, Dickey Beach, Avoca Beach, and Glenelg all in the same heat. They're all green, they're all the same. We will do our best, but the one that's probably going to be leading though out for Avoca is going to be Ashton Bone and Billy McCarthy, both selected to represent New South Wales at the Pathways Cup this coming Tuesday. So they only selected 2 water athletes from the under-14s, and they were the 2 boys they've selected from the same club. So we'll watch those 2 make their way through this semi-final. 16's the number. Setting sun really, really tough to see out there because at the moment everyone looks like they're from Cairns.
Yeah, that's right. Makes it difficult for us in here, but we can see that we're getting a couple of leaders get out early. There's no one specific line forming that we've seen in previous events, but we've got probably 4 in a line there on the way out, and then a bit of a gap towards the next. But we've got 4,
4 swimmers there making their way to the first turning can. Good angle. They have come onto this quite nice. But look at the distance between those 2 cans. Look how short that is. Normally that string of 9, there's got a bit of a swim across, but that is quite tight. It's some of the changes we've had to make here at North Kirra just due to the conditions. Again, you'll see our athletes going the wrong way around. They're going reverse direction to normal. Again, just because of that current. And look at this. As we've seen for the last half an hour, that first turning can is chaos. There is underwater. There's punches thrown. Look at these boys. It is a mess. And our leaders, clear water, fast, they're moving.
But one thing that can't be understated, that short gap between the 2 cans. Like you said, we're used to the string of 9 or the black and whites out the back. So the boys would usually get to that can, would know they'd be able to make their move or get through that 15 to sort of 35 metres. But being so short, the race plan has to change and they have to be adaptive. So that's going to be out in front. That is going to be probably Billy, I would say. So that would be, that's definitely Billy from Avoca. So he, again, is in that state team at the moment. Ashton Bone will be tucking in from behind. So that's a 1 and 2, but so spread across that finish line.
We can see our athletes are probably spread across 50 metres here. We see some waves coming through. The northern end's lifting up. This southern end may get a little. And we're going to pass to Riley on the beach. Riley, how are you seeing these boys coming in?
Yeah, they're just coming in now to that wave zone. A few of them are standing up, doing a bit of a dolphin dive through that shorey. Got 1, 2 standing up, 3 standing up now. There's a few potholes just on the shorey here, so they've just got to navigate this last little bit here. But boys are doing really well to get through this challenging conditions all the way to the finish.
Yeah, so it looks pretty flat. We're looking on the screen with these little double ups. It looks as if that left-hand side's starting to double up that little bit more. So Billy McCarthy from Avoca, has Trevor G seen something on that left side for the rest of the day?
Yeah, he's definitely navigated that well on that northern side. It does look like the waves are sort of punching through a bit more on that northern side, and then just navigating that bank when they're running in, they're probably just running back to the south a little bit more.
Legend. Looks awkward out there. Thanks for the update.
Yeah, tough racing, and we see these boys sprinting up. Every place counts. Top 16 through to the final. 1 has come down. That was a Maroochydore athlete. That's going to cost him a position or 2, and that can be the difference between finishing up your surf race here or making it through for 1 more swim in our final that's coming up. We're going to wait and see what the results come through as, but we've had some pretty hot racing so far. Last few of our swimmers making their way across the line. As we discussed earlier, big tide movement today at North Kirra. It has come down the beach 100 plus metres. Our officials have done a great job. You can see the flags have been slowly getting closer and closer and closer. Otherwise, this turns into a 200 metre run at the start and finish.
Yeah, we don't want that because this is supposed to be a surf race. Young mate there from Sunshine, just a little bit of a stitch through there. Bit of camera time on there though as well.
Sunshine, lots of numbers here. We've seen a lot. They've been doing great work up there on the sunny coast, just near Noosa Beach. Great part of the country. So great to see Sunshine represented well. Still no results coming through yet. We should have semi-final number 2 getting ready to get in the water. And we're just going to wait and see. But these conditions have been getting tricky. And we look at this. Look at the skyline. We look down towards surfers. This is quintessential Gold Coast.
So that secondary bank, always that prominent through here. So, again, we've got heat number, semi-final number 2 for the under 14. So they're making their way out again as well. Sweep from that right-hand side. First one's out. They've navigated that ultra well at the moment. So around that in. Geez, swift to well, that would be 15 strokes maybe. That doesn't look like it's much work there at all.
Very quick with the current. You can get around if you can get around cleanly. 10-15 strokes. You're at the next turning can. So it's great to see. It looks like from semi-final number 1, Billy McCarthy, Avoca took out first. Hamish Smallbane from Cairns. Great to see Cairns going well, second place. And Darcy Stepanovsky from Wollongong has taken third. But we come to here. Our leaders are pushing down a couple of waves. They've ended up a little bit further north. That looks like an Avoca cap.
It does look like it's a replay. I thought that's actually what we were watching, but that's Ashton Bone there. So I alluded to him earlier. He'll be representing New South Wales come Tuesday for the Pathways Cup. So I know that both of the boys here would be thinking, best result for them today would be a gold medal. And that's what you want. But a bit of a wave coming from behind. So this is going to be exciting. And you love to see that orange grove on the outside there, holding onto that wave. Dicky Beach there through the middle. Double up, hold on a couple more breaths, and you're going to be on the bank. And your ticket is going to be stamped for another Aussie final. Relax, boys. It's the top 7 there. We don't need any sore ankles for you through there. Wanda, Mermaid.
Ocean Grove, we've got The quartered maroon and white cap. We're going to see if we can find that on our list. Can't see just yet. Maybe a North Bondi Mermaid, a Voca. See a few little stumbles, but boys are going okay. Just trying to find who's that. Maybe it's another Cairns cap.
Clifton Beach, maybe. I hate it when I don't know it because I'd like to sound as professional as possible, but we are doing the best we can here. So that's 9-10 across the line there. Couple more snipers through there. Manly across the line. Sprint finish across there. You want to get your name etched into that Aussie final in the last couple of notes.
Coudrin on a tight finish there. Warilla. Byron Bay maybe coming through. Another Burley Heads, Mowbray Park. Warilla again. So these boys, they don't know exactly where they've come. This is the danger zone. So they're just going to be sprinting for places and just hoping they can get through to that next round. But we've got some results coming through. Ashton Bone of Voca taking out first place in semi-final number 2. Levi Anderson, Mermaid, second. Chase Stanford, Dickie Beach in third. Grayson Hyde, Ocean Grove, fourth. Kobe Mead, Wonder in fifth. Harrison Eyre from Freshwater. There's a Freshwater cap, was the maroon and white quartered. He was in sixth. Jimmy Toivonen from Grange, 7. Monty Stork, Cottesloe in 8. Jack Mulhern, North Wollongong in 9. Felix Stevens, Manly in 10. Charlie Legg, Swansea, Belmont in 11. Fletcher Dutton, Burley Heads in 12. Roman Sabo, Coogee, New South Wales in 13th. Timothy Innes from Clifton Beach in 14. Henry Lehman, Dickie Beach in 15. And lucky number 16, Javier Norman from Talabudra Surf Club here on the Gold Coast. Great to see Talabudra getting around. That's the top 16 making it through to the final. We're coming back here. How good has this been so far, these Australian titles? We're only day 2. It's been great racing across this next. We've got 9 days of competition, over 7,000 athletes, 314 clubs represented. This is the pinnacle. And we look, Westpac Helicopter, these guys have been supporting us for a long time. It's great to see them out here on the beach.
Not surf related, but have you been in it?
Never had the privilege, but maybe after all this commentary work, the two of us can get a
Let's go. Yeah, inbox us. We're here all afternoon, or some of it anyway. That would be fun.
I'll be back to the under-13s in a moment. I'll keep them going, but here we are. We've got the under-14 female surf race. This is semi-final number 1 by the looks of it. 32 starters, top 16 going through to our final. We've got a lot of clubs represented here. Great to see Umina, Redhead, Bribie Islands. Bribie, I love to see that coming through. North Burleigh, Trigg, Alex Head, Sorrento, Brighton, South Australia. Again, great to see South Australia coming through. Talabudra, North Burleigh, Kyra Spence. We saw her feature well in that board race. Currumbin, North Wollongong, Avoca, Newport, Stella Delaporte.
Let's go.
Say it once more for me.
Stella Delaporte.
Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Talabudra, Scarborough, Alex Heads, Talabudra again, Manly, Ocean Grove, Victorians going well. Alex Headland, North Curl, North Bondi Mermaid, North Burleigh, Grange, Alex Heads, Sunshine Mermaid, Swansea and Dickie next to each other on the line. That is a commentator's nightmare. Look at those caps, green, yellow and white. We're going to struggle to call that one, but the girls, again, their final briefing, everyone's looking pretty relaxed and calm, I must have to say. Easy going so far for the girls. So this is going to be our first of the 2 semis, top 16 through to the final. We can see that second semi coming through. Like we said with the boys, that second semi has the pick of it. They can get the tactics. They can see what's going to work, what isn't. The biggest thing on this run in and run out, those potholes. That's this under-14 arena is the biggest concern, are the potholes. And we still haven't seen anyone really nail that first turning can.
No, not yet. So I think the ladies here, they're going to have to be aggressive on that stuff, but so much awareness. So they would have gone in, they would have technically rinsed their goggles, they would have found their line to get in and out without much damage at all. But it looks as if everyone's nice and comfortable at the moment. And they feel the ladies there at the back just cruising their way through because it's getting tough through there. Because if you're holding your feet and you're taking a calm, you're going to make your way through. Man, they're looking really strong through there. And as I say, that Grange is even looking better.
Yeah, they've negotiated that first bank well. Getting to those potholes, we saw a couple of athletes take a stumble, so that's always the trick. But they're making way through. Bit of waiting. Don't look around. Just get into your routines. Get on that way. Dolphin dive. North Burleigh had a good start there. Manly tucked in behind. Look at our water safety team. How good are they doing? IRBs, jet skis, out all day. We're very busy this morning with those tough conditions, but what a work. So we're back on screen. North Burleigh, Grange, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. Waiting, dolphining, just about breaking through.
And yeah, just let the girls need to be a little bit more aggressive through. They're just so cautious through that bank through there, because the first person that's going to throw it through, leave it in the wind, is in that top left-hand corner, and they've made the best of it there. So they're already out and away and swimming. The ladies on the right-hand side just need to just get porpoising, be aggressive, get through it, because when the waves are this powerful, any sort of angst or, I guess, trepidation out there isn't going to be good enough.
Yeah, that's right. It's okay to be a bit cautious when you're making your way through those potholes, but once you hit that sandbank, you've got to accelerate, because we're going to see that's where it's going to break apart. There's not much time to make up ground on this swim. The courses are short. We've discussed how the distance between those two turning cans is a bit shorter. We've got Sunshine Beach, by the looks of it, leading out there. She's got the perfect line to the can, and then there's a bit of a gap, maybe 2-3 body lengths, and then the bunch. But Sunshine, with a great swim so far. I'm looking through the start list. Do we not even have a
Tallow Crouch.
Tallow Crouch from Sunshine. So she's out strong, so made the way through. Look, this distance is getting shorter. Those cans are getting closer, and the pack.
Yeah, it's coming at a rate of knots there, but Crouch would have just been foxy, just getting through the moments of her heat originally, and then making her way to the semi-final. So we're just going to have a few more efforts ready to go. But Sunshine at the moment, right-hand edge is where we saw the waves coming through, but still nothing on offer. So the girls are going to be 6-beat kicking, then making their way through top right-hand corner, tiny little bump coming through, but it's not enough there. Jeez, there's still so much water moving out there, Loon.
That's right, and we're back on Sunshine here. She's looking under her arm. She's keeping an eye open, seeing if she can pick something up, but I wouldn't be stopping. The way these waves have been going, it's not worth waiting. Get up and go. As we see some swell pick up out the back, might not be enough for her, but these back markers might pick up. Sunshine, she's on. Body wave, hold this the whole way, help her negotiate those potholes. But look at this. 6-beat kick, head down, breathe into the armpit. Great body surfing. She's up. Nice wade, high knees. You can see her pump her arms. And then we've seen this field coming through. This is going to get pretty close, I reckon, as we get towards that 16 mark.
Yeah, it won't be too bad. So we saw that lead pack was probably 12 to 13 by the time I got that first can. So the rest of the crew will be a fair way behind. But Sunshine looking absolutely comfortable and strong, just tippy-toeing her way through those tiny little awkward moments. But that's going to be a nice little bit of confidence going through, because that was dominant from start to finish.
Yeah, Tallow Crouch has to be happy with that. So we're looking here, second place. That could be...
That's Jocelyn Melbourne from North Curl. Good to see her back in the water.
Talabudger in 3. We got maybe
Swansea Belmont there, Alexandria Headlands.
North Burleigh. That could be a mermaid. I saw some red.
Well, this is where it's getting tight now. So North Bondi knows they're on the precipice. They're on the cusp of being knocked out. So the rest of the girls are coming through. Sorrento trying to hold on to the front. Redhead's got some work to do.
Oh, look at that finish.
On the line.
That is an official's nightmare. Get the iPads out. Let's try and negotiate who crossed the line there. We hope that's not right on the cutoff, because that is tight.
They knew who 16 was. 16, 17, 19, 18, whatever order. Let's move them on, because we're going to have some finals coming up shortly, and that's what we get excited for. Semi-final number 2 already underway. They are racked, they are stacked, and they are underway.
And like we said earlier, with the way the sun's moving, we can't pick the caps up on this view, but we see, again, that northern end this time is getting a good run out. I've got a Manly cap in there. North Bondi's had a good start. Avoca coming around. It looks like this could be our lead view. 2, 3.
So again, commentators nightmare. Glenelg, Dicky Beach, and Avoca all in that same race. This is exciting stuff.
I'm going to say it's Glenelg, just because I want to say Glenelg a few more times. So great work, Glenelg, getting into this semi-final. North Bondi, I think.
Yes, it might be Mentone there as well. I think Avoca's just going to turn that can in 2 at the moment. Just trying to pick up that lead cap there.
Lucinda Gladstone, North Bondi. That's who I'm going to call. Or Catherine Jordan. We've got
Catherine
2
Jordan,
North
she
Bondi.
won it last year. That's who it is. So Catherine Jordan from North Bondi in 1. Alex Hall from Avoca Beach in 2. That's in 1 and 2 at the moment. They were on the podium. But look at the jam up at that first can. Like you said, you've got to find your space. You've got to get in there, because that is going to be really strong. So North Bondi, Jordan from North Bondi in 1. Hall from Avoca in 2. So they'll just work their way through. They'll know that they've put a fair way lead on that side. Both gone to that right-hand side. We saw that earlier with Billy McCarthy and Ashton Brown from Avoca. Specific instructions from coach. Let's get to that left-hand edge and try and find that white water as fast as possible. But Jordan is going to be dominant. She's way too fast at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. The Evoca team definitely has all the same tactic. They've been picking the same line coming in. Little bit of a swell coming through. Can these leaders kick onto it? They're going to lift. 6-beat kick, 1 down it. Great body serve. That is textbook. She lifted her rating, lifted her kick, straight into it, head down now. You can see back out. Everyone's stopping and waiting, but she's just straight in. No stress. She'll get up. Set rolling through behind. That's solid. 1 is onto it. 2.
Oh, that's exciting stuff. Oh, sorry, it's Chloe Hall from Evoca as well. What are we doing, Harold? You're in the commentary box for a reason. You've got no idea. It's a Chloe Hall from Evoca taking this one out comfortably. What a great body wave there from her and a solid finish. So I think she's going to take this one out comfortably for the semi-final number 1. Catherine Jordan there cruising through in that second spot.
Yeah, it's been great to see the level of skill our under-14s and under-15s have been demonstrating in these surf races. It has been body surfing clinic. It's been great to see. We've got a few more of these girls coming over. They've obviously been negotiating the potholes well. Coming through, we've probably got, this is maybe 16 here, I reckon. The last little sprint there, that's probably our cutoff.
Because, you know, the coaches will be whistling because every athlete knows their coach's specific whistle, yet they still continue to do it. It does my head in. So, ladies across the line, let's see what happens through there. And that's Alex Hall there from Evoca. I thought she would have been closer to that start. She might have maybe just missed out on that final by 1, but Chloe Hall.
So Chloe Hall in 1, Catherine Jordan, North Bondi in 2, Evie Davis, North Curl in 3, Lucy Smith, Alex Head 4, Elka Raywood, Burley Head 5, Karshia Lockwood, Mentone 6, Genevieve Lawrence 7 from Mona Vale, Hallie Thomas 8th, Burley Head, Summer Murray, we saw her in the board race in 9th, North Burley, Matilda Dillon, Manly in 10, Grace Laurie, North Curl 11, Lucinda Gladstone, North Bondi 12, Ivy Myson and Lila Wessel, Coogin 13-14, Emily Finlay Glenelg in 15, and another South Australian, that's Laura Bastions from Brighton, picks up 16th place. That's our top 16. They're making their way through to the final.
Jeez, what a result there. Fantastic. But there's one thing we love here. It's the beautiful Gold Coast Strip. Experienced Gold Coast looking after us once again for the Nutri-Grain Kelloggs Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships. Beautiful one day, perfect the next is what it used to be, and we can't stop saying that slogan because it is absolutely beautiful today, Ty.
Yeah, great to be back, Harold. And what about this? It's the Under-14 Surf Race Championship of Australia, and this is what you dream about. It's the top 32 athletes lining up at the Under-14 age group. So much at stake, so much on offer as they line up. And we go back to last year, and he actually won the Under-15 only a matter of half an hour ago, being Ollie Brown from Trig. As a 14-year-old, he just took out the Under-15 surf race, and a huge congratulations to that of Ollie Brown from Trig Island in Western Australia. And he'll hand over the Aussie title from last year to the winner of this event. And what a quality field we've got lining up at the moment. A big welcome back as well, Carla Papak. This is it, Under-14. What's going through their mind? It's the big stage, it's an Aussie final, and they're ready to go.
It's so good to be back on air. I think it's a mixed bag of emotions heading into any Australian final. You're thinking about all the work you've done all year, but you're also a little bit fatigued from all the racing. You know, these guys have only had 1 day of racing instead of 2, so they should be feeling a little bit fresher, but they've also had to jam-pack all their events into the 1 day. We're going to throw to Jen for some intros of all our competitors on the line right now.
Yeah, that is right. Get ready. The Under-14 men's surf race final of Australia. Here we go. 32 on the line. Jake Schulz, Ethan Giles, Jimmy Tuvanen, Fletcher Dutton, Henry Lemon, Grayson Hyde, the board winner back in action, Ruben Loverick, Kobe Mead, Harrison Eyre, Javier Norman, Edward Poland, Levi Anderson, Monty Stork, Charlie Legg, Josh Mercer, Ashton Bone, Felix Stevens, Chase Stanford, Levi Sinclair, Finn Borman and Tyler Johnson from Alex, Saxon Goodwin, Billy McCarthy, Callum Ardita, Hamish Smallbone, all the way from Cairns, Darcy Stepanowski from Wollongong City, Timothy Inns from Clifton, Jack Mulhern from North Wollongong, Roman Zabo from Coogee, Kai Goldie from the Lakes, Ethan Gately from Mornington and Henry Miles from Alexandra Headland rounding out the field. Here we go. Aussie gold medals on the line.
Aussie gold on line. 13 are the fittest and fastest surf sports athletes of Under-14, and there's some big names to look out for. Look out for Billy McCartney from the Evoca Beach, top of screen as well. And what about this Hamish Smallbone from Cairns? It's a short race, it's fast, it's furious, and legs, the running speed, super critical.
For sure, and that bank is so low right now. It is low tide now. We're nearly fully on low, and we can see here the boys are using their legs. They're wading through that front section, and we have a lot of potholes here, a lot of snipers out to play.
Yeah, we can see him going for the porpoising at the moment. It's top of screen at the moment. Probably got the better run heading in. And I know, could we try and pick that cap up? That's the Cairns cap. That's the Cairns cap of Hamish Smallbone. But if he can do this, this will be amazing and a phenomenal feat for the boy from Cairns up. He spends summertime swimming with the crocodiles. And here he is on the big stage of the Aussie dance. And that from Cairns, and a big shout out to all those following now porpoise mode. They've got to get that green water first, and they've got to be fast.
It's going to be a huge advantage for those boys who have already started swimming. The quicker that you can start swimming, the quicker that you can start pushing out to the back break. And we're already seeing here that there's already a clear leader. We'll see if he keeps the energy, if he's gone out too hard. But I think he's definitely done the right thing going out really hard at the start.
You talk about pool swimmers, you talk about surf swimmers. This is typifies of a surf swimmer. The big loathing right arm at the moment. I'll probably say Billy McCartney goes to the lead. That's an Evoca cap. I can see leading 2 arrowheads at the moment. Big decision. One's missed the can. One's totally missed the can on the southern side. Misjudgment, but costly on the big stage.
For sure. And now we're seeing carnage around that first can. A few of them have gone too far north and are missing it and are really struggling to get around, which is just giving our leader more of a lead right now.
UFC on can 1. Look at this go. And I'll tell you what, 14 boys with the testosterone flying as well. They won't hold back. But it opens up for our leaders at the moment. And out in front, we did see at the moment leading out nice and early was that of Evoca. Now they're strung out. As you mentioned there, Carla, as well. It opens up. The jam on the can has opened up our 5, 6, 7 at the front to extend that lead.
And here we go as they come back into shore. They're looking over their shoulder. They're looking for a bump, but you can't look too hard because then you do slow yourself down. So it's head down, boys. Oh, and one is just going to come over the top of that wave, but it did give him a huge lift. I think that is the cap of Evoca.
Well, we got 2. We got Billy McCartney, who won semi-final number 1, and Ashton Bone in 2 at the moment. I would not be surprised to see a 1-2 punch from that of the Evoca boys. We knew that the boy from Cairns was up in the mix as well, Hamish. This is it. Skill set needs to come. Skill set, legs are up at the moment. Legs, waiting, championship, an Australian gold medal. This is it. The Aussie gold medal trying to pick up could be potentially that of Billy McCarthy coming through at the moment. But Evoca Beach stamped their authority early. Almost there with a stumble. Will venture out, but it's Evoca going to be in 1 and the battle for 2, 3 and 4.
He's done it, and he has done it comfortably. He led off beautifully. He deserves that, and he is so happy. You can see that as he crosses the line. I think there's a bit of relief there that no one else came by. I don't even know if he knows he's won yet.
Yeah, we'll try and pick it up. It's hard to distinguish between that of Ashton Bone and Billy McCarthy. I know Ashton took out the New South Wales Championships as well. And here's the battle. There's the boy from Cairns in there. Wollongong City. That's Darcy Stefanovski there as well coming through. What a performance from the boy from Wollongong City. And I believe Cairns might have picked up there at 3rd place. So what about that? Evoca, Wollongong City and Cairns, 1, 2 and 3. And then we come back to the pack that was jammed on the first can.
For sure, and we can see that the 1, 2, 3 were clear, and then all the other minor placings are all spread out here. We've got some phenomenal representation from all the different clubs here. I'm sure Cairns are going to be celebrating up north. That could be their first Australian medal, so that's amazing to see. We're seeing all the rest of the boys come through. The swim is a crazy event because there are so many competitors in the event. You can see one of the boys kind of holding his head. He might have been kicked. He seems okay, and all the emotions right now.
Oh, what a performance as the 14 boys come across the line, and the hopes and dreams have been shattered for some, but I tell you what about this Evoca and also that of Wollongong City? You know, we talk about the Steel City down there in Wollongong as well, now on a podium, and Cairns, I believe. We wait for the official results to come through. I think it was Billy McCarthy. I caught him early, Billy McCarthy as well. We know how well Ashton Bone swims as well, but they love the big stage. I know Billy McCarthy back on a big event back in December 1 as well. Look at the replay here at the moment. And we can see Alexander Headland left-hand side. That's Tyler Johnson as well, a phenomenal swimmer. But it's the ability to stay on your feet, work across the bank, and own the bank, as we can see top end.
For sure. Whoever stayed on their feet the longest definitely got the better end of that, and I think that was the likes of Evoca, who stayed on their feet the longest, started swimming first and got to that can first. They chose the right line, which seemed crucial in this event. There was another puck that ended up in line with the can at the same time, and just missing that wave, it didn't matter. It gave him enough of a push to mean that he could get up and run all on his own.
And the legs are up, and what about this? The Aussie champ from Evoca, Billy McCarthy, take a bow. What a performance from the young boy from that of Evoca. Big shout out to the Evoca club as well. Let's go down the beach. The Aussie champ, Billy.
Oh, Billy, what a big race. Now, that was tough. such a short course. How did you get that speed off the beach?
I honestly have no idea. I just flogged it out. I just sent it. Yeah, somehow I got to that can and I just, took it home. Yeah.
And what did it feel like when you came out of the water? You looked behind and you saw you had such an incredible lead. You were able to enjoy becoming an Australian champion.
I couldn't believe it. I was ahead. I was like, I was off my head, yeah.
Well, it was an incredible race. You've got a lot of support here as well. Who are the shout-outs for Avoca?
Oh, I'd have to say G Surf Sports. Shout out to him. Shout out to my dad, my mum, my sister. And, just everyone supporting Avoca, Yeah.
And a few Avoca caps in the field as well. Wonderful to have that support around you. Big waves down the camera. Your newest Australian champion. Congratulations, Billy from Avoca.
Thank you.
Great job, Billy. Jen, while you're there as well, Jen, is there a chance to have a chat to Hamish Smallbone from Cairns? Can't swim all year round in the ocean either, but what an achievement for the young boy from Cairns, being Hamish Smallbone. I'm not sure if you can grab him there as well.
Oh, yeah, down here with Hamish at the moment. Got the Cairns cap in here. A few people didn't know this one. You've definitely arrived now. How are you feeling?
Good.
He's a man of few words. Congratulations, Hamish. We're going to head down. The under-15 ladies are on the line, ready for a start for the Australian Surf Race Final.
And there were the results. Billy McCarthy won. Well done to Trev G and the team there at Avoca as well. Wollongong City's Darcy, well done. And Hamish from Cairns, Elliot Head, Giles, Ashton Bone, Monty Stork. Let's go down. It's the under-14 finals. Start list, please. Jenny Parry. Just missing Jen there at the moment. We'll try and pick her up in a moment for the under-14 Female Surf Race Championship of Australia. Not sure if you're with us there, Jen, for the start list, please.
Yes, sorry, Ty. Just updating my live heats. Here we go. We've got Laura Bastians, Lola Richards, Lucy Smith, Jocelyn Melbourne, Kyra Spence, Lucinda Gladstone, Samantha Rosselli, Savannah Glynn, Catherine Jordan, Lynn Wessel, Ivy Misson, Elka Raywood, Stella Delaporte from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Chloe Hall, Kaiser Lockwood, Grace Laurie, Loney Turnbull, Summer Murray, Indigo McIntyre, Genevieve Lawrence, Fraser Wiley, Emily Finlay, Ivy Jo Arts, Blair Turkington, Matilda Dillon, Sienna Picton, Alex Oliphant, Tallow Crouch, Isla Jordan, Hallie Thomas, Leilani Brody and Evie Davis from North Kilkeel rounds out the field.
Yeah, super field here lining up in particular. Look out for, I noticed this from last year, was the young girl from North Kilkeel, Jocelyn Melbourne for North Kilkeel. One's a 13-year-old looking to go back-to-back now with a 14. Super quality field here. But the ability, as we mentioned, here, Carla, to get across this bank out in front, so critical.
Yeah, we saw what happened in the race before where that north side managed to hit that can dead on, whereas the south side had to swing back a little bit. So we haven't seen too much in the realm of tactics with the girls, anyone running further down towards that north. What I'm noticing here, it is a very short swim, so there's not a lot of space for that sweep to sweep them up north anymore.
Yeah, it looks like, unfortunately, we've had maybe an ankle injury by one of the girls departing the race at the moment. But the northern end, once again, comes to the fore. Potentially could be Lola Richardson or Lucy Smith there from Alexander Headland. And last year's champ, Jocelyn Melbourne. Look out for Kyra Spence. Ran into third place in the board race earlier today, was basically set for fourth, but the running ability at the tail end of the board race got her to third, and she's up and about at the moment. Kyra Spence would like this with a big long run. She's tall in stature as well. Nice short swim as well. Look out for North Burleigh.
For sure. This is half a running race right now and half a swim race. Whoever is getting to that can first is having the best shot at the waves on the way in. There isn't a lot to offer, but we saw in the race before, you don't need much to give you that little bit of a lead out in front. And we have, again, a top three, once again, that are heading towards the cans.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 punch at the moment as a girl go out. And the benefit of getting around early and getting that nice clean water super critical as well. So around they go at the moment, and you can see 1, 2. The girls now off course a little bit, starting to tack back now to that first can.
Yeah, and we saw what happened in the race before when the boys were too far north. It was a carnage around the can. So we'll see what happens around the cans. Looks like 1, 2, 3 will get around a fine. And then here comes the chase back. Here comes the UFC fighting.
There we go. That's Kyra Spence as determined and mentioned earlier. And looks like that of Jocelyn Melbourne, the champ from 2024, tucked in behind. I can tell you one thing. You do not want to finish next to Kyra Spence. She's a past 400-metre track runner and 200-metre track runner as well. She won a state championships only a matter of 2 or 3 years ago. She goes to the school that I teach as well. Phenomenal AFL player. We know she has the leg speed. These girls need to be on a wave on their own, but at the moment, it's Kyra Spence from that of North Burleigh out in front.
And she is pulling away. She's now opened up around a body length lead, which is going to be crucial now as the runners start to come through. Every runner might not be a wave, but it is a little bit of a push forward. And like you said, her AFL background, her 400-metre running is just going to give her that fitness to finish the race.
Oh, Kyra Spence, look at this at the moment out in front. The other thing too with her sister won the under-15 Ironwoman Championship, and her mum is a swim instructor as well. So from a South African family as well, but still hanging in there at the moment. But waves are building in the back.
On.
Skill sets come to the fore.
Here we go, and it looks like it might be a little bit of a jag for poor Kyra. I think she may have missed that wave. We see Sunshine Beach coming through.
Sienna Picton might be there from Talabudra as well under the guidance of Courtney Hancock and Maddie Poole. Up they go, up and about. One girl's managed to go a little bit further than others. It's a race in 5 now. Up and running, trying to pick the cup. Is it Talabudra? No, it's Sunshine. Tallow Crouch, it could be from Sunshine Beach out in front. Under the guidance of Wesberg and Jadeberg. Can she get there? The grimace is on the face at the moment. But the Aussie champ is going to go, oh, she's off course. She's off course. And Kyra Spence has stolen it in the night to take out down the 14 surf race. Unbelievable scenes here in the 14 female championship of Australia.
Wow. Kyra had that taken off her. She had that taken off her. It was won and done by Tallow Crouch, and then Tallow missed the flag, and Kyra Spence was able to redeem that win. You couldn't write that.
Oh, the race is never up. I would hate to see the face of Coach Wesberg, but unfortunately, it is never over till it's over, and it's the little 1%ers. Unfortunately, Tallow Crouch, she hadn't won. The grimace was on her face. We thought that was it. Gold medal. She actually had the medal almost round her neck. And then, like a thief in the night, Kyra Spence, take a bow. And Kyra, to be honest, led and deserved as well. Take a bow.
Kyra did all the work.
So it was Summer Murray. My apologies there. It was Summer Murray, not Kyra Spence. We're trying to pick that up. We do apologise. It is Summer Murray that's taken that out from North Burleigh. Picking them up. We do apologise to that of North Burleigh. It was Summer Murray, and once again we talk about the running ability and AFL. She took out the board race earlier today and now backs it up with another performance from North Burleigh. Summer Murray, take about. Taylor Crouch we spoke about in second. Sienna Picton in third, and Catherine Gordon from that of North Bondi in fourth.
That was very tough to pick. Kyra and Summer being from the same club cap. I actually think Kyra missed that wave and didn't get on it, so she got completely jagged on. Tallow Crouch did amazing to body surf that. She held it the longest, which paid dividends. Unfortunately, missing that flag right at the end. And unfortunately, if you miss the flag, you do not win the race. So she had to circle back, which gave Summer Murray the opportunity to sneak through and take that win.
Yeah, Summer Murray, do apologise. We're just calling it from up line there at the moment. But the start from Summer Murray from North Burleigh. She's a phenomenal athlete. And I'll be honest, 6 months ago, probably less, 3 months ago, I chat to Mum and she said, the work hasn't been there in the pool, but she's really lifted in the last 3 months as well. Come from a very proud North Burleigh family as well. I know Mum and Dad be super proud. And Sarah Murray, what a performance. Really exploded up in that top end into the left-hand side on that start list of Summer Murray. Let out around as well. And the confusion around, look at the congestion there. The athletes go around that bottom can.
Yeah, and this is the point where skills come into play. Like I said, half run race, half swim race, but we can't forget about the waves. It does feel like the waves are smaller in that section, but that was enough. It brought five people through.
That's on the right-hand side, absolutely flying there at the moment. Went from third, past that of Sienna Picton, and we can see Tallow Crouch there, just missed the finish line, and Summer Murray. What a performance. And that's the smarts of the Murray family, because they leave no stone unturned to cross that line as well. What a performance. And I still love the smile. The smile on the face. We're down there with the champ, and Jen, please apologise. We did call Kyra Spence, but it's Summer Murray from North Burleigh.
It is 100% Summer Murray. Double gold medals today in the most dramatic fashion. How does it feel to be a double Aussie champ?
It feels amazing. I did not believe it.
Now, talk us through that race. It's a little bit shorter, so it was quite rough out there. You're on the run in, and you took advantage of an opportunity.
Yeah, I'm so happy that I could run. I thought I was going to trip.
But you didn't trip. You've got another gold medal here. It's been a massive season for you and the North Burleigh crew. What's the secret to success?
Just train hard.
Just train hard, everyone. Is there anyone that we want to give some shout-outs to? It takes a village to be a double champ.
Yeah, my parents and my coaches at North Burleigh and my friends that push me every time.
And are we going to come back? Are we going to see if we can go back-to-back again?
Hopefully.
There you go. big smiles. Congratulations, you double champ today. Swim and board. Summer Murray, you're a superstar.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done, Summer. Phenomenal effort. We spoke about swim and board in 2025 being today, but you go back 12 months ago, it was board and iron champ of Summer Murray as well. And that just shows the quality of this young lady coming through. Phenomenal athlete. And she spoke about hard work gives results. And I can credit to them as well, and mum and dad, and also two older brothers. They're continuously and being so consistent and persistent in their training, not only in the pool, not in the ocean, but also on the truck with running. And a big shout out to all those invested. I know the North Billy clubs have invested, I know dads have invested, the pool work as well as their run coaches. Take a bow, Summer Murray, because the cream has come to the fore as a swim and board champ. What a performance.
Yeah, for sure. And winning that double is something no one can ever take away from her. You know, she's won the double of the carnival. We aren't running irons today, so she can walk away as basically the champion of the under 14 age group for the girls.
We see the congestion down the bottom now because the under 14 females have finished their surf race. They're now getting organised for the Cameron Relay. So the irons have now officially can be announced. Unfortunately, they will not contest the irons of the 2025 Australian or the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Youth and Nipper in terms of Australian Championships. They will run that at the Cameron Relay. So consisting of 4 competitors, it'll be that of our swim leg first, into a run leg, into a board, into a run leg. They have also made an announcement in the event they can't get 2 runners for their teams. They are allowing, I've mentioned a referee, I know down the junior section of 13s, they will allow for 1 runner to double up. Obviously, it's about participation in this revised program as well to maximise the number of events they can go into. Talk about events and event sponsors. A big thanks to all the event sponsors of the Aussies here for 2025. This event does not. And the national partners are DHL, Isuzu, Qantas and Westpac. Events like this do not go ahead without great support. And the great support about being united, inspired and iconic. So one big event to go in terms of the context. We're looking at approximately an hour and a half to that. We finish up. Looks like we have the 13 female Cameron lining up. And potentially they'll go through that of a semi-final to that. Pretty cutthroat as well to go through the final as well. But once again, more gold medals will be given out in what has been a limited program, but still a very successful program for Surf Life Saving Australia.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's just most important that the girls were able to get their foot on the line, were able to crown some individual winners. And I also think it was very important to all the clubs to get at least one team event in. So they made the decision to, instead of doing the iron, to do the Cameron Relay. I think it was a great one. I think it's so important that the girls get to do the Cameron Relays and get to do a team and represent the club. We're going to go through some of the highlights from day one, some of the most amazing finishes that we've had and where we had our Australian titles climb.
And we spoke about the surf is going to be dropping off or just decrease a little bit throughout the day with that tide running out. And this was this morning. And this is probably the second heat this morning as the girls went round. You can see how spread out, but also the amount of volume of energy that's passing in. This was the shore break. Look at this crunch time for the ladies. And they did a phenomenal job out there. It's very, very challenging and very testing conditions this morning.
For sure. It's not often you see these girls losing their boards. You know, it has to be heavy for them to be losing their boards. We've seen many look of relief on girls' faces as they cross those finish line, and the boys just happy to make it in unscathed, happy to make it in with their board. And, as you can see there was carnage, boards hitting on boards, that they all did phenomenal to be able to get out unscathed and dodge around people.
And then Jess Conrad, what a performance. She took out the double as well, very similar to that of Summer Murray. They actually do a lot of training together as well. Henry Whitehead as well. And we spoke about Jess Conrad taking out the surf race. She actually won the Queensland 200 metres freestyle and the 400 earlier this week as well. But Henry Whitehead, the boy from Manly, thoroughly deserved. He's been the most consistent performer. And the board was all about Ocean Grove. And a big shout out to Sonia and the team down there at Ocean Grove in getting the gold here at Aussies. And what a performance, and sharing the love to the Victorian state.
For sure. It's so good to see these boys and girls winning their Australian titles, whether it's their first ever Australian title, whether it's their second. You know how much it means to them. You know how much it means to everyone, their parents, their coaches. I spoke to the parents of one of the young girls down in the under 13. She was from South Maroubra. She won the Sophie Maloney. She won the board race, and she was just so stoked. But it was her parents. They were crying. They were so emotional. You know, it means so much to them. All they want to do is support their kids and want the best for them.
Yeah, and we see as well backing up there in the 14 board race as well, the benefits of that, we can say of Ocean Grove. So it was Henry Whitehead. Ryland Trolley actually got second in the 15s, and the 14 boys took out Ocean Grove. So a silver and a gold for Ocean Grove. Then it was a surf race time, and we see the boys lining up here as well, going through, and what a performance it was. in the board race. So more of a running race, we can see as well. There's Jess Conrad taking out the 15 surfer. Tried to stop and wait, decided, you know what, I've got the long legs. I'll back myself. So well done, Jess.
Yeah, you could see that she looked back. She saw, maybe I should wait for it. And then she was like, actually, you know what, I'm just going to wait. And it paid dividends. We do have that long break right now, so we can have them waiting. And here we are, just missing that swim wave, but then enough to get down and get a little bit in front in that surf race.
Yeah, Billy McCarthy there, and the young boy from Wollongong City in Cairns as well. But what about this Summer Murray? What a performance. She picked up the can. She picked up the Sienna picked it in third, almost went the wrong way as well. But it was all about that of Summer Murray. What a performance. Taking out the swim, the board, very similar to that of Jess Conrad on the same stretch of beach. You know, of the gold medals that are given out, what have we got there in terms of 6 gold medals given out? 4 are gone to Burleigh and North Burleigh.
Yeah, wow. It says a lot about the coaches over at Burleigh, the conditions that they train in every day. Burleigh and North Burleigh are consistently getting surf conditions. You got Burleigh where it's a little bit protected from the wind, so it enables us to train day in, day out without being interrupted, without having to go to the creek too much. And I think it is showing today.
And that's the 6 medals for the girls. There's also 6 for the boys. There's 12 in total. So there you have it, lining up now the Cameron Relay. And this is an event. I know we talk about it as a revised program. We've lost a fair few events as well, but you're with your mates. And it's an event you want to win. And we'll get back to this in a minute, because let's just take a moment to really appreciate where we are here on the Gold Coast. We talk about experience, the Gold Coast, and these great visuals we can see right offside the screen as well. Phenomenal. You know, it's known so well for its beaches. It's known so well for its waves as well. We talk about the front yard being the ocean, the backyard being the hinterland, as we now have the Cameron Relays lining up. It's an opportunity for swimmers, board paddlers and runners to come to the fore.
Yeah, I always love the Cameron because it means that you get to do an event with your beachy friends. So you pull the beachy in. It takes the pressure off you having to do the run, getting the wateries to have to finish off the race. I remember that was always so nerve-wracking if you were the last person in a board relay having to sprint to the finish. So you say, you know what, I'm going to let the experts do it. You give it to the sprinter, you give it to the best sprinter of the club, and they get to finish the race off for you, and it's sprinter versus sprinter. And you can see that you really want the beachies doing this run at the moment, because that run is long.
It is. And it brings the runners in, especially how far they've got to run out to make the tag as well. And your Cameron Relay, obviously, is the swim, board and run, and typifies that of all the disciplines, but also in the seniors that are the Taplin Relay. I know from a female Taplin and a male Taplin and a mixed Taplin, it's the club event, isn't it? It's the event you want to win.
It's always so much fun, and it's such a competitive event to try and make, especially if you are in a large club. Making that Taplin Relay feels so prestigious, and people are fighting for a spot all year round. You work really hard for it, and to finish off the season, getting to do your favourite leg surrounded by your teammates is so special. I know the mixed Taplin Relay, Burleigh, my surf club, they did win it last year, which is very special to see. I wasn't at the club then, so I can't, talk too highly of them. But no, it is such a fun event. Everyone gathers down to go watch it. And yeah, I'm definitely excited to race our Taplins this year at the Aussies.
Looks like we've got the 13 male Cameron just finishing up. And coming up shortly, I believe, the under 13 female. And it will be a final coming up in the under 13 female Cameron. Looks like the 13 males at the moment just finishing up. We see some of the boys. They're the big day. It's been a challenging. They've been down what's called Zone 1, the most northern water area as well. It's been the most challenging little area for the 13s, but done a phenomenal job. And Big Bad Billy from South Maroubra took out the surf race down there, and it was an emotional time. I know his mum was there, his dad's passed, but the emotion of the team of South Maroubra down there on the beach around Big Bad Billy, and what a moment. I love calling that race. And he stamped his authority in the quarterfinal, in the semi-final, and then backed up in a final. Take a bow, young boy. That was a phenomenal performance to be our Australian under-13 surf race champion. As the 13 girls now are lining up, this is a club event. A gold medal will be given on this one as well. And it means so much, these young kids lining up.
For sure. And it seems like South Maroubra, that 13 age group in South Maroubra, is absolutely killing it right now, with Sophie Malley taking out the board title from South Maroubra as well. So they must be doing something right over in South Maroubra. They do compete and train in tricky conditions all the time down at South Maroubra. We used to do branch at South Maroubra all the time, and the amount of times we had to move to the bay was countless. So shout out to the South Maroubra team. They're obviously leading some beautiful, great athletes down there.
Yeah, well, they didn't get probably a lot of publicity, the 13 males, because they're right down in Zone 1, which is just out of the telecast area. But Billy Holford, I spoke about from South Maroubra, took that out, but also Jackson Swingler from Cronulla almost neighbouring clubs, not far away from each other as well. But for two of them to pick that up in terms of the same branch at an Australian Championships has been a phenomenal effort from that branch and their clubs.
Yeah, and I love seeing Cronulla in there getting some medals. You know, it's always good to see your home club doing well. It means that their nippers are thriving and that they're building up those next athletes to come through.
Under 13 female Cameron Relay, and to me the danger here is North Bondi. Little Mia Hu is a phenomenal swimmer. She took the surf race out earlier today as well. I expect to see, you know, the depth and quality of her come to the fore. Oh, we go back, actually, I was trying to get an update on the girls. It wasn't Mia Hu trying up there, wasn't there. So it was Zani Freeman. Mia Hu was in the older age group, I think it was. But Zani Freeman, so the one to look out, Mia Hu was 4. So the one to look out for you with the two Norths of my liking. North Bondi and North Burleigh. With the two dominant clubs, I think will really come to the fore in this under 13 Cameron.
For sure. Another team that I think we should look out for is also the Maroochydore Club. When I was down there in that under 13 area, the Maroochydore girls actually took out 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the board. So just alone they took out 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and we're just seeing here that another Maroochydore girl took out 5th in the final of the swim.
Yes.
So I definitely think Maroochydore will be one to look out for here too.
And I don't think we picked up the Zani Freeman, but I know Dad Matt Freeman was a part of the Australian team as well. She recently moved up on the Gold Coast, so a huge congratulations to Zani Freeman who took out 13 surf race. But down the beach now with Jenny Parry with the introductions.
Oh, I tell you what, we are ready. The under 13 female Cameron Relay. We have got Currumbin Team A, Maroochydore Team B. Got Brighton from South Australia, Met Caloundra. Also in the mix, Mooloolaba, Allura, North Burleigh, Mordialloc Team A, Avoca, Freshwater, North Burleigh Team B in the mix, Northcliffe, Redhead Team A, Maroochydore, South Maroubra, Lennox Head, Alstonville, Mermaid Beach and Manly rounding out the field. They are the ladies up for the under 13 female Cameron Relay Championship of Australia.
Oh, this is good, and I love this as a team event. So the swimmer looked to execute the perfect swim race over to the runners, over to the board as well, and finishing it up with that of a runner as well. We're going to go now. You're born in New South Wales. I'm going to go North Burleigh, and the reason why I'm going to back myself at North Burleigh is coming off a win. They would have witnessed Summer Murray winning then, and to me, carnivals you build confidence as a club when you see others do well as well. And Zani obviously took out the surf race, so she's in form as a swimmer. I expect them to be up there nice and early.
All right, I'm going to go a New South Wales team then. I'm going to go with North Bondi. You did say that they were up there in the board. Mia Hu in the swim. She'll lead them out well. But I also want to put in a second vote, if that's allowed, for Maroochydore. I talked to those girls when I was down there commentating the under 13 area. They were so stoked to be there. They love their team. And again, what we see in these teams is you need to be passionate. You need to want to lift for your team. You know, a lot of these girls are tired. They've done all the semis, all the heats that have done all the boards, and they're probably over it. So to be able to lift for one more race, I think takes a lot. And you have to love your team, and you have to really want to win for your team.
Well, this is the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Australian Championships with only a small number of events to go, which is wrapping up day 2 of 2. And we spoke about North Burleigh, we spoke about Maroochydore. Now, they were in semi-final number 1, but it was Currumbin that just won semi-final number 1 earlier. So look out also for the Mighty Vikings, past Australian Tupland champions as well, and they know how to lift for a team. In semi-final number 2, it was Allura Team A, North Burleigh Team B, and Maroochydore A in there as well. So this is good. As you spoke about the ability to lift on the big stage, especially under fatigue. And these girls are fatigued from going around the cans many times today.
For sure, and it's great to see some Allura, some Bait Bay representation in those semis. I think what we're going to see here is, seeing as the racing is so short, that the swimmer, the pressure is on for that swimmer. We're not seeing a lot of changing position probably in the second leg. I think it's going to really come down to where that swimmer comes in, and that's going to set the race up for their partner. Also, it puts a lot of pressure on the swimmer, so it's really who can handle the pressure.
Well, there's the Australian Surf Race champion, Zani Freeman, there we spoke about as well. There she's lined up with the pink togs and the pink cap, the pink goggles. She's all pink at the moment.
She understood the assignment of matching her togs to her goggles, to her cap. Now, interesting to see, we haven't really talked about all the board designs and the board colours. I know the girls are still, getting to know their style, but I think it'll be cool to see if they continue to take their colours and continue to take their designs into the older age groups, and some of those champions, start to mark their image with their board colours and designs.
Well, look out for North Burleigh, because we spoke about Zani Freeman win the surf race. She's actually swimming in the B team. So look out for this one in particular. So away they go. Tanika Good is another phenomenal swimmer as well. He's in that team as well. So look out for that of North Burleigh in the point here. We spoke about North Bondi, but also Karumba, but at the moment it's dodging the potholes.
For sure. And we are in a different area to where we just watched the 14 finals. So we did see in the other area that north side seemed to work a little bit better. We are seeing it once again that they're just on their feet for a little bit longer, but we haven't been in this area for a little while. We don't know what that south side's doing, and now, as we can see, that south side has started to open up a little bit with the girls on their feet for longer.
Bit of an insight. How difficult, I know how difficult it is, but for those not privy to that of running into a surf race like this with potholes and waves, how difficult is it when the sand is uneven with that of potholes?
Oh, it's so hard. You always have to put fear aside. You're trying to run in as hard as you can, but you're also trying not to break an ankle. And it's almost like the more you hesitate, the more likely you will fall. So it's really hard. You almost just have to send it and hope for the best. But I have had my fair share of times where I've sent it and I've definitely fell over and it hasn't worked out.
We'll talk about sending it. What about North Burleigh at the moment? And we're seeing the pink there, so I think that might be that of Zani Freeman there leading the way out at the moment. The pink goggles, the pink tog and the pink cap. Underneath that of the very proud North Burleigh MB Pride Cup as well. Leading the way out, we expect to see Tanika Good in the mix there as well. Once again, Mia Hu from North Bondi, we expect to see her come to the fore. Look out for the mighty Vikings of Currumbin and also that of Allura. Getting around nice and clean once again. Such a pivotal point in terms of the context of this race.
For sure, and I really do think this is a bit of a pool swimmers race. It's a pool swimmers race for those that can run. We are seeing that it is quite flat out there. Once they get past that first initial shore break, it is quite a long swim around the cans and it is flat. So if you can swim and if you can get that speed up, you're going to make up a lot of ground, as we're seeing with Zani Fleming.
Yeah, Zali Freeman at the moment goes in one. Tanika Good tucked in behind and starting to make a move. She's a very strong swimmer from a very, very strong pedigree of parents too. I know Dad was heavily invested in Dad's. I think he's inducted in the Surf Life Saving Hall of Fame as well. And away they go at the moment and they're up, out and about. So to Ian Good and the family that's watching as well, this is it, your granddaughter in action at the moment. But Zani Freeman leads the way. She's moved up from down Bulleye Way with Mum and Dad, enjoying their time up here as well. And away they go as the sun glistens for the two girls. North Burleigh 1-2 at the moment, but waves building out the back.
For sure, we can see that those waves are quite full, but again, the closer the girls get to the beach without a wave, the more chance there is of a jag. But I think these girls are going to get to the beach relatively okay, and we see the girls here waiting patiently on the border. Oh, and that was nearly a jag, but there wasn't any jaggers, and it just gave our top two even more of a lead. So those top two girls were rewarded, and as we come up, we see Maroochydore. I called
there we
it.
go, the move, and Maroochydore tucked in behind there, but there's North Burleigh now fighting back as well. So it's Maroochydore, looks like to be moved up into second place. It's still North Burleigh in one there at the moment. I say that Zani Freeman for the B team of North Burleigh. She'll run now, and I believe it'll be Avalon Thomas who'll be paddling. I've got her in class actually at school, so I'll be cheering for Avalon as well as they go around. Zani Freeman, they are very, very good friends as well, along with the Jasmine Tang and Ada Atkins, the runners here as well, but now trying to get back to the beach for the tag for the beach runners.
For sure, and they're looking for their runners. They're saying, where are you? I don't know where Zani Freeman's runner is, because she's having to run all the way in herself.
Looks like Maroochydore there tucked in the top end. We've had waves come through as well that sort of mixed the crowd up at the moment, but it definitely looks like North Burleigh have probably made their tag with their runner coming around up towards the first flag. There we go. Now that's the Killer Bees. The Killer Bees of North Burleigh come round and potentially going to tag to that of Avalon Thomas. Round they come now.
And they have secured themselves a great lead. And like I said before, this is not long racing. If you can get a lead, especially on the board, you can get some speed. You get first crack at the waves on the way in, and there is waves. We can see how tricky it is for those runners and for their sprinters who normally don't touch the water to be now having to wade through that really awkward depth water.
And away we go. There's the Black Swans and Richard, or could potentially be Layla Novacell if they're a very proud family, good paddlers too. I know older sister Abby's phenomenal paddler. North Fifth now move up into third. The A team of North Burleigh can't be far away, but it's North Burleigh Killer Bees in one at the moment, the Black Swans and Maroochydore in two. Back to that of Northcliffe.
Looks like Manly in further down in fourth or fifth, but now they're all starting to come in It is carnage. And now this is where we go for the minor placings. I think this is where when everyone's getting tagged at the same time, everyone's hitting the water at the same time, it's frantic, there are runners crossing over the line, that we start to see a little bit of carnage and we start to see a lot of overtaking here now.
Oh, Avalon Thomas, she's the hunted at the moment. That's her bottom of screen. Sit and pop, the rating up, the legs are going, the little wriggler as she makes her way. She's being hunted down at the moment from that of the Black Swans of Maroochydore. It's North Burleigh in one, up and over she goes again, drawn back a little bit to Maroochydore. You can see it's hard, it's difficult when you're leading, isn't it? Because you're giving everything, but you're not sure, you know, in terms of behind. Are they gaining? Great little smash through that wave. Potentially green water now. Got to go. She's got to go, the young girl from North Burleigh, up and through. She's in the green water in a very good position.
She did really good there to not sit up and pop over that wave. She smashed herself through, and we saw that as Maroochydore had to pop, she got pushed back a little bit. So if you can stay on your belly and push through the wave, that is going to be a good advantage, and I think she's going to get hit that wave first. She doesn't have a huge lead, but it could be enough.
Avalon Thomas has bolted from the North Burleigh Club. It's the Killer Bees, the B team. And what I love about Avalon, she's heavily invested in the whole family with Surf Sports as well. Yesterday, she was texting on the live stream of Facebook, giving us, you know, well done, and can you give us a shout out on this as well. So they moved up from down the Central Coast a couple of years ago, the family, moved up to the Gold Coast to give it a good crack with their kids as well, with mum and dad. And here they are at the moment. I know Jodie and Mark will be very proud. She's not there yet because we know the team events on Maroochydore, very strong history in team events and never giving up till the end.
Yeah, for sure. And especially in these conditions where there's a lot of double up with the waves on the way in, so that you're not guaranteed a wave on the way in. Maybe some runners, as you can see, she's trying to push down these runners. We can see something forming behind her, but I do have a feeling it is going to double up on her. So if it does double up on her, it does open the door for Maroochydore to come through. Is she going to get down this wave?
This one, I think she might have got over the top.
She's down it, and she did so well.
Might be a little double up. She's just riding the back of that wave. Didn't get there. That of Avalon Thomas, I think she's done enough for my liking. I love the rating. I love the rating in the cadence. This is it. The wave, the victory. Keep it straight. Keep the nose up. And North Burleigh, the Killer Bees. What about, and that just shows the depth. They've been the Queensland champions for a number of years. Obviously didn't get to hold the championship this year. But a shout out to coaches as well, to Woody, Brucey Taylor, take a bow. So I know the time and energy they put into the squad there at North Burleigh. But Avalon Thomas and to the girls as well. We spoke about Lani Freeman, along with that of Jasmine Tang and Ada Atkins. This is it. Aussie gold medal, the big stage, the big dance, and North Burleigh standing tall.
Yeah, and that was a really impressive paddle. You did not see her rating drop at any point during that paddle. She knew what she had to do. She knew you had to lift for her team. And now we have our beachy or a watery. Sometimes they double up in both. Finishing off that race, she can run around with a smile on her face as she knows that they have comfortably won, and she now has an Australian gold medal.
The best team in Australia could be Jasmine Tang there crossing the line, but Maroochydore, once again, very proud history in beach sprinting as well. And well done, the Black Swans. They'll pick up a silver medal. What a performance. Second best team in Australia for that, the under 13 female Cameron. Oh, Manly, what a performance. Snuck up. They went in fourth and will come out third, just ahead of that of the North Lift Club. So well done to Manly picking up third. Well done, ladies. It is the under 13 Cameron Championship of Australia. What a performance.
Yeah, that was such an exciting event. I love the Cameron. I love the team events, and it's so good to see the girls getting a chance to race the team events after not being able to do the board relay and the swim team. So I think the girls are going to be stoked, and I think that's the end of the program for the under 13 girls. They can kick back and relax now.
I can't wait for show and tell at school tomorrow with Avalon Thomas. She'll bring an Aussie gold medal in. What a performance. And that's great, isn't it? And it's probably a fitting way to end the championships for the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Australian Championships, being that of a team event of this nature, being similar to the Tuplin Relay, but that being the Cameron Relay.
For sure. I was quite sad when they took away the runner when you transition from the Cameron to the Tuplin Relay. I loved having the beachy come down. They actually kept the runner in for the World Championships as a little bit of an Olympic campaign event, which was really cool. And you saw all the beach sprinters coming down, and it was phenomenal. You could really see the difference between the beach runners and the wateries trying to run. And we're going to pass down to Jen. She's with the North Burleigh team.
Oh, absolutely. Hanging out with the winners down here. We'll go to you first, Zani. You've had some individual success, but how good is it to do it with your team here?
Yeah, it's just so good to do with a team. It's so special that we all get to do it together.
Now tell me, who's in your team today?
We have Ada, Jasmine, me and Avalon.
And now you're all Australian champions. How are we going to celebrate this evening?
Well, I'm not sure yet, but it's definitely going to be fun.
Fantastic, girls. I need big waves, big smiles down the camera. And these are your new Australian champions from North Burleigh.
The champs, the under-13 female Cameron Relay champs. And I love the smiles, and this is what it's all about, isn't it? Obviously, they won the gold medal, but I know that all the girls stepping away and the boys from the day, the males and the females, team of excitement to be here, the Aussies. And we talk about the Aussies, and the third word for Maya, united, inspired, but iconic. This typifies what it's all about.
Yeah, for sure. I think, the girls getting to race in the team event, the team event being the last event of the day, it just feels so special. And like you said, it is iconic. These Cameron, these Taplin events, they are iconic. Everyone in the club gets to put their best foot forward, their best leg forward. It's not an individual event. It's not who's the best Ironman. It's who's the best swim, board, ski, or not ski in this aspect, but swim, board, runner for the juniors of that club. And you really see which club is at the forefront.
Also, that's a perfect race as well. Zani Freeman, the way she set that up in that swim, it really dominated, got round the can first as well. Good run leg in between as well. And then leading into that of Avalon Thomas, the rating, and we spoke about that. I've coached for a number of years, many years of life-saving the nippers, but rating wins races. Ratings, board speed, and that's win race. We talk about target 100. And well done, Avalon Thomas. And I know, as I said, the family of all the families of the girls will be very, very happy. Looks like 13 boys now lining up. I'm going for one here, Mermaid. Now, okay. I know the work, they've been very dominant. They've got a phenomenal 13 age group in Queensland for the Mermaid Club. But they haven't had the luck today. They've finished 4th and 5th in swim races. They've finished 6th and 7th in board races. I think this is their moment and their stage. And I know under the guidance of Stewie the Duff Man, Duffy, this is one that, you want to win for your club as well, but there's some quality teams lining up in the 13 Cameron.
I think there's almost some underdogs here. When I was down there, I got introduced to the club of Semaphore, I believe, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. They got 5th in their semi. They're a small little club in Adelaide, and I'm interested to see where they come in. And we also had Metropolitan Caloundra winning their heat as well. So some kind of regional coastal towns here that are coming to the forefront of their semi-finals. I'm really interested to see how they go in the finals.
Yeah, well, let's look at the top three from both the semi-finals a little bit earlier, probably about an hour ago, and it was Met Caloundra, like I spoke to, got semi-final number 1. North Bondi was 2nd, and Torquay, the Vicks, the mighty Vicks, the blue with the yellow stripe. Geez, they've been up and about as well, and a great shout-out to the Surf Sports crew down there, and coach doing a wonderful job. That was semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 2, the Mermaid crew. Look out for these boys. Wanda also there, got 2nd, and Chugan from just up the road. North Burleigh, Tallis Manning, who'll be swimming for them as well. A great young swimmer coming through. But Burge is swimming, and his mum, Penny, was a professional Ironwoman back in the day as well. Dylan O'Connor, we spoke about in board paddling, and Jack Muller will be their runner. And they're lining up here at the moment, and this is going to be really good. This is a really good quality field. And we mentioned 6 teams then, but if we couldn't even get teams outside that 6 could come through and win this gold.
For sure. I wonder if even North Burleigh now have watched their female counterparts. Can they do the double? And we're going to throw down to Jen for the start list.
Oh, thank you so much, team. Down here, a quality field. We've got Wanda, Northcliffe, Alexandra Headland, Maroochydore, Torquay Team B, the Lakes, North Burleigh, Scarborough, Mermaid Beach Team B, Met Caloundra, Sunshine, Torquay A, Mermaid Beach A, Tugan, Semaphore, North Bondi, Wanda, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. At their first Aussies, they've made the final here in the under-13 men's Cameron.
This is it, the grand finale, the last event. Unfortunately, we couldn't have the iron. I know a lot of these boys love the iron. It is swim, run, board, run. 4 legs.
And the swimmers almost have to become runners here. We can see how long that bank is, and then we'll see how they manage over those potholes.
Also, this age of development, the bigger, stronger lads will get a bit of advantage here. The ability to keep their legs up for a little bit longer as well. Really interesting.
You can see all those ripples on the water's edge. For those watching at home and thinking, what are potholes? If you look down on the bottom of the screen, you can see where the water goes a little bit darker, a little bit greener. That's where the water is a little bit deeper. And then as the water goes a little bit lighter, a little bit more of that sand colour, that's where it gets shallow again. So there's literally holes in the ocean that these boys have to either time to perfection where their foot goes into, or they fall into it.
Here we go, we're away. It's under 13 male Cameron Relay Championship of Australia, and they have absolutely exploded. On the right-hand side, North Bondi, semaphore from that. We spoke about Wanda and potentially Burley as well, but we pick them up in the Mermaid boys, I think, trying to make their presence felt. So they are up and about at the moment. The bigger boys come in the fore now, starting to porpoise their way. You've got to get that green water early, and you've got to be up in the top 3.
Yeah, we saw it happen with the girls where that south side just shot out. I think that bank might be a little bit more even on that south side, a little bit less people getting shot down by the snipers, and just a little bit longer that they were able to stay on their feet. So as the boys negotiate these first couple of waves, they'll be able to start swimming pretty soon.
Yeah, probably could be Burley. Big Jamie Ellis there. He's a big, tall, strapping young lad as well. He kept his feet for a long, long way heading out. He actually swims quite well as well. But we'll pick him up as they go. You need to get swimming. To me, you can't be vertical. And these boys are probably staying too much vertical at the moment. Get horizontal, get down the bottom, work the ground, work under the ocean as well. Get up and get going. It's all about body speed.
Yeah, and here they go now. They've just started swimming. It did take them a while, but understandably, it was at that really tricky depth. The water was breaking on them straight away. So here we go. We've got a few top guys. We've got a pack of around 4 just at the front who have all started swimming now, and they're going to try bunch together, try to get on each other's wash.
You just try and pick the cups up. It's hard with that bit of glare there at the moment as they come round, but quite distinct sort of 6 or 7 that lead their way out.
It almost looks like a Burley head out in front. Burley head's Moray Park hat out in front, but we won't say too early.
Jamie, Sunshine. It's Sunshine now that makes their move to that to lead this out at the moment.
And I think that is North Burley in second, potentially going for the double. That would be pretty amazing for their
Sean
club.
Dean, Louis Hammersley, Jacob Rabane and Liam Wright. I'll probably say that's Liam Wright leading out. I think he finished 3rd or 4th in the surf race earlier today. He's had a great summer up here in Queensland as well, young Liam Wright from that of the Sunshine. But it's the place to be at the moment. You talk about team events. I know Coach Wesberg and JB, they know how important team events are.
For sure. I think, Wesberg grew up doing Ironman racing. For him, he knows that, you finish your season of the series, of the professional series, which you raced in for years, and then you get to Aussies, and it's almost like pressure's off. Let's go win these team events. Let's do it for the club.
Well, they finished 4th in the semi-final, but look at the chase pack starting to come now. Look at this. The cadence is up. Could be Tallis Manning there, tucking in there. Could probably see from North Burley as well. We can see a couple other caps. Looks like that potentially of a Mermaid making their presence felt tucked in. But look at the pace and the rating and the cadence of 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, and they're all tucked in nice and close to each other, which is quite smart. See if any of them get down this. They know that they have to stay close to each other because if one is going to get a wave, you want to be right next to that person trying to get the wave also. Looks like there's a bit of a wave standing up for them. Who's going to be able to get down it?
North Bondi's coming through, and if they can be close enough, they have the Australian board champion from today as well, young Bart. More waves building out the back.
For sure, and they're just in this really tricky spot here. It's almost a little bit of a gutter. The water's pulling them out. It's too awkward to run. It's too awkward to body surf and dolphin dive. But we see here that they're getting pushed in, and one of them is still swimming. One of them's dolphin diving. It's really tricky out there.
There might be Mermaid and Sunshine. A little bit of red I can see there at the moment. Could be Burgess there. We'll tag over now. I expect Dylan O'Connor to be paddling, and he was a little bit filthy about his board performance because he deserves better. He's been a phenomenal paddler all year. This could mean making amends for this young boy. So it's Mermaid at the moment, Sunshine into North Bondi. The big strapping lad from North Bondi trying to make his presence felt tucked in there. If he gets too deep, start porpoising, start swimming. Look at him trying to work. This is the beach sprinters in water.
I don't think these beach sprinters know how to dolphin dive. Maybe it's been a little bit too long since they've done the wade. They were really awkward then trying to wade through almost weight depth water, but they made their way through. I think Mermaid has come to the front. I'm not too sure, but we have Sunshine Beach in second.
Yeah, there he is, Dylan O'Connor, the pocket rocket. He's had a phenomenal season, and to be honest, the results he got today in swimming board are probably not fitting to his performance of the whole summer in terms of consistency. He is the hunter at the moment, but this boy can motor.
For sure, and they've got their boards now so they can lean against their boards, they can use it to bunny hop, which makes it a little bit safer as they cross that really awkward potholy bank.
Yeah, we saw up there, Sunshine was up there as well. We saw them in North Bondi as well, making their presence felt. There's Sunshine we spoke about. There's Dylan O'Connor. So it's O'Connor for Mermaid in one at the moment, tucked in behind then. Sunshine on the chase. Little double up
Oh, that's tricky.
Good execution there. Good skill set beyond his years. Young Dylan O'Connor there at the moment. You've got to keep the rating up. Up and over he goes. Another little double up. Oh, he's pushed back a little. He'll be held up again, O'Connor. All of a sudden we see one of them's come off. Is that Semaphor's come off his board? Tucked in there as well. O'Connor still trying to negotiate the shore break.
For sure, and it's just so tricky because what happened is it's so shallow, so it's really hard to get momentum, and Mermaids had to roll, but he is straight back on. Wow, that was a really quick transition. He did really well there.
He's going to get through this one. He punches through. Back shooter.
No.
Back shooter for O'Connor. And the big thing about that is it drains you as an athlete. Your energy levels go from sitting at 7, 8, 9, all of a sudden it punches you back. And look at this. He still leads on his way out the front, but still has a commanding lead in the context of this race.
He did everything right then. I'm not too sure he could have done anything different. He charged that wave. He ducked his head down and he tried to just punch through it. I don't think there was much else he could have done, and he still has a lead, which is really impressive for how far he got pushed back.
I'll tell you one thing about that of Dylan O'Connor. He is a competitor, and he will not give in terms of Dylan O'Connor as he heads out. So he'll lead the way out at the moment. It looks like potentially Semaphore, I think, coming up there in second place as well. This is a great battle because you've got to remember it comes down the run leg at the end.
For sure, and they know that they've got their sprinters waiting for them. They still want to give their sprinters quite a bit of a lead, and we've got Mermaid going around that can first. Sorry, not Mermaid. Yes, Mermaid in first, and he'll get first chance at those waves. I think that's maybe Maroochydore in second. We might be calling that wrong.
Looks like Semaphore. Trying to see Semaphore come through. I see a little bit of white with a black and a red stripe in there as well, but it's Dylan O'Connor for Mermaid. Look at him. The rating's up. The swell. Little lift here for O'Connor. O'Connor lifts. Gets around the third can. That could be a masterstroke in the context of this gold medal.
For sure. He knew he had to get around the can so he couldn't catch the wave completely in, and it just gave him that little bit of a lead, which I think is going to pay dividends for this way in. We can see him here really working these runners. He's doing such a good job of it.
It's just drawing. You spoke about this earlier. It's about drawing out, isn't it? Like a little rip pocket. All of a sudden, he's stuck right on the bank. To me, he's got a good enough lead. To me, he might not get this first one. He will definitely pick up the second one. But Mermaid Beach, what about this? Under the guidance of Stewie the Duff Man Duffy, he has little Bo Pegas drawing out. Look at it drawing out. The big question is, where is his beach sprinter? And the decisions they'll make across that little gutter.
It's going to be, we've seen some of them waiting back.
Bart's come through. This is Bart, the Aussie board champion. All of a sudden, it's a race in 3. Semaphore, we spoke about. Can this be their stage? Can this be their moment? One run leg to go. Where are the runners? Get out there. Get out there, runners. Get out there. Mermaid lead. North Bondi as well. Mermaid still leading. I think they've got enough Mermaid. They've stumbled. Snipers are plenty. It's Mermaid. North Bondi with the big loathing legs as well, but North Bondi, I think, are there.
Yeah, he did so well. He did so well. He lifted up his legs. That is one of the most impressive displays of waiting I've done. It when it started to get to that really awkward deep depth. He lifted up his legs nice and high. The others were falling over in those potholes, and he did that for his team.
We started with James Burgess, and what a swim. From the pocket rocket of James Burgess from Mermaid, set up for a nice run leg of Jack Mullin in a hand over to Dylan O'Connor. It is a team of 3, I believe. The runners run twice. The officials, as we mentioned earlier, have allowed that due to competitors being up in other events as well. Burley Edge Mowbray Park, the Man Mountain of Sonny Harrison coming across the line as well. But Mermaid Beach, take a bow. And to be honest, fitting of the season they've had, they've been the most standout club in that age group in Queensland and thoroughly deserve it.
For sure. And I think that was the Adelaide club of Semaphore coming in second.
What an achievement.
Which is huge for the small club of Adelaide. We'll have to double check the final results there. I think North Bondi was in the running there too. Maybe between them for second and third.
We've got 2 brothers there, the Charleston brothers there of Albert and Fergus, along with Alexander, Courage Clark and Tunney as well. So I know when you go down, have a chat to that of Mermaid, obviously being the chance. We get a chance to have a chat to Semaphore because this is what builds cultures in clubs. Having a good little win with a nucleus of athletes, that can build for the next 10 years. And we see the replay here as well. Now, we spoke about it as a swim run, board run event, but it was the Mermaid of young Burgess that really set up early out to that first can, along with Sunshine. I think it was Liam Wright from Sunshine.
Yeah, for sure. You can see just how important that weighting ability is to be able to stay on your feet, to be able to lift up those knees nice and high. I'm feeling really inspired by these waiting. I know what I'm going to try and be doing next week when I'm racing. And even just here, the intensity that they're bunny hopping across that bank, you can see how much it means to them.
And we thought he was there. Look at this. We thought Dylan, he's there. All of a sudden, Bart. Hey, Bart has come from nowhere, the Aussie board champion. But it was the good decisions too. I love the exit there of Dylan O'Connor to get up and make that tag first. Mermaid in one. And that is official. We've got our champs down there. We're just catching up at the moment. Jenny Parry's got a winning champs there of Mermaid.
Jack, really, really quickly, Jack, fantastic run. Very, very dramatic finish, but you had the legs to get you there. How are we feeling?
Good.
Got to do better than that. You're an Australian champion. Tell me about how great your team is, that lead that they got you.
Yeah, we've been hard. Paid off thanks to the coaches and everything.
We've got an incredible team down here now, boys. Tell me, what's the best thing about Mermaid Beach?
Oh, the coaches, team, and us training, everything.
And what about you? Anything else to add? Come on, it's pretty amazing being an Aussie champ.
Yeah, not much to add. Just like all age managers who put help in, and all the coaches and stuff.
And I think we're going to have to do some pretty special celebrations down at Mermaid Beach. You're Australian champions in the 13 Cameron Relay. Congratulations, boys. Big waves.
That's awesome, Jen. While you're there, Jen, right next to you is Semaphore. That's the white with the red and black stripe. I'm not sure if we can have a chat to them either as well. Semaphore, we might have just lost Jen. I think they're just scanning in. But we'll get an update. It was Semaphore in third place. But what a performance. Mermaid will take out our under-13 male Cameron Relay Championship of Australia. North Bondi, Team A, finishing in second. And phenomenal paddle by Carmody. Bart Carmody. His brother is 17 years of age. He's the coach there as well.
Wow.
And a shout, I know, Mum, and to his late dad who'll be looking down as well. Well done to Barty Boy and the family. And Semaphore, that's a proud moment for the club. And that builds culture. And if you're on live stream with us, Semaphore, huge congratulations to not only the athletes but also the families and also coaches involved. There we have the results there. Mermaid, North Bondi, Semaphore, to Wandering 4, Met Caloundra. I think they won the semi-final as well and backed up in the top 5. And that's no mean feat. Top 5 in Australia. Sunshine Beach, North Burleigh, Navy Clubs of Burleigh, Torquay, and rounding out the top 10, Team North Fifth A. Plenty of action still to come. We've still got a couple more Cameron Relays, I believe. Potentially that of the under 14 female Cameron or the under 15 female Cameron will be getting up very closely as well. But it's been an interesting weekend. Obviously a revised program, limited program yesterday, had to be revised again today. But more importantly, they've had opportunities to race it. Obviously beach sprints today, beach relays, have had that of flags as well yesterday. Surf races, board races, Cameron Relays, and a shout out to the National Surf Sports manager there in terms of Wayne Drury and your team. You've done a wonderful job because the most important thing is they want to try and maximise opportunities for kids to race.
Yeah, I love that. And it is always really tricky decisions, deciding which events to cull, which to go ahead. Do you let the event go ahead? Do you not? So, props to Wayne Drury. I think he's done a phenomenal effort of making the right decisions, trying to keep everyone happy as much as possible. And in the end, there are just factors that are outside of our control, unfortunately. But we're just so grateful that Sunday, waves turned on, the sun came out, and we're able to get through as much of the program as we could.
Here we are lining up now. We're just trying to pick up the age group. Looks like could be there's some bigger bodies I can see starting to go down. So we're probably looking at that. I'd probably say it could be the 14 boys looking to line up here for their Cameron Relay at the moment.
Yeah, we're back on Mouse now.
Yeah, we see plenty of action lining up. And once again, it's a grand finale for these competitors as well. We talk about being united, being inspired and iconic. And it's day 2 of 9 days in total. The youngest athletes we have here are 13 years of age. Masters start tomorrow, 80 years of age. From around that of a whole Australia will be competing in the Masters. Make sure you stretch your calves. That'll be my hot tip. Over 400 events for the week as well. And as we said, hundreds of clubs are being represented. And I want to have a huge shout out to all the clubs because it's a big investment to come to the Aussie Championships. For those who are here on the Gold Coast, it's a lot easier. But for those who have travelled near and far, and even internationally as well, take a bow and a big congratulations. And we see lining up now, I'd probably say looks like, I'm just trying to pick up, could be potentially be the under 14, the under 14, under 15, under 15 male Cameron. I've just been given the heads up. The under 15 male Cameron Relay coming up. And the team to beat here is this already gone the final team to beat? Look out for Manly. Manly, to me, will be a red-hot team. Sawtell, we have Newport as well. Northfield Team A. Trigg Island, obviously, Ollie Brown will start first. They will also be right up the pointy end of Brown and Hawks. Phenomenal athletes under the guidance of Moselle there as well. So Tring, we've got Sorrento, neighbouring clubs there with Trigg WA. They'll be up and about as well under Boothie.
Yeah, and I'm just having a look at some of the semis here.
Then we've got Manly, Maroochydore, Anglesey, Victoria, Southport, the Fried Eggs, 2 Southport teams. Obviously, one's in South Australia, but this one's about the team in Queensland. Wanda for Team A as well from Sydney branch. And looking around up North Burleigh, Manly Lifestyle Club Team A. Look out for this one. Alexander Headland, Swansea, Belmont. Another one from Alex. That shows the depth of the Alex team. Sunshine, Diggy Beach, Elliot Head's great to see as well. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, and Ocean Grove. Haven't they had a day out? And look out for that for the Ocean Grove board pal. If he's close enough, he is good enough.
For sure, and we're looking at how the semi-final events went. We had Trigg Island win their semi, we had Newport win their semi, and we had Alexandria Headlands Team A, closely followed by Team B in their semi. So, few names there, few clubs there, few big clubs, few smaller clubs. We're excited to see how these clubs go. I'm looking out to see how Trigg Island go. We've seen them have really strong open craft competitors, especially on the ski. Over there, run by Todd Brewer as their head coach. So I'm really keen to see how the youth going. A lot of these under 15s probably train up with the open guys as well. Yeah, they'll mix himself with us, and I love the performance. And he's back to back. He's Ollie Brown, the Australian champ. But I'll give you a bit of an insight to Ollie. That's him you can see in the middle there with the green, white, and red. He's a great young boy, but he's also the state champion in 200, 400, 1500, and 5K swimming, and also doing well at nationals. Let's go to the beach now with Jenny Parry with the update from the sand.
Oh, we are ready for a start down here. Tweed Heads and Coolangatta, Wanda, Southport, Dicky Beach, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Point Leo, Currumbin, the Lakes, North Burleigh, Manly, Warilla, Burleigh Heads, Maroochydore, Sorrento, Alex, South Maroubra, Noosa Heads, Cooks Hill, Coogin, Manly, Sorrento. Quite the field down here. Cameron Relay Final, some of the last events of the day and the last opportunity to grab an Australian Championship.
Yeah, they don't come around very often. And we spoke about Trigg, and I'll talk him up again because Ollie, we spoke about the swimming, but Billy Hawkes, who's the board paddler, with him as well, young Billy, he's also a state champion in the 50 and 100 metres freestyle. So between both of them, they're the 50 and the 100, the 200, the 400, and the 15 and 5K. Quality swimmers, but obviously one's on the board there as well. Lining up, but it will not be easy because it's a super quality field. And the 15 boys, it's their last event as this Nutri-Grain Nipper Youth Championship for life. They'll step up into the open division as of next year, so they want to stamp their authority as well. Yeah, for sure. And like we mentioned earlier this morning, when you do go into that 17th age group, you do spend 2 years in that age group, so you will spend your first year racing competitors who are a little bit older, a little bit more experienced than you, and you spend 2 years in that age group. So these boys are really wanting to stamp their mark. It's their last year of just it being them, just it being their age. So looking forward to finishing off their age group strong at their last Aussies as an under 15, but I'm sure they're really excited to head more into those older age groups to attend the Open Aussies. For anyone watching at home, make sure you're tuning in next week as well when the Open Aussies start on Wednesday. It's all really exciting. So if you're loving the racing now, make sure that you tune in next Wednesday through to Sunday. Yeah, you see the boys all up and about, and I love how they prepare for race as well. Like, it's nerves is, they can work with you, can also work against you. But the thing with the psychology of sport, you find out what works best for you. Some people like to focus on their own, go through the motions. Some talk to their coaches, talk to their parents. Some like to joke around and bounce around. What's your type lining up on the Professional Line Series? Oh, it's always a mixture, and I think it's what mood I'm in, my emotional state. Sometimes I'm a little bit more friendly, I'm a little bit more bubbly, and I race shocking. Sometimes I'm a little bit more serious and I don't race well. So, it's always on the day. I'm not too superstitious about it. I think I just go with how I feel. Sometimes you are just feeling like you need to protect your energy especially if it's been a really long day, like for these boys. It's been a huge day of racing, emotions up and down. So
whether or not they want to protect their energy or really pump their teammates up to feel something, we'll find out because they're about to start.
Yeah, it's time to shine, and that's the Trig. Look out from a 3 or 4 from the left-hand side. He's a tall boy too. He's got a little bit of a moustache he used to have, little Ollie Brown too. And Newport, close to the camera, they had 3 semi-finals. They actually won the 3rd semi-finals. And look at this, absolutely bolted. And I'll probably say that's potentially that of the Alexander Headland team that has bolted out as well. We'll try and pick them up. They've got 2 teams mixed in here with the Alex team. I wouldn't be surprised if a few of the 14 boys are coming up. But the B team there had Lowman, Briffa, King and Stafford. But it's the A team of Hughes, Riley McCartney, Towns and Byrne as well. Riley McCartney probably hasn't had the day he wanted. I know coming off last year's Aussie champions, Riley McCartney took out the iron last year, trying to make amends now for that at the Cameron Ruler. There's big Ollie Brown. Look at him, the big man, the big unit from Trig.
Yeah, we called it. We knew Trig Island were going to be fast. We're going to come out hot and heavy straight away, and they have done that. Ollie Brown has led out this race. He fled into the water. He spent that time swimming through that gutter. That is a tricky gutter. They're not running through it anymore as the tide starts to come in now. And we can see, actually,
I think that's Alex. I wouldn't be surprised if that's Riley McCartney there. That's absolutely bolted. We've got Hughes, McCartney, Towns and Byrne there as well. And that's the A team from Alexander Headland. And the way he exploded across that bank, heading out at the moment, you can see bottom of screen there, the big loathing arms. And that's the efficiency of the 200 of the 200 of the 4, the 1500 and the 5K. Western Australian swimming champion, Ollie Brown, really into his stroke at the moment. He's a great young kid. I've had a number of interviews with him and Dad as well. I mentioned earlier today how he travelled to so many races here on the East Coast, but look at this, there'll be no love lost between the 15 boys coming out the first can.
Yeah, and we saw that they just had to head a little bit further north to make that can. So I don't know if that advantaged Trig a little bit. Actually, it looks like Newport is still in front. He got to that can first, and now they're straight out into that green deep water. They can really get into their rhythm.
Look, Lotto try and just get around here at the moment, but he maintains that inside run, that of Alex. So it's Alexander Headland in 1, Trig Island tucked in 2, trying to pick up that at 3rd place at the moment. Could be the Sky Blue Cup. I think it might be Henry Whitehead of the Sky Blue Cup as well. Then we go back to try and pick up the other clubs there. Looks like potentially that. So Swansea Belmont seem to be in the mix there. North Bondi maybe in the mix there as well. But as they head out at the moment, it is still that of Trig Island and Alex and that of Manly, the big 3.
Yeah, the big 3. And we do see, especially, Alex and Manly, they do come to the forefront of your open events. So it's really cool to see them, growing up into those juniors. But Trig Island, I'm loving the work that Ollie Brown is doing out in front. And it'll be interesting to see once they get up and run, him being that little bit taller, if he can milk that a little bit further.
On.
Yeah,
he's picked up just a little buffer, but look out for Manly coming through on this next wave too. He'll stand and prop as well. Alexander Headland's just missed it. Here comes Manly now we spoke about. Could be Chalmers there. Anglesea's in the mix. Up and running. Little double up. They'll get a good little surge off this whitewater. They'll join up to that of Ollie's done all the hard work. He'll stand and prop. He's in the deep water. He's decided to swim across that deeper water.
Yeah, and you can see here just how deep that water is. Look how dark that water is. A few of them were catching up to little waves to try and catch him. But now as the water pulls back, they're all starting to form and come into a line. Where are their runners? That's what I'm looking for.
This is really good because this is anyone's race at the moment. From top to toe, we can see him. Elliot Heads, I believe, has made a big move as well. And I know they've got some very good board paddlers. That's Elliot Head there in 3rd place. But it's Trig that will come over in transition 1. Elliot Head's there tucked in 2. Trig, big bad Billy. Can he hold on and do one for the West? Look at this. Alexander Headland come round as well. Elliot Head in 2. Manly, to me, is still the big danger. They're back in 4, but I know the power of Whitehead on the chase. Danger signs for our leaders.
For sure. And I think the importance of that runner just then, the importance of giving Trig that little bit of a lead is going to be pivotal. If you can get out that little bit further in front, you can be the first one to get out into that green water. And it looks like they're going to get out quite clean here. We'll wait to see what's waiting for them.
Well, let me tell you, Manly's gone from 4th to 2nd. He's moved up into 2nd now. That of Henry Whitehead, but it is still Trig. I think it's big bad Billy that leads for Trig. Look at Henry tucked in behind him, the big loathing arms. He took out the board race early today, and that does wonders for confidence, knowing that, you know what, I'm the man to beat.
Yeah, and Manly, like you called it, is coming up right next to the boy from Trig. I actually think he's gone past him a little bit, and they are neck and neck. Oh, he's come off.
Just come off, hasn't he?
Oh, it is tricky. It's tricky.
And that opens the window of opportunity. You see Trigg just snuck through one, but then got back shot a little bit as well. But it's still a 1-2 punch to that of Manly. And Manly's had a roll. Advantage Trigg. And remember, it's a short race, and Trigg is in the prime spot at the moment.
Yeah, they are going back and forth, throwing punches at each other in their own lane. You know, Trigg copped one, then Manly copped one. There's really no advantage right now, but it does look like, once again, Trigg has taken the lead.
It's probably a little bit bigger of a lead than what we saw from that backhand shot as well. But Trigg, that's going to be a good 4 to 5 lengths. Now, it's a short course. You turn early, you get first opportunity of picking up swells, and that 4 or 5 board lengths all of a sudden go to 6 to 8 board lengths. Me personally, I would go around lying down. I like laying around. You can scamper your body, maintain your board speed as well. What would you do in that situation?
Yeah, look, it looked like he hit that can with a bit of momentum. And look, as he turns now, he has to navigate a few broken waves coming at you. But I think if you hit the can with momentum, he had just gotten up on his knees. He might have thought he wanted to, just get a few more strokes in on his knees. Here he goes. He's going to get this little bit of a runner. Oh, I don't think it's going to take him all the way in.
What about this? Here comes the move now. Henry Righthead trying to go as well, trying to pick up, trying to see that second cap coming through. He's had a North Burleigh cap coming through as well, but it's still Trigg in front. Nice little run off that third can. Yep. The cadence is up. The rating's up. Oh, Andrew Mozzie Moselle, he could be up and about. He's not there yet. He's there now. Run leg to go. Trigg, what a performance. Look at Henry White. He's in the disappointment of being so close.
And there was nothing he could have done there. Trigg got that wave straight off the can. It was really beautifully done. He saw it coming. He lifted up the rating around that can. He stayed on his knees around the can, like we said, because he knew he needed as much of a lead as he could around the can. And here we are finishing off with the runner, and Trigg is going to take this title.
And I tell you, this boy is an absolute superstar as well. That's Trent Yates. He was the dominant performer. I haven't seen the sprint results today, but I know yesterday in terms of the beach flags, 4 or 5 to go, he actually dived and missed the flag. And it was clear in front. But they'll take that out, so well done to that of Trigg and take a bow. What a great performance. I know last year we had, I think it was the under-14 girls, or it might have been under-17 girls that won won the board relay. And what a moment it is. They've got a phenomenal surf sports program in Western Australia. And a big shout-out to the Trigg crew. And to the boys in particular, Ollie Brown, what a swim. Chris Jiang, first run leg to that of Billy Hawkes. And wrapping up Trent Yates, the speedster. WA, they do it best in the West, and I tell you what, they've stamped their authority right here in under-15 Cameron, being the champions of Australia.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be absolutely stoked with that win. I know that if Todd Brewer is still the coach there, he is going to be celebrating back home for all those competitors. I really think when these small clubs win, when these, clubs other than your New South Wales and Queensland clubs, they are just so stoked, and they really take these titles and they run with it, and they use it as leverage. They use it as fuel for the many years to come.
We talk about investment and coming over as well, and it'll probably travel the furthest across our beautiful country of Australia as well. The Trigg boys, it's a big commitment, and a shout out to the families as well. It's a big commitment, as we said, about coming over. But I tell you what, they better book some extra kgs in their luggage because they've got a couple of gold medals and individual medals for Ollie, as well as a team medal for the boys as well. Well done. That's under 15 Cameron Relay. We'll have an interview very shortly, but also with the 15 females coming up. That'll be an absolute cracker. Absolute cracker.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm keen to see, how our girls go, the Burleigh girls, how they go up. But we are seeing this replay here. We see Trigg and we see Alex Headland on that southern side shoot out of the blocks, and they were neck and neck. They really were. They hit that can almost identical, almost at the same time. It was close between them, but then we just saw the likes of Manly coming through with that phenomenal board paddle to catch their team back up to second.
And there's a sprint finish. Oh, that's our first transition, actually. Then went over to Billy Hawkes, and it was a great effort from Manly to pull back. And we saw that was
tricky.
That was the moment. You talk about moments in races, and that was a moment where Henry Righthead did all the hard work to pull up just sort of that equal tail of Trigg, and the other moment was that run off that third camp. But you've got to put yourself in those positions, and you need to execute those positions. Trigg taking that out. Let's go down the beach now with our champs, with Jen.
Oh, I tell you what, perfect timing to get them marked off now. Trent, you got to bring it home for the team here, for Trigg Island. How does it feel to be an Australian champion with this incredible crew?
Yeah, it's amazing. The team's great. It's a wonderful team effort.
Now, those board and swimmers were just incredible to put you into the right position. You've got a lot of support here as well. This win isn't just for these boys, it's for the entire club as well, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. All the club all the supporters for all of them, not just us. So yeah.
Are there any special shout-outs that we need to do? I can see some very, very proud coaches down the back. A few tears as well. You're allowed to get emotional about a Trig Island win.
Yeah, definitely. All the coaches, all the parents bringing us down to training all the time, and yeah.
And it's worth making the trek all the way to the Gold Coast for a win like this, surely.
Yeah, definitely. Last year we got a bronze, so it's great to bring home with a gold this year.
Absolutely. Before you head into senior comp as well, we congratulate our new Australian champions, Trig Island. Boys, I want big waves down the camera right there, celebrating a big Trig Island win. Maybe some flexing as well. Get in there.
Yeah, work it, boys. Work it like you own it. What a proud moment. And that's great. You know, Aussie champs, I hope the club take a photo of the boys, stick it up on the club wall. It builds culture, it builds history. And there's nothing better than as you grow older, the young kids come along and we talk about the big iconic words that just come up there as well, about being united, iconic and inspired. And having that inspiration and role models in any club is so important. Who was your role model growing up? Who did you look up to in terms of your club or in terms of racing or even outside of surf sports?
Yeah, I think growing up in the Nippers, we, down at Cronulla, we actually won our state titles 10 years in a row. So that was really, really special. And we're just going to throw down to Jen quickly to run us through the under-15 Cameron Relay start-loose final.
Oh, team, thank you so much. Another big race coming up. The under-15 ladies, we've got Sunshine Beach, Alexandra Headland, Maroochydore, Blackhead, City of Bunbury, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Redhead, Warilla Barrack Point, Alex, Anglesea, Newport, Grange, Umina, Coogin Headland, Mermaid Beach, Tuga, Northcote, Sunshine Beach, Trig Island. Could they go the double? And Wanda rounding out the field. A last big race for these ladies in the under-15 category.
Yeah, and we're so looking forward to this.
This is a red-hot quality field. I was just saying to Carla up here in the booth, I don't know when you go through there, Jen, about the excitement of this age group. They are absolute superstars. Now, Coogin took out semi-final number 1 in front of Burleigh and Newport, and Blackhead in 4th. Haven't they done a wonderful job in the last couple of years? And they're off and racing. This is it. I expect to see the likes of Jess Conrad. I believe she may be swimming. We'll get an update. She took out the surf race, but also took out the board race. So big decision there for John Andrews. What do you do with your strike player as well in reference to that? Maroochydore, a strong, Newport, are super strong as well. And let's not forget that of Sunshine as well. So many quality teams lining up here. Super quality field. It is swim, run, board run. And who do you like early?
Yeah, look, I have a bit of an investor, maybe a little bit biased, but I do love these Burleigh girls. These are my Pilates girls. I teach Pilates for the Burleigh Surf Club once a week, and these girls have been consistent. They have improved. They do yap a lot. We don't get a lot done a lot of the time, but here we see a Burleigh cap popping up early, a Sunshine cap as well. I think that looks like Jess. It will either be Jess or Taylor. Taylor is a phenomenal swimmer as well. So like you said, difficult choice for Johnny Andrews over at Burleigh, but it doesn't matter who you put. I think they're both going to do a phenomenal job.
Yeah, good little battle here at the moment in Coogin as well. Look over Newport, they've got some great little swimmers. They probably prefer the jump in and swim. You go back to the New South Wales champ of Lisa Durzer as well, and going back last year, she won the Aussie surf race. Mary Thompson from Richmond is a phenomenal swimmer. She's had a phenomenal season as well. And there's no love lost between these three big clubs either. Not the same there are only 3 clubs potentially for the podium of Maroochydore, Burleigh, and that of Newport, because there's other clubs like your Coogin we spoke about can come up here. That's Taylor Birch, so Jess Conrad will be doing that for the board left as Taylor Birch now goes out on the inside of Mary Thompson from the Black Swans of Maroochydore.
Yeah, it's going to be a competitive swim, but it does look like Taylor just has the inside line. Oh, they're battling it out.
Straight over the feet. Sorry about that. Straight over the feet of Mary Thompson. Now, that's a big move because I would have stuck to the inside and held that inside and dominated inside. It's a big move from Taylor Birch going back on the outside. To me, maybe an error. I would have stuck on the inside. What would have you done there, Carla?
Yeah, it looks like she just then got back on the inside. So
she might have heard us.
Yeah, I think she heard us. I think she heard us praying from above.
Look at Mary now pushing in as well. I said there's no love lost here. Mary Thompson trying to control this lead, and around they go. She'll go around in one, pushes, jams. Taylor Birch straight over the top of each other. Oh, I tell you what. Talk about the UFC of these girls. No love lost in under 15 Cameron final.
No, for sure. And, you might be watching this at home and be maybe appalled by what you're seeing. I'm telling you, it might not be ethical, but it is normal in a surf race. You have to get around the can and you have to do it in whatever way you can. And you can't get angry at each other. There is some splashing, there is some screaming around the can sometimes, but it is what it is. And these girls are back neck and neck again. in next to each other, and it'll be see who milks these runners in the best.
You see Mermaid moving up into third place. Could be Van Hooven there. Mermaid. You see Sunshine in the mix as well. So Waves will come with the 4 now. You see Mary Thompson in her work. Taylor Birch got a bit of a slappy stroke she has as well on the right-hand side, but she gets through the water very, very well. It's the skill sets that will play a huge difference here. Ability to pick up a wave. If they can get a wave on their own, in terms of the context, big advantage. Mermaid, Van Hooven, I assume. This is the wave.
On.
This is the wave now. Decision to stop. Prop. Mermaid propping. Don't go to... Oh, look at them cut through. 4, 5, 6. Birch has got to try and hold this under pressure as well on the left-hand side. No, she's fallen off the back. All of a sudden, right-hand side. Anglesey from Victoria. Advantage, Anglesey. But look at Birch back in her stroke.
Yeah, that was a tricky one, and there was a lot of people on the wave. So you've got arms hitting each other, but the race has been blown wide open. It was a race in 2, but now it's almost a race in 8 right now.
Yeah, Taylor Birch, right-hand side from Burley. We saw Anglesey, but it's a top end as well. Probably a shorter run leg to come through. But it's probably Burley going to tag first. Probably Caitlin Palmer will now go to run. Maricchidor tucked in there as well. There you go, still dominating that lead at the moment and handing over to the Australian board champion. It's looking very good for Burley at the moment.
It's looking very good, and I'm very impressed with Katie Palmer just standing in a little bit closer to shore, getting that tag early so that she could give Jess as much of a lead as we can. And I've seen Jess paddle. She does extremely well under pressure. She does very well in her Pilates class too.
Oh, and here they go. Jess Conrad is the hunted at the moment. Probably about a 10-metre lead, but then you've got a group of 3 and then a group of 4. Anglesey we can see making their presence felt. Look out for that of Sunshine as well. And looks like Blackhead. Now, Blackhead have some phenomenal board paddlers. In particular, could be Bronte Kippax, I think, on the chase at the moment in second. But it's Conrad in 1. Kippax, I think, from that of Blackhead in 2. It's all what's happening with the wave zone. And, Conrad, sit, pop and off. And all of a sudden it builds the confidence of Kippax in there in second.
Yeah, and it also makes Jess that little bit more nervous. You know, she didn't have enough time to do anything on that wave before, and we have Blackhead has come up right beside Jess.
This is
right
game
now.
on. Look at the rating of Bronte Kippax at the moment. And we spoke about earlier, when you get hit by that wave, it just zaps that bit of energy. We'll see here, Conrad will control the inside. She's an experienced campaigner. She's raced up against last year in particular, the older age group. As an under 14, she was at World Ocean Series, or Summer of Surf it was then, best 15-year-old, racing as an underager. Look at her dominating at the moment. She says, move over to that of Blackhead. This is our race we want to try and control, but I'm loving the work of Blackhead at the moment. To me, potentially if both are on the wave, comes down the run leg.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that would have rattled Jess before. You know, she's probably not used to making mistakes like that, especially not in a high-pressure situation, but it looks like she's taking control once again. She's gotten her nose out in front. She's going to go around this can, and she's going to have first chance at these runners, and there is runners on the horizon for sure.
This is when you've got to run with a swell and lift. And Blackhead at the moment, you can see just tip the nose a little bit more to the south. And the advantage now, they've got the advantage probably on the inside. You've got to lift your rating up. And if you feel good, get on your knees and use those power strokes, because you've got to go and go now and use the advantage of the swell to your advantage. Blackhead, take advantage.
Yeah, that was tricky then. Jess went a little bit wide. She got pushed by the wave a little bit too far north, and it gave the opportunity for Blackhead to sneak in through the middle, and also gave the opportunity for these 3 girls at the back.
Got to lift. They need this one, Burley. They need this one, Blackhead, because tucked in behind, Coogin Headland are absolutely flying. Blackhead, they're not going to get there. They're not going to get there. Newport come through. Coogin come through. What a race in the actual climax of this carnival here of day 2. Conrad's gone. Conrad has gone. Oh, my God. The big rodeo. The whole 8 seconds. Jess Conrad. Oh, my God. Let's go back to the front.
Crazy. We have a new top 3.
Blackhead. This is it. Transition. Run time. The run legs.
Newport, North Bondi, Newport, Blackhead. Sorry, Blackhead is coming to the lead. They're going to get the inside on the flag. Blackhead is going to take this one out, followed by Newport, followed by Coogin, but Blackhead takes the lead.
And Blackhead take a bow. What a performance. Newport in second. To that of Coogin in third. What a performance for the small club of Blackhead of New South Wales. The smile said it all. I think it was Bronte Kippax, the final paddler. Coogin Headland, Newport.
The girls can't believe
so close. But it's the ability to execute skills under fatigue. So close. What a performance. Under 15 girls, take a bow.
Wow, that was one of the most exciting races I've ever seen. I think Blackhead crossed that line. They couldn't believe it. I'm
not sure if we can grab with our crew there, the big voice, the replay of that wave.
that was crazy. And we saw it happening this morning. We saw how dumpy those waves were. We saw even the best girls losing their boards, on these dumpy waves. Jess being one of our best board paddlers.
The big, I normally call it a Chugan nose stand, but it's the North Kirra nose stand, synonymous with Chugan, the way the conditions are. Let's have a look. We see the replay coming here. We'll pick them up as more competitors coming through at the moment. But a big shout out to that of the Blackhead of Cross, Kippax, Pegram and Pegram, 2 sisters in that team as well. What a performance from a very young club. Take a bow, Blackhead. Super stoked for you guys. Get the picture, stick it up on the wall, and that builds culture.
Yeah, and there's going to be people that are
what a
insanely happy about the outcome of that, and I do feel for the Burleigh girls because I know it is tough. They did all the work, and it came down to the end. It came down to a bit of a jag, and we're going to cross the Jen soon. She's on the beach with our Blackhead girls. So excited.
You know what, that's surf. And you talk about Maroochydore with there as well, with Mary Thompson that led early as well, but it shows the depth of this age group. And surf sports for the younger age groups, you talk about the 17s, how strong they are, with the females and males as well, and the 15s, but look at the 14s and the 13s. So very, very healthy. Let's go down the beach with the champs of Blackheads, all smiles with Jen.
Oh, I am all smiles because these ladies have done so well. Blackhead, we think this may be one of their first Aussie Junior gold medals, your newest champions. What a dramatic race. Now, you had the run of your life to bring it home. Tell us about it.
Amaya had an amazing swim to kick it off, and then Ash had a really good run. We're in third by then. Really, really good paddle by Runty to get us on that lead wave, and I just knew, I've got a shot at the running. I just got to go as fast as I can, and I just left it all out there, tried to go as fast as I possibly could.
Well, I wish you could have heard the cheers from these girls and the rest of your cheer squad right now. You're the newest Australian champions. This is huge to rough out. Here we go, girls. Big waves, big number ones down the camera right now. Your newest Australian champions.
Wow, and congratulations, Blackhead. Their first ever Australian title. That's huge. They'll take that home and they'll celebrate that for years to come.
Can I tell you, they were stoked with the medal last year, and I love this. I love this for clubs and small clubs because, as I said many times, it builds culture. I know the work that goes in. I think Kippax's mum might be does a bit of coaching in there as well, but I think there's a male counterpart that does a lot of coaching that moved up probably for Sydney as well. So well done, Blackhead. We want to know more about your story because it's great. Under 14 Cameron Relay Championship of Australia. This is another red hot one, and look out in particular for that of Alexander Headlands. They're a very strong club here in terms of Borman, I think, and that of Tyler Johnson. But with this waiting, anything can happen.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen the sniper out in full glory. The bank is changing a little bit. I think the tide is coming in. It's starting to fill up a little bit more, but I almost think it's trickier because it's becoming to that really awkward depth. Do you bunny hop? Do you porpoise? Do you stay on your feet? Do you start swimming? And we can see here they're all starting to swim, start to dolphin dive, and they're just at an awkward depth. It's almost waist height or chest height.
The bigger frames come in the fore now. In semi-finals, it was Manly that took out semi-final 1, the Manly A team with Burleigh, Alexander Headlands, Wanda into that of Burleigh. And semi-final number 2 was Avoca. Now, Avoca's very, very strong. We spoke about Billy McCarthy here, won the surf race earlier today, and Ashton Bone. So bring them two together with a couple of runners, that's dynamite. So Avoca to me, and I would love for Trevor G and G Sports and the Avoca team, I'd love for Avoca to get up here. They thoroughly deserve it as well, but such quality teams lining up. Also Byron Bay and North Wollongong. I used to be a member of the North Wollongong Club many years ago. I went through university. And I know Clyde will be watching this as well, the tricolours of North Gone. But we'll pick them as they go. Once again, super quality field. It's the Australian champs. It's the under-14 Cameron Relay final.
Yeah, and we look like we have a bit of a clear leader right now. Heading out to that first can. Burleigh doing a really good job here in this swim leg. Maybe they might redeem in the 14 males. We'll try to pick up a few more caps. I think that's the luck of Avoca.
That's Avoca. Avoca will go round in 1. There we go, Avoca. I expect to see Alex going there. There's Wanda round in 2. Alex in 3. So we spoke about these big clubs coming to the fore at the moment. But I love the start of Wanda. Look at him. He's gone they've gone from 5, make that 10 to 15. They are the hunt at the moment. And I tell you what, they are in very good form, the Avoca boys.
Yeah, and we just saw some carnage around the can. And what that did was it opened up the gap for Avoca even more as those boys in 2nd, 3rd and 4th were fighting around the cans, grabbing each other, slowing each other down. All that did was give Avoca clean water to extend the lead.
Yeah, with Avoca, I tell you, between that of Ashton Bone and Billy McCarthy as well. They both could do either leg, so it's going to be very hard. And I know up here, making the call in terms of commentating who's doing what, I'll have to probably wait till they stand to have a bit of a look at the moment. But Ashton Bone, Billy McCarthy, Levi Sinclair and Samuel Weddy at the moment. But there we go, trying to pick up at the moment. Won't get there. I think that's Billy McCarthy by the looks of it. But once again, waves can play a huge part. We saw that with Jess there as well. And Alexander Headland. And he's been, it looks like Finn Borman, I think, coming through from Alex. Finn Borman has been a phenomenal swimmer all summer.
Yeah, and Avoca has just pulled away with his own little wave. But we can see here the waves aren't taking you all the way to the beach. However, he seemed to get across that bank pretty well. I can't tell if that Avoca guy is in front of that little gutter or if he's going to have to work that little gutter. Yep, he's going to have to work that little gutter. He's going to be like, you did me dirty. But he did a very good job of it.
Yeah, it's a good lead at the moment. It's Avoca in one at the moment, now being chased from that of Alex. We see Tuck there. Might have another mover there, actually. A mover and groover up in the second place as well. You see the crowd starting to build. It is the Australian Championships.
Wow.
It's the iconic. We talked about it all day. United, inspired and iconic, but Avoca, he's giving it his all for potentially chasing that at the gold medal.
Yes, and we just saw one of the other runners making a huge move there. I think it was the likes of Wanda. You saw him running through, and he's just run his team into second place. And that's the effect of the runners. That's the effect of this Cameron Relay when you bring runners to do their specialty event.
Wanda is a club that has been around for many, many years, super competitive as well, but have been doing a wonderful job in their surf sports under the guidance of the Smith dog, Nathan Smith, and the young boys that are coming through there are second to none in the 19 and open division. So expect a brave showing here from that of Wanda. Super proud club in surf sports, but he's still Avoca hanging in there at the moment. Probably that of Alex, that's Tyler Johnson there, tucked in there in third place as well. He's a little bit small in stature, Tyler Johnson, but I'll tell you one thing, he's a true competitor. You go back to only last year, in reference to the Aussies last year with Tyler Johnson, he won the board and he won the iron as an under-13. Now stepping up the 14 on the bigger board, he now makes his move up into third place.
Yeah, for sure. And the boys are all doing a great job of negotiating this really awkward shore break where it's so shallow, they have to lift up their board so quickly and pop over. But Avoca continues his lead. Wanda in second. And is that Alex in third?
Third and Burley's making up a good. That's Fletcher Dutton there. He's a good runner as well, Fletcher. Like he won't be doing the last run leg, but advantage here with the boys getting congested. That's a big advantage now. Stuck on the can because Burley heads have now moved up into third, and they're the strike danger at the moment. Poor old Wanda stuck on the can.
Yeah, and that's the power of that sweep. If you get caught on the wrong side of the can, as we're seeing Avoca do the same thing again, it's just giving up little pockets, little seconds, crucial seconds that are going to get you that little bit in front when you're chasing the runners.
Burley's a big mover in third in particular. Swell building now, but it's Avoca out in front. Most and foremost getting the chase. We've got Tyler Johnson there tucked in. See, there's a swell, and the luck of the ocean are going to help these boys. We saw 4 or 5 of the under 15 girls come up. Now the under 14, and it's Avoca in one. Oh, Manly! Manly have come from the clouds. What a paddle for the boy from Manly, and down the southern end here as well. Burley in the mix, but I think they're on a wave. I think Manly's on a wave, tucked up north, and that of Avoca.
Yes, and here you can see the power of these runners. The boys have to milk it. They weren't on a proper wave, but they've been on almost a little runner. Manly has gotten a little better into this. Early tag. Is it going to pay off, though? Because they're in that awkward running phase.
Too early. This is painful to watch. Avoca. Manly, the big legs of Avoca. Manly, look at him. He's on a shuffle. The shimmy. Come on, boys. Manly fighting back. I love the wave. I love the weight of Avoca. Oh, it's the wave dance. The wave dance, and they're barely going to hold him for a second, but it's Avoca. He's trying to keep his feet, but it's their stage, their moment. Avoca will take it out. The Avoca Club take it now as under 14 Cameron champions. Barely in second. Alexander Headland in third, and looks like wrapping up the chocolate medal for Burleigh Heads Bay Park.
Oh, that was classic, and that was great to see. We saw that Manly seemed like they had the better end of it. They had the first tag, but unfortunately they just didn't have the high legs and the weighting. It's like he was trying to do the 100-metre sprint.
What about Manly? We spoke about turn that last can to work the ocean. And Manly were back. We spoke about the 4 clear. Manly were on the chase in fifth. And to pick up a little runner to then link it and the momentum to pull over the top of that wave. The board paddler, I'm not sure it was Goodwin, Clark, Bastu or Stevens there for that of Manly. But take about that's a phenomenal board paddling effort. And when you look at the fraternity there with Scotty at Manly and the older age group that we spoke about of Whitehead, Henry Whitehead and Chalmers and that, this young boy of 14, he chases those boys day in, day out at training, and now he gets the fruits on the big stage of Aussies.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm loving the dedication and the commitment these board paddlers are having in these second legs to chasing the runners. They don't have a lot of time here with the cans being in a little bit closer before that back break, but I'm really loving the effort and the commitment to chasing these runners, and you can see it's paying dividends. We're seeing competitors going from 4th to 1st in the space of 10 metres. And we're coming up to one of our last races of the day.
Don't
so
stop.
Exciting.
Don't stop. This is so good. The 14 girls, Cameron. And, you know, there it is, the right-hand side, iconic. We love this. It's a great way to win it. A big shout-out to, obviously, it had to be a big decision. You know, do we run with the irons, which would have pretty much wouldn't have got through the finals, or do we opt for that in terms of running for that, in terms of the Camerons? And I think it's a great decision. So, National Surf Sports Manager Wayne Drew and your team, a big double thumbs up for you guys, because the Cameron Relay and how fitting is a team event to do as well for you guys to wrap up what has been the Nutri-Grain Junior and Youth. But we're going to head down to Jen now for this, the under-14 Cameron start list.
Last one, fast one for the girls here. We have North Burleigh, North Curl, Avoca, North Burleigh Team B, Redhead, Sunshine, Manly, Avoca, Noosa, Dicky Beach Team B, Dicky Beach Team A next to each other on the line. Scarborough, Kurrawa, Wanda, Sorrento, Grange, Tugun, Palm Beach, Sorrento, Semaphore. The girls are away. The last big race of the day.
And here we go. The girls are out and running, and they're not as tall as the boys. They're going to have a little bit more trouble balancing these potholes, but they're doing a phenomenal effort. I have barely seen any snipers. Oh, I just jinxed out. A few girls just fell.
All right, big teams. Let's look at semi-final number 1, North Burleigh. We took the strength of Summer Murray, Kyra Spencer as well. To me, they're the team to be at the moment. The MB pride of North Burleigh. Second was North Curl. That's we'll probably had the Melbourne girls swimming there as well. Very good swimmer, won the Australian Championships there last year. Semi-final number 2 was taken out by North Bondi, along with Alexander Headland, Sunshine, and that of BHMP Burleigh Heads. Super quality field, swim, run, board run. And what's the update there, Carla?
Yeah, so it's looking pretty spread out here. They've actually had a really tricky start, again, in that really awkward depth where it's almost chest high and they can't swim because there's not enough momentum. There's waves breaking. They're really trying to negotiate. But I think this southern end has had a little bit of a better run, and it does look like the girls have been swept over, straight over. We're going to just cut down to Jen on the beach. She's down there with the Cameron Relay winners.
Oh, I tell you what, we could not let Avoca Beach go without having a quick chat. This meant a lot to you boys. It means a lot to the club as well. To cap a season with an Australian Championship, this is pretty special. How are we feeling?
Yeah, absolutely. It was awesome to come home with a goal. We've been working towards this all year and just flogging ourselves at training every time. And just like to thank Trev G, Chris Park, parents, everyone here on the team. Just, you know, it's just a giant team effort, and I think you did a great job.
You did a great job. You're now the Australian champions. We'll go back to the girls' race, but Avoca, big win. Good work, boys.
Yeah, great job, Jen, and great job, the Avoca boys. And I mentioned Trev G and the team. Well done. But look at this, under 14 girls. Talk about stamping authority. Sunshine Beach has bolted. And this is Tallow Crouch. Let's go back an hour ago. Remember the swim? She led the swim, ran up and actually ran the wrong way and finished second. Out to make amends here, but what a performance this young girl from Sunshine.
Yeah, I think this is redemption. This is redemption for her. She had a phenomenal start. Actually, the lead that she has now is crazy given the short distance of this swim. I think if you missed it, we saw a lot of the girls go too far north just then. So they all had to cut back, swim against that sweep. Tala was a little bit more on that southern side. She had the better line, which is just paying dividends right now because she's going to give her team a massive lead if she doesn't get tagged on.
But then we'll go to Poppy Zakowski and that of Speed as well. What a name, Speed as a runner. But then she's going to hand over to Miller May Berg. Now, Miller May Berg is the daughter of the coaches of the Sunshine Beach, of Wes and Jade as well. Big game performer as well, Miller May, and she's a phenomenal surfer. Jump on Instagram, I tell you, and follow, see the things she's surfing. Keep swimming. Keep swimming. My hot tip for you. Tallow Crouch at the moment, because you've got to get back. The closer you get back to the shoreline, the earlier you can stand and get those big legs up as well. She's stopping and propping. Got to pick this one up. Got to hold this one. That's a tough one to hold. All of a sudden, is that North Curl coming through? It is North Curl. Oh, is it? No, new leader coming through. All of a sudden, we spoke about that. Could be North Bondi. North Bondi and Alexander
Alex
Headland
Headlands.
have come straight through. We know we've got Issel, Smith, Waters and Beaver there as well from Alex. And once again, here we go, the Beachies in the wade race.
Yeah, and we saw the same thing, Tallow Crouch managed to get that wave over the top of everyone in that swim, over the top of North Burleigh, and the same thing happened to her just now with Alex Headlands and North Bondi coming through over the top. Sunshine has caught back up though, so they're definitely not out of it. You can see that this run and this wade is so crucial.
Yeah, massive swim from Mia Hu from that of North Bondi. They're the state champions in New South Wales as well. A lot of strong swimmers come out of that nursery there at North Bondi and up and about at the moment. And look at it go. This could be potentially it could be Lillian Wenham-Benz there or Gia Gregory there coming round. The run leg, 2 legs down, 2 legs to go, and it's the New South Wales club of North Bondi in front. But I love the move of Alexander Headland.
Yeah, and you can see whether or not they have just grabbed a watery or they are using a beach sprinter. A lot of the time it's the beach sprinters will wear a bikini and the wateries will wear a full piece. But even just in their running stride, as soon as they get out of that water, the beach sprinters will start to lift their knees up nice and high, will move those arms, whereas the wateries will still kind of cross the body. So we're into the water now with a few back markers coming through, but I think it's still Alex Headland leading them out. Sunshine Beach not too far away and North Bondi not too far away too.
Really good battle here. And once again, it's the ability to execute the board schools under fatigue. We saw that with the 15 girls as well and maintain that board speed. I love the ability to stay on the knees at under 14. First year on the Mal as well and really getting that cadence up at board speed. A sit, pop, nose goes up and drive that craft forward to maintain that momentum. It probably was slight advantage to Alex, but all of a sudden the swell's pushing them back now and North Bondi are starting to make their move.
Yeah, and the waves are just so relentless. Everyone's getting pushed back though. There's so much water moving and it looks like Alex Headland is going to sneak over this one. It looks like she's got a good line. Oh, and there's carnage in the minor placings. We've had a lost board now.
Yeah, lost board on the left-hand side. Alexander Headland have bolted. It's under the guidance of Jack Hansen. They're doing a wonderful job with the seniors at Alexander Headland. They will lead their way out. And we spoke about the team they had there as well with a mixture in the A team for the girls. I actually mentioned the B team earlier. It's my apologies. So we've got Cash Oliphant there with Sutton and Smith Hills there as well. So super dominant force from the girls. We know how good Alex is. Oliphant there as well as a competitor coming through. And Ayla Cash, I think, has made the move from that Marichdor over to Alex to join the girls. But this is a great move from Alex and a very dominant. I would say one hand is on the gold medal at the moment.
For sure. We saw it happen in the swim with Tallow Crouch having that huge lead. I know it's different on the board, but it's definitely not over yet. Alex Headland has got themselves a very handy lead. They've really pushed around those cans, which is important. It's smart. It's the way to go because you know that the runners are coming and she looks like she's got herself a nice one coming up here now.
I think that is, Alex. Just swell building now. Look at the board speed pulling over the top of this. And that is a gold medal performance and a gold medal wave for our leaders there from Alexander Headlands of Cash Oliphant, Smet Hills and that of Sutton. What a performance from the girls. Good battle here in second and third. North Bondi along with Sunshine as well, but their stage, their moment, Alexander Headland.
Yeah, and one of the few waves that has actually taken our competitors all the way into the beach, so she's got to be happy with it. She just did a big sigh of relief as she got to the water, and now she gets to stay on her board and our runner gets to have a comfortable runner in. Good wading technique, which we haven't seen much of
That's
today.
the type of running I like. A good lead, I can just take my time. But what a battle here for that of second, third, fourth and fifth. Looks like North Bondi. And they've had a great performance as well, the Aussie Championships, and well done. But Alex, as the sun sets in the west here on the beautiful golden beaches of Australia and that of the Gold Coast, this Alexander Headland that take out the under-14 Cameroon Championship of Australia. Well done, Alex. In second place be that of North Bondi coming up as well. Good battle for third we have between that of Sunshine Beach and also trying to pick up the third place that we had coming around as well. But she's going to get there. I can get there, North Bondi. But look at the excitement of the Alex girls. You are the champs in what has been a massive day of competition.
Yeah, and it must mean so much to them. You know, Alex Headland's one of those clubs where team events mean everything. I mean, team events mean everything to everyone. And look at this water coming through. The girls are actually having to run across the line in almost ankle depth water, which you don't see very often. North Bondi girls are also just so happy.
North Kirra might have snuck in there. I think North Kirra of Cleary, Davis, Melbourne and Wilson. What a performance from Jocelyn Melbourne and Evie Davis. I know she probably didn't have the calibre she wanted with the iron not being held, but well done to North Curl girls and also the coach Shawnee Davis there. Great performance, especially that last board leg. Wow.
Yeah, just overall efforts by all the competitors today. I think, you know, they had to be adaptive. They had to adapt to the conditions. Some girls especially this morning when the conditions were a little bit tougher, a little bit more dumpy. It's been so good to see the girls' resilience to keep on going. Even just reading the conditions, it's been really tricky conditions, having to counteract the sweep, having to run down further south, but they've done it so well, and we really haven't seen any performances where anyone has really gone the wrong way. So I'm really proud of the girls, and I think the future's looking bright.
Do we have to stop? Can the youth keep going? Can the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Aussie titles keep going, please?
Give them another day.
My hot tip, and Wayne Drew, I hope you watch this replay, but let's go 3 days. My hot tip, I'm being serious, go 3 days, start on a Friday. This relieves a bit of pressure on everyone and all the competitors to get an opportunity to race, but also gives them a little bit of rest in between.
Yeah.
And then if you don't have the conditions, you've got the opportunity to reset or lose half a day or a man. But it's been a phenomenal 2 days, and a shout to Surf Sports. They've done a wonderful job to Wayne Drew and the team as well. And this is what it's all about, the smiles on the dials and the glow of the gold. And we talk about experienced Gold Coast, and as the sun sets in the west, look at the beaches come alive here on the Gold Coast. This is what it's about. And not only that, the smiles on the dials of these athletes, from the 13 boys and girls, 14s and 15s, and a shout out to the 15s as well. It's their last chance of being a part of this youth Nutri-Grain, obviously Aussies. But let's go down the beach for the final race with our champs from Alex with you, Jen.
Oh, I tell you what, it's a very excited team from Alexandra Headland down here. Now, girls, I don't know if you know, but Alex is Taplin Town, but right now, Cameron Relays is what it's all about. Can you talk us through that incredible last board leg?
I was pretty nervous going out because I thought I was going to get caught, but I just held my lead and got around the can, so yeah.
And a pretty incredible team around you. Can you tell us who was part of this gold medal winning team?
Who? Dakota, Ayla, me and Freya.
What an incredible team. And for Alexandra Headlands as well, this one will mean a what, ladies. Congratulations on your last big rate is under 15 competitors, and a big happy birthday to Dakota as well. Here we go. Congratulations, Alex. We want big waves down the camera. There we go, girls. Big number ones. Alex, congratulations.
Oh, well done, Alex. Well done, Jen. And what about that? What did you get for your birthday? I got an Aussie gold medal. What did you get? And what a day it's been. It is day two of 9 days in total. We're only 2 out of 9 of our way there. And that is this is the Kelloggs Nutri-Grain Nipper and Youth Aussie Championships. Look at the highlights of that of day 2 and what a day it's been. Plenty of great performers, plenty of great racing, and plenty of spills.
For sure. I know there was probably a lot of upsets, but there was also a lot of highs. We saw Aussie titles get claimed for the first time, multiple Aussie titles be claimed for some of the competitors. So many emotions, and I think for all the girls, just to know that this is the last event of the calendar of the season. They go back to the drawing board next season. They take into account what they might change, what they might do better.
We want to say the 15 boys are second there in the Ocean Grove as well. This is our champ in the 14 boys board race as well, over that of Tyler Johnson. Great performance. So the 15s wrapped it up, and we spoke about Kirra Spencer finishing third in the board race as well. Then we went from the board race to the surf race, and Mary Thompson got a great start, but it was Jess Conrad, the girl from Burleigh, and look out for this young lady, and also this young man of Billy McCarthy. He didn't get that wave in particular, but it's been a phenomenal day too, and on behalf of the commentary team, I know Carl and myself are here, and to Jen, to Harold, to all the team, Liam and all the crew as well, on behalf of everyone here for Surf Life Saving Australia, I want to say a huge thank you, and we look forward to seeing you back on Wednesday when we start the Open competition. We are now signing out, and have a great day.
Thanks, team.